Our story begins in Shanghai City. In a quiet room, a blue-green-haired woman named Zhang Wangshan holds her newborn son close and gently feeds him. As she looks down at him, she softly says, "Chanshin, you've got such an easy life. All you do is eat and sleep." Even if he keeps her awake through the night, she only smiles. To her, none of it matters as long as he grows up safe and healthy. But what she does not realize is that this baby is far from ordinary. Inside him is a reincarnated soul, fully aware of his past life. Even while he is nursing, he can tell this infant body is still underdeveloped, while his mind is already wide awake. Then all of a sudden, a blue screen appears in front of him like a game interface. It identifies him as Lin Zichen, 33 days old, with a biological level of ordinary Tier 1. The second he sees it, he realizes he has been given some kind of cheat ability. By the time he is 3 months old, Lin Zichen is lying in his crib while his parents, Zhang Wangshan and Lin Yansheng, watch over him. His father remarks that the baby already seems unusually gifted physically, saying he could grow into a powerful gene fuser, or at the very least, a cyborg. Right in the middle of that conversation, Lin Zichen keeps kicking his legs. Then the system suddenly notifies him that he has completed 10,000 kicks and unlocked the biological attribute Use and Advance. With that ability, any part of his body he trains can continue getting stronger, as long as it remains within the limits of a carbon-based lifeform. He feels the increase in strength right away. At the same time, he starts wondering what his father meant by gene fusers and cyborgs, and in his head he imagines something like superheroes. By the age of 4 months, Lin Zichen has already learned how to sit up and crawl. But since he is developing way too fast, he does not want to alarm his parents. So he keeps his training to the nighttime. Every time he crawls, the system rewards him with more points. A month later, at only 5 months old, he has already figured out how to walk. By 6 months, he can finally sit up and crawl in front of his parents without seeming too unnatural. One day, while the TV is on, a news report shows aberrant beasts attacking as gene fusers and cyborgs fight them side by side. For the first time, Lin Zichen fully realizes that this world is nothing like the one he used to know. He learns that this version of Earth has mutated, and those mutations gave rise to terrifying creatures known as aberrant beasts. To survive against them, humanity created 2 separate paths. The first is mechanical ascension, where people modify their own bodies with technology and turn themselves into powerful cyborgs. The second is gene modification. Humans fuse their genes with those of aberrant beasts and become gene fusers, borrowing monster power to fight monsters. Once he understands just how dangerous this world really is, the reincarnated Lin Zichen makes up his mind. He will use his system to grow stronger in secret, keep his head down, stay safe, and survive in this brutal world. Then one day the doorbell rings. Zhang Wangshan opens the door and finds a woman in a blue dress standing outside. Her name is Su Meng, and she introduces herself as the new neighbor next door. Su Meng then introduces the rest of her family, her husband Shin Jianya and their little daughter Shin Qinghan, who is clutching a doll in her arms. Lin Zichen looks over at the purple-haired little girl. In that moment, he quietly recognizes Shin Qinghan as his first friend in this new world, with a strange feeling that one day, their fates will end up closely tied together. Time keeps moving, and Lin Zichen throws himself even deeper into training. By 7 months old, thanks to Use and Advance, he has already mastered running and jumping, and by talking to himself non-stop, he even picks up basic language, earning stat points from every little bit of practice along the way. At 8 months old, he pushes his training even further. Now he is doing sit-ups and push-ups right inside his crib, only making sure to practice when his parents are nowhere nearby. But one day, his mother Zhang Wangshan steps onto the balcony and stops cold when she sees her 8-month-old son doing sit-ups. She rubs her eyes, thinking she must have seen it wrong. But as a web novel author, she quickly waves it off as a stress-induced hallucination. Lin Zichen instantly goes limp and pretends to be asleep, relieved he managed to avoid suspicion and silently warning himself to be more careful next time. A few days later, while giving him a bath, Zhang Wangshan runs into something even harder to believe. She immediately calls for her husband, Lin Yansheng. The moment he rushes in, she points at their 8-month-old son and blurts out that the baby already has visible abs. Lin Yansheng just stares for a moment, completely stunned. Then his face lights up, and he says their son might be a once-in-a-million prodigy, someone with a brilliant future as either a top-tier gene fuser or a cyborg. Hearing them settle on that explanation, Lin Zichen secretly relaxes. His cover is still safe. He cannot help realizing how lucky he is to have 2 web novel authors as parents. And on this mutated Earth, one thing becomes clear to him. He is definitely not the only genius in the world. Later, while watching the news with his mother, He sees a report about a 2-year-old from a martial arts family lifting a 20-kilo dumbbell with one hand. Zhang Wangshan pulls her son into her arms and proudly says that her Chunchin is just as amazing. Lin Zichen is genuinely touched by how much faith his mother has in him, and he starts wondering whether he will be able to lift 20 kilos too by the time he turns 2. By the time Lin Zichen reaches 2 years old, all that training has clearly paid off. Staying hidden the entire time, he has slowly built up his strength in secret, and now, inside the storage room, he can easily lift a 20-kilo weight with one hand. His workout is interrupted when his mother calls out and tells him that Han Han, Shun Qinghan's nickname, is here to play. Caught off guard, he quickly sets the weight down and heads outside. When he opens the door, Shin Qinghan is standing there. She is 2 years old now too, and she is holding out a tart for him. Deep down, Lin Zichen cannot help noticing that with the gap in their mental ages, the two of them do not really play like normal kids. Han Han acts like any ordinary toddler, but Lin Zichen spends every spare second training. Over time, he has even come up with a special way to be around her. Since she always likes sticking close to him, she basically ends up serving as the perfect child-sized weighted vest during his workouts. Still, there is one problem that keeps coming up. And he is reminded of it again the moment he feels something warm spreading over him and blurts out that Han Han peed on him again. Another year passes. By the age of 3, Lin Zichen's strength has grown at an incredible pace, and now he can lift a 40-kilogram weight with one hand. While watching TV, he sees a report on a 4-year-old prodigy lifting a 30-kilo dumbbell, and he quietly feels satisfied knowing he is already stronger than that. But even after all that progress, his system still lists his biological level as ordinary Tier 1. That leaves him wondering what it actually takes to break through to Tier 2. With those questions still on his mind, he steps outside his home for the first time. What greets him is a breathtaking futuristic city filled with beast men and cyborgs, who he assumes must be the gene fusers and cyborgs he has heard so much about. Together with his mother and their neighbors, Su Meng and Shin Qinghan, he heads to the library. Since his parents will not let him touch electronic devices, books are his best chance to learn more about this world. Once they arrive, his mother points him toward the children's section. But Lin Zichen heads straight for the advanced encyclopedias instead, with a worried Shin Qinghan hurrying after him while the two mothers watch in total confusion. Su Meng glances at the stack of books and asks what he could possibly like so much about them. Zhang Wangshan just laughs and says it must be those genius genes of his. Off to the side, Shin Qinghan offers him some cookies, but Lin Zichen is already too absorbed in the pages to notice. The more he reads, the more he learns about how this world works. All living beings are classified into 6 biological ranks: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. And each rank is divided again into 9 separate tiers. That is when it finally hits him. People like his parents are sitting at the absolute bottom of that system. At ordinary Tier 1, so insignificant compared to higher life forms that they are basically like ants. That realization pushes Lin Zichen even harder. He knows he needs to speed up his training without letting anyone catch on. Right then, the system gives him a new mission. Read 100 million characters and earn the celestial root of wisdom. With a chance to sharpen both his body and his mind at once, he accepts on the spot. Over the next year, Lin Zichen devotes himself to 2 things and 2 things only: training his body and reading without end. By the time he turns 4, he and Shun Qinghan start kindergarten together, walking hand in hand beside their teacher, Zhang Mei. Before long, all that hard work starts showing. Not long after school begins, he breaks through to ordinary Tier 2. His physical ability is already ridiculous. He can lift 80 kilograms with one hand, jump 1.2 meters high, and run 100 meters in under 11 seconds. Those are numbers that would stand out even for an adult, let alone a kindergartner. One day, he spots a group of children gathered around a crying Shin Qinghan, teasing her for wetting the bed. The second he sees his friend getting bullied, he knows he cannot just stand there. He jumps straight into the middle of the group, fixes them with a cold stare, and throws out a threat so sudden it leaves the whole bunch frozen. If any of them ever bully Han Han again, then he will pee on their beds every single day. It is a childish threat, sure, but the way he says it makes it sound weirdly terrifying. The bullies instantly burst into tears and swear they will never come back to kindergarten again. Shin Qinghan looks at him with pure admiration shining in her eyes. That tiny incident earns him a new achievement: Kindergarten Kid King, along with an entirely new chain of quests. Lin Zichen is thrilled. Now he can stack multiple missions at the same time. Half a year later, he finally completes the reading quest. After finishing 100 million characters, he receives the celestial root of wisdom, granting him perfect photographic memory and learning ability pushed to the very peak of human limits. Time flies, and before long, he and Shin Qinghan are almost 7 years old, standing side by side for their kindergarten graduation photo. Even during vacation, Lin Zichen never eases up. By now, he is strong enough to train with a massive 200-kilogram barbell. And over that break, his abilities rise even further. He can now jump more than 2 meters high, and his 100-meter time drops below 8 seconds, landing at 7.98. His mind is just as frightening. With his new attribute boosting his intelligence, he has already taught himself most of the elementary school curriculum. Then his new life begins at Sunshine Elementary School. Since he is already studying material far above grade level on his own, regular academic competitions are no challenge to him at all. He takes first place in the National Elementary School academic competition with ease, all because he wants to unlock his title as quickly as possible. Whenever he gets free time, he tutors Shin Qinghan himself. She may not be a born genius, but she works hard and never tries to coast by. With Lin Zichen helping her, her grades climb fast. After just 1 semester, she is already ranked second in the class, right behind him in first. To push his quest progress even faster, he also joins the school sports meets and proceeds to break every record in sight. Just when he starts thinking school life is going to keep rolling along the same way, a very unusual transfer student suddenly appears. The teacher introduces the new girl, Bai Shui, and the moment she steps in, her long silvery blue hair makes her impossible to miss. Lin Zichen can tell right away that something about her is different. Standing there in the doorway, she gives off a faint, strange aura that clearly does not belong to an ordinary human. As Bai Shui walks into the classroom looking for a seat, the rest of the students stare at her openly, too curious to hide it. Shin Qinghan leans toward Lin Zichen, calls him Xiao Chan, and whispers that Bai Shui's hair is so pretty it looks like winter snow. But Lin Zichen is not paying attention to her looks at all. As Bai Shui takes a seat nearby, all he can focus on is that strange non-human aura coming from her. He starts wondering if she might be a gene fuser, or maybe the descendant of one. Over the next few days, Bai Shui only grows more mysterious. She never speaks to anyone, and the moment class ends, she lowers her head onto the desk and stays there without moving. She barely even gets up to use the restroom. At first, the other students crowd around her out of curiosity and even take pictures with her while she sleeps. But once they realize she is like that every single day, the novelty wears off, and the classroom slowly returns to normal. That normal routine gets shattered more than a month later. Something bizarre starts happening. Bai Shui begins secreting a thick white substance. The smell is awful, and it slowly slides down her clothes and along her legs. The other students react right away, pinching their noses and complaining about the smell. Then one nasty boy cracks a crude joke about the liquid and dumps his water bottle over her head, saying he is helping wash her off. Soaked and humiliated, Bai Shui grabs the edge of her desk so hard that her fist trembles, and tears start spilling down her face as she begins to cry, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The bullies burst out laughing at the sight. From her seat, Shin Qinghan looks over at Lin Zichen, worry written all over her face, and asks if they can help poor Bai Shui. Lin Zichen hesitates. He had already sensed that Bai Shui might be dangerous, so seeing her like this throws him off. Still, he decides to step in. As he walks toward the bullies, he starts rethinking his judgment. He still does not understand Bai Shui, but right now, she is not acting like any kind of threat. At this moment, she is just a weak girl being bullied, and that is enough. Lin Zichen walks straight up to the main bully, grabs him by the collar, and calls him out by name, Guan Chun. With a chilling smile on his face, he tells the boy to wipe every drop of water off Bai Shui's desk. Guan Chun goes pale on the spot and stammers that he will clean it up right away. The others instantly realize they are done for. Lin Zichen is already famous all over school for being unbeatable in both academics and fights. Even the 6th graders do not dare provoke him. Knowing they have no chance, the group scrambles for tissues and starts cleaning up the mess. Once the desk is clean, Lin Zichen slowly sweeps his eyes across the whole group and orders everyone involved to apologize to Bai Shui right now. Sweating and scared stiff, the bullies obey without daring to argue. One by one, they line up in front of her desk, lower their heads, and apologize, promising they will never bully her again. After the bullies leave, Bai Shui finally looks up, tears still clinging to her eyes, and quietly thanks both Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan. Shin Qinghan gently rests a hand on Bai Shui's shoulder and tells her that classmates are supposed to help each other. From that day on, she decides she is going to be friends with the quiet white-haired girl, and of course, she drags Lin Zichen along with her the whole way. Before long, the 3 of them start spending their free time together. And out of the 3, Shin Qinghan is the warmest one, always setting aside her favorite snacks for Bai Shui first. During one of those quiet little moments, Shin Qinghan reaches out with another treat, and Bai Shui suddenly pauses. She looks at the two of them and softly asks if they really are not bothered by her, even though she smells so bad. Then she apologizes for not trusting them sooner. Ever since she was little, everyone around her kept their distance. So now that someone is finally being kind to her, it feels so unreal that she cannot help wondering if all of this is just a dream. Bai Shui lifts her head in surprise when Shin Qinghan tells her, without even hesitating, that this is not a dream. With a gentle smile, Shin Qinghan says she understands that feeling better than anyone, so there is no way she could ever be disgusted by her. Then she tells Bai Shui that if she wants, they can stay friends forever, even pulling a slightly helpless Lin Zichen into that promise too. The moment she hears that, Bai Shui can no longer hold herself back and throws her arms tightly around Shin Qinghan. Tears run down her face as she keeps thanking them again and again for being so kind to her. After she finally settles down, Bai Shui says she wants to give them something in return. She lifts her hand and shows them a necklace strung with a pair of beast fangs, then explains that it was a birthday present from her mother. She offers it to them, hoping they will keep it as proof of their friendship. Shin Qinghan happily agrees, and as the sun starts to go down, the three children stand together in the schoolyard and cheerfully promise to stay friends forever. But right after that new bond is sealed, something unexpected happens. Then one day, Shin Qinghan is stunned to hear that Bai Shui has already transferred out of the school. Lin Zichen confirms it and tells her he personally saw Bai Shui taking care of the withdrawal paperwork. His mind flashes back to that moment outside the principal's office. From the doorway, he saw Bai Shui standing there with the principal and a large, intimidating man whose arms had been replaced with cybernetics. The principal assured the man that Bai Shui's paperwork was complete and that all of her information would stay confidential. That alone is enough for Lin Zichen to confirm that Bai Shui's background is anything but normal. From that day on, Bai Shui disappears from his life completely, leaving behind nothing but questions. Still, what happened after that is what really stays on his mind. Sometime later, Lin Zichen is at home giving his mother, Zhang Wangshan, a shoulder massage. She lets out a relieved sigh and says it feels amazing after a full day of typing. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen quietly notes to himself that the professional massage techniques he picked up through the celestial root of wisdom turned out to be a lot more useful than he expected. Their quiet evening is suddenly interrupted by a major news report. The broadcast is covering another unbelievable achievement from the Kyoto prodigy. At only 10 years old, the boy has already completed fusion with aberrant beast genes and can now lift a 500-kilogram boulder with one hand. The second Lin Zichen sees the boy, he recognizes him, and his heart skips when he realizes his rival has already begun gene fusion. His father, Lin Yansheng, grumbles that the Kyoto prodigy is always on TV and wonders if they are trying to turn the kid into some kind of influencer. His parents start talking it over. Lin Yansheng says the boy comes from a 1,000-year-old martial arts family, so they probably have gene fusion technology far beyond what ordinary people can access. Zhang Wangshan argues that using a child like that is wrong. But her husband just shrugs and says that in a family like that, family interests come first, which earns him a sarcastic jab from her about how he seems to know everything. While his parents keep going back and forth, Lin Zichen is already thinking several steps ahead. Before gene fusion, that prodigy could lift 100 kilograms. Now he can lift 500. That is a full 5-fold increase. But compared to that, Lin Zichen, at only 8 years old, can already lift 300 kilograms with one hand without any gene fusion at all. At that thought, he slowly clenches his fist and feels his confidence rise. His own potential is clearly on another level. For a moment, that confidence keeps building. But it does not last. The very next report shows him what real fear looks like. Breaking news reveals that a city in a neighboring country has been completely wiped out by a massive explosion. According to the report, footage from the scene suggests the attack was carried out by giant aberrant rats. Then the screen cuts to horrifying images of monstrous rats swarming through the ruins and clamping a screaming woman in their giant jaws, before tearing into her and devouring her right there on the spot. The report goes on to confirm that heretics were behind the aberrant rat attack, stirring the whole disaster from the shadows. At a press conference, an official from the devastated Sakura country desperately pleads for international help, explaining that the heretics are a hidden cult manipulating the beasts. Watching all of this unfold, Lin Zichen learns that the cult is an anti-human organization made up of traitors willing to side with aberrant beasts for their own gain. At the same time, he feels a quiet sense of relief that he was born in a strong, stable country, one where he can safely keep growing stronger without drawing attention to himself. But then his thoughts are suddenly cut off by a string of sonic booms outside. He immediately runs to the window, pulls the curtain aside, and sees an entire squad of heavily armed cyborgs flying across the night sky. Seeing that many forces mobilized at once, he cannot help wondering what is happening and hopes nothing serious has gone wrong. By the next morning, though, everything looks completely normal. Lin Zichen stands there waiting for Shin Qinghan, and when she finally runs over, she quickly apologizes for being late. But the moment she gets closer, something immediately feels wrong to him. The Beastfang necklace by Shui gave them, now hanging from Shan Qinghan's neck, suddenly starts glowing a bright blue. In that instant, Lin Zichen realizes the fang came from an aberrant beast, and that was the real source of the faint non-human aura he had sensed from Bai Shui before. Just as suddenly, the glow disappears, and neither of them thinks much of it. Even so, between the cyborg deployment last night and now the strange reaction from the fang, Lin Zichen starts to feel like something bad is about to happen. On the way to school, they pass a striking woman with long red hair in a black dress, leaning casually against a lamppost as she watches them. She smiles and comments on how adorable the two kids are, then steps right into their path, and asks whether they are brother and sister. Shin Qinghan quickly corrects her with a proud smile, saying the two of them are childhood best friends. The woman gives a faint, wistful smile, and says she wishes she had a childhood friend too. Then the expression on her face slowly turns unsettling. She leans in, her eyes flashing, and asks why they are heading to school alone and where their parents are. Shin Qinghan starts to answer, but before she can say much, Lin Zichen quickly grabs her hand and cuts her off. He immediately pulls her away, saying they are going to be late for school, and leaves the strange woman standing there behind them. After they get far enough away, he gently warns Shin Qinghan not to talk to strangers again. She quietly nods. After school, Lin Zichen leads Shin Qinghan into a deserted alley. Shin Qinghan nervously looks around and says the place feels creepy. Lin Zichen tells her not to worry. The whole area is set to be demolished, so everyone who used to live here already moved out. But before they can get very far, a familiar voice suddenly cuts through the silence. It is the red-haired woman from that morning. She steps out and casually remarks that school is finally over. And she is not alone. Standing beside her is a big, muscular man named Shang. The woman calls to him and says the kids are right here. Lin Zichen's eyes narrow immediately. He had gone out of his way to take a different route, and somehow she still managed to find them. The woman puts on a sweet fake smile and tries to lure the children closer by offering them treats. But Shang is already out of patience. He tells her to stop wasting time and just knock them out so they can get this over with. The very next second, Shang charges straight at them with a cloth in his hand, yelling that he is in a hurry to sell them for money. As Shang rushes in, Lin Zichen immediately shoves Shin Qinghan out of the way, then plants his feet and turns to face the man head-on. He tightens his fist and throws everything he has into a single punch. The blow lands squarely on Shang's face and stops the bigger man in his tracks. Then all that force explodes at once, sending Shang flying backward through the alley with a scream of pain. The red-haired woman freezes where she stands. She cannot believe an elementary school kid just sent a grown man airborne. Meanwhile, Shang crashes to the ground, coughing up blood, shock all over his face. With Shang down, Lin Zichen immediately turns toward the red-haired woman. She barely has time to react before he drives a punch into her stomach, then follows it with a heavy uppercut that knocks her out cold on the spot. Now standing over both kidnappers, Lin Zichen's expression turns cold. He bends down, grabs a brick from nearby, and the look in his eyes hardens. In an alley like this, there are no cameras, so in his mind he has to finish them here. If they live, his abnormal strength could be exposed, and that would destroy everything he has been trying to do by staying hidden and quietly growing stronger. But just as he is about to bring the brick down, the ground suddenly starts shaking. A violent tremor rips through the alley and throws everything off balance. Then a giant clawed hand smashes straight through the wall of a nearby building. Out of the dust and broken concrete, a massive aberrant rat crawls into view, towering over everyone in the alley. The monster ignores the children completely and looms over the unconscious woman instead. But instead of eating her, it slashes once and cuts her head clean off. Then it lifts the severed head into the air as Shin Qinghan lets out a terrified scream. The instant Lin Zichen recognizes what it is, he scoops the horrified Shin Qinghan into his arms. He tells her it is a giant aberrant rat and says they need to get out of there right now. Then he turns and runs at full speed with Shin Qinghan in his arms. And as they flee, a streak of red and gold suddenly flashes across the sky. A blonde female cyborg with rabbit ear attachments on her helmet dives straight down into the alley. She moves so fast she is almost impossible to track, blasting past the giant rat in a blur. Looking back over Lin Zichen's shoulder, Shin Qinghan blurts out that the cyborg is unbelievably fast. A second later, the cyborg lands smoothly behind the monster. Facing the giant rat, the female cyborg gets ready to strike again. Light gathers around her gauntlet as she charges up her weapon and calls out, "Anesthetic smoke." Then she fires at the beast, and huge explosions rip through the alley one after another. Lin Zichen quickly shields Shin Qinghan from the blast. Caught in the flames, the aberrant rat lets out a roar of pain, then starts to stagger as the anesthetic smoke kicks in. The moment she sees the opening, the cyborg bursts forward and finishes off the weakened beast with a rapid flurry of attacks. Later that night, Lin Zichen watches a news report about the incident back at home. As he studies the fight, he comes to the conclusion that the cyborg's combat level probably was not all that high. From his point of view, she had to weaken the rat first, and even then, it still took her a full 7 minutes to kill it. That makes him think even harder about how dangerous giant aberrant rats really are. Those creatures are notoriously tough, can grow past 10 meters long, and can reach ordinary 5th tier. The fact that he and Shin Qinghan got away unharmed feels incredibly lucky. More than anything, the whole incident drives one thing home. This world is every bit as dangerous as he feared. And because of that, he becomes even more determined to train harder and protect both himself and the people he cares about. Not long after that, he is back in his training space, grinding through weighted squats with a heavy barbell while the system keeps rewarding him with points. Even with the threat of aberrant rats hanging over everything, life keeps moving. Soon after, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan celebrate their 9th birthday together, with both families gathered around a large cake. After making their wishes, the two of them exchange gifts. Thanks to the celestial root of wisdom, Lin Zichen teaches himself wood carving in a single night and makes Shin Qinghan an intricate wooden hairpin by hand. The moment she sees it, Shin Qinghan lights up. She immediately puts it in her hair and excitedly says she loves it. Time keeps moving, and before long, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan finish elementary school and move on to middle school. As they leave that stage behind, his system notifies him that he has completed the achievement for dominating the 9 years of compulsory education, unlocking the titles Kindergarten Kid King and Elementary School Top Dog. The moment he hears that, he sets his sights on the next one, Middle School Overlord, which will reward him with the survival of the fittest attribute. During the break, he keeps pushing himself through an intense training routine. One part of it is doing 1,000 push-ups with a massive boulder on his back, earning him huge boosts to his stats. And once again, all that effort pays off. Right before school starts, after finishing a 10-kilometer run, his system announces that his biological level has broken through to ordinary 3rd tier. His physical ability rises sharply. He can now lift 700 kilograms with one hand, jump 4 meters straight up, and run the 100-meter dash in just 6 seconds. As his strength keeps climbing, he cannot help wondering how far the Kyoto prodigy has gotten by now. Then, by coincidence, a news report airs on TV the night before school starts. The report says the prodigy, now 14 years old, has fused with giant ant genes and can lift a 2,000-kilogram alloy block with one hand. Lin Zichen quickly does the math. Since giant ant genes boost strength by 4 to 8 times, that means the prodigy's raw lifting power without gene enhancement is only around 500 kilograms. In other words, Lin Zichen is still fundamentally stronger. A slow smile spreads across his face as he imagines how terrifying he will become once he starts gene fusion himself in the future. The next day, middle school officially begins. As the top student in the city, Lin Zichen had been recruited by all the best schools. In the end, he accepted Shanghai Middle School's offer, but only on the condition that Shin Qinghan would be placed in the same class as him. During registration, the principal and their new homeroom teacher personally come over to welcome them, making it obvious they have huge expectations for him. After exchanging a few polite words, Lin Zichen quickly finds an excuse to leave with Shin Qinghan. The truth is, the main reason he chose Shanghai Middle School was its top-tier athletic facilities. Before classes officially start, the two of them decide to spend some time playing badminton on the school court. As soon as they reach the court, Shin Qinghan lights up and calls out to Xiao Chun that they should start already. She swings first with a dramatic flourish and proudly declares it her fairy's curveball. Lin Zichen casually catches the shuttle out of the air without any trouble. But before the game can really get going, someone suddenly cuts in. A group of upperclassmen walks over, and the one leading them, wearing his cap backward, snatches the shuttlecock and says the court is reserved. The guys behind him start cracking jokes, saying Shin Qinghan can stay and play with them if she wants. But Shin Qinghan does not back down. She tells them the rules are the rules, and she and Lin Zichen were there first. When they start crowding too close to Shin Qinghan, Lin Zichen steps forward, his eyes turning cold. He tells them to stay away from her and reminds them that the court belongs to whoever got there first. The leader just lets out a snort and says he is taking the court anyway. Still holding the shuttlecock, he casually tosses it into the air, but before he can even swing, Lin Zichen moves. In a calm but heavy voice, he tells them that from now on, the only rules that matter are his. Then he bursts forward, jumps, and smashes the shuttlecock with terrifying force. The shuttle tears across the court like a white flash. It is so fast the leader barely reacts in time. The impact shatters his racket and sends his cap flying clean off. The upperclassmen freeze where they stand, drenched in sweat and trembling. A few of them stare at Lin Zichen in horror and wonder if he is even human, or if he might actually be a gene fuser. One of them gulps and points out that if that shot had been even a little off, their boss might have lost his head. Completely intimidated, the upperclassmen immediately bow and apologize. They tell Lin Zichen they understand the rules now and promise to leave right away. Then they turn and hurry off without saying another word. Maybe word of that incident spread around, because after that, nobody ever dared mess with Lin Zichen or Shin Qinghan again. Other than being bigger and having better facilities, their new school life feels pretty much the same as before. In class, Lin Zichen is already far ahead of everyone else, since he finished the middle school curriculum long ago. So during lessons, he usually just reads whatever books catch his interest to pass the time. At night, after finishing his workouts, he uses the celestial root of wisdom to keep learning new skills online. Before long, he has already started picking up cooking, photography, driving, swimming, and all kinds of sports. To unlock the middle school overlord title, he does far more than just rank first in every subject. He also represents the school in national competitions, piling trophy after trophy around himself. Even so, to avoid drawing too much attention, he makes sure not to take first in every single event. A whole semester passes, and the title still does not unlock. Even so, his performance wins him plenty of admirers, and stacks of love letters start appearing on his desk. He ignores every single one. Other than tutoring Shin Qinghan, his main focus shifts to the upcoming school sports festival. In his mind, if he completely dominates that event, the title should finally unlock. For the festival, he signs up for only 3 events: shot put, high jump, and sprinting, each one matching one of his strengths: power, jumping ability, and speed. In the shot put, he launches an unbelievable 201-meter throw. Even though he deliberately holds back so he will not look too inhuman, he still takes first place in every event without any real trouble. Then, while sitting beside Shin Qinghan and admiring his gold medal, he suddenly feels another wave of power move through his body. Right after that, the system notifies him that his achievements have surpassed every other student by such a huge margin that he has officially unlocked the middle school overlord title. With all 3 school-age titles now unlocked, his achievement for dominating the 9 years of compulsory education is finally complete, and he receives a brand new biological attribute: survival of the fittest. As that power settles into him, Lin Zichen realizes with quiet satisfaction that the title he had been waiting for is finally his. As Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan walk home from school, he keeps turning this new survival of the fittest attribute over in his mind. From what he understands, it lets a predator devour the life essence of other creatures in order to evolve. He keeps wondering what life essence actually is until Shin Qinghan calls out for him to slow down. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin Zichen suddenly gets an idea and asks Shin Qinghan if he can borrow her beast fong necklace. She agrees right away and hands it over. The instant his fingers touch the fong, a system notification appears. It tells him that he has devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence, unlocking a new guidebook with 1% progress. At the same time, a phantom image of a huge dark butterfly with eye-like patterns on its wings appears around him. He is left stunned by the realization that this so-called fong is actually a butterfly tooth. That night, wanting to learn more, he searches online for the abyssal giant butterfly. But to his surprise, nothing comes up at all. Realizing he will have to investigate the strange beast himself, he suddenly remembers that Bai Shui gave them a pair of fangs. He quickly digs through his bag and finds the second tooth. The moment he grips it, he absorbs its power again. Another system notification appears, confirming that he has devoured a second trace of life essence. But the guidebook progress only rises to 2%. Looking down at the tooth, Lin Zichen feels a little disappointed. There is barely any life essence left inside it. From that, he realizes he will need to find some other way to fully unlock the abyssal giant butterfly's power. Starting the very next day after school, Lin Zichen begins biking Shin Qinghan to and from school. Part of it is for training, and part of it is to make sure they have a fast way to escape if they ever run into aberrant beasts again. As they are leaving the school grounds, a man suddenly calls out, "Zichen!" Dressed in a tracksuit, the man jogs over and introduces himself as Coach Gua from the school's martial arts team. He immediately starts praising Lin Zichen's performance at the sports meet, calling it the best the school has ever seen. With obvious excitement, Coach Gua formally invites him to join the team. He insists Lin Zichen's athletic talent is even more impressive than his academics. He keeps urging him to say yes, though he also adds that Lin Zichen can take some time to learn more about the team before deciding. Coach Gua talks so fast and with so much passion that Lin Zichen never even gets the chance to refuse. As Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan ride away, the coach waves after them and says the martial arts team is in room C of the gym, and that he will be waiting there tomorrow if Lin Zichen has time to stop by. As the sun goes down, Lin Zichen returns to his room, ready to test out his new ability. He claps his hands together and crushes a cockroach and a mosquito he found. Then he opens his hands and looks down at the dead insects, but nothing happens. No surge of power. No reaction at all. That is when he realizes killing tiny, ordinary creatures does not activate the skill. From that, he figures out that only powerful beasts or exotic creatures carry enough life essence to be devoured for his evolution. To test that theory, Lin Zichen decides to head to a supermarket that sells beast meat. With Shen Qinghan sitting on the back, Lin Zichen pedals them into the city. It isn't long before the two of them pull up in front of a large multi-story supermarket. Once they get inside, they start moving through the aisles. Lin Zichen notices there's no shortage of beast meat here, but every bit of it is vacuum-sealed in plastic. And if he can't touch it himself, there's no way to test what he's thinking. Just as he starts running out of options, a butcher suddenly calls out, advertising freshly cut beast meat to the customers nearby. Lin Zichen turns and sees a counter with a sign that reads, "Fresh beast meat, not prepackaged, safe to eat." Behind it, a butcher is busy chopping through massive cuts of meat. He tells Shen Qinghan to wait there for a moment. Still looking confused, she watches him say he wants to go check out the meat. Lin Zichen doesn't explain any further. He wants answers now, so he heads straight toward the counter without wasting another second. Then he reaches out and places his hand on a freshly sliced piece of beast meat. The moment his palm makes contact, a strong stream of purple energy rushes into his body. Just like he guessed, the beast meat really does hold a dense amount of life essence. His hand curls into a fist, and a huge grin spreads across his face. Off to the side, Shen Qinghan can only stare at him, completely lost on why touching a piece of meat would make him this happy. Puzzled and a little concerned, she walks over and asks him what the meat feels like. Trying to play it off, Lin Zichen casually says it just feels fresher than normal, then asks if she wants to touch it too. Shen Qinghan immediately waves both hands and backs off, saying he's already touched more than enough for both of them. Now that his theory is confirmed, Lin Zichen decides to buy some beast meat and test it again once they get home, leaving Shen Qinghan stunned. And honestly, he gets why she reacted that way. Beast meat is absurdly expensive. Even the cheapest option, ghost shadow squid, is nearly 1,000 yen per gene. After making up his mind, he reaches out and grabs a pack of the squid. The second Shen Qinghan sees the price, she nearly freaks out. She blurts out that it's way too expensive and says he should ask his mom first. Lin Zichen just smiles and gently pats her on the head, telling her not to worry about it. Then, without missing a beat, he makes up a story and says his mom already told him to buy extra so both families could have dinner together. A flashback shows his mother, Zhang Wanxin, smiling warmly as she agrees to cook a big meal for everyone. But deep down, Lin Zichen knows sharing it is only part of the reason. What matters more is finding out whether he can absorb life essence by eating the meat, because he's worried drawing it out directly might damage it. At the register, he pays for 3 packs of ghost shadow squid, wincing a little as the total comes out to 29.94 yen. After the cashier thanks him, the two of them head back out. And as they leave, Lin Zichen can't stop thinking about how painful that purchase was, wondering when they'll ever be able to afford beast meat again. By the time they finish shopping, it's already past 9 at night. With the city feeling more unsettled than usual lately, they decide not to linger and head straight home. On the way back, Lin Zichen's mind stays fixed on the experiment. In the end, he can't resist. Quietly, he reaches into the basket and places a hand on the package of meat. Right away, that familiar purple energy pours into him again. His system confirms that he has devoured a trace amount of the ghost shadow squid's life essence. A new guidebook entry for the creature unlocks, but the completion rate is only 0.1%. At the same time, a ghostly image of the fierce, many-eyed squid flashes through his mind. As the bike keeps rolling through the quiet streets, he starts calculating everything in his head. It doesn't take long for him to figure it out. Devouring a small amount of meat only gives him a tiny fraction of the creature's power. By his estimate, he'd need to devour a full 100 gene to bring the guidebook to 100%, and that would cost a ridiculous 100,000 yen. Then he remembers the squid's special ability, turning into water and vanishing without a trace, and decides a power like that is worth paying for. Which makes the next problem obvious. He needs to make a lot of money, because there's no way he can ask his family for that kind of amount. Then another thought hits him. The second reason he bought the meat was to see whether absorbing its life essence would make it go bad. He glances down at the package. Even now, the meat still looks just as fresh as before. A smile slowly spreads across his face. So pulling out the essence doesn't spoil the meat after all. And as he keeps absorbing its power, the Ghost Shadow Squid progress bar climbs to 3%. Then all at once, Shin Ching-han suddenly shouts a warning. Lin Zichen slams the brakes, and the bike screeches to a stop just inches from a couple standing in the bike lane. He quickly apologizes. He quietly curses himself for zoning out, then wonders why the bike lane is so crowded in the first place. Shin Ching-han lifts a hand and points ahead. Up ahead, a dangerous standoff is playing out. A muscular man with red hair has a woman trapped in front of him, a knife pressed to her throat. Shin Ching-han takes one look and goes pale. The hostage is their teacher, Chow Mei. Meanwhile, the man keeps shouting threats at the crowd around him. The police have already surrounded the area and are using a megaphone, trying to talk him down. The police captain stops an officer named Ah Bing from taking the shot, warning him not to do anything reckless. He points out that the suspect is pressed too close to the hostage and using her as a shield, so there's no chance of landing a clean hit. Ah Bing suggests using sleeping gas instead, but the captain shuts that down immediately, worried the suspect would panic before the gas even had time to work. While the police are still stuck hesitating, Lin Zichen makes his move. Without drawing attention to himself, he bends down, picks up a small stone from the road, and flicks it out with terrifying speed and accuracy. The stone slams into Officer Ah Bing's gun and makes it fire by accident. The stray bullet hits the hostage-taker in the hand. He cries out, the knife slips from his grip, and teacher Chow Mei breaks free at once. The second he sees that opening, the police captain yells for everyone to move in. The officers rush forward and quickly bring the now unarmed suspect to the ground. At the same time, a female officer moves over to calm teacher Chow Mei, who's badly shaken but unharmed. With the situation finally under control, Lin Zichen quietly gets back on the bike. Shin Ching-han stares at him wide-eyed and asks if he was the one who threw the rock. He quickly hushes her, says they need to leave first and talk later, and the two of them ride off right away. But just as they're about to get away, a voice calls out and tells them to stop. The police captain looks over and asks if Lin Zichen was the one who threw the rock. Caught completely off guard, Lin Zichen instantly forces out a nervous smile and denies it on the spot. The captain watches the two of them ride off, finding it strange that someone would do a good deed and then refuse to admit it. Then he catches someone mentioning there's a bravery reward tied to the incident. The moment Lin Zichen hears the word reward, his eyes lock right onto it. Money is exactly what he needs right now, so he slams on the brakes, skids to a stop, and rushes back toward the captain. This time, he awkwardly walks back his denial and admits that he was the one who threw the rock, explaining that the reward money really matters to him. The captain tells him to come to the station and make a statement, and says he'll help submit the reward application. After informing their families, Lin Zichen and Shin Ching-han get ready to head to the police station. He assumes the rest should be straightforward from here, but just as the police begin escorting the handcuffed suspect away, the whole situation suddenly shifts. The suspect's face starts twisting into something grotesque. A chill runs through the officers as they realize what they're looking at. He's a heretic, and right there in front of them, his body begins mutating into a massive aberrant rat. The monster snaps its cuffs like they're nothing and flies into a frenzy, swinging its huge claws at the officers around it. The police captain grabs his radio and orders every unit to open fire, while making civilian protection the #1 priority. The officers unload round after round, but the bullets do nothing. Then a frantic report comes in, identifying the heretic as someone fused with Rat King genes and calling for backup immediately. The second Lin Zichen realizes how bad this is, he quickly mutters an apology, grabs the others and pulls them back. He tells them to run. He's relieved the monster hasn't started chasing them yet, but he also knows they need to get as far away from it as possible. As they hurry off, a new figure suddenly drops out of the sky, wrapped in a purple aura. It's a female cyborg dressed in sleek, futuristic armor. She crashes down and drives a heavy strike straight into the giant rat, knocking it backward the instant she lands. Then she lifts into the air. The cyborg, a woman with short dark purple hair, begins charging a laser cannon built into her chest. With a sharp order to fire, She unleashes a massive purple beam that completely engulfs the mutant rat. The creature lets out a scream of pain before the blast rips it apart, leaving behind nothing but blackened remains. Lin Zichen can only stare. The cyborg's power is completely overwhelming. With the danger finally over, Teacher Chow Mei and Shin Qinghan both let out a long breath. Lin Zichen, meanwhile, is more worried about his bike. He quickly checks it over, and when he sees the blast didn't hit it, he quietly relaxes. Replacing that would have hurt. Then, just as the tension starts to ease, something suddenly clicks in his mind. He looks into the basket and sees that the expensive ghost shadow squid meat has gone bad and is already giving off a rotten smell. That's when he realizes his first guess was right after all. Absorbing life essence does make the meat spoil, just not immediately. Holding up a limp squid tentacle, he quickly realizes he needs an excuse, so he decides to blame it on the fight and the heretic who just died. So he instantly puts on a dramatic act, throws the spoiled tentacle down, and loudly blames the heretic and the cyborg's attack for cooking the meat. Seeing him like that, Teacher Chow Mei tries to comfort him, saying the meat isn't what matters. The important thing is that everyone got out safely. Even though they were about to head home, the captain asks them to come along, so they end up riding to the station with the security team. What they didn't expect was to be put in the same van as the heretic's remains. After that laser blast, all that was left was a heap of scorched flesh on a gurney, and the smell inside was brutal. Sitting there in that awful stench, Lin Zichen suddenly thinks of something else. He remembers that Bai Shui's beast fangs still carried life essence long after the beast had died. And that gives him a new idea. If this corpse still has life essence left, then maybe he can devour the Rat King gene from it too. In the police van, Lin Zichen starts wondering just how much of the Rat King gene he might be able to devour from that scorched corpse. Once the thought settles in, he quietly reaches a hand toward the remains to test it. The instant his fingers touch it, a strong surge of red energy rushes into his body. His system immediately confirms that he has devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life essence, unlocking its guidebook at a full 5% progress. The result catches him off guard, and he quickly realizes the fresher the source is, the more life essence he can absorb from it. Officer Abing, who's escorting them, notices the movement and tells him to sit still. Lin Zichen quickly covers, saying he was just stretching a bit. Later, at the public security office, Lin Zichen knows fooling Abing was one thing, but deceiving the security captain is a lot harder. The captain tells him the bravery reward application has already been submitted, but then his expression turns serious. He asks how a middle school student managed to hit the heretic's knife hand so precisely with a single stone from that far away and in lighting that bad. Lin Zichen gives him a vague answer, saying he trains his right hand a lot. The reply is so strange that even the captain has no idea how to respond. Before the questioning can go any further, Shin Qinghan suddenly calls out that her aunt is here. Lin Zichen is caught off guard when he looks up and sees his parents rushing into the station. His mother runs straight toward him, calling his name with panic all over her face. She throws her arms around him and holds him tight, asking if he's hurt and saying he nearly scared her to death. Lin Zichen quickly tries to calm her down, telling her he's fine and even bringing up the bravery reward. Still holding him close, his mother makes him promise that if danger ever shows up again, he'll hide somewhere safe first. Tears welling in her eyes, she tells him that more than anything, she just wants him to grow up safely. Hearing that, Lin Zichen visibly falters. As they leave, he reassures his mother that from now on, protecting himself will always come first. Behind them, the police captain watches in silence, still turning the boy's strange abilities over in his head. On the way out, Lin Zichen passes two female officers talking about the case. One says perverts are getting bolder and bolder, and the other explains that the heretic was a liberal arts student from Guangyuan University who had been brainwashed by the rat god cult. The first officer curses the cult under her breath, but the second says the real answer is to cut out the root of the problem, the so-called Rat King itself. The moment Lin Zichen hears that name, his attention locks onto it. As soon as they get into the car to head home, he pulls out his phone and starts searching for information on the rat god cult. To his surprise, there's actually a huge amount of information online. From what he finds, the cult's main base is in Shanghai City, and most of its followers are people who've been pushed to the edges of society. Then he comes across one especially shocking piece of information. It suggests that the Rat King is trying to evolve into a higher life form. And to make that happen, it's forcing its followers to gather the materials needed for that evolution. That leads Lin Zichen to one unsettling thought. Could it be that the Rat King, an aberrant beast, has already developed true intelligence? His thoughts are suddenly cut off when he looks out the window and spots a giant rat on the sidewalk, nearly as big as a cat. For a second, he can't help wondering if it has anything to do with the Rat King. But he quickly drops the idea, telling himself that down south, rats as big as cats really aren't that unusual. As soon as he lets that thought go, he suddenly notices how quiet Shin Qinghan has been this whole time. He turns toward her and sees her shifting awkwardly in her seat, her knees pressed tightly together. He understands immediately. Ever since she was little, whenever she gets too nervous or badly frightened, she loses control of her bladder. Yeah, it's embarrassing for her. But Lin Zichen has always had the strange feeling that this reaction might be connected to some hidden talent inside her. When they get home, Lin Zichen's mother, Zhang Wanxin, is stunned to hear that nearly 3,000 yen worth of beast meat is gone. Lin Zichen quickly scrambles for an excuse and awkwardly says that in all the chaos, he must have dropped it while they were running. But his mother doesn't care about the meat at all. She immediately tells him to forget it, saying the only thing that matters is that he got home safe. Hearing that, Lin Zichen quietly lets out a breath of relief. At least his mother bought the story. His father, Lin Yanqing, is a lot tougher to deal with. Stubborn as ever, he says he's going back out to look for the expensive meat, even boasting that an old-wage slave like him can still handle himself. Lin Zichen quickly stops him, saying it's too dangerous and that the meat has probably gone bad already. That instantly makes his father suspicious, and he asks how Lin Zichen would know that. Breaking into a nervous sweat, Lin Zichen hurriedly says it was just an obvious guess. Meanwhile, back at the now-empty public security office, the police captain is still replaying everything that happened that night. Cigarette in hand, he can't stop thinking about one question. How did an ordinary middle school kid throw a rock with that much force and accuracy? Then, all of a sudden, he hears a strange sound coming from the corner of the room. He turns his head, and his eyes widen. Sitting on top of the filing cabinets is a giant rat, way bigger than any normal rodent should be. Before he can react, the huge rat leaps straight at him. The captain moves on instinct, pulls his pistol, and fires immediately. What follows is quick, vicious, and over in an instant, ending in a blur of blood. The next day, Lin Zichen sits at his desk in class and lets out a quiet sigh. Thinking back on last night, he realizes he's still nowhere near the level of that heretic or the female cyborg. If he wants to catch up, he needs money fast so he can buy more beast meat like Ghost Shadow Squid and keep raising his guidebook progress. He briefly considers making money as an influencer or selling study materials, but throws both ideas out almost right away. They'd attract too much attention, and keeping a low profile is still the smarter move. Then suddenly an idea clicks. He remembers that in this world, martial arts and gene fusion matter more than grades ever will. So he decides it's time to act. Later, he heads over to Building C, where the martial arts team trains in the gym. There, he finds Coach Gu taking a drink from his thermos and calls out to greet him. Coach Gu looks surprised and asks if he's here to join the team or just ask about it. Instead of answering right away, Lin Zichen leans in and quietly asks whether joining the team would give him a chance to compete in city tournaments, and whether the prize money is actually worth anything. The coach smiles and tells him yes. He'd get chances to compete, and the prize money can reach the tens of thousands. That's all Lin Zichen needed to hear. He reaches out, shakes Coach Gu's hand, and says he's joining the martial arts team today. Coach Gu happily welcomes him on the spot. Right after that, the coach gathers the team together to introduce their new member. He introduces Lin Zichen and reminds everyone that he was the sports meet champion. Then the other members, Zhang Kai, Huang Tiansheng, Li Shutong, and Han Yigua, each give their names before Lin Zichen introduces himself too. Since Lin Zichen has never had formal martial arts training, Coach Gu starts by showing him a few basic fist and leg techniques. The coach explains that the moves may look simple, but they're actually difficult to master. He even points out that Li Shutong, the fastest learner on the team, still needed a full week to get them down. Then he tells Lin Zichen to try them for himself. Lin Zichen steps forward and settles into position. Thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, which gives him absurdly powerful martial insight, he has already memorized every detail and fully understood the whole demonstration after watching it just once. As he starts going through the fist forms, a system notification pops up and grants him points in vitality, strength, dexterity, and proficiency. At the same time, every hand movement and every punch comes out clean, sharp, and perfectly on point. Then he flows straight into the leg techniques, firing off smooth, forceful kicks without the slightest pause. Another system notification appears, awarding him points for leg muscles, dexterity, and proficiency. Off to the side, Coach Gu and the rest of the team can only stare in stunned silence. Coach Gu's jaw nearly drops, and he almost loses his grip on the thermos. He can't believe someone just copied those complicated forms perfectly after seeing them one time. Watching that flawless performance, Only one thought rises in his mind. This kid is a once-in-a-million martial arts genius. That evening in Shanghai City, Lin Zichen's mother, Zhang Wanxin, calls him over for dinner. He comes hurrying out with a spoon in his hand, already asking what she made. With a proud smile, she brings out a big platter of the ghost shadow squid he wanted. The smell is incredible, and Lin Zichen immediately tells her it smells amazing. She tells him to hurry up and eat while it's still hot. He takes one bite and instantly starts praising her, saying her cooking is the best in the world. Clearly pleased, she tells him to eat as much as he wants, because she bought a full 3 gene just for him. As he eats, a system notification appears. It tells him he has devoured a trace of the ghost shadow squid's life essence through consumption, pushing his guidebook progress up to 3.01%. The moment he realizes that, he feels a wave of frustration. Eating it works too. If he'd known that earlier, he never would have ruined the first batch just by touching it. While they're eating, a news report suddenly grabs their attention. It's about a 14-year-old genius girl who became the youngest cyborg in history after fusing with an energy core. According to the report, her energy system gives her superhuman power. She can lift a 5,000-kilogram SUV with one hand, run 100 meters in only 3 seconds, and jump 8 meters straight into the air. Watching the report, Lin Zichen can't help thinking about the question people in this world keep arguing over. Between the Kyoto prodigy's gene fusion path and this girl's cybernetic path, which one is actually stronger? His train of thought is cut off by another breaking news report. The broadcast says the security captain they met earlier, He Chunshan, was killed inside his own office. Surveillance footage shows a giant mutant rat breaking into the station, attacking him and devouring him. On the screen, medics wheel his body into an ambulance. Lin Zichen goes cold the moment he sees it. His mind jumps straight back to the oversized rat he noticed the night before, and he can't help wondering if the two are connected. For a moment, he pictures giant rats spreading through the whole city. And with the captain's death, one thing becomes painfully clear. The danger is getting worse. Staring at the screen, Lin Zichen makes up his mind. He can't put it off anymore. He has to train harder starting now. After the police captain's death, Lin Zichen throws himself into a brutal training routine. By the end of it, he can already run 100 meters in an astonishing 4.61 seconds. His physical strength shoots up too. His vertical jump reaches 5.3 meters, and with one hand alone, he can lift a terrifying 1,200 kilograms. And on top of training by himself, he keeps practicing with the school martial arts team too, trying to raise his strength as fast as possible before the coming tournament. The next morning at school, he heads for the gym to train, with Shin Qinghan trailing curiously behind him. On the way there, a pink-haired girl walks up with a bright smile and offers Lin Zichen a bottle of fresh milk. Lin Zichen politely thanks her, turns it down, and keeps walking with Shin Qinghan, leaving the girl standing there disappointed. Not far away, Zhang Kai sees the whole thing. His fist tightens on the spot. The guy who beat him at the sports meet just brushed off a gift from the girl he likes. Unable to hold it in any longer, Zhang Kai storms over and blocks their path. He immediately starts laying into Lin Zichen, saying his manners are terrible and accusing him of hurting the girl's feelings. Lin Zichen stays calm and explains that he's allergic to milk, but Zhang Kai refuses to believe him and flat out calls him a liar. That only makes Zhang Kai even more worked up. Pointing right at him, he challenges Lin Zichen to a spar and lays out the terms. If Zhang Kai loses, he'll never bother him again. But if Lin Zichen loses, he has to drink the entire bottle of milk. Right as the challenge is thrown down, a new system notification suddenly appears. A fresh achievement mission has been activated. Defeat 1,000 different opponents in formal competition to obtain the survival of the fittest biological trait. A sly smile slowly spreads across Lin Zichen's face. This is exactly the kind of opportunity he's been waiting for. Wrapped in a faintly threatening purple aura, he accepts the challenge without a second of hesitation, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Word of the match spreads through the school almost instantly. 2 students excitedly run off to watch the fight between the popular junior, Lin Zichen, and an upperclassman. By the time everything is ready, the gym is already packed. Students crowd into a huge circle around the sparring area. The atmosphere in the room is clearly on Lin Zichen's side. A bunch of girls in the crowd cheer for him and shout for him to teach Zhang Kai a lesson, including the pink-haired girl from earlier, who already has her phone out and ready to record. Zhang Kai lets out a cold scoff, obviously irritated that everyone already seems convinced he's going to lose. Deep down, even he has to admit Lin Zichen's talent has exploded over the last month. To him, this match feels like his last chance to put the rising genius back in his place and prove he's still the stronger one. Compared to all that tension, Lin Zichen looks completely at ease. He casually says he still needs to get home for dinner and asks if they can finish this quickly. Zhang Kai takes that as a direct insult. With a smirk, he says fine, then he'll make it quick. Coach Gua steps between them as the referee. Raising one hand, he gets ready to start the match and reminds both of them of the rules. But just before the fight begins, Zhang Kai suddenly tells everyone to wait. Wearing a smug grin, he says he'll give Lin Zichen a handicap. After all, he's been training for nearly 2 years, while Lin Zichen has only been at it for about a month. To make things fair, Zhang Kai declares that he'll let Lin Zichen take the first 3 moves. Lin Zichen simply says okay, and the instant the word leaves his mouth, he explodes forward. In one blur, he closes the distance so fast that Zhang Kai is caught completely off guard. Before Zhang Kai can even raise his guard, Lin Zichen drives out a single crushing punch. The hit lands with brutal force, and blood sprays from Zhang Kai's nose the moment it connects. He blacks out instantly and drops flat onto the gym floor. For a second, the entire gym freezes. Coach Gua's jaw drops as he stares in disbelief and blurts out that the match ended in 1 punch. The rest of the martial arts team and the crowd are just as stunned. They can't even process what they just saw. The whole duel was over in a single second. Then the silence finally breaks under a burst of cheers. Shen Qinghan throws her fist into the air and excitedly celebrates Lin Zichen's win. The other girls join in too, including the pink-haired girl, all of them shouting about how amazing he was. Standing over his beaten opponent, Lin Zichen gets a new system notification. It says that by defeating a rival and winning favor from the opposite sex, he has gained priority mating rights. More importantly, his new mission progress has moved to 1 out of 1,000. Looking at that number, he realizes he still has a very long way to go before unlocking the natural selection attribute. Wanting to speed things up, he turns toward the rest of the martial arts team, who are already staring at him in fear. With a friendly smile that somehow feels even more unsettling, he suggests that maybe they should spar too. The team members look back at him, and their faces go pale on the spot. Then the excuses start flying immediately. One says he has cram school. Another claims his mom is waiting at home for dinner. A few others suddenly start acting like they're not feeling well. Before anyone can slip away, Zhang Kai struggles back onto his knees. He refuses to accept the loss and angrily accuses Lin Zichen of winning with a sneak attack, swearing he'll crush him in a rematch. Coach Gua quickly steps in and tells Zhang Kai to accept defeat properly. Then, thinking out loud, he wonders whether that punch might have just been a lucky hit and decides to test that by sending in another team member, Xiao Lizi. The moment he hears his name, the spiky-haired boy freezes where he stands. Even after forcing himself into a fighting stance, he's obviously terrified. He practically begs Lin Zichen to go easy on him and, more than anything, not to hit his face. 10 minutes later, the result is obvious. Several members of the martial arts team are sprawled unconscious across the gym floor. Lin Zichen stands over them and notes that he really did hold back, only trading a few moves with each of them. But when he checks his system again, disappointment hits him. Aside from that first victory, none of these extra spars counted toward the achievement. His rival count is still only 1 out of 1,000. That's when it clicks. Friendly sparring doesn't count. If he wants progress, he has to beat people in official competition. Just as he's turning that over in his head, a hand lands on his shoulder. Coach Gua is standing there with a wild grin, declaring that Lin Zichen really is a true genius. The coach excitedly says that in just over a month, this newcomer has already become the ace of the team. Overflowing with confidence, he declares that with Lin Zichen leading them, their school is going to crush every other team and take first place in this year's regional martial arts tournament. While Coach Gua is busy celebrating, Lin Zichen suddenly sees the path ahead clearly. The coach is right. The upcoming tournament is the perfect chance to face a whole batch of official opponents at once. And as long as he beats them there, every win should count toward his progress. His train of thought is broken when the defeated Zhang Kai calls out his name. Now that he's regained consciousness, Zhang Kai slowly pushes himself back to his feet, points at Lin Zichen, and formally admits defeat with a bizarre, way too graphic declaration of submission. The words that come out of Zhang Kai's mouth are so bizarre that everyone there, Shen Qinghan, Coach Gua, even Lin Zichen, just freezes in place, stunned and deeply uncomfortable. With the match over, the crowd and even Coach Gua quickly scatter, leaving Zhang Kai standing there alone, still complaining that he hadn't even finished saying what he wanted to say. In this world, high school students eventually have to choose between the martial path and the academic path. And with how dangerous things have become, martial arts is clearly seen as the better road. Not wanting to fall behind, Shin Qinghan decides to join the martial track too. And from then on, she starts training hard right alongside Lin Zichen. Their routine is no joke. First comes a 3,000-meter run, then a full hour of hand-to-hand practice. After that, they move on to sit-ups and push-ups to build more strength. And to finish each training session, Lin Zichen gives Shin Qinghan a massage to loosen up her overworked muscles. Of course, Lin Zichen doesn't go easy on himself either. Every single day, he pushes his own body to the limit, all for one reason: win the tournament as quickly as possible and unlock the natural selection attribute. Then a month passes, and now the time to test all that training has finally arrived. The day of the regional martial arts tournament is here, and Lin Zichen is ready to step in. The tournament is being held in a massive city gymnasium, packed with spectators gathered around the central ring. Back in the waiting area, the atmosphere is heavy. Coach Gua nervously checks the roster and complains that Shanghai High ended up drawing the strongest team there, Shanghai No. 1 High. Another teammate only makes things worse by pointing out that one of their opponents can run the 100-meter dash in under 9 seconds, making the whole team feel even more outclassed. Seeing how low everyone's spirits are, Lin Zichen calmly raises a hand and volunteers to go first. Coach Gua is still nervous, but in the end, he nods and lets his ace take the stage. As Lin Zichen walks out into the arena, Shin Qinghan cheers for him from the sidelines while Coach Gua shouts encouragement through a megaphone. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen quietly settles into position and gets ready to fight. His opponent steps up next, a student from Shanghai No. 1 High who's much taller and far more muscular. He admits that for a first-year student, Lin Zichen did pretty well just making it into the tournament. But the compliment doesn't last long. His tone quickly turns mocking as he sneers that this stage isn't for some short kid who hasn't even hit 1.7 meters. Then he flexes an arm and promises to show Lin Zichen what a real difference in height and strength looks like. The referee gives the signal and the match begins. The bigger student charges in first and throws a heavy punch. But to his shock, Lin Zichen doesn't retreat at all. He slips past the blow with ease and fires back with a fast punch straight into the other boy's chest. The impact is brutal. That single hit sends the massive student flying backward across the arena before he crashes down unconscious. Even the announcer goes silent for a second before finally stammering out the winner's name: Lin Zichen. At the edge of the ring, Shin Qinghan jumps up excitedly and cheers that her Xiao Chun was incredible. The rest of the Shanghai High team explodes in celebration too, crowding around Coach Gua and shouting that Lin Zichen is insane, while brushing off the other guy's muscles as nothing but dead weight. Over on the other side, the coach from Shanghai No. 1 High is furious. He tears into his defeated student for rushing in blindly and not using his footwork at all. Back in the ring, Lin Zichen gets a new system notification confirming that he has defeated another tournament rival. His ranking improves, and his elimination count rises to 2 out of 1,000. He clenches his fist, satisfied now that official matches really are the key to moving forward. The opposing coach immediately decides he has to stop this. He calls up the next fighter, a boy named Chun Feng, and orders him to crush the first-year student as fast as possible. Chun Feng calmly agrees. He steps onto the stage and takes his stance, looking much more composed than the last guy. The announcer gives the signal, and the second match begins. Right away, Chun Feng shows off much cleaner technique, moving with amazing speed and launching a non-stop flurry of attacks. Lin Zichen stays calm through all of it and blocks one of Chun Feng's heavy kicks with a single hand. But the force of that block throws Chun Feng's whole body off balance, sending him spinning wildly through the air before he slams down onto the arena floor. And just like that, he hits the ground and lies there completely unconscious. Medical staff rush in with a stretcher and carry Chun Feng away, saying he needs a head scan. The audience is left totally confused. People start whispering to each other, trying to figure out what they just saw, and some decide the Shanghai High student must just be absurdly lucky. A few angry spectators even start shouting that the tournament has to be rigged and demand their money back. But the coach from Shanghai No. 1 High knows better. Holding his head in frustration, he slowly realizes the truth with growing dread. This isn't luck. The first year from Shanghai High really is that strong. Back in the waiting area, the coach quickly changes tactics. He calls up his next fighter, a spiky-haired boy named Gao Fei, and gives him strict instructions to focus only on defense, warning him that this match cannot be lost. But Gao Fei is full of confidence. Calm as ever, he tells his coach not to worry, because he's going to win. As he heads toward the ring, Gao Fei dismisses Lin Zichen's earlier wins in his own mind. He convinces himself that Lin Zichen isn't actually strong and only got by with tricks. With his own speed, fast enough to run 100 meters in under 9 seconds, plus his greater experience, Gao Fei is sure there's no way he can lose. The crowd is already buzzing about him. People talk about Gao Fei's reputation and marvel at how fast he is. Someone even mentions that his father is a gene fusion user, which explains his enhanced ability. Most of the crowd believes Lin Zichen's streak is finally about to end, even if they still admit he has serious talent. The announcer signals for the third duel to begin. Ignoring everything his coach just told him, Gao Fei attacks right away. He lunges in with a strong kick, chains together rapid strikes, and then unleashes his special technique, the flowing water-shattering rock fist. Watching from outside the ring, his coach erupts in anger and yells at him for rushing in and attacking. Gao Fei scoffs at the idea of playing defense, convinced a genius like him has no need for it. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen slips around every blow with ease, finds the technique genuinely interesting, and decides to learn it right there on the spot. As the exchange drags on, Gao Fei starts getting visibly irritated because not a single hit is landing. Finally, out of breath, he stops and demands to know how Lin Zichen keeps dodging everything. Lin Zichen doesn't look bothered at all. He just calmly asks whether Gao Fei has any other moves, openly taunting him. That sends Gao Fei straight over the edge. Furious, he throws himself into another desperate barrage of punches. But after seeing the same patterns again, Lin Zichen decides he's watched enough. He thinks to himself, alright, that's enough. Then he casually slips past the final punch and drives one powerful kick straight into Gao Fei's midsection, ending the match on the spot. For a moment, the entire arena falls silent again. Everyone is just staring in disbelief. Then the next second, that silence shatters as Shanghai High's side erupts into deafening cheers. Coach Gua and Shin Qinghan are so fired up they can hardly stay still, shouting at the top of their lungs that Xiao Chun is an absolute beast after pulling off his third straight victory. After that, the rest of the tournament barely feels like a challenge. The teams he faces next are even weaker, and he cuts straight through them one after another, taking out all 5 fighters on the opposing side by himself without even looking strained. And for the next 2 days, things keep playing out the same way. He dominates every round he enters and single-handedly crushes 2 more schools along the way. With that overwhelming run, he carries Shanghai High all the way to the championship. And once it's over, he stands proudly beside his teammates as they pose together with the trophy and their medals. But the second he opens his system, the mood drops. His rival count is only 16 out of 1,000. One look at that number, and all the excitement fades. At this rate, unlocking the natural selection attribute is going to take forever. Still, even if the quest progress is crawling forward, there is at least one nice surprise. He never thought Coach Gua would be this generous. But when everything is settled, most of the tournament prize money ends up in his hands, a full 20,000 yuan. Once he adds that to what he already made from academic competitions, he's sitting on around 30,000 yuan. But that money doesn't stay with him for long. The moment he gets it, he goes straight to the supermarket and spends every last bit on a massive supply of ghost shadow squid meat. For the next several weeks, that expensive beast meat becomes part of every single meal. After eating through 30 gene of it, his ghost shadow squid codex finally climbs to 33%. All that brutal training, along with the constant beast meat intake, is finally starting to show results. By the time he enters his second year of middle school, he breaks through again, going from ordinary Tier 3 to Tier 4. His body reaches a whole new level. Now he can casually lift 1,890 kilograms with one hand, jump 5.65 meters straight into the air, and run 100 meters in just 4.49 seconds. Time moves fast, and before long, both he and Shin Qinghan graduate from Shanghai's middle school division. But when the high school entrance exam results finally come out, it suddenly seems like the two of them may have to go their separate ways. In her room, Shin Qinghan sits there crying her eyes out. She asks Lin Zichen why, even after trying so hard, they still can't end up at the same high school. He explains that even though he ranked first in both liberal arts and martial arts, and her academic scores were strong, her martial arts results still wasn't enough to get her into Shanghai High's elite class. As Lin Zichen tries to calm her down, Shin Qinghan tearfully asks what they're supposed to do now. He tells her the principal of Shanghai High is coming to his house to recruit him, then asks if she wants to come with him. Still feeling helpless, she wipes her tears and says it has nothing to do with her anyway. In her mind, the principal is obviously only coming because of him. Lin Zichen reaches over, grabs her hand, and pulls her up before leading her out of the room. He tells her not to worry, because he's already thought of something. Then he reveals the condition he plans to give Shanghai High. Shin Qinghan has to be placed in the same class as him as his deskmate. And just like he said, the principal of Shanghai High soon arrives at Lin Zichen's home. She sits down with him, his mother, and Shin Qinghan, and the talk about his future goes on for hours. Throughout the entire conversation, one thing is obvious. The principal wants him to stay at Shanghai High no matter what. By the time the meeting finally comes to an end, the principal stands up to leave. But before she goes, she gives Lin Zichen one last promise. If he stays at Shanghai High, then whatever request he makes, she'll agree to it. Lin Zichen doesn't hesitate. Calmly, he states his one and only condition. Shen Qinghan must be allowed to stay in the same class as him. The principal turns toward the clearly nervous Shen Qinghan and asks her to confirm her name. She agrees without a second of hesitation. Then, smiling, she tells them both to report to Shanghai High together once the new school year begins. Overjoyed, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan quickly thank her. And with their high school future finally settled, Lin Zichen heads into the last junior high martial arts tournament of his life. Just like everyone expected, his overwhelming strength carries the team to another championship. This time, he decides to use the prize money to finally complete the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex. He was only 20% away, and these new winnings are enough to push that progress bar all the way to 100%. Not knowing what kind of change might happen once it finishes, he goes alone to a quiet forest outside Shanghai, just in case. Not wanting to waste even a moment, he immediately starts absorbing the life essence from the last remaining squid meat. A powerful blue energy instantly wraps around his body, and a system notification appears, confirming that he's taking in a massive amount of essence. The instant that final wave of power hits him, his eyes go wide. Right after that, the Codex progress bar reaches 100%. A new notification pops up, telling him he has successfully unlocked the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex and obtained a new biological attribute, Blessing of Liquid Affinity. The ability increases his affinity with water, allowing him to move freely in aquatic environments and even vanish within them. But once everything settles, he just stands there alone in the quiet forest, holding those drooping squid tentacles, and can't help feeling a little disappointed. This new ability really doesn't seem all that amazing. Still not very impressed, Lin Zichen heads to a nearby pond to test it out for himself. And after trying it in practice, he realizes Blessing of Liquid Affinity does have a few useful effects. He can stay soaked for a long time without his skin wrinkling, and swimming feels much easier now because the water resistance is lower. Other than that, though, there doesn't seem to be much more to it. Sitting in the water, he figures that since the Ghost Shadow Squid is only a low-tier beast, it makes sense the attribute wouldn't be especially strong. So he quickly comes to a new conclusion. If he wants better attributes in the future, then he'll either need enough money to buy higher-grade beast meat, or he'll have to become strong enough to hunt powerful wild mutant beasts himself. And the moment those giant mutant rats flash through his mind, his face tightens and his fist clenches. He needs to get stronger. With less than a week left before school starts, Lin Zichen's mother and Shan Qinghan's family decide to go on a trip together. Since he wants to understand his new liquid affinity better, Lin Zichen suggests they head to the beach. Standing in the sea, Shen Qinghan shivers and complains that the water is freezing. Lin Zichen, meanwhile, feels perfectly comfortable. He tells her to take her time, then dives straight in and starts cutting through the water at an unbelievable speed. As he moves through the sea, the system even starts rewarding him with stat points for swimming and diving. Back on shore, Shen Qinghan nervously calls out to him and asks if he can teach her how to swim too. Lin Zichen lifts his head out of the water and only then remembers that his childhood friend still doesn't know how to swim. So he starts teaching her the basics as patiently as he can. Since her athletic talent has always been pretty average, he naturally assumes she's going to struggle with it. But Shen Qinghan completely proves him wrong. Excited, she says swimming is way easier than she thought and that she picked it up right away, then slips into the water without any trouble at all. She moves through the water with surprising grace, then comes back up wearing a stunned look on her face. Even she can't believe she was able to dive that naturally without anyone really teaching her. Lin Zichen stares at her, stunned, as a strange blue watery aura seems to spread from her body. After coming back up, Shen Qinghan excitedly tells him how amazing it feels. She says opening your eyes underwater is supposed to sting, but for some reason, she doesn't feel any discomfort at all. If anything, the water feels cool and comfortable. Her reaction makes Lin Zichen go quiet. Watching her swim farther out, he starts putting the pieces together. Even someone naturally gifted in water shouldn't be able to pick everything up that fast. The speed she's adapting at is clearly abnormal. And then, all at once, something clicks in his mind. He suddenly remembers that whenever Shen Qinghan gets nervous, she's always had a bedwetting problem. And for the first time, he starts to wonder if that weakness was actually a sign of unusually strong inborn water affinity. That thought instantly lights him up. He starts to believe she might really have some kind of special cultivation physique, just like the ones described in those Xianxia novels his parents read. Wanting to confirm that guess, the two of them keep diving deeper underwater. And the more they explore that world below the surface, the more Shun Qinghan's performance leaves him shocked. It doesn't take Lin Zichen long to notice something is seriously off. They have already been underwater for over 10 minutes, and for someone like Shun Qinghan who just started swimming, that should have been impossible. Then, while they're still moving through the water, Shun Qinghan's expression suddenly shifts. A strange swirling sound starts vibrating through the water around her. Both of them immediately lift their heads, trying to figure out where that noise is coming from. They shoot back up to the surface, and the moment they break through, Shun Qinghan cries out as glowing blue water starts spiraling around her body. Later that night, the two of them walk along the beach, and Lin Zichen finally brings up what happened out there. Still shaken, Shun Qinghan wraps her arms around herself and says that while she was underwater, she kept hearing strange, eerie sounds right beside her ear. Lin Zichen gently tries to settle her down and asks what the sound was like. She says she couldn't understand the language, but it sounded like a woman's voice, and it kept whispering in her ear until she came back to the surface. Seeing how scared Shun Qinghan still is, Lin Zichen takes her back to the hotel first. Later, he searches online for anything connected to that mysterious female voice, but he finds nothing at all. The whole thing keeps bothering him, and he can't get to sleep. So instead, he throws himself into training to burn off the tension. Right in the middle of doing 1,000 weighted sit-ups, a sudden burst of strength surges through his body, and a system notification appears. All that effort has finally paid off. He has broken through to ordinary tier 5. Caught off guard but clearly pleased, he immediately starts testing the changes in his body. It doesn't take long for him to realize that at tier 5, his strength is finally on par with a fully grown giant mutant rat. A sharp light flashes through his eyes as he clenches his fist. For the first time, ripping those beasts apart with his bare hands no longer feels out of reach. Wanting to test that new strength right away, he heads to the empty beach that same night. The improvement is massive. His 100-meter sprint has now dropped to just 3.64 seconds, and his vertical jump has risen to an incredible 6.98 meters. Then, to test his raw power, he walks up to a nearby car and finds that he can now lift the 1,600-kilogram vehicle with one hand. With that breakthrough behind him, life keeps moving. Before long, the vacation ends, and he and Shun Qinghan officially begin high school at Shanghai High. On the very first day, they arrive early for class duty. Almost right away, two new girls in the class recognize him and start whispering excitedly about how handsome he is and how lucky they are to be cleaning with him. Lin Zichen is already surprised that his classmates know who he is, but then something even stranger happens. Just doing class duty triggers a brand new system quest. The achievement requires him to complete 1,000 cooperative tasks, and the reward is a new biological attribute called social animal. As he cleans the classroom with Shun Qinghan, he can't help wondering what kind of ability this one will turn into. Since the school year has only just begun, he takes the opportunity to stop by the Mammoth supermarket after class. Now that he has already unlocked the Ghost Shadow Squid Codex, he knows it's time to choose a new target. As he looks through the expensive beast meat section, one item suddenly catches his attention. Inside one of the refrigerated displays sits a packaged savage giant eagle head, priced at 1,998 yuan per gene. A slow grin spreads across his face as he reaches out and picks it up. He's already decided. This will be the next one. The savage giant eagle is a higher-tier aberrant beast than the ghost shadow squid. Its eyesight is unbelievably sharp, roughly 30 times better than a normal human's, which makes it a terrifying hunter, able to lock onto even the fastest prey and catch it with precision. Back in his room, Lin Zichen studies the eagle meat in silence. After thinking it over, he decides unlocking this codex is absolutely worth it, because improved vision would give him a huge advantage in combat. And at 1,998 yuan per gene, he figures it's actually one of the cheaper options available. He places his hand on the meat, and blue energy quickly spreads over it. A system notification appears right after, confirming that he has devoured a trace of the savage giant eagle's life essence and unlocked 1% of its codex. After doing the math, he quickly spots the problem. If one gene of meat only gives him 1% progress, then unlocking the full codex is going to cost over 200,000 yuan. Even so, he knows the prize money in high school tournaments is on a completely different level from middle school. With that in mind, he hardens his resolve and decides he has to fight even harder in competitions if he wants to unlock the Savage Giant Eagle Codex before reaching his second year. And just like that, with summer vacation over, Lin Zichen's high school life at Shanghai High officially begins. On the first day, the teachers start by introducing themselves one by one. The martial arts and homeroom teacher, the mechanical modification teacher, the gene fusion teacher, and the wilderness survival teacher. After that, the students are told to come up and introduce themselves too. A few students go first. One of them is a long purple-haired girl named Chuyu Tong, who says her specialty is the arts. After her comes an upbeat pink-haired girl named Zhong Yijia, who cheerfully talks about how much she loves anime, cosplay, and sports. Then a boy named Peng Huaguang stands up and says he likes staying at home and playing video games. Before long, it becomes Shen Qinghan's turn. The second everyone's eyes shift toward her, she visibly stiffens. Blushing with embarrassment, she stands up and manages to introduce herself as Shen Qinghan. She says she likes drawing and asks everyone to look after her going forward. After that, it's Lin Zichen's turn, and his introduction is even simpler. He stands and gives the shortest one in the whole class. He just says his name and asks for everyone's support. Once the introductions are over, the rest of the time passes quickly. Then a new brown-haired girl suddenly walks over to Shen Qinghan, leaving her a little startled. The girl wastes no time asking Shen Qinghan what score she got on the entrance exam. Caught completely off guard, Shen Qinghan nervously says she got 709 points, then asks the girl, Chu Rui, what score she got. Chu Rui's eyes immediately go wide. She blurts out that Shen Qinghan scored more than 10 points higher than her own 698. Then Chu Rui asks about her physical fitness score too, admitting that she only got 95 out of 100. That question makes Shen Qinghan tense up right away. She awkwardly says her score wasn't very good, while panicking inside because her 79 was so low she had nearly failed to get into the elite class at all. She's way too embarrassed to say it out loud. But Chu Rui completely misses the hint and keeps guessing anyway, asking if Shen Qinghan got a 94, or maybe a 93. Shen Qinghan lowers her head and quietly admits it was even lower than that. Chu Rui keeps tossing out guesses in the low 90s, and with every number, Shen Qinghan only gets more flustered. Then all of a sudden, a hand slams down onto the desk between them, making Chu Rui jolt. It's Lin Zichen. Leaning in like it's no big deal, he asks the startled girl if he can add her on WeChat. Chu Rui freezes for a second, then lights right up. A handsome guy is paying attention to her, so of course she says yes immediately. From her seat, Shen Qinghan finally lets out the breath she had been holding, relieved that Lin Zichen stepped in and pulled her out of that awkward exchange. Right after that, Lin Zichen turns to another male classmate, Hey you, and asks to exchange contact information with him too. After adding everybody, Lin Zichen immediately puts together a 4-person group chat right there on the spot. The second the chat is created, a system notification pops up, confirming that making the group counts as another completed cooperative task. His social animal progress rises to 2 out of 1,000, and he can't help thinking this quest may be easier than he first thought. With the group chat set up, the 4 of them start talking more and getting to know each other. Hiyu says he's from nearby Nanyuan City and comes from a famous martial arts family that runs its own dojo. He even proudly adds that he once placed 8th in the Nanyuan City Youth Martial Arts Competition. Chu Rui shares a little about herself too, saying her family owns a chain of clothing stores and is pretty well off. After Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan talk a bit about their own backgrounds as well, the 4 of them quickly start feeling like an actual little friend group. Just as the atmosphere starts settling in, Hiyu suddenly throws out a question. Who do they think is the strongest student in their class? Chu Rui doesn't even need a second to think. She points straight at Lin Zichen and says it has to be him, since he was the top scorer in the entire district on the entrance exam. That completely catches Hiyu off guard. He had no idea his new friend was that impressive. But Lin Zichen just brushes it aside and calmly says that being the top scorer doesn't necessarily mean being the strongest. Then Hiyu brings up something unexpected. According to him, the principal spent a huge amount of money to recruit 2 especially strong students from Nanyuan City into their class. He points them out right away. The first is a blonde-haired boy named Wang Shuajia, the 3rd-ranked student in Nanyuan City, who can run 100 meters in 7.98 seconds. The second is a large, muscular guy named Lu Gang, who was born with incredible strength and can casually lift a 300-kilogram barbell with one hand. Shen Qinghan and Chu Rui are both obviously impressed, and a little intimidated too. Lin Zichen, though, doesn't react at all. In his eyes, those numbers stopped matching a long time ago, since he had already surpassed them back in elementary school. Before long, the bell rings again, and the next class is textbook distribution. There are 4 main subjects this semester: martial arts, gene fusion, mechanical modification, and wilderness survival. Since Lin Zichen has already taught himself all of it ahead of time, he decides to use that extra time to slip off somewhere quiet and train. While he's training, his mind drifts back to the larger threat still hanging over everything. The Rat God cult is still out there. The police only caught some low-level followers, but the Rat King himself, their real leader, is still missing. That thought only hardens his resolve. He clenches his fist and tells himself he has to get stronger as fast as possible, at least to tier 6, the level he believes would finally let him face even the Rat King. Their first hands-on class is wilderness survival. Teacher Shi Changbei leads the students into a wooded area and asks if anyone knows how to start a fire by drilling wood. Hiyu mutters under his breath that it's a useless skill, but to everyone's surprise, both Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang step forward and actually manage to start fires using that primitive method. Teacher Shi Changbei looks genuinely impressed and asks the two of them where they learned to do that. Lu Gang says he picked it up at summer camp, while Wang Shuajie casually says he taught himself by watching videos online. Once they're finished, Lin Zichen turns around and shows the same method to his own little group. Under his guidance, they pick it up quickly too. Later, during martial arts class, Teacher Yao Yuanfeng announces that he'll be teaching them a special breathing and cultivation method. Once again, Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang loudly say they already know it, clearly trying to show off in front of everyone. Their demonstration is a little rough, but they do manage it. Lin Zichen, who already knows it too, chooses to stay low-key. And just like that, more than a month passes without much going on. Then one day in mechanical modification class, Teacher Kai Yuanfei suddenly announces a test to see how much everyone has learned so far. To get the class excited, he adds a cash reward for the top 3 scores. 888 yuan for first place, 666 for second, and 333 for third. The moment Lin Zichen hears that, his eyes sharpen. In his head, he instantly works out that first place is almost enough to buy half a gene of savage giant eagle meat. Now fully motivated, he gets to work with the rest of the class and starts the exam. By pure coincidence, the gene fusion teacher, Lu Duran, has the exact same idea and gives them a surprise test too, with the same reward setup. By the time both difficult exams are finally over, the whole class is exhausted. Hiyu drops onto his desk and groans, while the rest of the class starts complaining about how brutal the questions were. One girl lets out a sigh and says she had been hoping for a 90, but now she'd be lucky to even scrape by with a 60. While everyone else is still grumbling, Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang start bragging like none of it mattered. Lu Gang asks Wang Shuajie how he did, and Wang Shuajie confidently says he should get a 95 since he only got stuck on the last part of the final problem. Lu Gang casually says same here, and that he also expects a 95. Hearing that smug back and forth, Hiyu glares at them from under lowered brows, his fists clenched beneath the desk like he wants to punch both of them. Soon, the mechanical modification results are announced. Teacher Kai Yuanfei reads through the scores, saying that Gui Yunling got 52 points, while Shun Qinghan managed to pass with 61. The second she hears that, Shun Qinghan turns to Lin Zichen with bright eyes and tells him she passed. He smiles and congratulates her, saying all her hard work paid off. Then the teacher keeps reading and announces that Hiyu scored an impressive 88. His friends immediately start praising him, and Hiyu modestly says he just got lucky, then happily promises to treat everyone to a meal with his 333 yuan third-place prize. Next, Teacher Kai Yuanfei confirms that Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie both scored 95, exactly like they predicted. He even praises them, saying they were only one question away from getting a perfect score. Wang Shuajie immediately says that if he had just been given 10 more minutes, he definitely would have solved the last problem. Lu Gang nods right along with him. Listening to them keep showing off, Hiyu gets even more annoyed, but he still comforts himself with one thought. At least third place is still his. But then Teacher Kai Yuanfei reveals something that stuns the entire room. Even with how difficult the test was, one student got a perfect score. Lin Zichen 100 points. Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang both freeze, then blurt out that there's no way. To them, that score sounds completely absurd. The rest of the class erupts into cheers. Even Hiyu, who just lost his prize ranking, joins right in. Shin Qinghan and Chu Rui are thrilled too, celebrating Lin Zichen's win like it reflects on all of Shanghai. Lin Zichen barely reacts to the praise at all. The only thing he really cares about is the money. So he raises his hand and directly asks Teacher Kai when the 888 yuan first-place prize will be given out. Teacher Kai says he'll send it later, though privately, he can't help finding Lin Zichen's obsession with prize money a little strange. An hour later, the gene fusion exam results are announced too. This time, Teacher Lu Duran is the one reading them, and unlike before, the Nanyuan pair doesn't do nearly as well. Lu Gang scores 81, and Wang Shuajie gets 83. Those are still solid results, but the disappointment on their faces is obvious. Meanwhile, Shin Qinghan does surprisingly well and scores 78, putting her in the top 5. She happily celebrates with Chu Rui. Then, to the shock of the entire class, Lin Zichen grabs another perfect score and easily wins yet another cash prize. That second crushing loss hits Hiyu, Wang Shuajie, and Lu Gang especially hard, leaving all three of them visibly deflated. Unable to accept it, Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang start questioning how anyone could possibly get full marks on a test that hard, openly implying that Lin Zichen must have seen the answers in advance. Teacher Kai Yuanfei shuts that down immediately and speaks in a firm voice, saying something like that is impossible. He explains that he personally wrote every question himself, and none of the answers can be found online, so cheating was never even an option. After hearing that, the two of them have nothing left to say. Their classmates are nowhere near that forgiving. He Yu and Chu Rui start laughing right on the spot, openly mocking Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang for acting like sore losers. He Yu even calls them the shame of Nanyuan City, and Chu Rui jumps in too, saying the rudest and ugliest people always make the biggest scene. After lunch, the practical exam for wilderness survival officially begins. Teacher Shi Chongbei explains that the reward setup is the same as before, with cash prizes for the top three. This practical exam has 3 parts: climbing, swimming, and starting a fire through friction. After getting crushed in the written tests, Wang Shuajie turns to Lu Gang and says they have to win their pride back in the practical exam. Lu Gang agrees immediately. The two of them glare at Lin Zichen and silently swear that this time, they're going to crush him and wash away that humiliation. The first event is climbing, where everything comes down to speed. And just like everyone would expect, Lin Zichen completely dominates with his superior physical ability. He shoots up the rock wall at an unbelievable pace, leaves the Nanyuan pair far behind, and takes first place without any trouble. The tree climbing event plays out exactly the same way. Lin Zichen takes first again, while Wang Shuajie can only complain bitterly that he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Lin Zichen's shadow. But even while he's winning that easily, Lin Zichen's mind is already on Shin Qinghan. And just like he expected, Shin Qinghan struggles badly in the climbing event and finishes dead last. Even so, Lin Zichen isn't worried. He knows where her real talent is, and he's sure she'll find her rhythm once the swimming round begins. Next comes the fire starting section. With that prize money on the line, Lin Zichen knows he can't relax now. He immediately gets to work with full focus, and in just 58 seconds he gets the fire going. Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang can only stare, completely unable to understand how he manages to be absurdly fast at everything, especially with hands moving that quickly. The final part of the wilderness survival exam is swimming, and this time, it's Shin Qinghan's stage. Relying on her natural affinity with water, she cuts through it at amazing speed and completely leaves the Nanyuan duo behind, dealing their confidence yet another crushing hit. Wang Shuajie can only stare in disbelief, unable to figure out how Shin Qinghan suddenly became this explosive in the water, and for a second, he starts wondering if he's imagining it. After the exam, Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang go silent for a long while, but that silence doesn't last past lunch. That afternoon, the final exam begins in martial arts class. Teacher Yao Yuanfeng announces that it's time to test everyone's progress through sparring matches, and the moment he mentions prizes for the top 3, the whole class gets fired up again. For Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang, that announcement lights the fire right back up. They grit their teeth and tell themselves this is their chance to take their pride back. In their minds, this is martial arts class now, where real physical ability and actual fighting skill matter. If Lin Zichen can't back it up here, then none of those other scores mean anything. Before the sparring begins, Teacher Yao has everyone do a physical test as a warm-up, measuring their 100-meter sprint, one-hand barbell lift, and vertical jump. Even while deliberately holding back so he doesn't stand out too much, Lin Zichen still puts up ridiculous numbers. He runs the 100 meters in 7.78 seconds, lifts a 330-kilogram barbell with one hand, and reaches a 2.18-meter vertical jump. Even after holding himself back, he still takes first in every category, only edging out the Nanyuan duo by a little on purpose. Once again, the two of them are left stunned. Wang Shuajie can't understand how Lin Zichen is somehow even faster than he is, while Lu Gang is thrown off by the fact that someone who doesn't look especially muscular could have that much strength. Trying to steady themselves, Wang Shuajie reminds Lu Gang that losing the physical test doesn't mean losing the sparring matches. Real combat still depends on technique too, so the two of them cling to that last bit of hope, believing their better technique might still give them a chance. After the test, everyone heads over to the sparring area for the matches. Wanting to make progress on his survival of the fittest achievement, Lin Zichen is the first one to step into the ring. But after everything he just showed, nobody dares challenge him. Even Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang hold back and choose to watch first. When the standoff goes on too long, the teacher steps in and calls out a student named Lu Wei, ordering him to spar with Lin Zichen. The two of them step forward and face each other, but the match is basically over before it even begins. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Zichen ends it instantly with one brutal punch that sends Lu Wei flying out of the ring. After that, he tears through the rest of his opponents at top speed, dropping one classmate after another with the same clean, ruthless efficiency. Watching all of this, Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang sink into complete despair. Wang Shuajie finally realizes just how terrifying Lin Zichen really is, and a chill runs down his spine as he starts to suspect Lin Zichen wasn't even serious during the physical test. At that point, he can't even imagine how anyone is supposed to fight a monster like that. Just when the two of them are at their lowest, Hiyu suddenly jumps into the ring and shouts out Lu Gang's name. Pointing straight at him, Hiyu declares that he's fully warmed up and at his peak, then openly challenges him to a fight. Lu Gang has more than enough frustration to vent, so he accepts without hesitation. In his mind, maybe he can't beat Lin Zichen, but taking down Hiyu should be easy. He even vows to flatten him in 30 seconds. With a loud shout, Hiyu charges in first, and the two of them crash into a rapid exchange of blows. But the gap in strength is obvious. Lu Gang catches Hiyu's kick with ease, then swings him around with brute force and hurls him straight out of the ring. Hiyu slams hard into the ground, already defeated and vomiting from the impact. Standing there after the win, Lu Gang looks down at his fallen classmate and gives him a backhanded compliment. He admits that Hiyu probably has the best fighting technique in the class, but then smugly adds that he's still better. Right after that victory, Lu Gang turns and sees Lin Zichen walking toward him. As calm as ever, Lin Zichen challenges him to spar. Deep down, he sees this as the perfect chance to push his achievement progress a little further. Fresh off the win and full of confidence, Lu Gang lets out a smug grin and accepts on the spot, saying he isn't scared at all. Lu Gang wastes no time and comes in hard with a heavy punch, but the difference between them becomes obvious the second he moves. Lin Zichen slips to the side at blinding speed, dodging so cleanly it almost leaves afterimages behind him. Before Lu Gang can even process what happened, Lin Zichen snaps back with a fast, sharp kick. The blow lands squarely across Lu Gang's back and sends him straight out of the ring. One hit and it's over. With both members of the Nanyuan pair already down, the rest of the class immediately turns to the last one left. They start shouting at Wang Shuajie, asking if he's going to avenge his bro, saying all of Nanyuan's pride is resting on him now, and mocking him not to chicken out. Fed up with the noise, Wang Shuajie snaps at everyone to shut up and says he was going to fight anyway. Then he charges straight into the ring to face Lin Zichen. Standing in front of an opponent who feels overwhelmingly strong, Wang Shuajie forces himself to steady his nerves. In his heart, he tells himself that whatever is coming, and somehow he has to find a way to win. With that resolve, Wang Shuajie roars that he's going all out and throws himself at Lin Zichen in a furious attack. But it changes nothing. Lin Zichen casually catches the punch with one hand, then answers with a single crushing strike that sends Wang Shuajie flipping through the air upside down. He crashes hard onto the gym floor, knocked out cold and foaming at the mouth, defeated just as easily as everyone else before him. With the Nanyuan duo out of the way, Lin Zichen calmly moves on through the rest of the boys in class, taking them down one after another with that same effortless efficiency. After beating every male student in the class, Lin Zichen checks his system. That's when he notices something important. Under the rules of the survival of the fittest achievement, defeating the same person more than once only counts a single time. That means the only opponents he still hasn't faced in class are the girls. He can't help wondering if any of them would even agree to spar with him. But to his complete surprise, they're more than willing. A whole group of girls gathers around at once, blushing, making heart signs, and eagerly asking when it will be their turn to fight him. The first one to step forward is Chu Yutong, who excitedly raises her hand and challenges him right away. She springs into the ring and rushes him with a burst of speed and agility that catches everyone off guard. Even so, Lin Zichen is still on a completely different level. He slips past her attack with ease, and all she can do is stare in amazement at how fast he is. She lands lightly, then lets out a disappointed sigh, frustrated that she got that close and still couldn't lay a finger on him. What surprises him even more is that after Chu Yutong loses, the other girls start volunteering too, one after another. Of course, Lin Zichen holds back much more when he's fighting them. He's not trying to hurt anybody. He just wants the official wins so he can finish his achievement as quickly as possible. Before long, Lin Zichen has sparred with every girl in class. But even after beating every student, he's still nowhere near completing the task. That leaves him a little disappointed, but his mood changes fast when teacher Yao Yuanfeng suddenly announces some good news. After praising the class, he reminds them that as elite students, they need to learn how to challenge people above their level. Then he reveals that in 1 month, their class will be facing the strongest regular class in the second year, and he expects them to be ready. Lin Zichen had just been frustrated over not having enough opponents to speed up his survival of the fittest achievement. So the moment he hears that, his eyes light up. To him, this basically sounds like a fresh batch of opponents being delivered right to him. After class ends, a much humbler Lu Gang walks over to Lin Zichen. He admits he underestimated the school and says that from now on, Lin Zichen will be his rival for the next 3 years. Lin Zichen, meanwhile, is already calculating something else. If the teacher really plans to keep challenging other classes like this, then finishing his achievement within a year might actually be possible. Wang Shuajie comes over too and swears that before graduation, he'll erase the humiliation of this defeat. But Lin Zichen is focused on something far more practical. After a quick calculation, he realizes he's already earned over 3,000 yuan from exam prizes alone. That instantly puts him in a better mood, because now he can buy more beast meat. He clenches his fist in excitement and completely ignores the Nanyuan duo, leaving both of them standing there furious after being brushed aside so casually. That night, back in his room, Lin Zichen goes over his finances again. Even with the prize money he just earned, it's still nowhere near enough to cover all the beast meat he needs. So to make more money, he decides to follow in his parents' footsteps and register as a web novel author, starting his own writing career. And thanks to his celestial root of wisdom, his writing turns out to be exceptionally strong. The very next morning, he notices a contract invitation from the Yuowin platform in his messages. After signing it, another piece of news from that same day catches his attention. The report is about a horrifying incident that happened just 2 hours earlier. A giant mutant rat attacked a frozen meat cold storage facility on the outskirts of the city. As Lin Zichen reads on, the details get even more terrifying. The mutant rat was over 5 meters long, and it was so powerful that it bit a responding cyborg clean in half. In one final desperate move, the trapped cyborg activated its hidden backup energy core and self-destructed, trying to take the monster down with it. The explosion that followed was enormous, and the giant mutant rat was blown to pieces on the spot. Reading that report, Lin Zichen goes still. He stares at the picture of the monstrous rat and feels a chill creep through him. Just how many giant mutant rats are hiding in Shanghai City? And if monsters that huge really exist, then where could they possibly be hiding? Before long, the day arrives for the sparring session against the strongest regular class in the second year, and the students gather inside the Shanghai High Gymnasium. Right before the match, teacher Yao Yuanfeng gathers his strongest fighters for a strategy talk. He warns them that while their top students are strong, the other class is stronger overall and will probably rely on defensive tactics to drag the fights out. Because of that, he tells them they need to finish their matches as quickly as possible. The second the meeting ends, Lin Zichen heads straight for the ring. Since he's eager to defeat as many new opponents as possible for his survival of the fittest achievement, he volunteers to go first without any hesitation. His opponent is a tall second-year girl with long blonde hair. The moment she sees who she's up against, she immediately starts complaining to her teacher. She points out that the elite class sent their strongest fighter out first, says she's the weakest student in her own class, and asks how she's supposed to fight him at all. The second teacher Yao Yuanfeng hears that. He storms over to the opposing teacher, an older man he calls Brother Feng. Clearly annoyed, he accuses him of breaking the usual class sparring rules, where the weakest students are supposed to go first. He demands to know why the other side sent out their strongest student in the opening match. To settle it, teacher Yao tells Lin Zichen to step down from the ring for now. He says Lin Zichen can go later, and the weaker students should fight first. Lin Zichen has no choice but to agree, so he reluctantly steps back down. Teacher Yao then points at Zhong Yijia and tells her to go first, but she freezes and immediately protests that she isn't ready. Seeing that opening, Shen Qinghan steps forward on her own. She volunteers to fight and tells teacher Yao that since she's the weakest one, she should be the first to go. Shen Qinghan walks into the ring nervously to face the tall blonde girl, and the tension on her face is impossible to miss. From the sidelines, her classmates immediately start shouting encouragement. Chu Rui, He Yu, and the others cheer for Han Han as loudly as they can. But instead of calming her down, all that attention only makes Shen Qinghan even more nervous. The match begins, and the blonde girl wastes no time throwing a heavy punch. Shen Qinghan barely manages to block it. Even though she's clearly at a disadvantage, Shen Qinghan refuses to back down. She already knows she probably can't win, so she makes up her mind to last as long as she can. Instead of attacking, she commits fully to defense and tries to wear her opponent down. And surprisingly, the plan actually works. 3 minutes later, the blonde girl is already breathing hard and looking annoyed by how stubborn Shen Qinghan is. Realizing she'll lose the stamina battle if this keeps going, she decides she has to end it now. So she lunges in with one final punch meant to settle the match. This time, the hit lands, and Shin Qinghan goes down. When she gets back to her feet, the embarrassment is written all over her face. But teacher Yao Yuanfeng immediately gives her a thumbs up and praises her performance. He tells her she did a great job and that her defensive strategy was actually very smart. Lin Zichen steps in too and gently pats her on the head to comfort her. He tells her she did well, especially since she lasted more than 3 minutes against a senior with a full extra year of training. He reminds her that she's already improved a lot. Hearing that, Shin Qinghan looks up at him and finally smiles. After Shin Qinghan loses, another brown-haired girl from the elite class steps into the ring. She immediately notices that the senior is already getting tired from the previous fight, and decides to take advantage of that opening. She rushes in and throws a strong kick, but the more experienced senior slips past it easily and counters with a fast punch to the face. The brown-haired girl is overwhelmed almost instantly and gets pinned to the ground, crying out in pain before she has no choice but to surrender. Standing over her, the senior mockingly asks if she really thought so little of the regular class that she would charge in that recklessly. She keeps mocking her, saying that even if the girl has more talent, she still has a full extra year of training behind her. Then she dismissively tells her to come back and try again after another year. Right at that moment, Chu Rui steps forward. There's fire in her eyes as she says she'll avenge Shin Qinghan herself and take that senior down with her own hands. And she proves it instantly. Chu Rui shows exactly what she's made of, dropping the senior with one clean, heavy punch. Off to the side, Shin Qinghan instantly starts cheering, shouting out just how amazing Chu Rui was. Lin Zichen tells Shin Qinghan that she did well too. He says Chu Rui only made it look easy because Shin Qinghan had already worn that senior down first. Hearing that, Shin Qinghan lights up with a bright smile. 2 hours pass, and the sparring still hasn't ended. By now, the elite class has clawed its way back to an even score. Yao Yuanfeng walks over to the second-year teacher, Brother Feng, and starts needling him, pointing out that his class only has 4 fighters left and saying the bet is basically his. But the second he finishes talking, he turns back to his own students and warns them not to get careless. He reminds them the second-year class still has 4 true heavy hitters left: Lin Zichen, Wang Shujia, Lu Gang, and He Yu. The real battle starts here, and almost on cue, He Yu is called up next. He cracks his knuckles, tightens his jaw, and leaps into the ring with a flashy landing that slams hard against the floor. After taking his stance, he throws on the drama and asks the senior in front of him if he's ready for these fists, because according to He Yu, they've been itching for a fight. The senior, a brown-haired boy, only gives him a smirk and tells him to stop acting like some overgrown kid. That hits a nerve immediately, and He Yu snaps off a fast kick without a second of hesitation. The senior is knocked straight to the ground and loses right there on the spot. Standing over him, He Yu sneers and asks where all that confidence went when his skills were this pathetic, then openly calls him trash. But just as He Yu starts celebrating, another senior steps into the ring. This one is clearly stronger, with hair tinted purple. He locks a cold stare on He Yu and calls him arrogant for talking so big. Then he rushes in without warning, throwing a heavy punch and declaring that he's about to teach this junior what real power feels like. But to his surprise, He Yu moves so fast the attack doesn't even touch him. In the very next second, He Yu fires back with a crushing kick that sends the senior flying and knocks him out cold. The moment the crowd sees that clean victory, Chu Rui and Shin Qinghan burst out cheering from the sidelines, yelling He Yu's name at the top of their lungs. With that momentum behind him, He Yu catches fire and starts tearing through his opponents one after another. Several more seniors go down in rapid succession. By the time He Yu wins 5 straight, he's still on his feet, but now he's clearly running on fumes and breathing hard. Even then, he forces himself to act tough and yells for the next one to get up there, bragging that he can still take 10 more. But anyone watching can tell he's almost spent. His streak finally ends when the 6th opponent brings him down. And with He Yu out, the elite class is suddenly in trouble. They only have 3 fighters left, while the second-year class still has 13. After He Yu falls, Wang Shujia is the next one to step forward. The instant he enters the ring, he goes all out. He tears through the lineup in a brutal streak, overwhelming 10 opponents by himself with non-stop punches and kicks. But even Wang Shujia has his limits. Once the 11th match begins, too much stamina has already been burned away, and he's finally defeated. After that, Lu Gang takes the stage. In under 10 minutes, he puts down 2 more of the other side's top fighters. Now that the second-year class is down to its final fighter, Yao Yuanfeng smugly tells Brother Feng he might as well surrender now. But Brother Feng doesn't look worried at all. A faint smirk crosses his face as he calls out his last student, Wang Jinhei, and says it's his turn. A huge figure steps forward, an oversized student who completely towers over Lu Gang. Even facing someone that massive, Lu Gang doesn't take him seriously. To him, this is just a fatter target. So he charges in right away, fully convinced he can put him down. His punch lands square in the center of Wang Jinhei's massive stomach. But to Lu Gang's shock, it does absolutely nothing. The impact feels like he just punched a wall made of rubber. Still, Lu Gang doesn't stop. He unleashes a rapid barrage of punches, but every single hit gets swallowed by that thick layer of fat without doing any damage at all. Before long, Lu Gang is bent over and panting, already realizing none of his attacks are working. Meanwhile, Wang Jinhei hasn't even moved a single step. He calmly looks down at Lu Gang and asks if he's finished, because now it's his turn. Before Lu Gang can even answer, Wang Jinhei suddenly reaches out and grabs him by the neck with terrifying strength. Then with one easy motion, he hurls Lu Gang straight out of the ring, takes the match, and leaves the elite class with only one fighter remaining. Seeing a monster like that, Yao Yuanfeng blurts out that he doesn't remember the second-year class ever having someone this strong. Brother Feng smirks and explains that Wang Jinhei is a transfer student who only arrived this semester. Then he reminds Yao Yuanfeng about their bet and says it looks like he'll be buying dinner for the entire second-year class. Realizing he'd walked straight into his rival's trap card, Yao Yuanfeng clenches his fist in frustration, worried that not even Lin Zichen can beat this monster. Even so, he doesn't let that show in front of his final student. He places a hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder and tells him it's his turn, encouraging him to just do his best and not carry too much pressure over the result, because this experience alone already matters. Lin Zichen simply smiles and calmly tells his teacher that he'll win, leaving Yao Yuanfeng completely speechless. As Lin Zichen steps into the ring, Wang Jinhei looks down at him with open disdain. In his eyes, this so-called final ace doesn't look impressive at all. Off to the side, Shen Qinghan, Chu Rui, and the rest of the girls from the elite class start shouting back at Wang Jinhei, calling him a smug fatso and yelling for Lin Zichen to put that dead pig in his place. All that trash talk gets under Wang Jinhei's skin, so he decides to make things fair. He tells Lin Zichen he's just going to stand there and give him 10 free shots. He says he doesn't want Lin Zichen and his little fangirls crying afterward, saying he only won because he was bullying someone smaller than him. Lin Zichen agrees immediately, looking perfectly satisfied with that arrangement. Wang Jinhei tells him not to hold back and to come at him with everything he has. Lin Zichen doesn't waste even a second. He steps in and drives one savage punch straight into that massive stomach. The hit is so absurd that Wang Jinhai's huge body lifts off the ground, spins through the air, and crashes to the floor, knocked out cold on the spot. For a brief second, both classes go dead silent. Then the elite class explodes into cheers, some of them nearly in tears as they celebrate Lin Zichen's unbelievable victory. A little later, Wang Jinhei finally starts to come around, still looking completely dazed. Half-conscious, he mumbles about where he is and what even happened, insisting this result makes no sense and isn't scientific at all. After the match, the second-year teacher walks over to Yao Yuanfeng, the elite class teacher. He remarks on how ridiculously strong Lin Zichen was and says that one-punch knockout of Wang Jinhei reminded him of a former prodigy named Wu Tianqing. Yao Yuanfeng says Lin Zichen is definitely strong, but he still hasn't reached Wu Tianqing's level. In his words, Wu Tianqing was such a monster that even the principal felt pressured by him back when he was only a first year. The moment Lin Zichen hears that name, he walks over and asks his teachers who Wu Tianqing is. Yao Yuanfeng immediately perks up and tells him Wu Tianqing was a legendary student from a few years ago. While still a first year, he took on the entire third-year elite class by himself and shocked the whole school administration. Then he starts listing Wu Tianqing's crazy first-year records: 6.12 seconds in the 100-meter dash, a 3.96-meter vertical jump, and a 650-kilogram one-handed barbell lift. After that, he asks Lin Zichen if that sounds impressive. Lin Zichen gives an awkward little smile and admits that, yeah, it's somewhat impressive. But in his head, he figures those numbers were only around the level he had back during summer break in 6th grade. That night, the whole class heads to a restaurant to celebrate the win. Teacher Yao Yuanfeng raises his soda for a toast and happily announces that since Lin Zichen brought them the victory, the second-year teacher had no choice but to honor the bet and pay for the whole meal. The entire class lifts their glasses and cheers for Lin Zichen. While everyone eats, Lin Zichen gets surrounded by classmates like Heiyu and Shu Rui. Now that he's suddenly famous across the school, everyone wants to know how he trained, and one after another, they keep trying to add him on WeChat. All that attention feels a little strange to him. In the middle of all that noise, he notices Shen Qinghan hasn't changed one bit. Worried he won't get the chance to eat, she quietly keeps placing food onto his plate. Partway through the celebration, Shen Qinghan's expression suddenly shifts. Looking flustered, She quickly tells Lin Zichen she needs to go to the restroom, then rushes off. Watching her leave, Lin Zichen notes to himself that some things may change, but her habit of needing to pee whenever she gets nervous or excited is still exactly the same. Inside the restroom, two girls from their class are standing there gossiping. One of them complains that Shin Qinghan acts like Lin Zichen's personal maid, always pouring his drinks and even peeling shrimp for him. The other girl agrees and sneers that someone as weak as Shin Qinghan probably only made it into the elite class by sucking up to him. She even says the two of them won't last anyway, because the gap in their strength is only going to pull them apart. Hidden nearby, Shin Qinghan hears every word, and it clearly cuts deep. But instead of shrinking back, she steps out and faces them. In a firmness neither of them expected, she tells the stunned girls that she is not a sycophant. She's his childhood friend. Later that night, the two of them walk home together, and Lin Zichen notices right away that she seems down. So he asks her what's wrong. With her head lowered, Shin Qinghan finally opens up. She says her mom always told her she'd grow out of wetting the bed eventually. But even now, she says in frustration, she still has to wear diapers every night when she sleeps. Then she looks up at him and says she feels disabled, like she can't even control her own bladder. Seeing how crushed she looks, Lin Zichen firmly tells Shin Qinghan that she is not disabled. He gently places his hands on her shoulders and tries to calm her down, telling her that what she sees as poor bladder control is actually a superpower that just hasn't fully awakened yet. Shin Qinghan looks up at him with wide eyes and asks if it really is a superpower. Lin Zichen says yes, then explains that her natural talent in the water is proof that power is already starting to show itself. Now curious, Shin Qinghan asks whether his own incredible abilities also come from having a superpower. Lin Zichen answers without missing a beat that they do. Just like her, he says he has a superpower too. That instantly gets Shin Qinghan excited, and she starts wondering what kind of power she might actually have. Lin Zichen tells her not to worry, because whatever it turns out to be, it's definitely going to be something strong. But before they can keep talking, something suddenly blocks their path. A special unit in protective gear is sealing off a building, while an officer with a megaphone warns everyone to stay back as they carry out a rat extermination. Their attention is drawn to the chaos inside. A man in an apron is frantically swinging a broom at a swarm of oversized rats, desperately trying to drive the exterminators away. He screams at the officers to stop and begs them not to kill his brothers. His face twists with pain and rage as he keeps shouting. Then, completely overtaken by anger, the man charges at the officers and yells that he'll fight them to the death. Watching the scene unfold, Shin Qinghan asks Lin Zichen if the man has gone crazy. Lin Zichen says it sure looks like it and guesses the man might be mentally ill, though he also says the whole thing is pretty sad. He tells her some people are just like that and says they should head home. Later that night, at Lin Zichen's house, he and his parents sit in front of the TV, watching a disturbing news report. The news anchor reports that a young female teacher who disappeared last week still hasn't been found. His mother, Zhang Wangxin, looks visibly shaken and says this is already the fourth young woman to disappear this month. But his father, Lin Yansheng, corrects her right away. Not the fourth, it's the fifth. The report then shows photos of the missing women, and every single one of them is young and beautiful. Soon after, a warning appears telling young women not to go out alone at night. Now clearly unsettled, Zhang Wangxin tells her son that he absolutely cannot let Shin Qinghan be out there by herself. Lin Zichen just smiles and reassures her that he'll watch over her. At that same time, over at a public security office in Shanghai, the man from the market has already been brought in. Inside, a doctor in a white lab coat is talking with one of the officers. The officer asks what the doctor thinks, wondering if the man might be mentally ill. But the doctor says he can't say for sure. He already tried speaking to the suspect, yet the man hasn't said a single word. That only leaves the officer even more confused, because back at the market, this guy had been screaming like crazy. Then all at once, the officer's expression changes. A horrible thought hits him. He and the doctor both snap their heads toward the suspect. The man is hunched over now, and a dark, sinister aura is starting to spread around him. Right in front of them, his body begins to twist and swell, transforming into a huge mutated rat monster. As the creature keeps growing, the terrified officer grabs his radio and screams for backup. In a panic, he calls for a cyborg unit, shouting that the suspect in the interrogation room is turning into a giant aberrant beast. The giant rat immediately goes berserk. A police squad opens fire at once, but the bullets barely do anything to stop it. As the officers fall back, a female officer reports that headquarters has already confirmed every cyborg unit is tied up on other missions. The director grimly says reinforcements won't arrive for another 10 minutes, and their ammo won't even last that long. Knowing they can't win in a direct fight, he orders everyone into the vehicle. If they can lure the monster out toward the suburbs, they might be able to buy some time. The female officer jumps into a police van and starts the engine, while another officer braces himself inside. The van tears through the city streets, while the giant rat chases from above, leaping across rooftops and buildings. The female officer tells them to go faster. Every extra second they buy could give the cyborgs more time to get there. The van races onto a mountain road and shoots into a tunnel, but the beast refuses to back off. With a terrifying roar, it charges closer, its giant mouth hanging open, packed with jagged teeth. Then it slams straight into the back of the van. The vehicle spins out, flips violently through the air, and crashes hard to the ground. Inside the wrecked van, the female officer hangs upside down, bruised and hurt. Despair spreads across her face as she realizes that even after all that, they still didn't make it. But just as the giant aberrant rat lets out a triumphant roar over the wreck, a massive explosion suddenly engulfs it whole. Backup has finally arrived, and it's a female cyborg with short purple hair and sleek combat armor. Hovering in midair, she locks onto the target and unleashes a barrage of purple missiles. One after another, the missiles slam into the monster and erupt into a chain of fiery blasts as she coldly gives the order to kill it. Once the smoke clears, the cyborg drops onto the cratered road. She spots a large tunnel in the ground and quickly realizes the rat escaped by digging its way out. To her, that means these beasts are starting to get smarter. Still, she also sees torn flesh and blood scattered nearby, which tells her the creature was badly wounded and couldn't have gone far. So there's still a good chance she can track it down. The scene shifts to the city skyline at 3 a.m. Back in his room, Lin Zichen sits at his computer. This time, he's not training. He's writing. Thinking about how things have been going lately, he feels pretty satisfied with his progress as a web novel author. He's been updating every day for more than half a month, and the novel is already getting close to 200,000 words. Even better, his paid earnings have already gone past 10,000 yuan. And since the book is still only in its new release stage, he can't help wondering how much money it'll make once it fully launches. Too fired up by his novel income to sleep, Lin Zichen decides to go train instead. He heads to a deserted alley with no surveillance, planning to test the results of all his recent effort. And as soon as he starts practicing, he can tell his body has improved again. His 100-meter sprint time has now dropped to an astonishing 3:43 seconds, and his vertical jump has reached 7.22 meters. At this pace, he feels like one day he really might forge himself into a saintly body. But right in the middle of training, a strange gnawing sound suddenly breaks the silence. Lin Zichen turns toward the noise and spots a shadowy figure crouched in the dark corner of the alley. What he sees is a grotesque rat-like creature, a mouse man, chewing on a human arm. The moment it notices Lin Zichen, it immediately starts begging for mercy. It says it was only too hungry, pleads for forgiveness, and even bizarrely promises that once it's full, it'll come back every year to pay its respects. Lin Zichen stares at it in horror. He recognizes it at once as a mouse man, and his thoughts immediately jump to the news about the giant mutant rat that escaped. A terrible possibility starts forming in his mind. Could this thing be that same monster, now in a more human-shaped but still horrifying form? The danger is obvious right away, and Lin Zichen decides he has to call the police. But the second he turns to leave, the mouseman panics. Thinks it's about to become its next meal. Stammering wildly, it blurts out that it doesn't have to eat him and can always go find someone else instead. Before Lin Zichen can do anything, the creature moves. It kicks off the alley walls at blinding speed, bouncing from side to side in a rapid series of jumps. Then it lunges straight at him, screaming that it wants human flesh now that its hunger has completely taken over. The attack comes in so fast that Lin Zichen instantly realizes there's no time to dodge. So instead of backing away, he meets it head-on. As the monster closes the distance, Lin Zichen drives one brutal kick straight into its jaw. The impact sends the mouseman spinning through the air before it crashes hard onto the ground. The beast struggles back to its feet, one hand pressed against its bleeding chest. All it can do is stare at Lin Zichen in disbelief, unable to understand how a student who looks so weak could hit that hard. Shaken and badly hurt, the mouseman keeps staring at Lin Zichen, completely rattled by the power he just showed. Before it can recover, a rock suddenly flies in and smashes into its head. Lin Zichen doesn't waste the opening. He gives the monster no chance to fight back and instantly follows up with a furious barrage, hurling rock after rock with terrifying speed and precision. The mouseman is overwhelmed on the spot. It can't even defend itself as the non-stop hail of rocks slams into its whole body. A few moments later, the barrage finally stops. At the far end of the alley, Lin Zichen stands there breathing hard, staring at the place where the creature fell. When he sees it's no longer moving, he slowly walks over, only to realize the damage was even worse than he expected. The mouse man has been completely destroyed, reduced to a steaming pile of bones. Still not fully convinced it's dead, Lin Zichen reaches out and touches the pile of bones. A stream of blue energy immediately flows into his body, and a system notification appears, confirming that he has devoured a trace of the giant mutant rat's life source. His codex progress rises to 7%. Even so, he can't help feeling a little disappointed. This time, he only absorbed 2%, compared to the 5% he got from that scorched corpse before. After thinking it over, he figures the difference must come from how much Rat King gene each heretic had consumed. With daybreak getting close and the place no longer safe to hang around, he turns and heads back home. But only a moment after he leaves, the purple-haired female cyborg drops down into the alley he just vacated. Her eyes fall on the still steaming bones, and she quietly wonders who could have taken down the rat man. Then the story shifts to a dark building, where a sinister ritual is already in progress. A hooded cultist carries an unconscious woman toward a large summoning circle glowing red across the floor. He places her in the center, then falls to his knees and offers her up as food for his Lord Rat God. From the darkness, a cluster of terrifying red eyes stares back at him. A deep, furious voice demands to know why he brought only one woman, accusing him of trying to starve it. It snarls that this much is not even enough for a single bite, and warns that if he is not careful, he might end up becoming part of the offering too. The cultist instantly throws himself flat against the floor and begs for a chance to explain. Still shaking on the ground, the cultist hurriedly explains that young women have been much more cautious lately. They barely go out at night anymore, and even when they do, they stick together in groups, making them much harder to abduct. The massive rat god looms over him from the shadows and, in its heavy voice, orders him to stop going after women if they are that difficult to catch. Instead, it tells him to start bringing back young men. The cultist immediately agrees without the slightest hesitation. Then, all at once, a large bloody chunk of raw meat is tossed onto the floor, and the cultist dives for it, cramming it into his mouth raw while thanking his Lord Rat God for the blessing. As he stuffs himself, the ritual reaches its most horrifying stage. Thick red tentacles erupt from the summoning circle, wrap around the unconscious woman, and lift her up into the air. Then the rat god opens its monstrous, multi-eyed mouth and swallows her whole. The entire building echoes with the sound of chewing and bones being crushed. After finishing its meal, the Lord Rat God gives one final chilling order. Next time, it says the cultist is not to bring ordinary people, complaining that their flesh tastes too bitter. What it wants instead are nobles, people raised in luxury, certain their meat will be softer and more tender. To help Shin Qinghan raise her martial arts score, Lin Zichen starts giving her extra training sessions at her house. During one of those practices, he coaches her personally, correcting her movements step by step. He adjusts her arm, fixes her stance, and straightens her shoulders, all while explaining how to put more force into her attacks without losing her balance. Once he is done correcting her posture, he tells her to come at him with everything she has. With a determined look in her eyes, she throws a punch straight at him. Lin Zichen catches her fist with ease and praises her, saying the angle is right and the power behind it is clearly better than before. He blocks her follow-up kick too, then points out a flaw in the motion, and shows her the proper form by guiding her leg into the right position himself. By the end of the intense session, Shin Qinghan is drenched in sweat, and so exhausted, she just drops straight onto the floor. As she catches her breath, she tells him that even though she is completely worn out, she can honestly feel herself getting better at martial arts. Still kneeling on the floor, Shin Qinghan looks completely fired up and tells Lin Zichen that training 3 times a week is not enough, asking if they can do it every day instead. Lin Zichen tells her that would be too much, explaining that her body would not be able to handle high-intensity training on a daily basis. Shin Qinghan accepts that and decides to stick with their current schedule. Right at that moment, Lin Zichen's phone starts buzzing. As he pulls it out, Shin Qinghan leans in and curiously asks if it is some kind of special news alert. He looks down at the screen and sees 2 major headlines. The first says that Jishin Corporation is going to provide free treatment for former mechanical prodigy girls who were left disabled by early mechanical modifications. The second headline is even more startling. It reports that a genius from Beijing University has successfully fused with the gene of a 1,000-threaded spider beast, setting a new record as the youngest person ever to complete a dual gene fusion. The moment Lin Zichen reads it, his eyes widen. He instantly realizes this genius has to be the same prodigy from the capital he has been competing against for years. Most people cannot undergo gene fusion until adulthood, because a younger body usually cannot withstand the backlash from beast genes and may end up suffering severe mutation. But this prodigy has now completed a second gene fusion at only 18 years old. Even Lin Zichen cannot help but think how terrifying that kind of physical talent is, and it makes him start wondering whether gene fusion really is the best path to power. Back at home, Lin Zichen is busy settling into his new side job as a web novel author. Thanks to his absurd writing speed, the novel blows up almost right away. The comment section is flooded with shocked readers, and one of them even calls him a tentacle monster after seeing him upload 50,000 words on the very first day. Lin Zichen thinks to himself that, with his use in advance and celestial root of wisdom attributes, 1 month of practice has already pushed his typing speed to 10,000 words an hour. At that pace, writing only takes him about an hour a day, leaving him with more than enough time to keep up his training. His father, Lin Yansheng, walks in and praises how smoothly things are going. He says that if Lin Zichen can keep the plot steady and maintain 10,000 words a day, he should be able to earn around 50,000 yuan in his first month. He also adds that once the novel builds up a larger word count, making 100,000 yuan a month should not be a problem. Lin Zichen is thrilled when he hears that. If he can really make 50,000 to 100,000 yuan a month, then he will not have to worry anymore about paying for his plan to unlock the Exotic Beast Codex. Right there, he sets a clear goal for himself. He is going to use the first 2 months of Galfis to finally unlock the Savage Giant Eagle Codex. The scene then moves to martial arts class, where their teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, announces a sparring session to test everyone's progress. Lin Zichen's overwhelming strength is on full display. He tears through the whole field, dropping opponent after opponent with effortless punches and kicks. Not a single student manages to land even one hit on him. After the matches are over, his teacher hands him the prize money. Looking back on the day, Lin Zichen is more than satisfied. He not only earns another 888 yuan, but also gains valuable experience points for his survival of the fittest achievement. While Lin Zichen completely dominated, Shen Qinghan's results were nowhere near that impressive. Just like always, she finishes dead last. Her friend Chu Rui tries to cheer her up, but even so, her training with Lin Zichen has clearly paid off. At the very least, she can finally fight back now. A flashback shows her earlier match against Wen Yuntong, the second weakest student in the class, where she got put down in less than 3 seconds. But this time, Shen Qinghan manages to hold out for nearly a full 3 minutes. Even better, she does not just hang on. She actually trades blows with her opponent and lands several punches and kicks of her own. Her martial arts teacher, Yao Yuanfeng, is genuinely impressed by how much she has improved. He praises her effort and tells her to keep it up. Once the sparring session is over, the teacher gathers the class and makes a new announcement. In 1 month, he says, their class will challenge the elite second-year class, and their goal will be to beat every student there except for the top 3 strongest fighters. The whole class answers back with confidence. The teacher is clearly pleased by the fighting spirit they show. A month passes in the blink of an eye. Lin Zichen's web novel has become a huge hit, and when he checks his bank account, the balance has already climbed to 89,000 yuan. Now that he finally has money to spend, he heads straight to the supermarket to buy the beast meat he has been waiting on. At the counter, he tells the female employee that he wants to buy some Savage Giant Eagle meat. The employee tells him there's a promotion going on right now. If he buys the full 100 gene in one purchase, he can get 5% off. Lin Zichen thinks about it for a second, then decides not to buy yet. In the end, he figures it makes more sense to wait until he has enough money to grab all 100 gene at once and take the discount, which he expects he can afford by next month. The next day at school, Shen Qinghan comes running over to Lin Zichen and excitedly tells him the cafeteria just opened a brand new stir-fry counter. On top of that, she heard the chef there is really good. Lin Zichen agrees, and the two of them head over together. By the time they reach the counter, several chefs are already busy cooking. And the second that smell reaches them, both of them know the rumors were true. After picking up their food, they find a table and sit down to eat. Glancing over at the crowd, Lin Zichen says they showed up at exactly the right time, because a long line has already started building behind them. But while they are eating, a loud argument suddenly breaks out near the line. One student accuses another of cutting in, while the other insists his deskmate was saving his place. The first student refuses to accept that, saying a saved spot is still cutting the line, and the other guy only digs in harder. Shen Qinghan recognizes one of the voices right away and points out that the one arguing is their friend, Hiyu. She asks Lin Zichen if they should go check on him. Lin Zichen glances over, then calmly says it probably is not necessary. From the way Hiyu is acting, he looks fierce enough to have already scared the other side off. But this time, Lin Zichen reads it wrong. The student arguing with He Yu does not back down at all. Instead, he looks down at him with a mocking face and calls him a punk. A second later, He Yu realizes he is no longer dealing with just one person. The other student's friends have already gathered around him. The one in front asks He Yu what exactly his problem is. Then another bully cuts in with a smug grin and says they do not have any problem at all. They are just cutting the line. The moment he hears that, He Yu snaps and yells at them to get to the back. But even as he does, he starts to realize there are more of them than he expected. Even so, He Yu still steps in front of them and spreads his arms wide, trying to block their path. As the cafeteria keeps buzzing around him, He Yu cannot help wondering why no one in the crowd is stepping in to help. Then he suddenly notices something is off. Even when he tries to shove the two in front of him back, they do not move an inch. From their table, Shun Qinghan watches with growing concern and tells Lin Zichen that He Yu is getting picked on. Just as the group is about to force its way past He Yu, a hand suddenly lands on the leader's shoulder. It is Lin Zichen. His face is darkened, his presence turns cold, and in a calm voice, he tells the student to line up properly. The bully turns around with a smug look and faces Lin Zichen head-on, asking what he is going to do if he refuses. Lin Zichen does not throw a punch. He just smiles, pulls out his phone, and coolly says he will report them. The leader immediately scoffs, acting like reporting someone is the most pathetic thing he could do. Standing off to the side with a smirk, He Yu watches as Lin Zichen calmly shoots back that cutting in line is even more pathetic. Not wanting the situation reported, the group finally gives up and leaves in frustration. The story then shifts to a luxurious villa in one of Shanghai City's rich districts, where the rat god cult is secretly holding a meeting. At the center of the room, their leader sits on a throne-like chair in a black hooded robe and addresses the group. He tells them one of their members, Sha Chong, is dead. Apparently, Sha Chong lost control at the market, provoked the security squad, and got himself killed. Hearing that, another cultist mutters that it serves him right. After that, the leader introduces a new young man who will be taking Sha Chong's place. Then he passes on a new order from their Lord Rat God. From now on, ordinary people are no longer enough. They are only to capture and sacrifice noble elites, because in their god's eyes, common people taste too bitter. That order makes the whole room uneasy right away. Two members speak up and say targeting nobles is far too dangerous. If an ordinary person disappears, it might go unnoticed. But if a noble vanishes, it is bound to bring real trouble. Hearing that concern, the cult leader says they can reduce the risk by going after the sons of wealthy merchants, people with money but no real power. Then his gaze shifts back to the newcomer. Since he is still new, the leader tells him not to target nobles yet. Instead, he is to start small by capturing a handsome young man and offering him to one of the rat god's subordinates. The newcomer keeps his face hidden under the shadow of his hood, but his answer comes without hesitation. He says he will not just bring back any handsome man. He will offer the most handsome man in the entire city to the divine child. Back in the classroom, He Yu is still annoyed about what happened in the cafeteria. He tells Lin Zichen he looked into the students who cut the line and found out they are from class 3 of the second year, the same top honors class they are about to face. He still cannot believe students from an elite class could act that rudely. Leaning against the lockers, Lin Zichen glances down at his phone and casually says that being good at studying does not mean someone has good manners. But then his eyes suddenly stop on the screen. A news alert has just popped up. Another wealthy heir has gone missing, making this the 5th disappearance in recent days. There has been no ransom demand, and that immediately makes Lin Zichen think back to the rat god cult's order to target nobles. As the pieces click together, his expression hardens. He realizes the cult has to be behind these disappearances. Before long, the day of the competition arrives, and students gather inside a large gym with 2 fighting rings set up side by side. The tension between the 2 classes is obvious from the very beginning, especially when the students who bullied He Yu lock eyes with him from across the way. And He Yu does not shrink back. He answers them with a defiant gesture of his own. Once both classes finish warming up, the sparring matches begin. And just like last time, Shin Qinghan is the first one to step forward. Her opponent is a senior from the honors class. And the instant the match starts, that senior comes in with a fierce kick. Shin Qinghan manages to block it, but the gap in strength is obvious right away. The senior is simply too powerful. Her guard breaks on the spot, and she is knocked straight to the floor. That senior turns out to be incredibly tough. Other first-year girls, including Chu Rui, are all taken down one after another, and not a single one of them manages to land even one hit. The first years finally break the losing streak when a muscular girl with short hair steps in and drops that senior with one powerful kick. But that momentum does not last for long. The very next senior to step up is a girl with long red hair, and she takes over almost immediately. From the start, she is completely overwhelming. And in less than 10 minutes, she defeats 9 first-year students in a row, including 3 boys. By that point, the first-year class is down to only 4 fighters: Lin Zichen, Wang Shujie, Lu Gang, and He Yu. The situation looks grim. So far, the second-year honors class has only lost 5 students, and every one of them was a girl. That means 36 of their students still have not even stepped into a match yet, and not a single one of those remaining fighters is a boy. Off to the side, Yao Yuanfeng slowly clenches his fist. The gap between the two sides feels almost impossible to close. With no better choice left, Yao Yuanfeng turns to He Yu and tells him it is his turn. Then he asks if he can take down the 6 girls still left on the other side. He Yu answers right away, saying it will be easy. If anything, the thought of facing a group of attractive senior girls only seems to fire him up more. And just like he claimed, He Yu handles those matches with no trouble at all, knocking the 6 remaining girls out of the ring one after another. But the moment the last female fighter goes down, the first male student from the second-year class steps into the ring with a heavy, threatening stomp. He strikes an intimidating pose, glares straight at He Yu, and asks if he is ready to die. He Yu shoots back at once, saying the guy has no manners at all. And the second he recognizes him as one of the cafeteria bullies, he starts thinking this should be an easy win and the perfect chance to settle the score. But that confidence disappears fast. The bully suddenly rushes in with far more speed than He Yu expected. Before He Yu can even react, the senior drives a heavy punch straight into his stomach. He Yu drops to his knees right there, completely stunned. Looking down at him, the bully mocks him for being weak and tells him to just admit defeat. Furious, He Yu forces himself back to his feet and throws a punch, but his opponent slips past it with ease, then whips out a fast kick, and sends He Yu flying straight out of the ring. Lying on the ground in pain, He Yu finally realizes this guy is nowhere near the weakest among the boys. Grinding his teeth, he curses himself for letting his guard down. After beating He Yu, the senior bully turns toward Lin Zichen by the ring and mockingly asks whether he still wants to interfere. Then he openly calls him out. Lin Zichen smoothly hops into the ring, and deep down, he is already thinking this is exactly the opening he wanted. The class instantly erupts in cheers, shouting for Brother Chan to crush him and avenge He Yu's humiliation. The moment the match begins, the bully, Chi Wei, rushes Lin Zichen with a high kick, but Lin Zichen does not even blink. He lifts one hand and blocks the kick with ease, then grabs Chi Wei by the leg and smashes him headfirst into the ring floor with terrifying force. Chi Wei is knocked out cold on the spot. Lin Zichen stands over him for a brief moment, then casually kicks his unconscious body right out of the ring. The second-year students can only stare in disbelief. One of them points out that Chi Wei is one of the 5 strongest fighters in their class, yet Lin Zichen put him down in an instant. None of them can make sense of how a first year could be this strong. Watching from the side, Yao Yuanfeng comes to one conclusion. Lin Zichen has been hiding far more of his real strength than anyone realized. Lu Gang and Wang Shujie are just as stunned, both thinking the exact same thing. Is this guy even human? Lin Zichen then looks toward the remaining second-year boys and calmly asks who is next. Their expressions change instantly. After seeing that, they are scared out of their minds. 30 minutes later, it is all over. All 29 remaining students from the second-year class are lying defeated. Standing over the last one, Lin Zichen quietly wonders how much progress he has made on his survival of the fittest achievement. A system notification pops up and tells him his total number of defeated opponents has reached 119 out of 1,000. He looks at that number and feels let down, realizing the progress is still way too slow. He starts thinking it through. In every class sparring match, he always ends up fighting last, and at this pace, things are moving far too slowly. Since his strength has already gone way beyond the high school level, he decides there is no reason to keep playing by their rules anymore. He will make his own. The following Monday, a shocked voice suddenly rings out from the principal's office. Inside, the principal of Shanghai High stares at Lin Zichen in disbelief and asks if he really wants to set up a personal challenge event with rewards. Lin Zichen confirms it without hesitation and boldly says he wants to challenge the entire school. In her office, the principal presses a hand to her forehead, clearly caught off guard. She asks Lin Zichen if he is seriously planning to challenge the entire student body as a first year. Lin Zichen says yes, then asks her to come with him to the gym. He tells her he will prove he has the strength to do it. A little while later, the two of them arrive at the empty gym. The principal folds her arms and asks why he brought her here this late. As Lin Zichen takes off his school jacket and reveals his muscular build, He confidently tells her he is here to show her his true strength. The principal immediately gets flustered and, for a brief second, completely misreads what he means and tries to stop him. But Lin Zichen simply walks over to a heavy barbell and wraps his hand around it. Then, right in front of her eyes, he lifts the massive 700-kilogram barbell with one hand and holds it up like it weighs nothing. The principal freezes where she stands. Only then does she realize what he meant by showing his power. In that moment, she understands his strength already surpasses even Wu Tiancheng, the school's most legendary student, back when he was only a first year. Completely convinced, she gives Lin Zichen a thumbs up. She agrees to his request and says she will arrange an event where he can challenge the entire school. With a sheepish smile, Lin Zichen reminds her of one more thing. There need to be rewards because without prize money, nobody will be motivated to challenge him. Then he explains the reward system he has in mind. There should be two kinds of prizes. One participation reward to get people involved, and a larger prize pool that keeps growing with every new challenger. Whoever manages to beat him wins the whole thing. But if no one can defeat him before the time limit runs out, then all of that money becomes his. The principal listens with clear interest, then smiles and agrees. Lin Zichen makes one last request. For now, he wants his real strength kept under wraps. Otherwise, the students might get scared off before they even step into the ring. The principal gives him a playful pat on the shoulder and agrees. Later, back in her office, she shows Lin Zichen the finished version of the plan. After reading through it, Lin Zichen says it looks perfect and thanks her for putting so much work into it. While the two of them are talking, Yao Yuanfeng and Lu Duran just so happen to walk by. The moment they notice how unusually cheerful the principal is around Lin Zichen, both teachers stop short, completely thrown off and wondering what exactly they are looking at. Yao Yuanfeng is especially confused. In his mind, the principal is usually a stern-faced she-devil, so seeing her smile this warmly completely scrambles his brain, and he instantly gets the wrong idea. At 2 in the afternoon, students from all across the school start gathering inside the gym, crowding around the 2 large fighting rings where Lin Zichen and the principal are already waiting. The principal picks up the microphone and begins the announcement. She introduces Lin Zichen, goes over his recent wins, then explains the rules and rewards for his personal challenge against the entire school. The second she finishes, the gym explodes. Students shout in disbelief, laugh like it is a joke, and even start saying the principal must have lost her mind. A lot of them feel downright insulted by the arrogance of a first year pulling something like this. One student angrily says that beating the strongest class in the second year does not mean he can take on the third years, while another just bluntly calls him arrogant. Even with all that hostility coming at him, Lin Zichen stays completely calm and announces that starting tomorrow, he will be in the gym for 2 hours every afternoon, waiting for anyone who wants to challenge him. But inwardly, he is actually pleased. The more irritated they are, the more likely they are to come fight him, and that means he has a real shot at finishing his survival of the fittest quest ahead of schedule. That night, the scene shifts to a busy city street. A blonde young man walks alone through the crowd, casually sipping from his drink. But before he gets very far, 2 attractive women step in front of him and invite him out for a drink at a bar. The blonde man gives them a cold look and flatly tells them to get lost. As the 2 women walk off, they mutter that he has no charm at all. The young man watches them leave with an annoyed look and wonders if Shanghai City is always this lame. This blonde young man turns out to be the Rat God cult's new member, and he is already having trouble with his first assignment. Looking over the people passing by, he complains that even after searching for days, he still has not found a single man handsome enough to offer as a sacrifice. The more he thinks about it, the more worked up he gets. He imagines having to face the cult leader and starts worrying about how everyone will look at him if he returns empty-handed. In his mind, failure means being pushed aside and shut out. At one point, he even considered kidnapping a male celebrity, but he quickly realized that was impossible. Those people are always surrounded by bodyguards, and he knows he is not strong enough to get through them. As he keeps walking, the pressure only gets worse. His deadline is getting closer, and now he is starting to feel truly desperate. Then, right in the middle of all that, Lin Zichen suddenly runs past him in a tank top and shorts, out for a nighttime jog. The blonde man turns to look, and his eyes widen on the spot. The moment he gets a clear look at Lin Zichen, he is stunned. At last, he has found an unbelievably handsome man. He has found his target. The blonde cultist stares after Lin Zichen as he runs, and relief immediately floods his face. After searching for so long, he somehow stumbled onto the perfect target without even trying. A wide, sinister grin slowly spreads across his face. In that moment, he makes up his mind. Lin Zichen will be the sacrifice. He quietly starts following from behind, watching as Lin Zichen turns into a deserted industrial alley. The moment he sees how isolated the place is, the cultist's face twists into a horrifying grin, and his eyes turn black. He knows this is the perfect chance to make his move. Deciding the time has come, he releases his power and transforms. His body twists and swells into a grotesque monster, complete with a massive mouth packed with teeth. But just as the transformed cultist is about to strike, a brick suddenly comes flying out of nowhere and smashes into its head with a wet, bloody crack. The transformed cultist staggers and grabs its head, reeling in pain and confusion from that unexpected hit. Then Lin Zichen steps out of the shadows, the brick still in hand. Calmly, he remarks to himself that he did not expect to run into a rat person during a jog, and sees it as a lucky chance to raise the unlock progress on his guidebook. The monster starts trembling in fear. To it, this human feels terrifying, and the things coming out of his mouth make absolutely no sense. At that moment, only one thought fills its head. Its luck is terrible. Before it can do anything else, the monster suddenly drops dead on the spot. Lin Zichen looks down in surprise, clearly not expecting that. He can hardly believe the creature died from nothing more than a single brick he picked up and threw. And that leaves him wondering how a follower of the rat god cult could possibly be this weak. Not wanting to waste any time, Lin Zichen quickly kneels beside the corpse and absorbs its life essence before anyone else can show up. Right after that, a system notification appears, telling him he has devoured a trace amount of the giant mutant rat's life essence, and that his guidebook progress has now reached 8%. He looks at the result and feels disappointed. It only went up by 1%. In the end, he figures that miserable amount of essence must be exactly why that rat person was so weak. After thinking it over, Lin Zichen decides he will not be going out for night runs for a while. He knows not every follower in that cult is this weak. Some of the stronger members can become incredibly durable after transforming, with bodies tough enough to withstand even firearms. The next morning, Lin Zichen is at home when a shocking report suddenly appears on TV. According to the broadcast, at 3 o'clock that morning, the Municipal Public Security Bureau joined forces with a chemical tutor from Shanghai University and successfully wiped out the rat god cult. The report goes on to explain that this tutor is a high-level gene fuser who defeated the monstrous Rat King all by himself. The screen then cuts to footage of the battle itself, where the massive, multi-eyed beast unleashes a terrifying storm of sharp spikes at the winged, red-haired gene fuser. Even after taking that brutal attack, the tutor pushes through it and comes out on top. The entire fight lasts only 30 seconds. In the end, the colossal Rat King crashes to the ground in defeat, while the gene fuser lands, sealing a swift and decisive victory. Watching all of this, Lin Zichen goes quiet, his expression turning grim. He can feel just how overwhelming that power was, and he starts wondering if this is what a truly high-level being looks like in battle. It is genuinely formidable. In a bright, modern room, two men in tactical gear are in the middle of a conversation. One of them, a blue-haired man sipping from a cup, asks his companion, a spiky orange-haired man named Tian Chang, whether he has managed to contact their teacher yet. Tian Chang says no. Their teacher is still out of contact. He also adds that the entire group of powerful individuals who went to suppress the riot at Source Site 36 is still missing. The blue-haired man then asks what the current situation at the site looks like. Tian Chang says it is relatively stable, and explains that if it were not, he would not have had the spare time to come here and clean up the little shrimp that slipped away during the first wave of chaos. The blue-haired man pauses for a moment at that dismissive phrase. Then his mind flashes back to just how terrifying the Rat King really was, a monster so powerful that even the entire Public Security Bureau could not bring it down. But looking at it that way, he can only admit one thing. In front of a genius high-level being like Tian Chang, even a monster like the Rat King really does amount to nothing more than a little shrimp. Then, changing the subject, the blue-haired man casually drapes an arm over Tian Chang's shoulders and jokes that since he is already here, he might as well stop by their old school and give the students a lecture. Tian Chang refuses immediately, saying he is not some idle guy with nothing to do and that he has real work waiting for him. But the blue-haired man keeps grinning and pushes back, saying that giving a little ideological guidance to their cute junior students counts as work too. Deep inside a dark cavern, beneath the glow of the full moon, it is revealed that the Rat King actually survived its battle with Wu Tianqing. The creature starts explaining what it has been doing. At first, it says it only fed on beggars. After that, it moved on to devouring young people. Now it kneels there in submission, admitting that over time, it even developed a taste for pampered elites. And it is not alone. The Rat King lies sprawled on the ground before something far more terrifying, a colossal green-skinned monster with glowing red eyes and crushing power. Looking down at it, This new creature angrily scolds the Rat King, saying it went through a great deal of trouble to bring it here so its clan could dig tunnels. Instead, the Rat King ran around eating people and caused such a huge disturbance that it drew far too much attention. The giant monster glares down at it and coldly asks if it really thinks it does not deserve to die for failing like this. Shaking in fear, the Rat King immediately begs its master for one more chance. The giant monster considers that plea for a moment, then says it can give the Rat King another chance. But there will be a price. Without another word, the monster swings its clawed hand, and blood sprays into the air. Deep in the cavern, the giant green monster continues punishing the Rat King. After tearing out one of its eyes, the monster holds the bloody eyeball in its hand and remarks that while a sewer rat's eyes smell disgusting, the taste is surprisingly good. Then it grabs the trembling Rat King and admits that the creature was clever. It hid itself away and sent one of its subordinates to pretend to be the Rat King, letting the authorities kill the fake in its place. So the creature Wu Tiancheng fought before was nothing more than a decoy. But even then, the monster gives one final warning. If the Rat King still fails to dig the tunnels it was ordered to make, it will die anyway. Meanwhile, back at Shanghai High, the day of Lin Zichen's personal challenge has finally arrived. As he heads for the gym, students all across campus point him out and whisper about the arrogant first year who dared to challenge the entire school. A lot of them are already looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Lin Zichen, though, is not paying any attention to the gossip. His eyes stay on his phone, where he is reading a wanted notice for the 9 fugitive members of the Rat God cult. And right there on the notice is the reward, 500,000 yuan for their capture. For a second, he sees them as nothing but walking piles of money. But his practical side quickly takes over, and he reminds himself that if he ever really runs into one of them, staying alive comes first. The bounty can wait. When he reaches the gym, it is exactly what he hoped for. The place is packed, with students crowding all around the fighting rings. Looking out over that sea of potential opponents, Lin Zichen knows they did not all come just because of the challenge itself. A big reason for the turnout is the final piece of his plan, the participation prize. To get the crowd even more fired up, Shin Qinghan stands off to the side with a megaphone and announces that every participant will receive a lottery ticket with a chance to win some generous prizes. That announcement works instantly. The male students explode with excitement, shouting about prizes ranging from the newest game consoles to smartphones. But one boy is clearly focused on something else entirely, the chance to brush Shin Qinghan's hand while drawing his lottery ticket. That same boy eagerly leans forward and volunteers to go first. But before he can even finish speaking, a female student suddenly vaults right over him, plants a foot on his head, and declares that she will be the first one up. And that is all it takes. In an instant, a huge crowd of girls surges forward, trampling over the boys as they all rush for a chance to fight Lin Zichen. Before long, the ring is packed with girls who have completely surrounded Lin Zichen, each one insisting that she wants to challenge him. But instead of turning into a real fight, the whole scene starts feeling more like his female classmates are fawning all over him. One girl reaches out and grabs his arm, excitedly saying how firm and strong he feels, while another gently touches his face and gushes about how handsome he is. Completely boxed in, Lin Zichen can only think that this situation has gotten very weird. He really does not want to hit girls, but he forces himself to steady his resolve. He knows that if he wants to finish this achievement, he has no other choice. So he starts gathering his strength. Then, with a series of controlled but firm pushes, he sends the girls flying out of the ring one after another. Finally, he releases a wave of force that knocks the rest of them back all at once, while apologizing as he clears the ring. Once the chaos finally settles down, Lin Zichen checks his system. A notification shows that his survival of the fittest progress has now climbed to 309 out of 1,000. Even after losing, the girls are still not discouraged. One girl with pinkish hair immediately raises her hand and excitedly shouts that she wants another chance to challenge him. But Lin Zichen does not budge. In a cold, steady voice, he announces that according to the rules, anyone who has already been defeated is not allowed to challenge him again. The girls instantly look crushed, and one of them complains that the rule is unfair. Then a large, muscular student steps forward with several friends behind him. Cracking his knuckles, their leader angrily declares that now it is his turn to teach this arrogant junior a lesson. But those words lead nowhere. Lin Zichen crushes one opponent after another with a single punch each. And before long, his system shows that his survival of the fittest progress has jumped to 419 out of 1,000. Soon, Lin Zichen is standing on top of a huge pile of unconscious students, calmly asking who wants to come next. Right then, a new challenger steps forward, and this one clearly feels different. He declares that he is still here to fight. He leaps straight into the ring, and the surrounding students recognize him at once. It is Yan Shaoxian, the overlord of the second-year top honors class. The crowd starts murmuring right away, everyone trying to figure out who's about to come out on top. Most of them are leaning toward Yan Shaoxian, especially after remembering how he once fought an entire class on his own. But at the same time, they also remember that a third-year instructor was still able to put him down in the end. Yan Shaoxian drops into the ring and fixes his eyes on Lin Zichen. He says he used to be just as full of himself, until reality stepped in and taught him a real lesson. Then he goes on, saying that no matter how strong you are, there's always someone stronger out there. With a smug look, he starts preaching to Lin Zichen, acting like he's about to teach him how the world really works. Lin Zichen doesn't even listen. He just turns to the teacher and calmly asks if they can begin. The teacher blinks, clearly thrown off, then quickly announces the start of the match. Before Yan Shaoxian can finish running his mouth, Lin Zichen cuts him off with one savage kick and launches him straight across the ring. Yan Shaoxian crashes hard into the wall on the far side of the arena. Lin Zichen casually digs a finger in his ear and lets out a relieved sigh, saying it's finally quiet. The entire place falls silent. Then the students erupt all at once, staring in disbelief at how the school's feared tyrant got dropped that fast. And as the shock spreads through the crowd, one thought starts rising in everyone's mind. Just how strong is Lin Zichen? Then, cutting through that stunned silence, a slow, deliberate clap rings out. A broad, muscular student with spiky red hair steps out from the crowd and walks toward the ring. The moment people see him, they recognize him as Chen Wuxing, the #1 student in the whole school. The crowd instantly explodes, certain that now the real match is about to begin. Watching him come closer, Lin Zichen thinks to himself that of course this is how it goes. Beat the younger one, and the older one shows up right after. Chen Wuxing lands in the ring with a confident smirk on his face. He says he never expected Yan Shaoxian to lose to somebody from a lower grade. But just as Chen Wuxing is about to start talking too, Lin Zichen cuts him off the same way. He turns to the teacher again and asks to start. Even though Chen Wuxing protests, the teacher still calls the match. Completely brushed aside, Chen Wuxing charges forward in anger, blue aura bursting around him. He says it looks like the only way to make Lin Zichen listen is to beat him down first. Lin Zichen steps forward to meet him, his fist glowing with a yellow aura of its own. The two attacks slam into each other head-on, and the collision sends a huge shockwave tearing through the ring. Chen Wuxing mutters an apology, but Lin Zichen coldly replies that he's in a hurry. Then he drives out a heavy punch, and Chen Wuxing can't withstand it at all. The hit blasts him backward. His shirt rips apart, and his face tightens in pure disbelief as he wonders how this could even be possible. The whole school can only stare. All across the crowd, jaws drop as they watch their strongest fighter get overwhelmed almost instantly. After crushing the top fighters in the school, Lin Zichen turns back toward the crowd, which is still frozen in shock. Then he points at a random student and tells him to get in the ring. The student points at himself, stunned, and Lin Zichen confirms that yes, he means him. He says they still haven't fought yet. The student awkwardly asks him to go easy, and Lin Zichen smiles and reminds him that anyone who joins still gets a lottery ticket. That's all the encouragement the student needs. He rushes straight into the ring, and Lin Zichen promises he'll hold back a little. That promise lasts maybe a second before he drops the guy with a single punch. A system notification pops up, confirming that his progress toward the survival of the fittest achievement has increased by 1. Once the rest of the students see that, they quickly realize there's nothing shameful about losing to someone this absurdly strong. And on top of that, they still have a chance to win the lottery prizes. The mood in the gym flips in an instant. Excitement surges through the crowd, and everyone starts pressing forward, fired up by the chance to win a brand new smartphone. What follows is a complete one-sided sweep. Lin Zichen stays planted where he is and effortlessly knocks down every student who steps into the ring, while his system counter keeps climbing higher with each new defeat. After the final student goes down, a large system notification appears, announcing that he has officially completed the achievement by defeating 1,000 different opponents. Another notification appears right after that, confirming that he has finally obtained the new biological attribute, survival of the fittest. Lin Zichen clenches his fist, unable to hide the satisfaction on his face. After everything he put into this, it finally paid off. With the quest complete, the system shows him the details of his new reward. He's gained the biological attribute survival of the fittest, which increases the damage he deals to other living beings. Stroking his chin, Lin Zichen figures it's simple, but definitely useful. Still, he can't help feeling a little irritated that the system won't tell him the exact amount of the boost. Now that he's done what he came for, Lin Zichen hops down from the ring and announces that the challenge is over. The girls in the crowd immediately start complaining that it ended way too soon and that they wanted to watch him longer. Lin Zichen doesn't linger for even a second. He grabs Shen Qinghan's hand, leads her through the crowd as people step aside for them, and the two quickly leave the gym before it fully clears out. Some time later, a hearty laugh echoes out from the principal's office. Inside, the principal of Shanghai High is sitting on her desk, congratulating Lin Zichen for officially becoming the school's #1 fighter. She leans in with a playful smile and asks if he's still hiding his true strength. After all, if he could beat Chun Wuxing that easily, then there has to be even more he hasn't shown yet. Sitting on the couch beside Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen takes a sip of his drink and modestly says he only held back a little. The principal gives him a look that clearly says she doesn't buy that at all. Then she brings up Chun Wuxing's recent special entrance exam for Kyoto University, mentioning that he managed to lift a 690-kilogram barbell with one hand. Using that as her benchmark, she confidently guesses that Lin Zichen's one-handed lift must be at least 800 kilograms. Deep down, Lin Zichen knows there's no way he can let her find out his real number, which is much higher. So he plays along and says her guess is basically correct, adding that his official record is 795 kilograms. The principal bursts into triumphant laughter, clearly pleased that she guessed right. While she's still enjoying herself, Lin Zichen tries to cut in. Now that he's officially secured the title of strongest in the school, Lin Zichen immediately turns to the thing he actually cares about most. With an eager look, he raises his hand and asks the principal when he'll be receiving the 8,810 yuan prize money. Amused that money is the first thing on his mind, the principal teasingly calls him a little rascal. Even so, she agrees and transfers the money to him on the spot. Just as the principal starts talking about the responsibilities that come with his new title, Lin Zichen cuts her off and asks if there's anything else she can do for him. Then he makes a special request. Since both he and Shen Qinghan enjoy swimming, he asks if they can use the gym pool. And he makes one thing very clear. He wants it reserved for private use. In other words, whenever they're there, nobody else should be allowed inside. The principal smiles and agrees without a second of hesitation. A little surprised by how easily she accepted, Lin Zichen adds one more condition. He says he doesn't like being watched while wearing swim trunks, so during their private swim sessions, he'll be covering the security cameras. The moment those words come out, Shen Qinghan's face turns bright red. The principal instantly jumps to a very suggestive conclusion, her thoughts racing the second she imagines a boy and a girl alone in a pool with the cameras covered. Her imagination takes off immediately, painting the two of them into a romantic and steamy little scene. Completely lost in her own misunderstanding, the principal reaches into her desk, pulls out a key, and tells Lin Zichen that of course she'll meet all of his requests. Then she places the key in his hand, officially giving the two of them exclusive private access to the pool. As Lin Zichen takes it, the principal leans in close and gives him one last teasing warning. She tells him to be careful not to create a new life in there. That remark leaves Lin Zichen completely baffled, and all he can do is wonder what she even means by creating a new life. As they make their way down the school hallway, Lin Zichen drops his gaze to the key in his hand, the one that opens the swimming pool. To himself, he thinks that now that they have the pool to themselves, he can finally start properly investigating the true nature of Shen Qinghan's unusual ability. But before he can keep going with that thought, Shen Qinghan suddenly stops him and says she has a favor to ask. Looking a little tense, she tells him she signed up for a singing competition. She's already practiced the solo parts by herself, but when it comes to the duet section, she still needs someone to rehearse with. With a shy glance, she asks if he can practice with her that night, and Lin Zichen agrees without hesitation. The second he says yes, Shen Qinghan lights up. She throws a fist into the air and skips away in excitement, while Lin Zichen watches her go and realizes just how much this competition means to her. A faint smile forms on his face. Quietly, he hopes this might help her become a little more confident. That night, the two of them are in Shen Qinghan's room at her apartment, practicing together. Shen Qinghan sings into a microphone while Lin Zichen sits nearby, listening and playing the other part of the duet from his phone. Out in the living room, Shen Qinghan's parents, Shen Jianya and Su Meng, are watching. Her father looks uneasy and asks his wife if it's really okay for the two of them to be alone in a room now that they're older. Su Meng immediately fires back, reminding him that the two of them have been childhood friends for years and asking what exactly he thinks he has the right to complain about. She tells him not to meddle, and Shen Jianya immediately backs down without saying another word. After overhearing that exchange, Lin Zichen decides this is probably a good time to call it for the night. He tells Shin Ching-han they've already practiced for half an hour, and now it's time to get back to studying. As he gets ready to leave, he reminds her about tomorrow's plan to go to the school's private pool, so she can work on adjusting to her water ability. He tells her not to forget her swimsuit, and she happily says she won't. After saying goodbye, Lin Zichen heads home. Once she's alone, Shin Ching-han can't stop thinking about tomorrow's trip to the pool, and a blush slowly starts spreading across her face. Flustered, she walks over to her closet and starts wondering which swimsuit she should wear. A moment later, she lays out two options on the bed: a modest blue one-piece and a much more revealing black bikini. She picks up the black bikini, and her face grows even hotter as she worries it might be showing a little too much. For just a moment, her thoughts drift away, and she imagines being in the water with Lin Zichen, splashing around and laughing together. After hesitating for a while, she finally makes her choice. Since it'll only be him at the pool, she tells herself it should be fine. Then she firmly stuffs the bikini into her school bag. The next day after school, Lin Zichen and Shin Ching-han make their way to the gym's empty swimming pool. Already changed into his swim trunks, Lin Zichen stands by the pool waiting for her, his well-built figure fully on display. He glances up at one of the security cameras, remembers what he told the principal, and confidently thinks to himself that he'll handle it. Right then, Shin Ching-han calls out his name. He turns and sees her standing in the doorway, wearing that revealing black bikini. With a bright smile and a faint blush on her face, she walks over and apologizes for making him wait. On the outside, Lin Zichen stays calm and just tells her to slow down and watch where she's stepping. But inside, he's completely rattled, thinking about how unbelievably adorable she looks. After quickly pulling himself together, he tells her it's time to get in the water and start training, and Shin Ching-han happily agrees. The two of them slip into the pool and begin swimming with smooth, relaxed strokes. Under the surface, Lin Zichen reaches out and takes Shin Ching-han's hand, and the two keep swimming side by side. Then all at once, Shin Ching-han's eyes widen. Something feels off. She quickly gets Lin Zichen's attention, clearly startled. Panicking, she points toward the surface and tells him they need to go up right now. Lin Zichen understands immediately. He grabs her and pulls her straight toward the surface. They break through the water with a splash, and Lin Zichen holds her close as he asks what happened. Still staring in shock, Shin Ching-han blurts out that the water can actually pass straight through her body. To show him, she lowers her hands beneath the surface and tells him to watch carefully. And just like she says, the water runs directly through her palms as if her hands aren't even solid, then splashes back into the pool below. Standing there in the school pool, Shin Ching-han stares at her hands as the water slips right through them. Completely confused, she asks Lin Zichen why it feels like her body is leaking water. Lin Zichen watches her closely and realizes that what he's seeing is her dormant superpower finally starting to show itself. With a serious look, he asks to see her hand so he can examine it more carefully. When he touches her palm, he finds that aside from this strange effect, nothing about it feels unusual. To check further, he suggests they get out of the pool so he can examine the rest of her body too. Shin Ching-han's face turns red on the spot, but after a nervous pause, she quietly agrees. Not long after that, Shin Ching-han is lying on a poolside lounger, already soaked from Lin Zichen's testing. As he keeps pouring water over her, she asks how much longer this examination is going to take. After checking 3 separate times, Lin Zichen finally concludes that there don't seem to be any other abnormalities. Helping her sit back up, he tells her that for now, it looks like only her hands have this ability, and Shin Ching-han nods to show she understands. Sitting on the edge of the pool, Shin Ching-han then asks if her lifelong bedwetting problem could be connected to this power. She wonders out loud if maybe some other part of her body also lets water pass through. Lin Zichen says that's definitely possible, then tells her that the next time she feels like she has to pee, she should let him know. Blushing a little himself, he adds that when the time comes, she should pay close attention and see whether any other part of her body reacts the same way her palms do. The moment the words leave his mouth, Lin Zichen feels awkward. Even to him, that almost sounded like something a total pervert would say. Then all at once, Shin Ching-han's eyes start shining. Excited, she says that this means she really isn't some useless girl after all. She's a superpower user, and her ability is connected to water. A new sense of determination rises inside her, and she starts thinking that maybe, if she can fully awaken and develop this power, then maybe one day, she'll finally be able to stand beside Lin Zichen as someone truly worthy of him. The scene shifts to the city at night, where giant holographic ads for cyborgs glow high above the streets. Lin Zichen walks into a supermarket, and a friendly female clerk immediately welcomes him. He heads straight for the counter, slides a card across it, and calmly makes a request that leaves the clerk completely caught off guard. He wants 100 jin of the expensive savage giant eagle meat. The clerk freezes when she hears the size of the order. Then, a little nervously, she takes his payment card and the note with the delivery address, stumbling over her words as she says she'll process it. As Lin Zichen turns to leave, the clerk watches him go and can't help wondering which rich young master could spend money this casually. Even with the surprise still on her face, she keeps it professional, fills out the order form, and even asks for a good review with a smile. Later, in a remote industrial area, Lin Zichen receives the delivery. Running the numbers in his head, he notes that he just made 120,000 yuan from his web novel, bringing his total to 210,000 yuan. For him, that's more than enough to cover a purchase like this. Looking at the large box packed with beast remains, Lin Zichen prepares himself to unlock whatever power is hidden inside. As he places a hand on the meat, he tells himself it's time to see what kind of surprise this meat is going to give him. The instant his hand makes contact, a violent swirl of white energy erupts around him. Then a blue system notification appears, confirming that he is devouring the savage giant eagle's life source, and that the codex unlock progress has reached 100%. Right after that, a vision floods into his mind. He sees the eagle's power for himself, a magnificent white bird soaring high across the sky, before diving straight down into the water, and hunting a massive purple squid-like creature with its sharp, powerful talons. When the vision finally fades, Lin Zichen is left standing in a brilliant blue glow. Then one last system notification appears, announcing that he has successfully unlocked the Savage Giant Eagle Codex and obtained a new biological attribute, Eye of the Sky. The system then explains what Eye of the Sky does. It tells him that both his field of vision and his ability to track moving targets have been greatly enhanced. As the new power takes effect, his eyes begin glowing with a brilliant golden light, and his pupils shift into a detailed, eagle-like shape. To test it right away, Lin Zichen looks out into the distance, and his vision suddenly expands on a massive scale, giving him a sweeping bird's-eye view of the city. The precision is unbelievable. He can lock onto a single man in the middle of a crowd and even read the text on that man's phone from an incredible distance away. At that moment, Lin Zichen can only marvel at just how terrifyingly sharp an eagle's eyesight really is. After that, Lin Zichen heads home, where he's surprised to find his parents sitting there and watching the news. Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wangxin are staring at a grim report about a high-level gene fuser who mutated in public and caused hundreds of casualties. The footage on the screen shows a horrifying winged monster lifting a truck in the middle of a ruined, chaotic scene. The broadcast then turns into a heated debate. One man argues that gene fusion is a flawed path and says humans should be able to awaken their own hidden potential and evolve naturally. Another man immediately shoots that idea down, calling it pure fantasy. He angrily asks how humanity is supposed to fight aberrant beasts without gene fuses, pointing out that traditional martial artists can't even stop bullets. Watching the debate, Lin Zichen's parents start discussing it themselves. Lin Yanxing says gene fuses are basically like bombs people can't fully control. Zhang Wangxin brushes that concern aside and says the government's regulations are extremely strict, so the chances of something like this happening are incredibly low. Then she adds that the bigger problem is how gene fuses often leave people unable to have children. Lin Yanxing agrees and says it's probably best to preserve genetic material first, or have a child before going through the fusion process. While they're still in the middle of that conversation, Zhang Wangxin suddenly notices that her son is home. She instantly gets flustered, realizing they were talking about something he probably wasn't meant to hear, and she greets him with an embarrassed blush. Seeing how awkward both of them look, Lin Zichen simply suggests that they eat dinner together. During the meal, Lin Zichen mentions that the school is holding a campus singing competition the next day, and that Shin Qinghan signed up for it. His parents light up immediately. Lin Yanxing says the whole family has to go cheer her on, and Zhang Wangxin quickly agrees, saying Shin Qinghan is basically like a daughter to her. Lin Zichen calmly says yes. The night of the competition finally arrives, and the event is huge. A brightly lit stage dominates the venue while the crowd buzzes with excitement. Just like they promised, Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wangxin are there in the audience, cheering wildly for Shan Qinghan with support headbands on and a large glowing sign in their hands. Before the performance starts, Lin Zichen is in an empty classroom, helping Shin Qinghan get ready. Standing close to her, he gently applies makeup to her face. When Shin Qinghan opens her eyes, she notices Lin Zichen staring at her intently. Her cheeks warm up, and she shyly asks why he's looking at her like that. Lin Zichen just smiles and tells her that she looks beautiful. That sincere compliment makes Shin Qinghan blush even harder. Dressed in her elegant black gown, she can barely hide it. Their quiet little moment doesn't last long, because their friend Chu Rue suddenly peeks in through the door. With a teasing grin, she asks if the two of them are finally done acting all lovey-dovey. Flustered, Shin Qinghan hurriedly explains that she only asked for Lin Zichen's help because he's really good at makeup. But Chu Rue just waves that off and keeps teasing them, saying they act like an old married couple. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen is still holding several makeup brushes in his hands, which only makes his reputation as a makeup master feel even more believable. Chu Rue explains that she only came by to remind them that they'll be going on after the next two performances. After giving them one last wave, she turns and heads out. Once she's gone, Lin Zichen tells Shin Qinghan he'll walk with her so they can get ready. But Shin Qinghan doesn't move. She stays frozen in place, her body visibly trembling with nerves. Her face burning red. She reaches out and timidly tugs on his jacket, struggling to speak. Then all at once, she blurts out that she lost control of her bladder again. The stress had triggered that strange condition of hers one more time, and now a wet stain is spreading down her elegant dress and dripping onto the floor. Shin Qinghan completely falls apart. Crying uncontrollably, she tells Lin Zichen they're about to go on stage, and now everything is ruined. She says that if people find out she wet herself, everyone is going to hate her. Lin Zichen calmly walks over, cups her face in his hands, and tells her to stop crying before she ruins her makeup too. Then, standing there with her in the empty classroom, an idea suddenly comes to him. His eyes shift toward the large white curtains hanging by the window. Without wasting even a second, he grabs a pair of scissors and tears one of the curtains straight off the wall. He spreads the fabric across a table and starts cutting into it with quick, practiced movements. Shin Qinghan stares in amazement, and little by little, the tears stop. In almost no time at all, Lin Zichen turns that curtain into an elegant white dress with layered fabric. Moved by what he did, Shin Qinghan softly calls his name. Lin Zichen holds up the dress he made and tells her to hurry to the bathroom and change. Blushing, Shin Qinghan says there's no need for that. Instead, she asks him to turn around so she can change right there. That request hits Lin Zichen immediately, and a deep blush spreads across his face. Even so, he agrees and turns around, giving her what privacy he can. Behind him, Shin Qinghan slowly slips out of her ruined black dress. Lin Zichen keeps his back turned, but he can still hear every tiny movement behind him, and he stays thoroughly flustered as Shin Qinghan playfully stretches in her underwear before changing into the new dress. Once she's done, Shin Qinghan tells him he can turn around now. When Lin Zichen looks back, he sees her standing there in the makeshift gown, and she looks stunning. Smiling brightly, she thanks him and says that after crying it all out, she doesn't feel nervous anymore. Lin Zichen wishes her luck and gently pats her on the head, and Shin Qinghan lights up even more. Not long after, the announcer calls Li Chuxin and Shin Qinghan to the stage. The two of them put on a lively, high-energy performance that wins the crowd over almost instantly. When the song ends, the announcer drags out the suspense for a moment before finally naming them the winners. The two girls throw their arms around each other as the audience bursts into cheers. Out in the crowd, Lin Zichen stands beside his father, clapping with a proud, satisfied smile. The next day, a teacher walks into the classroom, spots the ruined window curtain, and immediately explodes, demanding to know who cut it up. As punishment, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan are assigned to clean the entire classroom. As he pushes a mop across the floor, Lin Zichen thinks this is probably fair enough as atonement. Then all of a sudden, a system notification appears, telling him he has completed an achievement for cooperating 1,000 times. As a reward, he gains the gregarious animal attribute, which increases his combat power depending on how many allies are nearby. A faint smile crosses Lin Zichen's face as he quietly enjoys the unexpected reward. At the same time, Shin Qinghan's life starts changing for the better. After that victory, she becomes much more popular than before. Other girls begin praising her singing and inviting her out to karaoke. Smiling with brand new confidence, Shin Qinghan happily agrees. That growing confidence starts showing up in her martial arts too, and her skills steadily improve. Lin Zichen keeps moving forward as well. He goes on to win a major martial arts tournament, bringing Shanghai High its first championship in 5 years. His parents celebrate, Shin Qinghan is overjoyed, and his teammates are just as fired up. Before long, his room is lined with trophies. As his reputation keeps growing, he even lands an endorsement deal and becomes the spokesperson for the He family's martial arts gym. In the end, all that hard work pays off. Between the endorsement money and the income from his web novel, Lin Zichen manages to save more than 900,000 yuan. Looking at the balance in his account, he decides it's finally enough to unlock the next codex. So Lin Zichen heads to a secluded spot to pick up his next order from that same friendly supermarket clerk. Inside the large box are the remains of a hidden dragon, a huge lizard-like beast known for its stealth. The moment Lin Zichen places his hand on the meat, the absorption starts, and a powerful blue aura bursts out around him. A system notification confirms that he is devouring the hidden dragon's life source, and the codex unlock progress climbs all the way to 100%. A moment later, another notification appears, announcing that he has successfully unlocked the hidden dragon codex and obtained a new attribute called natural camouflage. The system then explains the skill. It allows him to weaken his presence by suppressing his internal life signs, and it also lets him conceal his true biological level. Lin Zichen instantly sees how useful that makes this ability. He can use it to move more quietly for ambushes, or hide his real strength and trick enemies into underestimating him. With his main goal handled, he remembers that he still needs to buy a cake for his mother, so he starts making his way through the city. But then a shout suddenly cuts through his thoughts. He turns toward the sound and sees a startling scene up ahead. A beautiful red-haired woman is being forcibly escorted away by two guards in tactical gear. Right then, one of the young men involved in the arrest suddenly looks over and calls out Lin Zichen's name in surprise. Lin Zichen turns and recognizes him immediately. It's Zhang Kai, an upperclassman from his school. His gaze quickly drops to Zhang Kai's legs, where he notices the powerful cybernetic replacements attached below him. Zhang Kai casually explains that after failing to get into high school, he ended up becoming a biker. Then one bad accident crushed his legs so badly that both had to be amputated. He goes on to say that he got lucky and was accepted into a mechanical enhancement experiment run by the Mechanical God Group. Instead of leaving him crippled, it unexpectedly turned him into a cyborg. Curious, Lin Zichen asks about the woman they just arrested. One of the guards explains that she's a remnant of the rat god cult, the only woman among 9 fugitives who are still on the run. At that moment, one of Zhang Kai's co-workers calls out for him to move. Zhang Kai quickly hurries off, waving as he goes and saying they can talk another time. Lin Zichen raises a hand and waves back. As he watches them leave, suspicion starts building in Lin Zichen's mind. Public security searched everywhere for the rat god cult fugitives and still found nothing, yet the Mechanical God Group caught one this easily. That alone tells him this group is definitely not simple. Then his train of thought is cut short by a phone call from his mother, Zhang Wangxin. She asks if he bought the cake yet and when he'll be home. Lin Zichen tells her he's already on his way and will be back soon, and she reminds him to be careful. The scene shifts to a lively birthday gathering. Since their birthdays are only a day apart, both families always celebrate together, and now their parents are gathered around them, singing happy birthday. For their 18th birthday, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan stand side by side and blow out the candles on the cake together. After that, their mothers tell them to exchange gifts. The two happily hand over their presents, but right in the middle of that warm moment, the whole room suddenly starts shaking violently. Everyone stumbles as the tremor throws them off balance, and someone yells out, asking if it's an earthquake. Lin Zichen instinctively reaches out and steadies Shen Qinghan, but even as he does, he can already tell this isn't any normal quake. Something about it feels deeply wrong. Far beneath the city, the real cause is revealed. A massive underground cavern packed with a countless swarm of rats, their red eyes glowing as they surge upward. The next morning, the TV news tries to calm everyone down. A news anchor explains that Shanghai City is not located on a tectonic plate boundary, so a major earthquake is highly unlikely, and urges the public not to panic. At breakfast, Lin Zichen finishes eating and tells his parents he's heading to school. His father reminds him to be careful on the way. Outside, Shen Qinghan is already waiting for him. Smiling brightly, she asks if they can walk to school together, and Lin Zichen agrees. As they walk, Shen Qinghan happily says that now that they've had their 18th birthdays, they're officially adults. Lin Zichen adds that the college entrance exams are getting close too, and that makes Shen Qinghan admit she gets nervous just thinking about them. Sometime later, Lin Zichen finally saves up enough money to unlock another codex. As he starts the absorption process and targets the void crocodile, a powerful purple energy begins swirling around him. Then a system notification appears, confirming that he is devouring the creature's life source and that the codex unlock progress has reached 100%. A vision follows right after that, showing a huge crocodile-like beast with fish-like fins swimming with all its strength as it tries to escape the savage giant eagle. Then the final notification appears, announcing that he has successfully unlocked the Void Crocodile Codex and gained a new biological attribute called Danger Perception. The system explains that this ability lets him sense hostility from other creatures within a certain range and makes it easier to judge their biological level. Hearing that, Lin Zichen quietly concludes that this should be extremely useful for avoiding sneak attacks. To test the new ability, he heads to a crowded shopping mall. As he moves through the crowd, Lin Zichen activates danger perception and starts seeing everyone's power level. Most of the people around him turn out to be ordinary Tier 1 or Tier 2, which confirms that the vast majority are just normal people. While browsing through the supermarket, he starts thinking about which codex to go after next. That's when he notices packs of life and death toad meat and guesses that it might grant some kind of self-healing ability. But the moment he sees the price, his enthusiasm drops. It costs a staggering 100,000 yuan per gene. Lin Zichen immediately realizes that his monthly web novel income isn't enough to afford that. And with a determined look, he decides he'll have to find a way to make more money after the exams. The story then shifts to the Nanjiang Provincial Education Department, inside the minister's office. There, a striking woman with light purple hair and antler-like horns, Mo Dongji, who serves as both the vice principal of Shanghai University and the education minister of Nanjiang Province, sits calmly while listening to a report. In front of her, a male subordinate finishes giving a presentation on the province's overall education situation. Mo Dongji takes a sip of her drink and calmly thanks him for the report. Then she asks about the condition of origin site number 36. Her assistant replies that things have finally stabilized, clearly relieved as he says that if they hadn't, the entire province might have been doomed. With nothing else to discuss, Mo Dongji tells him he can leave. After he steps out, Mo Dongji is left alone with her thoughts. Quietly to herself, she reflects that it has been many years since she last took in a disciple. She then walks over to the large window, which looks out over a beautiful tropical beach, and stares at her own reflection in the glass. The martial arts college entrance exam is a brutal test that lasts 9 full days. On the first day, students take a written exam in the morning, followed by a physical fitness assessment in the afternoon. Then, from the second day through the 8th, they are sent into a forest for a full week of practical combat and survival testing. The 9th and final day is reserved for an aptitude test covering gene fusion and mechanical modification. The story picks back up on June 7th, the first day of the exam. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walk together toward the test site, but it's obvious Shen Qinghan is still tense. She nervously tugs on his sleeve and admits how on edge she feels, with her biggest fear being that she might lose control of her bladder again. Lin Zichen looks at her with a warm, reassuring smile. Then he gently pulls her into a hug and tells her not to be nervous. Holding her in his arms, he reminds her that she already knows all the theory. She even brought a diaper with her, so now there's only one thing left to do. Just try her best. Being this close to him makes her cheeks flush instantly. Still, the way he speaks helps settle her down. In a soft voice, she says she'll do her best, then adds that he has to do his best too. He agrees right away. Once the written exam starts, Lin Zichen looks completely relaxed, answering one question after another like he already knows everything on the page. He finishes well before time is called. With nothing else to write, he leans his head against one hand and starts coming up with new ideas for his web novel. After the test ends, he notices Shen Qinghan walking out with her head lowered, looking like something's wrong. For a moment, he assumes she probably didn't do well. He goes over to comfort her, placing a hand on her shoulder and reminding her that they only need to pass the written part. But Shen Qinghan quickly cuts him off and says she actually did really well, so that's not the problem. Now even more puzzled, Lin Zichen asks why she looks so down if that's the case. Her whole face turns bright red as she quietly admits that she had another accident, and wet herself again. She hurriedly tells him to wait for her, then rushes off toward the restroom. Lin Zichen calls after her, reminding her to be quick since the fitness test is about to begin. Later, during the weightlifting test, Lin Zichen shows everyone just how ridiculous his strength really is. When the announcer reads out his final result, he raises a 950-kilogram barbell with one hand like it weighs nothing at all, leaving the whole crowd frozen in shock. His classmates immediately burst out in disbelief, especially when they remember his other insane results too. A 5.12-second 100-meter dash and a 4.91-meter vertical jump. After finishing her own events, Shen Qinghan walks over in her gym clothes, clearly tired but still holding herself together. Lin Zichen looks at her and asks how she did. Wearing a tired but proud little smile, she tells him her scores: 9.32 seconds in the 100-meter dash, a 1.62-meter vertical jump, and a 125-kilogram lift. Then she lets out a small sigh and admits those numbers feel tiny compared to his. Lin Zichen praises her, saying results like that already put her among the top female students. Then he gently pats her on the head, and she looks up at him with a bright smile on her face. A little later, their classmate Haeyu comes running over, excitedly shouting that the written exam scores are finally out. He says he heard Wang Shuajia and Lu Gang both scored in the high 80s, while he himself got an 80. Then he asks about their scores, and right beside him, Shin Qinghan nervously checks her phone. The next second, her entire face lights up as she blurts out that she got an 82. Haeyu can only stare at her in disbelief. Then the two of them both turn and look at Lin Zichen. Without saying a word, he calmly lifts his phone and shows them a perfect 100. Shin Qinghan instantly cheers for him, while Haeyu just stands there stunned, mumbling that Lin Zichen is absurdly talented as always. Later, as the two of them walk home together, Shin Qinghan admits she's nervous about the next stage, the week-long survival test in the forest. Lin Zichen takes her hand and gently reassures her, telling her not to worry because he'll stay with her and protect her. Hearing that, she finally relaxes and says she'll stay right by his side. At the same time, inside a private room, two mysterious figures quietly talk about the upcoming exam. One of them is a man in a formal suit wearing a sinister plague doctor mask. He slides a small wooden box across the table to a younger man sitting opposite him. The masked man tells his subordinate to make full use of his position as a safety officer. The younger man reaches out and takes the box. Inside are 10 dark objects that look like seeds. The masked man calls them demon seeds and says they'll be useful for the mission. The masked man says that if the young man succeeds, he'll recommend him as an official member of their organization. But the young man seems more interested in something else, saying he'd rather be rewarded with a rare fruit. The masked man lets out a dismissive scoff and calls him short-sighted. He says a single fruit would only push him to mid-tier evolution, but joining their organization could give him a chance to become far more than that. After a short pause, the young man finally seems to understand. In the end, he agrees that becoming an official member is the better reward. A line of buses moves through the thick forest under a blanket of fog. Over the speakers, an announcement tells the students they're about to arrive at the practical exam site. Inside one of those buses, Shin Qinghan is fast asleep with her head resting on Lin Zichen's shoulder. He gently wakes her up and tells her they've arrived. An automated voice then instructs all students from Entrance 9 to get off the bus and report to the assembly area. Before long, the students gather at a large staging area, where the rules for the week-long exam are explained. Score tokens have been hidden all throughout the forest. Some are placed in hard-to-reach spots, while others are being carried by beasts. Safety officers are stationed near dangerous creatures, but the second a student asks one of them for help, that student is immediately disqualified. The deeper parts of the forest contain the strongest beasts, and naturally the highest value tokens as well. In the end, each student's score will be based on both the tokens they collect and a performance review judged from camera footage. There are 100,000 students competing for only 50,000 tokens, which means at least half of them won't earn even a single point. The exam is built to encourage both cooperation and conflict. Students can work together and split the tokens they find, or they can fight over them and take them by force. After laying all that out, an official announces they have 1 hour to prepare. The moment that break starts, students all over the area begin scrambling to form alliances. One guy even starts shouting about his father at the top of his lungs while trying to recruit teammates. That little act gets shut down almost immediately by a stern female instructor, who warns them not to recruit so openly. Not far away, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan are casually eating snacks when a group of girls walks up and asks Lin Zichen to team up with them. He refuses without the slightest hesitation. Right after that, another student comes over, a young man with brownish-red hair, asking if he can buy some of their food. Instead of selling it, Lin Zichen casually tosses him a pack of toast for free. Clearly impressed, the guy suggests they join forces and introduces himself as Hong Junping from a top high school. Still chewing on his snack, Lin Zichen politely turns him down too. A little disappointed, Hong Junping thanks him for the food and starts to walk away. Watching him leave, Shin Qinghan comments that the guy was kind of weird. Lin Zichen gives her a knowing smile and explains that the food was never really what he came for. The real reason he walked over was the beauty standing next to him. The second Shin Qinghan realizes he was actually trying to flirt with her, she immediately blushes. As the break comes to an end, Lin Zichen takes Shin Qinghan's hand, and the two of them head into the forest together. The moment they step into that vast wilderness, Lin Zichen settles on a cautious plan. To help Shin Qinghan get used to the environment first, they begin by searching for score tokens around the safer outer edge of the forest. To make the search easier, Lin Zichen activates his Eye of the Sky ability, and a golden light rises in his eyes. With his vision enhanced, Lin Zichen spots a target almost right away. He tells Shin Qinghan there's a token sitting high up in a nearby tree and sends her to grab it. Fired up on the spot, she kicks off the ground and leaps up with amazing agility. A second later, she holds up a token marked with the number 1 and happily calls out to Lin Zichen that she got it. With his eye of the sky still active, Lin Zichen keeps scanning the surrounding area, guiding Shin Qinghan from one hidden token to the next. Before long, she's already collected a small pile of 1-point tokens. Thrilled, Shin Qinghan throws her arms around Lin Zichen and excitedly tells him how amazing he is. But that little moment doesn't last, because someone suddenly appears nearby. It's Hong Junping, greeting them with a smile on his face. He raises a large score token and says he's already collected 28 points. On the surface, he claims he came to repay Lin Zichen, but what he really wants is a reason to get closer to the unbelievably cute Shin Qinghan. He formally invites them to team up and suggests that all the points be divided evenly among the three of them. Lin Zichen shuts him down on the spot. He says if Hong Junping really wants to repay them, then he can hand over every score token he has. Hong Junping's expression changes instantly. First he freezes, then the irritation shows all over his face. The friendly act vanishes in a second. As his aura rises, he lunges forward and shouts that they picked the wrong path. Even with Hong Junping charging straight at him, Lin Zichen only answers with a calm little smirk. He tells him the one who made the wrong choice was him. Then the fight is over almost before it even begins. Lin Zichen drives a single punch straight into Hong Junping's stomach, and Hong Junping immediately doubles over, coughing up blood from the sheer pain. With their attacker already down, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan simply walk away arm in arm. Lin Zichen now casually carries Hong Junping's score token, while the man himself lies unconscious behind them. Shin Qinghan glances back and asks if he'll be okay, but Lin Zichen casually tells her not to worry. He says he didn't even use real force. Over the next few days, Lin Zichen keeps leading Shin Qinghan through the forest and helping her improve. He guides her to more score tokens and even trains her strength by having her lift massive boulders, while also teaching her practical survival skills like how to hunt wild boars. Still, it's not all training. They also get a few quiet moments together, like picking fresh fruit in the forest. And whenever other students try to jump them, the two of them brush those attacks aside with ease. The two of them move in perfect sync. And when they get tired, they rest together beneath a simple shelter they put together themselves. Shin Qinghan falls asleep on his shoulder, and Lin Zichen quietly looks at her, wishing that peaceful moment could last just a little longer. At last, they arrive at the center of the forest. There, Shin Qinghan notices a wooden sign nearby carrying an ominous warning. Danger, aberrant beast zone. But when they move deeper inside, the whole place feels strangely quiet. Shin Qinghan says maybe they came too late, because not a single aberrant beast is anywhere in sight. The only sign that anything happened at all is the large, unsettling blood splashed across the path. As they continue through the forest, Shin Qinghan sounds a little disappointed. She says if they had arrived earlier, she might have earned the genius title by killing aberrant beasts. Lin Zichen reaches over and pats her on the head, telling her that title isn't all that important and that it's time for them to head back. To himself, he figures that with cameras posted everywhere, hunting beasts just isn't realistic, so it makes more sense to keep focusing on Shan Qinghan's survival training instead. Once the combat assessment is over, the students are moved on to the next phase, the gene fusion compatibility test. They're taken by bus to a heavily secured island facility, the Island Gene Research Institute, where they're told to line up and wait for the test. Inside the lab, the students stand in line and wait to have their blood drawn. Shin Qinghan asks Lin Zichen if the reagent inside the test tubes is what they'll be using for the test. He tells her yes, it's a flowing cloud jellyfish genetic reagent. The genes of this jellyfish have a strong affinity with the human body and easily trigger a special chemical reaction when mixed with human blood, making it the ideal reagent for this kind of test. The process itself is simple. A student's fresh blood is injected into the jellyfish reagent, so the chemical reaction can be observed, and that reaction is what determines whether the student is suitable for gene fusion. While they wait, a nervous Heiyu says he really hopes he passes the gene fusion test because he does not want to end up taking the mechanical modification test instead. Chu Rue adds that the mechanical test is rumored to be unbelievably painful, like being burned alive, since it involves implanting special metal alloys into the body. Just hearing that is enough to make Heiyu go pale, and he immediately starts praying under his breath. After everyone finishes giving blood, the students spend about an hour waiting for the results to come out. As the numbers start appearing, one girl cheers after getting 8% compatibility, enough to qualify as a gene fuser, while another slumps in disappointment after seeing a 4%. Another classmate lets out a long breath of relief after barely scraping by with 6%. The students start comparing the standards. 6% is enough to pass, 8% counts as excellent, and top universities require at least 10. Then the conversation shifts to the famous Kyoto prodigy, whose compatibility is rumored to be 16%. Hearing that, Lin Zichen quietly wonders what his own result will be. With how abnormal his physical condition already is, he figures maybe he could even hit 20%. As the nerves start catching up to her, Shin Qinghan reaches out and grabs Lin Zichen's arm for support. Lin Zichen calmly takes her hand and tells her it's normal to feel nervous. But at the same time, a quiet thought passes through his mind. If her compatibility is too low, she may not be able to keep walking forward with him. All of a sudden, Chu Rui lets out a shout of joy. She got 10%, enough to qualify for the top universities. Meanwhile, Heiyu looks a little unsatisfied with his own 11%, like he was expecting something even higher. As more and more students start getting their results, Lin Zichen lowers his gaze and checks his phone too. Too nervous to look at her own score, Shin Qinghan asks him to check his result first, and then look at hers after that. He agrees and looks down at the screen. His result comes back at an impressive 15%. The second she sees it, Shin Qinghan throws her arms around Lin Zichen and excitedly says that with a score like that, he has to be the top student in the whole province. But even with Shin Qinghan celebrating right beside him, Lin Zichen feels a small hint of disappointment. His 15% is still lower than the Kyoto prodigy's result, and that makes one thing clear. Raw physical strength alone doesn't decide gene fusion talent. Then he gently tells Shin Qinghan it's her turn, and after hesitating for a moment, she nervously agrees. He tries to calm her down, telling her that if even he scored that high, then she should be able to get a good result too. But the instant her result appears, his face suddenly stiffens. Shin Qinghan and Chu Rui both lean in to look, and they freeze too. On the screen is a number no one expected. Shin Qinghan's gene fusion compatibility is 21%. The scene then shifts to the headquarters of the Nanjiang Provincial Ministry of Education, where Mo Dongji is in the middle of a meeting with several officials, including the principal of Shanghai High. Mo Dongji announces that the gene fusion compatibility results have arrived. The first profile they pull up is Lin Zichen's. His outstanding 15% score is enough to make him the top scorer in the province. The other officials immediately congratulate the principal of Shanghai High. She acts modest on the surface, but inside, she's clearly pleased. Just when everyone thinks the top student has already been decided, Shin Qinghan's result appears on the screen. The moment they see that 21% compatibility, the whole room is shaken. Officials blurt out their disbelief, wondering if a number that high is even possible. Even the principal is caught off guard. In her memory, Shin Qinghan was just Lin Zichen's childhood friend, someone who had always seemed ordinary. That shocking result immediately catches Mo Dongji's full attention, and she asks for more information on Shin Qinghan. The principal of Shanghai High nervously suggests that Shin Qinghan's result must be some kind of mistake, since her performance at school has always been average. Mo Dongji lets out a quiet sigh and decides there's only one thing left to do. She has to go see it for herself. Back at the testing facility, the students are already in an uproar over that 21% result, with people all around questioning whether the test malfunctioned. Shin Qinghan herself looks over at Lin Zichen in disbelief and asks if there's been some kind of mistake. Lin Zichen calmly tells her he doesn't think it's an error. Leaning in a little closer, he explains that she naturally has a high affinity for water, and since the test used a reagent taken from a water attribute beast, the flowing cloud jellyfish, a result like this actually makes perfect sense. Shin Qinghan's eyes light up at once. She realizes that means her body has an extremely high compatibility with water attribute beast genes, making her a natural genius. With that confidence finally rising inside her, she looks at Lin Zichen and thinks that maybe now, she's finally worthy of standing beside him. Lin Zichen notices the change in her and smiles warmly. But before that moment can last, someone suddenly shouts for everyone to look outside. As everyone turns, they see a massive spiral of water rising from the ocean, and standing right on top of it is Mo Dongji. The students can only stare as she stands above the surging wave, completely in command of it. Some of the students panic immediately, wondering if she's a heretic and fearing she's about to destroy the whole facility. Then Mo Dongji descends gracefully, and the water around her crashes back down. The staff at the research institute recognize her at once. They bow and call out her name, identifying her as Mo Dongji, vice principal of Shanghai University and a member of a prestigious martial family with a 1,000-year history. Among the staff, People quietly whisper that her family once tamed dragons and even fused with their genes, which would explain why her control over water is so overwhelmingly powerful. Without sparing the staff a glance, Mo Dongji walks straight over to Shin Qinghan and asks if she's the one. To confirm that shocking result, she orders one of the scientists to draw Shan Qinghan's blood again and run the test 3 more times. After all of that, Shin Qinghan sits back down beside her friends looking completely drained. Heiyu asks if she's okay, and she admits her arm feels a little numb after having blood drawn again and again. Not long after, a scientist calls for Shin Qinghan to come with him, and she quietly follows. He leads her into a private office, where Mo Dongji is already waiting. Mo Dongji smiles at her and says the results are finally in. Then she leans toward the nervous girl and excitedly tells her that all 3 retests came back exactly the same, 21% compatibility every single time. Without wasting a second, Mo Dongji gets right to the point and makes an offer that could change Shin Qinghan's life. She wants to take her in as a disciple. Shin Qinghan is completely blindsided and can only stammer in shock at the sudden offer. And to show her the kind of power she could one day learn, Mo Dongji casually lifts water out of the glass on her desk and spins it into a perfectly controlled vortex in midair. She tells Shin Qinghan that once she becomes her student, doing something like this will be easy for her too. Still reeling from all of it, Shin Qinghan asks for a little time to think, saying she wants to talk to Lin Zichen first. But Mo Dongji brushes that off, saying there's nothing to think about. Becoming her disciple comes with nothing but benefits, and she says it all while casually controlling the water in midair. Mo Dongji then makes her stance perfectly clear, saying that as the provincial minister of education and the vice principal of Shanghai University, she has already decided that Shin Qinghan will attend her university now that the 2 of them have become master and disciple. Then she leans in close and asks the nervous Shin Qinghan if there's anything she wants to say. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Shin Qinghan quietly says she has nothing to add. Feeling like everything is happening way too fast, she nervously saves Mo Dongji's contact information to her phone. Mo Dongji then tells her she already has another disciple, who will be Shin Qinghan's senior sister. She explains that the girl is around the same age, but started training more than 10 years ago. She sends a photo to Shin Qinghan's phone and says she'll arrange for the 2 of them to meet when the time comes. The moment Shin Qinghan sees the photo, she freezes. In the picture is a white-haired girl holding a spear, surrounded by bones, standing over a monstrous carnivorous plant. She recognizes the girl immediately as her old friend, Bai Shui. Shin Qinghan quickly asks Mo Dongji what her senior sister's name is. Mo Dongji tells her it's Luo Qianxue, then asks if she knows her. Shin Qinghan explains that back in elementary school, she had a friend named Bai Shui who looked exactly like that girl. But then one day, she suddenly transferred away. She can't help wondering if the 2 of them might actually be the same person. Mo Dongji dismisses the idea right away, saying that's impossible. Still unable to let go of Shin Qinghan's result, Mo Dongji says a gene fusion compatibility score this high is unlike anything she has ever seen. Because of that, she decides to examine Shin Qinghan's body herself and see if there's something unusual about it. But the instant she places a glowing hand against Shin Qinghan's chest, her expression shifts, and she mutters that something feels off. Hearing that, Shin Qinghan tenses up and nervously asks if something is wrong with her body. Mo Dongji tells her the opposite. Her body is actually too normal, which makes no sense for someone with a 21% compatibility score. To keep others from targeting her or trying to harm her out of greed, Mo Dongji decides that Shin Qinghan's public score will be reported as 16% instead. Shin Qinghan quietly agrees. With everything settled, Mo Dongji tells Shin Qinghan it's getting late and says she can head home now. Shin Qinghan nervously says goodbye to her new master and leaves the office. Once she is alone, Mo Dongji picks up the phone and makes a call. On the other end is her father, who tells her this new disciple is no ordinary genius. He says she's destined for greatness, and that she could bring them unimaginable rewards. Then his tone turns serious as he warns her that the girl's extraordinary talent has to be kept hidden from everyone. Mo Dongji agrees and says she understands. Later, as Lin Zichen rides Shin Qinghan home on his bicycle, he comments on how strange it is that she suddenly ended up with a master out of nowhere. She agrees, saying the whole thing feels unbelievably sudden. Lin Zichen decides the best thing to do for now is wait and see. He tells her that if Mo Dongji really has no bad intentions, then accepting her as a master is fine. But if she turns out to be dangerous, then once Shin Qinghan grows strong enough, they'll cut ties with her. Shin Qinghan agrees with that plan as she steps off the bike. As soon as they arrive, their mothers, Zhang Wangxin and Su Meng, come over with excited smiles. They happily announce that everyone is going out to a restaurant to celebrate the kids' success. They're thrilled that Shin Ching-han became the provincial top scholar, and that she and Lin Zichen will be able to attend the same university together. At the restaurant, both families raise their glasses and toast Shin Ching-han and Lin Zichen for taking the top 2 spots in the province. After the lively dinner, the two families part ways and wish each other a safe trip home. That night, beneath a full moon, someone knocks on Lin Zichen's door. When his mother, Zhang Wangxin, opens it, she finds Shin Ching-han standing there in pink pajamas, looking flustered. Zhang Wangxin smiles and teasingly asks if she came over to sleep with Lin Zichen again. Shin Ching-han instantly flusters and quickly denies anything romantic. She insists she only came because there's something very important she needs to tell Lin Zichen in person. She tells Zhang Wangxin she's going to find him, then hurries straight into his room. Watching her rush off, Zhang Wangxin smiles to herself and wonders if that important matter might actually be a confession. Shin Ching-han knocks on Lin Zichen's door and tells him she has something important to say. When he opens the door and asks what's wrong, she tells him it's about what happened earlier with her new master. Inside his room, she sits down on his bed and hugs a pillow against her chest. Then she explains that her master, Mo Dongji, gave her a full physical examination, but didn't find anything unusual at all. In the end, she concluded that Shin Ching-han's body was no different from a normal person's. Then Shin Ching-han reveals the most important part. Even with all of her power, Mo Dongji still couldn't detect the strange ability that lets water pass through Shin Ching-han's body. That revelation makes Lin Zichen freeze for a moment. He thinks about how powerful Mo Dongji is, powerful enough to command massive waves, and yet even she couldn't uncover the secret hidden in Shin Ching-han's body. That makes him realize her constitution is far more mysterious than he ever imagined. He places a reassuring hand on her shoulder and tells her they absolutely have to keep this ability secret for now, because there's no telling what could happen if the truth ever gets out. He says they can take their time and figure it out later, once they're stronger and understand more. Shin Ching-han nods and says she'll follow his lead. Then she brings up something else, remembering that her master mentioned she has a senior sister. Shin Ching-han explains that when she saw the photo of that senior sister, she was stunned by how much the girl looked like her old friend Bai Shui. Then she takes out her phone and shows the picture to Lin Zichen. He takes the phone and studies the picture of Luo Qianxue. After a moment, he admits the resemblance is definitely there, but the aura around her feels nothing like the Bai Shui he remembers. Still, what really catches his attention is the strange forest in the background of the photo. He asks Shin Ching-han if she knows where it was taken. Shin Ching-han says she has no idea, but she can ask her master. So right away, she sends Mo Dongji a message asking about the location. Mo Dongji replies with only 2 words, source site. And when Shin Ching-han asks for more, her master gives her nothing but a cryptic answer, saying she'll understand once she gets stronger. Shin Ching-han repeats all of that to Lin Zichen and tells him that was all she could get out of her. After hearing that, Lin Zichen decides they should leave it alone for now and come back to it later. A little while later, the two of them are lying on his bed, each holding a phone, when Shin Ching-han quietly turns her head and watches him for a moment. Then, completely out of nowhere, she asks if men like women who wear qipao. The question catches Lin Zichen totally off guard, and he can't help wondering if this has something to do with Mo Dongji, who dresses that same way. As the image of Shin Ching-han in a qipao flashes through his mind, his face starts heating up. He thinks it would honestly suit her really well, then awkwardly says that kind of thing depends on the person. Picking up on that reaction, Shin Ching-han leans in a little closer and keeps pressing him, asking whether he personally likes it or not. Completely flustered, Lin Zichen stammers out that he guesses he does. She still doesn't stop there. Next, she asks about stockings and whether he likes black, white, or nude-colored ones better. At that point, Lin Zichen is completely lost on why she's asking such strange questions. Boxed in on the bed under her non-stop questioning, he finally gives in and admits that if he had to choose, he'd go with black or white. The moment she gets her answer, Shin Ching-han sits right up and starts ordering a qipao and stockings on her phone, leaving Lin Zichen staring at her in total confusion, wondering what just happened. Before either of them can say anything else, there's a knock at the door. It's Zhang Wangxin, carrying a bag for Shin Ching-han. She explains that Shin Ching-han's mother sent over some toiletries and told her to just stay the night here. Shin Ching-han takes the bag in complete panic, stammering that she never asked her mother to send anything and wondering why she would suddenly do something like this on her own. On her way out, Zhang Wangxin cheerfully tells them not to worry. They're both adults now, so sleeping over together is perfectly fine. Then she closes the door behind her. The room goes quiet instantly. Shin Ching-han and Lin Zichen both start blushing, and neither of them knows what to do next. Finally giving in to the situation, Shin Qinghan sits down on the bed and opens the bag, saying she'll just change her diaper and go to sleep. But as she looks inside, she suddenly pulls something out and stares at it in surprise, asking what this even is. Then her whole body stiffens when she realizes it's a box of those things meant for safety. Completely mortified, she can't believe her mother actually packed something like that in the bag. In a full panic, she blurts out that she's going to change her diaper, then scrambles off the bed so fast that she trips over herself and crashes face first onto the floor. Lin Zichen just sits there on the bed, completely bewildered by the whole mess, wondering what he's even supposed to do with any of this. Not long after that, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan are both admitted into the Evolution Academy at Shanghai University. With Shin Qinghan sitting behind him on his bicycle, Lin Zichen tells her to hold on tight because they're about to head out. She does exactly that, wrapping both arms around his waist. The two of them have also signed up for the He family's martial arts gym, and today they're on their way to one of its promotional events. But as they ride through the busy city streets, Lin Zichen suddenly notices a strange group of people blocking the road ahead. Standing there is a man in black and gold robes, with several men in white karate uniforms beside him. He looks straight at Lin Zichen and asks if he's the one called Lin Zichen. Caught off guard, Lin Zichen stops the bike and asks who they are. The man introduces himself as Lu Chuanwu, the dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy. But he quickly adds that he isn't here as a university official. He says he came on behalf of an organization called Tianrenj. Tianrenj is a conservative group that rejects gene fusion and mechanical modification, choosing instead to deal with threats through traditional martial arts. Lin Zichen remembers hearing about them before, but inwardly dismisses the whole group, thinking their ideas are misguided and their followers are fooling themselves. Lu Chuanwu then formally invites Lin Zichen to join Tianrenj. Lin Zichen ignores the offer and simply tells them to move aside. When Lin Zichen tries to pass, Lu Chuanwu reaches out and places a hand on his shoulder, stopping him and asking for just a moment to talk. Trying to win him over, Lu Chuanwu even offers him a brand new phone as a gift, but the pushiness clearly makes Lin Zichen uncomfortable. Later, Lin Zichen, Shin Qinghan, and Lu Chuanwu are seated in a cafe. There, Lu Chuanwu explains that Tianrenj studies ways to unlock the potential of pure-blooded humans without relying on gene fusion or mechanical modification. He says it with complete conviction, claiming their goal is to help humans break past ordinary biological limits and evolve into advanced, rare, or even epic beings. To back that up, he tells Lin Zichen they've already gotten results, then pulls out his phone and shows him a video. In the video, Lu Chuanwu says his own biological level is ordinary tier 9, and he's standing across from a powerful opponent. He explains that what Lin Zichen is about to watch is footage of him defeating a high-level gene fuser. Lin Zichen freezes when he recognizes the winged man in the video. It's Wu Tiancheng, the prodigy who once took down the rat god cult by himself. As the fight starts to play out, Wu Tiancheng leaps high into the air, then sends down a deadly storm of razor-sharp feathers at Lu Chuanwu. The feathers tear through Lu Chuanwu's body and leave him covered in blood, while Wu Tiancheng drops lightly back onto the fighting stage. But even with those injuries, Lu Chuanwu suddenly explodes forward with terrifying force and drives a brutal punch into Wu Tiancheng, sending the powerful gene fuser flying straight out of the ring. As the video reaches its end, Lu Chuanwu speaks without the slightest hesitation. In his view, humanity's own bloodline is already powerful enough. There is no need to borrow strength from any other race. To him, pure-blooded humans following their own cultivation path are the true future. Lin Zichen stares at the phone, visibly caught off guard. For a moment, he can hardly process what he just watched. His first instinct is to question the video itself. Was it edited? Or did Wu Tiancheng throw the match on purpose after taking money? Lu Chuanwu dismisses those doubts right away. He says the footage has not been altered at all. Then he tells Lin Zichen that he plans to keep challenging other top gene fusers, and if he wants to, he is welcome to come watch anytime. Lin Zichen follows up with a simple question. If that is true, then why not post the video online and use it to properly promote Tianrenj? But Lu Chuanwu says they already tried. The problem is, the people in power refuse to let it spread. The moment he says that, the frustration in his voice becomes obvious. According to him, the authorities have already decided what counts and what does not. If a method cannot raise someone's biological level, then in their eyes, it has no future and is not worth doigong. He brings both fists down on the table, no longer bothering to hide his anger. Without wider promotion, they cannot attract enough people to support the research. And without enough people, a real breakthrough is almost impossible. As he puts it, quantitative change is what eventually creates qualitative change. Then he fixes his eyes on Lin Zichen, full of expectation. He says that if someone with Lin Zichen's talent joined them, he would never stay stuck at ordinary tier 9 for 50 years the way he did. Lu Chuanwu truly believes Lin Zichen could grow into a genuine high-level being. That makes Lin Zichen pause for a second. 50 years? He quickly runs the numbers in his head, and something feels strange. Lu Chuanwu says he has been stuck there for half a century, but he only looks around 50 himself. Almost like he can read that thought off Lin Zichen's face. Lu Chuanwu answers it himself. He tells him not to judge by appearances. He is actually close to 100 years old. And the reason he still looks this young, he says, is their special cultivation method. Lin Zichen still is not fully convinced. With that doubt still sitting in his mind, he quickly looks up the dean of Shanghai University's Budo Academy online. The search results confirm everything Lu Chuanwu said. One encyclopedia entry clearly shows his birth date as March 1929. Seeing that, Lin Zichen cannot help being surprised. Their cultivation method can really extend someone's life that much? For a brief moment, a thought flashes through his mind. Could his parents learn something like this too? He keeps scrolling and soon finds more details about Lu Chuanwu's past. Back in his younger days, he had actually been the young master of the Lu family, one of the top martial arts clans. But when the era of gene fusion arrived, the Lu family refused to adapt. That choice slowly dragged the entire family into decline, until even their dojo was reduced to ruins. Then the article reveals something even more personal. Because Lu Chuanwu stubbornly stayed on the traditional path, his wife and children eventually left him and chose gene fusion instead. When Lin Zichen reads that part, his thoughts quietly drift to Xin Qinghan. In his heart, he feels certain of one thing. She would never leave him like that. But as he continues reading, something farther down suddenly catches his attention. The next detail makes him stop cold. Under the relationship section, his ex-wife is listed as Yuan Dongji. The second Lin Zichen sees that name, he recognizes it. That is another name for Xin Qinghan's new master, Mo Dongji. Then his eyes shift again. The profile pictures for his son, Yuan Shuxing, and his daughter, Yuan Xiaoyi, are both grayed out, making him wonder if the two of them are already dead. Lin Zichen slowly lifts his gaze from the phone and looks at Lu Chuanwu again. By that point, one thing is already clear to him. This man is definitely not someone to underestimate. Noticing that sharp look in his eyes, Lu Chuanwu gives a faint, proud smirk. He says that reaching nearly 100 years old while still looking young is proof enough of the hidden potential inside pure-blooded humans. And that, he says, is exactly why Tianren exists. With fire in his voice, he declares that Tianren means humanity will conquer the heavens. He goes on to say that anyone who relies on gene fusion will never truly rise above the beasts they borrow power from. And in the end, those same beasts will become the very thing that destroys them. Then he turns to mechanical modification and makes the same argument there. Since so many of its materials also come from aberrant beasts, he says that path can never truly surpass its source either. He pounds the table once more and makes his position clear. Tianren is not completely against these methods. What they oppose is humanity staking its entire future on them. In his eyes, those methods should only be temporary tools for the early stage, while people keep searching for a better road in the long term. Then Lu Chuanwu reaches a hand out toward Lin Zichen. His tone softens, turning sincere as he invites him to join Tianren and work alongside them for humanity's future. But Lin Zichen lifts a hand and quietly turns him down. Even so, Lu Chuanwu does not give up. With full confidence, he says Lin Zichen has what it takes to become the first pure-blooded human to break past the ordinary biological limit. Lin Zichen stays calm and grounded. Instead of answering the invitation, he simply asks what this cultivation method actually is. Lu Chuanwu responds immediately, pride clear in his voice. Their method, he says, is called the blood-tempering art, a technique discovered from ancient ruins. He explains that it uses a person's own qi and blood to temper the body from the inside out, strengthening it and steadily increasing combat power. Then he raises the stakes even higher. According to ancient records, once this art reaches its highest realm, a person can become a saint in the flesh, strong enough to split mountains and tear apart giant steel beasts with nothing but bare hands. But then Lu Chuanwu reveals the biggest limitation. This art can only be cultivated by pure-blooded humans. Gene fusers, he says, have impure blood, while mechanically modified people have incomplete bodies, so qi and blood cannot circulate the way the method demands. And that, in his mind, is exactly why humanity's future can only rest in the hands of pure-blooded people. After laying all of that out, he formally invites Lin Zichen to join Tianren once again. Lin Zichen gives it some thought before answering. He says that right now, he still knows far too little about this path, so for the time being, he would rather keep watching and learning. Lu Chuanwu only becomes more persistent. Leaning forward, he tells Lin Zichen he can take as much time as he needs to understand the path. But if someone with that level of physical talent lets it go to waste, that would be a real pity. Then he leans in even closer and says that, from Tianren's perspective, that so-called top scholar with 16% gene fusion compatibility is nowhere close to Lin Zichen. He even says she is not worth a single hair on Lin Zichen's head. The second those words come out, Shen Qinghan nearly chokes and almost spits out her drink from the shock. With unwavering conviction, Lu Chuanwu goes on to say that they have always believed the same thing. In their eyes, Lin Zichen, the one with the #1 physical test data, is the true top genius in the entire province. He tells Lin Zichen that if he chooses their path, then one day he will absolutely be able to crush Shen Qinghan. The moment she hears that, Shen Qinghan looks completely miserable. She cannot even understand how she somehow got dragged into this conversation. Lin Zichen lifts a hand and cuts Lu Chuanwu off before he can say anything more. Then he points straight at the dejected Shen Qinghan and calmly tells him that she is the top scholar with 16% gene fusion compatibility he was just talking about. Shen Qinghan can only give an awkward little wave, while Lu Chuanwu immediately starts sweating. At that point, Lin Zichen decides he has seen enough. He says it is getting late, then reaches over and picks up the phone Lu Chuanwu had offered him earlier. He rises to his feet, takes Shen Qinghan by the hand, thanks Lu Chuanwu for the phone and the drinks, and says they are heading out. Lu Chuanwu panics on the spot. He quickly reaches out and hurriedly asks them to wait, even throwing out a 6-month trial period. As Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walk off hand in hand, Lu Chuanwu calls after them that he is willing to offer Lin Zichen double whatever benefits the Evolution Academy is giving him. When that still does not stop them, he becomes even more desperate and immediately raises the offer again, this time to triple the benefits. The instant he hears the word triple, Lin Zichen suddenly stops. His eyes widen at once. And then the scene cuts sharply. In the very next moment, Lin Zichen is somehow back at the table, looking at Lu Chuanwu as he says he has always agreed with Tianren's philosophy. With a fierce look in his eyes, Lin Zichen clenches his fist and declares that he has made his decision. He will devote his talent to Tianren and do his part for the cause of pure-blooded humanity. Lu Chuanwu is left completely dumbfounded, too stunned to say a word, while a tiny chibi version of him collapses into tears over the terrifying amount of money he just promised. Once he settles on a decision, Lin Zichen looks at Lu Chuanwu and says there is something he wants to ask. Then he gets right to the point. Does Lu Chuanwu know anything about the source site? That question clearly catches Lu Chuanwu off guard. He stares at Lin Zichen for a moment, surprised that someone this young even knows a place like that exists. His expression quickly turns serious. He explains that the source site is believed to be the place where all life first began, and that every aberrant beast in the world ultimately traces back to it. Hearing that, Lin Zichen quietly puts the pieces together. So the source site really is the true birthplace of all aberrant beasts. He immediately asks another question. Does the beast meat sold in the markets come from there too? Lu Chuanwu says yes, then explains that the amount of meat available on Earth is nowhere near enough to feed everyone. After that, Lin Zichen asks whether there are any videos of the source site. Lu Chuanwu shakes his head. No electronic device can function in that place, so nothing can be recorded. If someone wants to preserve what they saw, the only way is to paint it by hand as faithfully as possible. That answer instantly triggers a memory in Lin Zichen's mind. He thinks of Shen Qinghan's senior sister, Luo Chenxue, and suddenly realizes that the image he once assumed was a photograph was actually an incredibly detailed painting. Right then, Lin Zichen's phone starts ringing, cutting the conversation short. It is their friend Heyu, calling to ask where they are since the promo event at the gym is about to start. Lin Zichen tells him not to worry. They are already on the way. He gets to his feet, slips his backpack on, and tells Lu Chuanwu that they still have something to handle, so they need to leave now. Before he goes, Lu Chuanwu pulls out a blue book and places it in his hand. The title reads Blood Tempering Art, and he explains that the full cultivation method is recorded inside in detail. But while handing it over, he adds a warning. This is not a technique that just anyone can practice. To use it, a person first has to reach ordinary tier 4 and have enough qi and blood to support the method. Since Lin Zichen's physical test results are already close to tier 4, Lu Chuanwu suggests that he spend the summer studying the manual and begin once he breaks through. Lin Zichen takes the book and casually stuffs it into his bag. Lu Chuanwu is still talking when Lin Zichen casually mentions that he has already reached ordinary tier 6 and plans to start practicing as soon as he gets back. That leaves Lu Chuanwu completely stunned. The scene then shifts to a high-rise building. Inside, a young woman with a ponytail is training by herself. She drives a heavy kick into a sandbag, hitting it so hard that it swings wildly from the impact. She suddenly stops when she hears someone nearby whistling in an unusually cheerful mood. When she turns around, she sees Lu Chuanwu walking in, practically bouncing with every step. Puzzled, she asks the dean what has him in such a good mood. With a smug look on his face, Lu Chuanwu starts boasting. He says that thanks to his personal charm, he managed to recruit the student with the highest physical test score in the entire province into Tianrenj. The young woman freezes in shock and immediately asks if he is serious. Lu Chuanwu pulls out his phone and shows her Lin Zichen's contact information, still insisting it all happened because of his charisma. She does not believe that for even a second and tells him to stop dodging and just tell the truth. Once she presses him, Lu Chuanwu finally gives in. Looking a little guilty, he admits that he had to promise Lin Zichen triple the benefits offered by the Evolution Academy. The young woman lets out a horrified scream, reminding him that their organization is already buried in debt. Lu Chuanwu quickly tries to calm her down, even rubbing her shoulders while assuring her that he has already lined up dates with 3 rich women to help pay for it. That only makes her look more annoyed. Then, trying to steer the conversation somewhere else, he asks how long it took her to sense her qi and blood when she first started practicing the blood tempering art. She thinks back to 10 years ago and says it took her about a week. He then asks how long it took her to master blood control. She answers without hesitation. 2 months. Lu Chuanwu strokes his chin and praises her talent, saying that is exactly what you would expect from the former runner-up of the Kyoto exam. Then he admits that even he, a self-proclaimed genius, still needed a full 2 weeks before he could sense his own qi and blood. The young woman's expression immediately darkens. She asks him not to bring up that old title anymore. Since giving up gene fusion and joining Tianrenj, she says, she has not evolved into a high-level life form in years, and now people only laugh at her for fading into obscurity. Lu Chuanwu places a hand on her shoulder and tries to comfort her. Let them laugh, he says. A few years from now, once she finally evolves, she will be the one crushing all of them. The young woman lets out a sigh and says that even after tempering her body twice, she still has not opened a single acupoint. Then she asks about Lin Zichen, wondering how long someone like him would need to sense qi and blood. Lu Chuanwu thinks it over for a moment, then estimates that with Lin Zichen's absurd physical stats it would probably take around 10 days. The moment she hears that, the young woman's eyes brighten and a sly little grin spreads across her face. Looks like she is going to have to properly educate this genius new junior of hers. Later that night, the city falls quiet. Back in his room, Lin Zichen sits cross-legged on the bed with the blood-tempering art manual open in front of him, quietly meditating. As he goes over it, the first step feels almost ridiculously easy. Sensing qi and blood took him only 3 seconds. He keeps reading and soon understands the next stage. Now he has to guide that qi and blood to temper his body, and he decides to begin with his right arm. He focuses his mind, and in the next instant, a flame-like aura coils around his right arm. At the same time, a system notification appears, confirming that he is using qi and blood to temper his skin, while both his skin strength and his proficiency start increasing. Half an hour goes by. Wanting to test the result for himself, Lin Zichen grabs a knife and brings it down hard against his own arm. The result leaves him satisfied. The blade bounces right off, and his skin is not even scratched. At that moment, he finally understands how Lu Chuanwu managed to endure Wu Tianqing's attacks. Just 1 round of tempering had already made his skin resistant to blades. And if a single session can already do this much, Lin Zichen cannot help wondering how strong he will become after 5. With that thought, he keeps cultivating. 3 hours later, Lin Zichen is sitting on the bed, soaked in sweat, breathing hard from exhaustion. After doing the math, he figures that at this pace, he should be able to finish tempering all the skin on his body within a week. So far, both of his arms are done, but the process has already burned through a third of his qi and blood. Just as he starts taking a break, a phone notification suddenly rings out in the middle of the night. He picks up his phone and sees that the message is from Shen Qinghan. She asks if he is asleep yet, then tells him she has a surprise for him and wants him to come to her room. Curious, Lin Zichen agrees right away and heads over. As he steps out, he cannot help wondering what kind of surprise she could be talking about. Out in the hallway, he runs into his mother, Zhang Wangshan. With a knowing look, she asks if he is going to see Shen Qinghan, then tells him the girl already messaged her about the surprise. With a teasing smile, she tells him to hurry up before Shen Qinghan ends up waiting too long and getting nervous. Lin Zichen arrives at Shen Qinghan's door, knocks, and lets her know he is there. From inside, she softly tells him to come in. He opens the door, and the sight inside makes him freeze. Shin Qinghan is sitting on the bed, wrapped tightly in a thick blanket, with only her flushed red face showing. When he asks what exactly is going on, she shyly tells him that this is the surprise. The second he hears that, Lin Zichen's thoughts start racing. He cannot help wondering if her surprise is that she plans to give herself to him. And in the next instant, his imagination runs completely wild, heading straight for a scene so inappropriate it feels like it ought to come with warning tape around it. He quickly shakes those thoughts off and awkwardly tells himself she probably just wants to show him something harmless, maybe a glow-in-the-dark watch or something like that. But Shin Qinghan softly insists that he come closer and see for himself. Still red all the way to his ears, Lin Zichen walks over and sits down at the edge of the bed. In a quiet voice, she tells him to lift the blanket and look. He lowers his gaze and sees her face burning bright red. Then she looks up at him, shy and soft, with an expression that feels almost dangerously inviting. Lin Zichen can feel his heartbeat thudding in his chest. Now his face is heating up too, and the air between them suddenly turns tight and impossible to read. Unable to hold back any longer, he reaches out and slowly lifts the white duvet to see what she has been hiding underneath. The moment the quilt rises, Lin Zichen freezes on the spot. There on the bed is Shin Qinghan, blushing from ear to ear, wearing the tight white cheongsam she bought online. His whole face goes scarlet in an instant. He clearly was not ready for what he just saw. In a small, timid voice, Shin Qinghan asks him if it looks good on her. He cannot stop staring. Still nervous, he gives a quick nod and tells her yes, it looks really good. Seeing that reaction, she grows a little bolder. She admits that she also bought a pair of black stockings and asks if he wants to see how those look too. Sweat practically about to break out from the nerves, Lin Zichen eagerly agrees and tells her to put them on so he can see. Right there in front of him, Shin Qinghan slowly starts pulling on the black stockings, and the longer he watches, the redder his face gets. After she finishes, she looks back at him and softly asks if she looks good now. Lin Zichen tells her she looks amazing, and that the whole outfit suits her perfectly. Then, in a light playful tone, she says the stockings feel really nice and invites him to touch them himself. He leans in, reaches out and gently touches her leg. After feeling it for himself, he quietly agrees that they really are soft and comfortable. Shin Qinghan eases herself back onto the bed, inches a little closer, and asks him which feels better to touch, her legs or the stockings. Blushing but smiling, Lin Zichen admits that her legs feel better, and from the look on her face, she clearly feels the same way. But just as the mood starts getting deeper, Zhang Wangshuan's voice suddenly comes from outside the door. She loudly says that Shin Qinghan's mother dropped off some toiletries and hung them on the doorknob for her to grab later, throwing Lin Zichen completely off. Startled by the interruption, Lin Zichen quickly gets up and heads for the door to answer. With a puzzled look, he takes the bag his mother left hanging outside and carries it back in. But the second he peeks inside, his face burns red again. Sitting there in the bag is a box of those safety items prepared by Shin Qinghan's mother, and in that moment all his suspicions are confirmed. Embarrassed and suddenly at a loss for words, he stuffs the box back into the bag. In his head, he cannot help complaining that they have not even kissed yet, so why does everything feel like it is moving this fast? Shin Qinghan then tells him it is already late so he should just stay the night. After that, she shyly asks him to turn around so he will not see her while she puts on her diaper. Face still burning, Lin Zichen turns around while she changes behind him. Once she is done, she walks back over and quietly tells him she is ready. They can turn off the lights and go to sleep now. Even so, both of them are obviously tense. Later, the two of them lie side by side in the same bed, covered under the same quilt. Lin Zichen cannot fall asleep. After a while, he asks Shin Qinghan if she put on perfume, because there is a faint fragrance lingering in the bed. Without even opening her eyes, Shin Qinghan smiles and teasingly tells him that it is just her natural scent filling the bed. And if he does not believe her, he can smell for himself. Lin Zichen quietly mutters that there is no way that can be true. At that, Shin Qinghan opens her eyes and looks at him with a soft, quietly seductive smile, leaving him completely speechless. Lin Zichen's face turns even redder. He can only stare at her, completely pulled into the moment. Then Shin Qinghan slowly leans in and kisses him deeply. As the kiss goes on, Shin Qinghan's eyes suddenly widen. She quickly pulls back, breathing a little unevenly, and softly asks him to wait a second. Shocked, Shin Qinghan slips out of bed and quickly puts on her slippers, while Lin Zichen sits there confused and asks what happened. Her face burning with embarrassment, she turns back toward him and admits that she wet herself again. She stands stiffly beside the bed, too ashamed to move, while Lin Zichen looks up at her from the mattress. Then all of a sudden, something clicks in Lin Zichen's head. He tells her to wait and asks what she felt right before it happened. More specifically, did she go through a strong mental fluctuation? Still embarrassed, Shin Qinghan explains that her heart suddenly started pounding. Something jolted in her chest. Her whole body heated up, and then she lost control of her bladder. After hearing that, Lin Zichen becomes sure of it. Her mental fluctuations were extremely intense, and everything lines up perfectly with what he had already been suspecting. He then explains the theory he has in mind. Thinking back to her innate water ability, he tells her that her unknown superpower is probably connected to her mental power, and that mental power may be what controls it. Shin Qinghan listens in shock, then quickly realizes what that means. If her mental strength grows strong enough, she might be able to fully develop that ability and control it on her own. Now wanting to test that theory, Lin Zichen takes her hand and suggests they keep kissing to see whether the same kind of mental fluctuation triggers the effect again. Shin Qinghan asks him to wait so she can change her diaper first, but Lin Zichen tells her not to bother. If she is just going to wet herself again in a moment, then they might as well continue the experiment right now. After hearing that, she agrees, and the two of them start kissing passionately on the bed again. When the kiss finally breaks, Lin Zichen gently cups her face and asks how she felt that time. Her whole face turns bright red as she confirms it was exactly the same as before, a huge surge of mental fluctuation, followed immediately by losing control of her bladder. After repeating the test several times, Lin Zichen finally says he is certain now. Her superpower is activated through mental power. Soaked through and clearly flustered, Shin Qinghan climbs out of bed and mutters that she's sweaty all over, so she's going to take a shower. A moment later, her voice comes from inside the bathroom. She says she forgot to bring her pajamas and asks him to grab a set for her. Lin Zichen agrees without hesitation. Lin Zichen walks over to Shin Qinghan's wardrobe and pulls the door open. Inside, he starts looking through the clothes she had folded up so neatly. Then, while searching, he notices a cute pair of underwear with a tiny pink bow on it. He stops cold for a second, caught completely off guard, quietly thinking it looks kinda pretty. He quickly puts it back, his face instantly warming up, then awkwardly tells himself that if she sleeps in a diaper, she probably doesn't even wear underwear anyway. In the end, he picks out a light blue set of pajamas and figures that should do. Later that night, the two of them are back in bed, settling into sleep. But Lin Zichen is still awake. With a thoughtful look in his eyes, he slowly turns toward Shin Qinghan, only to find that she's already fast asleep, even drooling a little. A faint smile touches his face, and he reaches over to gently stroke her cheek. The next morning, Lin Zichen quietly slips out of her room and carefully closes the door behind him so he won't wake her. Just as he's about to leave, he runs into her mother, Su Meng, in the kitchen. She tells him breakfast is almost ready and says he should eat before heading home, and he gladly agrees. So Lin Zichen ends up having breakfast with Shin Qinghan's parents, Shin Jianya and Su Meng. During the meal, her father asks if Shin Qinghan is awake yet, and Lin Zichen says she's still sleeping, so they should let her rest a little longer. Su Meng lets out a sigh and says she wishes her daughter had Lin Zichen's self-discipline. But Shin Jianya immediately speaks up for Shin Qinghan, saying that after becoming the province's top student, she's earned the right to relax during the break. After breakfast, Lin Zichen says goodbye to Su Meng at the front door and tells her there's really no need to walk him out. Once he leaves, she closes the door and can't hold back a sly, deeply satisfied smile. Su Meng then walks over to her husband and tells him that when she got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, she heard the shower running upstairs, clearly hinting that their daughter and Lin Zichen had been together. Shin Jianya thinks it over for a moment, then agrees. Thrilled by what she sees as a huge step forward between the two of them, Su Meng immediately pulls out her phone to share the good news with Zhang Wanshan. At the same time, Lin Zichen arrives back home and starts getting ready to wash the clothes he wore the day before. Right as he's changing, his mother, Zhang Wangxian, suddenly appears. The second she sees him, she gives him a knowing smile and a thumbs up, praising him for being pretty capable. Lin Zichen is left completely confused by the sudden compliment. The story then shifts to what looks like a university building. A muscular man with long hair and sunglasses storms into a dojo, followed by a whole group of men just as burly as he is. The moment he steps in, he shouts Lu Chuanwu's name and demands an explanation over Lin Zichen. Lu Chuanwu stays calm and acts like he has no idea what he's talking about. That only makes the man explode even more. He shouts that Lin Zichen had already enrolled in his Evolution Academy and accuses Lu Chuanwu of using dirty tricks to steal the student for the Martial Academy. Lu Chuanwu fires right back, asking why the Evolution Academy should be the only one allowed to recruit students. The argument spirals almost immediately, with both deans shouting over recruitment rules and old agreements, while Lu Chuanwu shamelessly brushes those agreements aside. Still looking completely sure of himself, Lu Chuanwu says his way of recruiting was perfectly reasonable and nothing more than fair competition. Then he throws it right back at the other dean, saying that if he's unhappy, he can try winning Lin Zichen back himself. The Evolution Academy dean is furious. He shouts that someone as shameless as Lu Chuanwu has no right to talk about fair competition, then challenges him to settle it with a fight on the spot, saying that would be real justice. Lu Chuanwu just gives a sneer and asks if he really thinks he's that stupid. The quarrel gets even uglier. Lu Chuanwu points out that their strength isn't even on the same level, saying the other dean is a level 5 advanced while he himself is only level 9 ordinary, so a fight would obviously be unfair. The dean fires back that he's only 48, while Lu Chuanwu is already 95, accusing him of taking advantage of his youth. Lu Chuanwu flips it around in an instant and says the man is trying to bully an old man, leaving the dean so mad he can barely get the words out. After losing the argument, the dean whirls around and storms out with his men, shouting that as long as Lu Chuanwu refuses genetic fusion, he'll remain weak forever and can keep fooling around with his pure-blood humans, who are no better than insects. Later, that same dean is in an office talking to Mo Dongji. She tells him not to worry, saying that sooner or later Lin Zichen will watch his classmates pull ahead through genetic fusion and mechanical modification, and once that happens, he'll naturally want to switch majors. But he says that isn't the real problem. To him, the real issue is that Lu Chuanwu broke the rules, and that has to be punished. Mo Dongji stays calm and tells him that if he feels that wronged, then he should pay Lu Chuanwu back the same way by stealing his best student. The dean hesitates, clearly uneasy, but after hearing that, he decides to go along with her plan. After he leaves, Mo Dongji walks over and closes the office door. Holding her cup, she reflects that Ma Zhenhe is usually a steady, composed man, but the second Lu Chuanwu gets involved, he always loses control and starts acting irrationally. She takes a sip and thinks about Lu Chuanwu too, realizing that even after all these years, he still hasn't changed. That sharp tongue of his is every bit as ruthless as ever. She can't help regretting the path he chose when he was young. He believed his body was just as strong as his mouth, and in her eyes, if he hadn't made those choices back then, he could have at least become a school principal by now. The scene shifts again, this time to a road running alongside a canal, where Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are out jogging together. After a while, Shen Qinghan finally stops, bending over as she gasps for air and says she seriously can't keep going. Lin Zichen walks over and hands her a bottle of water so she can catch her breath and drink. As she takes a sip, he suggests they call it there and head to a nearby bench so she can loosen up her muscles. Not long after, Shen Qinghan is lying face down across a wooden bench, while Lin Zichen sits beside her and starts massaging her legs to work the tightness out of her muscles. Feeling touched, she turns her head toward him and softly thanks him. He smiles and tells her that between the two of them, there's no need to say thank you over something like that. What he says makes Shen Qinghan blush. She slowly sits up, looks at him shyly, and finally asks the question she's been holding back. Right now, what exactly are they? Just friends, childhood friends? Or is she already his girlfriend? Lin Zichen smiles at her and says that to him, she's family. Still red in the face, Shen Qinghan softly asks what kind of family he means. Then she looks straight at him and asks what kind of family he wants the two of them to become. In a shy voice, she suggests that maybe they could be fiancés. And the moment he agrees, her whole face brightens with joy. Beaming from ear to ear, she scoots a little closer to him on the bench. Then Shen Qinghan takes it one step further and says they should get married as soon as they finish university. Lin Zichen gladly agrees, and the two of them seal it with a pinky promise. Later that night, back at Lin Zichen's house, he's sitting on the living room sofa with his parents, Lin Yanqing and Zhang Wangxin. Then, out of nowhere, someone knocks on the door. Lin Yanqing walks over and opens it, only to pause when he sees who's standing outside. It's Dean Ma Zhenhe. He greets him, apologizes for coming so late, and says he came because he wants to talk about Lin Zichen's academy choice. Lin Yanqing is clearly confused. The matter was already settled. So why would the dean come all the way here this late just to bring it up again? Ma Zhenhe hands over a gift, 2 fish, and explains that one of his students gave them to him. Lin Yanqing invites him inside and tells him they can talk in the living room, where Lin Zichen is already waiting. Once they sit down, Ma Zhenhe tries to change Lin Zichen's mind. He says that with a 15% gene fusion compatibility rate, Lin Zichen clearly has extraordinary potential, and throwing that away to follow the path of a pureblood human would be a huge waste. He goes on to say that even if Tianrenj means well, their theories have never produced any real results. In his eyes, it's a dead end, and sooner or later, it will only ruin Lin Zichen. So he urges Lin Zichen to think carefully, give up this pure blood path that can only lead to an ordinary future, and choose the Evolution Academy instead. Lin Zichen listens to all of it with a serious expression, not giving anything away. His mother, Zhang Wangxin, looks completely lost and asks what they're even talking about. She thought her son had already enrolled in the Evolution Academy. At that point, Lin Zichen turns to his parents and admits that he forgot to tell them something. A few days ago, he already joined Tianrenj. He explains that he transferred into the Budo Academy and chose the path of a pure-blood human, leaving both of his parents stunned where they sit. His mother immediately asks, flustered and confused, what exactly is going on? Lin Zichen explains his reasons. He says he agrees with Tianrenj's philosophy, and since Budo Academy's dean, Lu Chuanwu, showed real sincerity by offering him triple the benefits, he agreed to join on a 6-month trial basis. He adds that if 6 months pass and he still doesn't see any results, then he'll go back to the Evolution Academy and return to the gene fusion path. His parents sit there in silence, clearly trying to process everything he just said. Ma Jinhe, on the other hand, is furious. Deep down, he can't help wondering how a poor old man like Lu Chuanwu could possibly afford an offer like that. Then he looks at Lin Zichen and says he wants to say a few words to him, man to man. He says triple the benefits may sound tempting right now, but in the end, it's just a tiny short-term gain traded for a massive loss later. He warns that those 6 months are precious. If Lin Zichen gives up that time, along with the knowledge and experience he could have gained, he'll never get it back. So he pleads with him not to waste it. But Lin Zichen doesn't budge. He thanks the dean for the advice, then says again that he truly believes in Tianrenj's ideals. He says that if he never even tries this path, he knows he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Even so, deep down he has to admit those triple benefits are just too good to ignore. Seeing that Lin Zichen has already made up his mind, Ma Jinhe can only let out a long, helpless sigh. He gets to his feet and says that since Lin Zichen is this determined, there's no point saying anything more. He says he still has other matters to handle and prepares to leave. As he heads for the door, Lin Yanxing quickly gets up to walk him out. The next morning, Lin Zichen is at home, casually sipping his drink while scrolling through the news on his phone. Then his eyes suddenly widen. One headline says that Lin Zichen, the province's top scholar, was brainwashed by Tianrenj and chose the pure-blood human path, throwing away his talent in the process. The article even drags up a female genius from 10 years ago, claiming she also ruined her future after joining the same group. As he scrolls through the comments, all he sees is ridicule and criticism. People are questioning his intelligence, mocking his decision, and even calling for Tianrenj to be shut down altogether. Lin Zichen's face darkens when he realizes his personal information has already been exposed. What worries him even more is the thought that this kind of exposure could attract the attention of heretics. He starts wondering whether Ma Jinhe, or maybe some other force opposing Tianrenj, was behind the leak. Realizing the most urgent thing now is to contain the situation, he immediately makes a call and reports the news outlet for leaking a student's private information. 2 hours later, Lin Zichen is sitting on the couch, finally able to breathe a little now that the article has been taken down. But then his phone suddenly starts vibrating non-stop with notification after notification. He checks the messages and sees his classmates talking in a group chat, asking why he joined the misleading Tianrenji. They also tell him his photos have been leaked online too, and now the entire internet is talking about him. He visibly tenses up. Now that his face is out there too, the situation has become even more complicated and far more dangerous. That night, Shin Qinghan shows up at Lin Zichen's door in a pink nightgown and cheerfully announces that she's staying over. Later, with the two of them lying in bed, she notices him reading through all the hateful news about himself and remarks on how awful people can be. Lin Zichen stays calm and tells her that in struggles over power, the people who play by the rules usually end up at a disadvantage, while the ones willing to ignore them are the ones who take control. Shin Qinghan then suggests asking her powerful master, Mo Dongji, for help. But Lin Zichen shuts that idea down. He says this conflict is between the Gene Fusion faction and the Pureblood faction, so her master has no reason to step in for him. Even so, Shin Qinghan refuses to drop it and messages her master anyway. Not long after, Shin Qinghan holds out her phone for Lin Zichen to see. Mo Dongji has already replied, saying the issue has been handled. Shin Qinghan is stunned that everything got resolved in less than half an hour, and Lin Zichen is just as surprised. He quickly checks online, and sure enough, every bit of news tied to him has been wiped away. Lin Zichen can't help wondering why Mo Dongji stepped in for him. Maybe she's doting on her new disciple, or maybe some lingering feelings connected to her ex-husband are still there. Either way, he knows he's the one who benefited. He asks Shen Qinghan to thank her master for him. But she leans closer with a playful smile and asks how he plans to thank her instead. When he asks what she wants, she tells him to kiss her. The two of them slowly lean in, faces warming, and move closer for a kiss. Later on, Lin Zichen sits cross-legged on his bed, meditating as white mist-like energy coils around his body. Then he pulls in one long, steady breath. A system notification appears, telling him his biological level has reached ordinary tier 7. He opens his eyes, drenched in sweat, and says with clear excitement that he's finally finished tempering all of his skin. After training, Lin Zichen opens his updated status panel. It shows that he's 18 years old, now at ordinary tier 7, with 9 biological attributes in total. It also confirms that the first stage of body tempering, skin tempering, is complete. A wave of confidence rises in him. In his mind, having 9 attributes should be the same as 10 gene fusions. With a faint smirk, he starts thinking he's finally strong enough to crush that famous Kyoto prodigy. Right then, a message from Shen Qinghan cuts off his thoughts. She asks him to go with her and Chu Rui next Monday to retrieve their eggs. He immediately understands that since she plans to walk the gene fusion path, which often leads to infertility, she's preserving her eggs now so the two of them can have a test tube baby in the future. He replies right away and agrees to go with her. The following Monday, the three of them arrive at a large modern hospital. Inside one of the rooms, Shen Qinghan is lying on a hospital bed in her underwear, school shirt, and stockings. A nurse gives her an ovulation shot and tells her to come back the next day for the egg retrieval procedure. Shen Qinghan softly thanks her. Later, as they walk through the hospital hallway, Lin Zichen comments that the whole process is way too much trouble. Shen Qinghan admits she's still a little nervous. Hearing that, Chu Rui throws an arm around her shoulder and suggests they go shopping so she can stop thinking about it. Shen Qinghan agrees right away. The girls ask Lin Zichen if he wants to come too, but he turns them down and says he has something else to take care of. Chu Rui is clearly thrilled to have a girls' day with Shen Qinghan. The two of them wave goodbye and head off together in high spirits. Back in his room, Lin Zichen decides it's time to begin the next stage of training, tempering his muscles. As he meditates, system notifications begin popping up one after another, showing that both his muscle strength and his blood tempering art proficiency are rising. He can feel that this pain burns even worse than skin tempering did, but it's still something he can endure. By the time the whole afternoon is gone, he's only managed to temper his right arm. He drops onto the bed completely exhausted. To recover what he spent, he stuffs himself with a huge amount of bread to replenish his chi and blood. After that, he tests his grip strength with a hand gripper and is stunned to find that tempering just one arm has already increased his strength by 50%. Right then, someone knocks on his door. Shen Qinghan walks in and tells him Chu Rui suggested they all hang out with Yu before school starts, and she already agreed for him too. Lin Zichen reaches out, takes her hand, and tells her that if she's going, then he's definitely going too. But Shen Qinghan still looks uneasy. She explains that Chu Rui wants to go to the beach, and even though she doesn't want to go, she feels bad saying no. She reminds him about what happened before, about that terrifying mysterious voice she heard in the ocean, and admits that she's scared. Lin Zichen gently reassures her and promises that he'll protect her. He says that if she's really too afraid, then they just won't go into the water. Hearing that, she finally nods. The scene then shifts to a dark cavern lit by fire, where a massive circular platform covered in glowing runes hangs above a sea of lava. And on top of that platform, a secret meeting is already underway. The giant green monster is there, reporting to a mysterious man in a sharp suit wearing a sinister plague doctor mask. The monster tells him that his filthy rats have already finished digging all 108 tunnels they needed. Then the monster tells the plague doctor masked man to place a biological coordinate at that location. The masked man agrees without a moment's hesitation. He raises a strange staff radiating power, with a single glowing red eye embedded in it, and slams it into the ground, sending out a wave of dark energy. To complete the ritual, the masked man cuts open his own wrist and lets his blood pour onto the staff, where the red eye greedily drinks it in. As red and black energy lashes up from the ground, the masked man says the coordinate has now been set. He then explains that the next step is to find the matching point at the source site and place another coordinate there. Once those two coordinates start resonating with each other, he says all of the tunnels will fully connect to the source site, and their plan will be complete. Meanwhile, the group is on the road to the beach, driving along a beautiful stretch of coastline. Inside the car, Chu Rui asks Yu when he got his driver's license. He explains that right after summer vacation started, his father pulled some strings and got him into a fast-track driving course. When he offers to help the others get into the same kind of course, they immediately light up and agree, which clearly makes Yu even happier. Before long, they pull into the beach parking lot. Yu bursts with excitement, runs out onto the sand, and starts shouting about how much he loves the sea breeze, the ocean, and most of all, the women in bikinis splashing around in the water. Annoyed by what he just said, Chu Rui smacks him on the back of the head. Then she grabs Shin Qinghan by the arm and declares that the two of them are going to get changed, completely ignoring Yu's complaints. Left standing there, Yu throws an arm around Lin Zichen's shoulder and says they should go get changed too, adding that he's already itching to jump in the water and start diving. But as the two of them walk off, a group of guys on the beach suddenly recognize Lin Zichen and point out that he's the student who took second place in the Nanjiang provincial Gaokao. Before long, they start whispering among themselves, saying he's the one who joined Tianrenj. In their eyes, he either got brainwashed or was stupid to begin with, and now he's completely ruined his own future. Yu hears every word, and his temper flares instantly. He storms over, glares at them, and demands to know who they think they are to judge the provincial runner-up, then angrily tells them to keep talking. The whole group stiffens on the spot, completely thrown off by his sudden outburst. And just when Yu looks ready to push it even further, Lin Zichen calmly reaches over, grabs his arm, and tells him to drop it. There's no point wasting words on people like that. Yu lets out his frustration, saying Lin Zichen is way too patient, because if it were him, he would have already punched them. Lin Zichen says he just doesn't care what those people think. But if they had talked about something he truly cared about, then yeah, he definitely would have thrown hands. When Yu asks what that would be, Lin Zichen just gives him a look and glances off to the side, like the answer should already be obvious. Right then, Chu Rui and Shin Qinghan come back after changing into their beach outfits. Shin Qinghan is standing there with a tube of sunscreen in her hand, and Chu Rui cheerfully points out that the person Lin Zichen obviously cares about most is Shin Qinghan. Yu scratches his head and admits that was a stupid question, while Chu Rui tells the two guys to stop standing around and hurry up to get changed. A little while later, Lin Zichen and Yu come back out in swim trunks, both showing off strong, well-built bodies. Lin Zichen then teasingly asks if he should help Shin Qinghan put on sunscreen. From her lounge chair, Shin Qinghan happily says yes. As Lin Zichen rubs the sunscreen across her back, she softly tells him he's actually pretty good at it. Watching from the side, Yu blushes with jealousy and thinks to himself that Lin Zichen really knows what he's doing. Feeling inspired, he immediately tries the same line on Chu Rui, only for her to coldly tell him to get lost. As Lin Zichen keeps applying the sunscreen, his hands moving lower across Shin Qinghan's back and down toward her hips, she quietly thinks to herself just how amazing he really is. Then all of a sudden, a strange and powerful voice echoes inside her mind. Her eyes snap open, and she jerks upright in shock, muttering something about revival and the source of the sea. She quickly turns toward the ocean, fear written all over her face, and blurts out that she can hear that voice again, instantly drawing Lin Zichen's attention. Lin Zichen pulls the frightened Shin Qinghan into his arms and asks her what happened. Still pale with fear, she tells him she heard that creepy voice again, talking about a great god, revival, and the source of the sea. Lin Zichen listens carefully and starts to suspect that the voice may be tied to the source site in the origin land. But in the end, he realizes they still know far too little. Before they can understand what's happening, they need more information. So he tells her that once university starts, she should find a way to indirectly ask her master, Mo Dongji, about it. Shin Qinghan agrees. Sometime later, Lin Zichen is back in his room, continuing his training. Now that muscle tempering is finished, he's moved on to the much harder stage, bone tempering. The pain is brutal, far worse than before, as he guides his energy deeper into his body to strengthen his bones. After one grueling session, he collapses onto the bed, completely drained and covered in a strange residue. But even so, he's done it. All 206 bones in his body have been successfully tempered. Then the system rewards his effort with a notification, congratulating him for reaching ordinary creature rank 9. At that point, he's only one step away from advancing to the next level. Lying there on the bed, he studies the blood tempering art manual and realizes that the next step in evolution is opening the apertures inside his body. The problem is, the book explains it so vaguely that it's almost useless. With a determined look in his eyes, he shuts the book and decides he'll figure the method out himself. The scene then shifts to the impressive campus of Shanghai University, where Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan have finally arrived to start college. One of their parents calls out, saying they've arrived. As they walk through campus with Lin Zichen's parents, Shin Qinghan, now dressed in a stylish new outfit, excitedly points out that the old ice cream shop is still there. As they make their way through the lively university town, Lin Zichen smiles and tells her she's right. It really is the same ice cream shop they used to visit when they were little. His mother, Zhang Wangxin, suggests they stop and get some since they still have time, and Shin Qinghan happily agrees. Inside, Shin Qinghan digs into a huge bowl of strawberry milk ice cream and immediately lights up at how good it tastes. Then she sweetly lifts a spoon toward Lin Zichen and offers him a bite. He leans in and takes it while his parents watch with warm smiles. But that quiet little moment is suddenly broken by a commotion from a nearby bar, and it immediately catches Lin Zichen's attention. He glances over through the window and overhears a man complaining to a woman named Justin that her skirt is too long, making it harder for him to grope her. Inside the bar, Brother Yang has Justin sitting on his lap in a flirtatious pose. She tells him he can just slide his hand under her skirt if he wants, because she doesn't mind. Meanwhile, another man at the table tells Brother Yang to stop fooling around with the girl and focus on the game instead. Outside the ice cream shop, two other men are talking about a girl named Huang Justin. One of them says that at the art academy, she acts like some untouchable goddess, but now she's letting guys from the Evolution Academy get close to her. The other says students from the Evolution Academy have bright futures ahead of them, so of course women are drawn to them. Hearing that makes Lin Zichen think about how the university is structured. Shanghai University is split into two separate sections. The outer campus is for students in arts and cultural programs, while the inner campus is reserved for those studying evolution, mechanical modification, and martial arts. The inner campus is treated like a high-security zone. It's off-limits to the public, and even students from the outer campus can't enter because gene fusion and mechanical modification research are too sensitive. Armed guards and surveillance drones patrol the area at all times. Back at the table, Lin Zichen's mother, Zhang Wangxin, reminds both him and Shin Qinghan that even though university gives them more freedom, they still need to stay focused on their studies and not let themselves get distracted. Her husband, Lin Yanxing, tells her not to worry, saying the two kids know how to behave. Then he turns to Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan and says it's time for them to head into the inner campus. Since the parents aren't allowed inside the restricted area, Lin Yanxing reminds his son to look after Shin Qinghan once they go in, and Lin Zichen promises that he will. At the heavily guarded entrance to the inner campus, a security guard stops the two of them and asks to see their admission notices. Lin Zichen hands his over right away, but while Shin Qinghan is still looking for hers, the guard suddenly stops her. He has already recognized Lin Zichen as the provincial exam star who recently made headlines for joining Tianrenj. So in the end, he lets both of them through without checking any further. Inside, the campus is packed with gene fusion students and cyborgs moving all around, a completely normal sight in a place like this. After finishing all their registration procedures, the two of them reach the point where they have to separate and head to their own dorms. Shin Qinghan waves goodbye to Lin Zichen and tells him she'll see him that evening, then heads off toward her dorm in the Evolution Academy. The moment Lin Zichen arrives at the Budo Academy, a group of excited upperclassmen girls rushes over and surrounds him. One after another, they praise his looks, offer to carry his luggage, and eagerly ask for his contact info. Then a confident blonde senior steps in, tells the others to give him some room, and says she'll personally take Lin Zichen to his dorm. He thanks her and agrees. As they walk, the senior asks whether he wants to check out the school's combat power rankings. She brings him over to a display board showing two lists, the peak ranking for the top 500 students in the whole school, and the freshman ranking for the top 100 first years. She explains that the top 3 spots on the peak ranking are all held by powerful fourth-year students from the Evolution and Mechanical Academies. Compared to that, only 3 students from the Budo Academy have managed to make the list at all, and every one of them is ranked much lower. Then she tells him about a former star from their academy. Just like Lin Zichen, that person entered as a top scorer and even climbed all the way to 6th place on the peak ranking. But because she was walking the pureblood human path, her growth eventually slowed down, and she was overtaken by gene fusion students and cyborgs. The senior reveals that this person is Song Yuyan. She's now an instructor at the academy and also a core researcher for Tianrenj, serving as Dean Lu Chuanwu's assistant. Before long, they arrive at his room. The senior leads him inside, and instead of a normal dorm, Lin Zichen finds a spacious private apartment. Even she can't hide her envy, remarking that the top scorer really does get unbelievable treatment. Fanning herself, she complains about how hot it was outside, then shoots him a suggestive look and asks whether she can use his shower. But Lin Zichen completely misses the hint. He simply thanks her for helping him and says he'll treat her to milk tea from a nearby shop. The senior is left baffled by that answer, though she still agrees, wondering to herself why he didn't take the opening she gave him. After the senior leaves, Lin Zichen stands alone in his new room and thinks that by buying her a drink, he's properly returned the favor of her showing him the way. Not long after that, he gets a message from Shin Qinghan asking him to send pictures of his dorm. She has already sent photos of hers, and the place looks ridiculously luxurious, even complete with a private gym. Comparing that lavish apartment to his own simple single room, Lin Zichen feels a little bitter. It's obvious how much richer the Evolution Academy is. Still, he reluctantly takes a few pictures of his modest room and sends them over. The moment she sees them, Shin Qinghan is shocked by how small his place is, and immediately tells him to move in with her instead. She even says her bed is bigger than the one he has back home. Without hesitating for even a second, Lin Zichen grabs his suitcase and phone and says he's heading over right now. As he walks out of the Budo Academy dorm area, he mutters to himself about the huge funding gap between the academies, feeling that his room, which is supposed to be the best housing his academy can offer, still can't compare at all to the student apartments in the Evolution Academy. While walking, he lets out a quiet sigh and briefly wonders whether Dean Lu Chuanwu can really deliver on that promise of triple benefits. When the elevator doors open on her floor, Shin Qinghan is already there waiting for him with a bright smile. She happily welcomes him into her spacious apartment, cool with air conditioning and far more comfortable than his place. Looking around the spotless, luxurious room, Lin Zichen says Mo Dongji must care about her a lot to arrange a place like this. Shin Qinghan smiles and agrees, saying her master really does treat her well. Shin Qinghan spreads her arms wide and cheerfully declares that this is their little home now, a place where they can finally relax without their parents around. Lin Zichen immediately blushes and tells her not to let her imagination run wild. Then she says she got sweaty from moving around, so she's gonna shower first. Right there on the spot, she starts taking off her clothes and leaves them piled on the floor, while Lin Zichen can only stare and remind her not to make such a mess. While she's in the shower, a flustered Lin Zichen picks up the clothes she left behind. With nothing else to do for the moment, he decides to check out the new university app he downloaded. As he explores it, he finds an in-app store where students can spend school credits on resources related to gene fusion and mechanical modification. He soon learns there are 3 main ways to earn those credits: placing on the school's power rankings, completing official school assignments, or performing exceptionally well in competitions. The more he looks into it, the more he feels that for him, earning these credits may be even easier than making money. Then his browsing gets cut short when Shin Qinghan calls from the bathroom and asks him to bring her clothes in. He walks into the bathroom with her clothes, only to find her lounging comfortably in a large bathtub. With a faint blush, she says the water feels amazing and invites him to come in and join her. Lin Zichen hesitates, his face heating up, but then decides it really would be a waste for one person to use that much hot water alone. So in the end, he agrees and starts taking off his clothes. Once he gets into the tub, he offers to wash her back. Shin Qinghan happily agrees and tells him that after that, she'll wash his too. Later on, after the bath and a meal, Lin Zichen sits on the bed meditating while Shin Qinghan lies beside him. At that point, he begins the second stage of skin tempering through the blood tempering art. The process is brutal. He quickly realizes this round is much harder than the first, and after 2 full hours, he's only managed to temper his right hand. Curious about the results, he asks Shin Qinghan to hand him a sewing needle so he can test the strength of his skin. To her surprise, he presses the sharp needle against the back of his hand, but the tip can't pierce through at all. A system notification immediately confirms that the toughness of his skin is increasing. Then he pushes even harder, and the needle suddenly snaps against his hand. Shin Qinghan stares in amazement and blurts out that the blood tempering art is so incredible it almost makes her want to switch to the pure blood path too. Lin Zichen, meanwhile, calmly says it's time for the next test: heat resistance. With a steady expression, he holds his hand over the flame of the lit stovetop. Another system notification appears, confirming that his heat resistance is going up. He reflects that it took more than a full minute before he felt even the slightest burning sensation, and from that, he concludes that with the blood tempering art and his system-enhanced attributes, he is steadily moving toward a saintly body. Just as Lin Zichen is relaxing, his phone suddenly buzzes with a new message. Turns out to be from Lu Chuanwu, the dean of the Budo Academy. The dean first asks if he has gotten settled in, then tells him to come over to Tianrenj headquarters, so he can familiarize himself with the place and meet the others. Lin Zichen agrees, and the dean tells him to wait downstairs since someone will be sent to pick him up. Because he is not staying in his own dorm, Lin Zichen gives him Shin Qinghan's address instead. After getting the reply back, he quietly lets out a breath and heads downstairs. Before he leaves, he lets Shin Qinghan know he is stepping out for a while and explains that the dean has asked him to visit the organization's headquarters. She simply tells him to go on ahead and not worry about anything. Once outside, he walks over beneath a few trees, finds a patch of shade, and waits there. As he leans against the trunk, a young man with short, spiky orange-brown hair happens to notice him. The guy comes straight over and recognizes him right away as Lin Zichen, the provincial top scorer who joined Tianrenj. Lin Zichen greets him back, though inwardly he cannot help thinking that he really has become pretty well known. The young man tells him he genuinely admires the fact that Lin Zichen gave up gene fusion and chose the pureblood path instead. He says he is a freshman too, and that he grew up near Kyoto, where there used to be a similar institute focused on pureblood human research. But after 20 years with almost nothing to show for it, that place was eventually shut down. Even so, he still hopes Shanghai University's research can finally make it work. Lin Zichen finds the guy a little too talkative. In the end, the freshman gives him a thumbs up, wishes him luck and finally leaves. Not long after that, Lin Zichen hears the low rumble of an engine nearby. He turns and sees a woman in a helmet pulling up right in front of him on a sleek red motorcycle. She asks if he is Lin Zichen, and after he confirms it, she swings one leg over and steps off the bike. Once she removes her helmet, she introduces herself as Song Yuyen, an instructor from the Budo Academy and also a Tianrenj researcher. Then she tells him she is here to take him to headquarters. As they shake hands, Lin Zichen immediately realizes who she is. She is the former top student who also chose the pureblood route. He gets on the back of her motorcycle, and with a teasing smile, she tells him he might want to hold on a little tighter. As the motorcycle speeds down the road, she jokes about whether he is happy such a beautiful senior came to pick him up. Lin Zichen answers smoothly that it is an honor. Then, sounding curious, she asks why a student from the Budo Academy had been standing outside the luxury dorms of the Evolution Academy. Lin Zichen casually tells her that his girlfriend lives there, and that he has already moved in with her. The second Song Yuyen hears that. She starts complaining about her own love life, saying she has not even had the chance to live with a boy. Before long, they pull up in front of a large, modern-looking building. Song Yuyen leads Lin Zichen to a building marked Pure Human Research Institute. She gestures for him to come inside, and as he follows her in, he asks if that name is just a shortened version of Pure-Blooded Human Research Institute. Inside, she shows him a lounge where the researchers usually rest and take a break. Then she points to a fully stocked fridge and tells him he can grab any drink he wants for free. As they keep walking through an empty hallway, Lin Zichen glances around and asks why he does not see a single other person. Song Yuyen sighs and explains that Tianrenj is not exactly popular at the university. Their funding is limited, so they simply cannot afford to keep a large staff. Then she reveals that the whole organization consists of just Dean Lu Chuanwu, herself, Lin Zichen, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. That stops Lin Zichen cold. In that instant, he finally realizes the group of men in karate uniforms standing beside the dean when they first met had all been hired just to make the place look impressive. He feels a little let down, but then quickly reminds himself that as long as the promised triple benefits are real, none of that really matters. Right after that, Song Yuyen calls out to the dean and says she has brought Lin Zichen over. Soon, Lu Chuanwu appears looking exhausted and disheveled, like he has barely slept, and invites them into his cluttered office. Lin Zichen points out how worn out the dean looks. Lu Chuanwu explains that he has basically been stuck here for nearly half a month, trying to break through a bottleneck in his research on the aperture opening chapter of the blood tempering art, but he still has not made any progress. Even with all that frustration, Lu Chuanwu still gives Lin Zichen a big thumbs up and confidently says that once Lin Zichen joins in, the pureblood path is bound to move forward in a big way. Then, just as naturally, he starts bragging that Song Yuyen used to be the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, and that when he was younger, even his own physical test scores were better than hers. Song Yuyen immediately cuts him off and tells him to stop bragging already. The dean finally turns serious and explains that with Song Yuyen helping him, he managed to push past a plateau that had held him back for decades and complete his third body tempering. Because of that, even as an ordinary Tier 9 human, he now has the strength to defeat a high-level gene fuser. He puts a hand on each of their shoulders and tells Lin Zichen that given enough time, he might even surpass Song Yuyen. Then Lu Chuanwu changes topics and asks how Lin Zichen's blood tempering art is progressing. He wants to know if Lin Zichen has already learned blood control and reached ordinary tier for the stage needed to begin skin tempering. Lin Zichen calmly says yes. Hearing that, the dean is delighted and immediately decides to have Song Yuyen mentor him. He says that with her guidance, Lin Zichen should be able to complete his first skin tempering by the end of the semester. After all, Song Yuyen herself managed it in just 3 months. Song Yuyen agrees without a second thought. But Lin Zichen cuts in and says plainly that there is no need for a mentor. Then he reveals that he already completed the first round of skin tempering during summer break. That single sentence hits Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyen like a thunderclap. Both of them go completely still, too stunned to say anything, like they are not even sure they heard him right. Song Yuyen cannot believe it. In her eyes, there is no way Lin Zichen could have mastered something as difficult as skin tempering on his own in just 1 summer. Lin Zichen casually says the book explained everything clearly, so he only spent a few days studying it. Though in his own mind, he knows it really only took him half an hour. Still not convinced, Dean Lu Chuanwu asks to examine his hand himself. Before showing his arm, Lin Zichen quietly activates his natural camouflage ability and decides to conceal his true strength. On the surface, he adjusts the biological level he displays to ordinary tier 5, just enough to match someone who has completed 1 round of skin tempering. Only then does he let the dean inspect his arm. But the moment Lu Chuanwu touches him, both he and Song Yuyen are left speechless. Staring in open disbelief, the dean confirms that Lin Zichen really has completed a full skin tempering. Still looking at him in shock, Lu Chuanwu asks what his current biological level is. Pretending to be a little nervous, Lin Zichen tells him it is ordinary tier 5. The moment he hears that, the dean bursts with excitement. He throws both hands up and shouts that Lin Zichen is a once-in-a-generation genius, and that the future of the pureblood path is finally secure. Completely overjoyed, he grabs the startled Lin Zichen and pulls him into a tight hug, declaring that with talent like this, they are absolutely going to break past the limits of ordinary humans. Off to the side, Song Yuyen watches and quietly thinks that no matter how gifted someone is, there is always someone even more talented. A faint smile appears on her face as she realizes that having someone even more capable lead the way for their cause might actually be a very good thing. Hope rising all over again, Song Yuyen immediately suggests they should start spreading word about Lin Zichen. In her eyes, if people see a talent like his, it could attract more geniuses and maybe even bring in more funding. But Lu Chuanwu cuts her off right there. His face turns serious as he says Lin Zichen's talent has to stay under wraps for now, because if his progress on the pureblood path is exposed too early, it could put him in serious danger. Then the dean explains that their path was never about numbers. It is about quality. Now that they have someone like Lin Zichen, every resource they have should be poured into helping him break past the biological limits of ordinary humans. When Song Yuyen brings up the money problem, the dean tells her not to worry about that. He says he will use every connection available to gather the evolution resources they need. His plan is to wait until Lin Zichen's strength is impossible to question, find him a powerful backer, and only then push Tianren's ideals out into the open. Song Yuyen praises the dean for thinking so far ahead, and he happily accepts the compliment. Lin Zichen stays quiet and just listens, while thinking to himself how shocked they would be if they knew the full truth. He is already at ordinary tier 9, has finished tempering both flesh and bones, and is already partway through his second tempering cycle. After that, the dean tells Lin Zichen he does not need to waste time in the Budo Academy's basic classes anymore. From now on, he will work directly at the Research Institute with Song Yuyen assisting him. The moment she hears that, Song Yuyen clenches her fist and protests on the spot, saying making her assist a junior is just humiliating. The dean waves that off and tells her that in research, pride has no value. Then he shifts the conversation and announces that the next afternoon, the university will hold the freshman trial to decide the new king, the strongest student in the first-year class. He confidently tells Lin Zichen that with his strength, that title is basically already his. The dean urges him to enter and bring honor to the Budo Academy, even offering 10 chi and blood pills as a reward. And when Lin Zichen barely reacts, he quickly adds one more thing. The winner also gets 10 school credits. The moment he hears the word credits, Lin Zichen's attention locks in. Before long, the day of the freshman assembly arrives, and the university auditorium fills up with a massive crowd of new students. As Lin Zichen sits beside Shen Qinghan, the two of them quickly become the center of quiet whispers. The students around them recognize Lin Zichen as the top scorer who joined Tianren, and at the same time, they cannot stop wondering what exactly his relationship is with their goddess, Shen Qinghan. That quiet moment does not last long. A familiar face suddenly walks over. It is the same spiky-haired freshman from earlier, and he asks Lin Zichen if he still remembers him. Lin Zichen calmly says that yes, he does. The freshman leans in, points at the two of them, and bluntly asks what their relationship actually is. Lin Zichen simply reaches over and takes Shen Qinghan's hand while she starts to blush. Then he tells the guy straight out that they are childhood sweethearts, already engaged, and planning to get married after graduation. Hearing that, the freshman's expression drops a little, and all he can manage is a stiff smile. As the assembly continues, more and more freshmen keep filing into the auditorium. Among the crowd, one girl sits there in silence. She has dark hair, purple-dyed tips, and a pair of cat-like ears. After a moment, she turns her head and fixes Lin Zichen with a heavy stare. Lin Zichen feels her eyes on him, and a faint sense of unease quietly rises in his chest. At the same time, that chatty freshman has already gone back to his seat and is energetically talking with the students around him. Soon, the man at the podium announces the start of the ceremony and calls for the freshman representative to come up on stage. To everyone's surprise, the one who stands up is that same loud, spiky-haired freshman. As he confidently walks toward the stage, murmurs start spreading through the crowd. No one can understand why someone with dyed hair and such a noisy personality was picked as the representative. In their minds, that spot should have gone to the strongest freshman, and they had all assumed it would be a gene fuser. The freshman clearly enjoys every second of it. To him, this is the perfect moment to burn his name into everyone's memory. The moment he takes the microphone, the first thing he asks the audience is whether they have ever heard of Li Jin. Lin Zichen inwardly scoffs. Of course they have. Almost everyone knows the famous genius from Kyoto. The freshman goes on to say that the celebrated prodigy Li Jin has a younger brother who is every bit as gifted. He says that younger brother was the top scorer in the Kyoto entrance exams, had a 16% gene fusion compatibility rate, and also recorded the highest physical test score in the country, tied with the top scorer from Nanjiang province. Then, wearing a confident smile, he finally reveals it. He is that younger brother, Li Moyu. He continues by saying that he and his older brother made a promise. One of them would dominate the records at Shanghai University, while the other would do the same at Kyoto University. To prove he is not just talking big, Li Moyu releases the full force of his biological pressure and declares that this is the power of an ordinary Tier 5 being. In an instant, the entire auditorium is swallowed by that heavy aura. The other freshmen gasp, tense up, and finally understand just how enormous the gap is between themselves and a real genius. Satisfied with the reaction, Li Moyu smugly tells everyone to remember his name. Back in the audience, Shen Qinghan leans closer to Lin Zichen and quietly mocks how full of himself he is, saying Li Moyu has no idea Lin Zichen could beat him with a single finger. Lin Zichen just tells her to keep it low-key, and she playfully agrees. After Li Moyu finishes his speech, the announcer calls the next person to the stage, Zhou Hong, the president of the student council. A young man with dark blue hair walks up to the podium, and the announcer hands him a prepared script. Facing the audience, Zhou Hong introduces himself and says he has 3 important things to tell them. First, he explains that student discipline is under the authority of the student council, and that the council itself holds considerable power across the campus. Second, he announces that next semester, the student council will recruit 10 new members from the freshman class, and the only thing that matters in the selection is strength. He tells them to use the coming months to prove themselves. Then he moves to his final point and gives them a harsh warning. Shanghai University's inner campus is a brutal place where strength decides everything. He says upperclassmen bullying lowerclassmen is common, so everyone should prepare themselves for that reality. And once he finishes laying that out, Zhou Hong's face darkens. Before stepping down, he says he wants them to personally experience what the power of an advanced being feels like. The instant those words leave his mouth, an overwhelming wave of biological pressure crashes down over the entire auditorium. The freshmen are instantly crushed by it, gasping for air and crying out under the unbearable force. Sitting beside Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen stays completely calm as the oppressive force released by Zhou Hong, the student council president, finally begins to fade. Inwardly, he notes that while the pressure of an advanced being is definitely powerful, from this distance it cannot threaten him at all, especially now that he has already reached ordinary Tier 9. Meanwhile, the other freshmen slowly recover and let out shaky breaths of relief. Many of them remark that it lasted only 5 seconds, but even that was enough to show how terrifying the strength of an advanced being really is. After Zhou Hong steps off the stage, Mo Dongji walks forward to address the students. She announces that the freshman trial will begin the moment the assembly ends. The rules are simple. In the center of the gym, there is a large stage, and whoever can stand there alone for more than 1 full minute will be crowned this year's new king. The prize is 100 school credits, 10 times higher than last year's reward. Up in the stands, a few upperclassmen arrogantly remark that the top 10 spots always end up in the hands of their genius class, and this year will be no different. That announcement instantly fires up the ordinary class students. Then another rule is added. If even one student outside the genius class breaks into the top 10, every non-genius freshman gets 1 school credit. The crowd erupts the moment they realize a single credit is worth 10,000 yuan. And if they work together, everyone stands to gain. Seeing the whole mood shift, He quickly steps onto the stage and grabs the microphone. He introduces himself, then reminds everyone that his classmate Lin Zichen is the provincial top scorer and the strongest among the ordinary students. After that, he throws out a plan. All the ordinary students should unite, take on the genius class together, and carve out a path for Lin Zichen to reach the top 10. At once, all eyes turn toward Lin Zichen. But he does not move. He just sits there, calm as ever. Even so, the ordinary students are already fully fired up. One after another, they spring to their feet, shouting that they will clear the road for him. Meanwhile, farther off, a group of faculty members watches the whole thing play out. Among them are Lu Chuanwu, Mo Dongji, and Ma Jinhe. As he looks on, Lu Chuanwu remarks to Zhou Hong that his earlier display was a little too petty. Ma Jinhe cuts in right away, asking Lu Chuanwu if he really had to vent his anger on Li Moyu's younger brother, just because Wu Tiancheng once beat him. Then, in a mocking tone, he adds that when it comes to pettiness, no one in the entire university can match Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu calmly replies that when he holds a grudge, he keeps it with the person involved, never their family. Then he casually fires back with a jab of his own, asking whether it is true that Ma Jinhe's daughter did especially well on her entrance exams. Ma Jinhe answers that she ranked 3rd overall in Kyoto. Standing nearby, Zhou Hong says Ma Jinhe's daughter should join the student council, and even promises to personally train her as a future leader. Ma Jinhe agrees and asks Zhou Hong to look after her. Zhou Hong responds that he is always willing to guide any student with true genius potential. Down in the arena, the students are already guessing who will become the new king. In most people's eyes, the two biggest favorites are Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei. One student says Li Moyu is the obvious choice, since his biological level has already reached ordinary tier 5. But another argues that even though Ma Weiwei's scores were slightly lower, she successfully fused with Shadowcat genes over the summer, so her real combat power might be just as strong. A third student immediately shoots that down, saying her fusion was only partial, so the boost should be limited. Their argument is suddenly cut short by Lu Chuanwu's booming voice as he declares that neither Li Moyu nor Ma Weiwei will become the new king. Everyone turns toward him in shock, but Lu Chuanwu only grins wider and confidently announces that the real new king will come from his Taiyan range. Lin Zichen. Ma Jinhe snaps back immediately, demanding to know how that could possibly happen. He points out that Lin Zichen's physical test scores did not even place in the top 10. To him, the idea is absurd, and he accuses Lu Chuanwu of making empty claims. Lu Chuanwu simply asks if Ma Jinhe does not believe him, then challenges him to a bet. Already fuming, Ma Jinhe accepts on the spot and shouts that he is not afraid. In the end, they settle on a wager of 100 school credits, with Ma Jinhe warning him not to chicken out later. Once the bet is set, Lu Chuanwu invites the other faculty members to join in too. A powerful-looking gene fuser turns to an older professor, Director Qin, and asks if he is willing to wager 1,000 credits. Director Qin agrees. Watching all this, Ma Jinhe starts to feel uneasy. He cannot help wondering why that old man looks so confident, and for a second, he even suspects Lu Chuanwu might be planning to have Li Moyu throw the match. But he quickly drops that thought, remembering that his own daughter is competing too. His face tightens with frustration as he tries to figure out what Lu Chuanwu is really up to. Then one last uneasy thought flashes through his mind. Could Lin Zichen actually become the new king? He immediately rejects it as impossible. At that moment, a figure in a sleek red and black cyborg suit walks over. It is the dean of the Mechanical Academy. She approaches Ma Jinhe and remarks that Lin Zichen, the provincial top scorer, originally belonged to his Evolution Academy. Then she asks whether he is really not bothered that Lu Chuanwu poached him away. Ma Jinhe brushes it off and says his academy has plenty of students like that. The cyborg dean gives him a knowing smile and points out that she also heard he poached the only 3 senior students from Tianrenj. In her eyes, his claim that he does not care is clearly just a mask for the revenge he has been plotting. Meanwhile, up on the balcony, Lu Chuanwu is practically glowing with excitement as he thinks about all those wagers. By his count, 9 people have each put down 100 credits, while 1 person bet a full 1,000. In his mind, he is already adding up a huge payoff. As the faculty keeps watching, the freshman trial finally begins. A huge wave of ordinary students rushes onto the main stage together, shouting that they are going to bring down the genius class. And in the very next moment, the entire floor erupts into chaos. Off to one side, Lin Zichen stands apart from the mess, quietly watching it all. As he watches, he realizes that a lot of the genius class students depend more on their high gene fusion compatibility than on actual fighting ability. Then, without warning, Lin Zichen is caught off guard when his danger perception attribute activates and shows him the power levels of the people around him. From that, he judges that the two strongest students there, Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei, are both at ordinary tier 5 while the rest of the genius class members in the top 10 are at least ordinary tier 4. After that first clash, the ordinary students burst into cheers. Quite a few genius class students have already been knocked down and are lying sprawled across the floor. One ordinary student even shouts that the genius class was not so impressive after all. Riding that momentum, the rest of the ordinary students surge forward and start shouting for the genius class students still sitting in the stands to come down and fight. In response, a massive, heavily built student with white hair suddenly jumps down. He crashes onto the stage hard enough to make an impact, then arrogantly tells the crowd to come at him if they want, because he is about to show them just how weak they really are. The ordinary students do not hesitate for even a moment. They all charge together, shouting that with enough people, they can overwhelm him as long as each of them lands even one punch. But the muscular student answers that whole rush with one sweeping kick. The instant it lands, an entire wave of students is blasted backward. They slam into the floor one after another and are knocked out on the spot. Looking down at them, the muscular student coldly says that ants are still ants, and no matter how many gather together, they can never hurt an elephant. The remaining ordinary students are left stunned. Then they all turn toward Lin Zichen, saying the guy is way too arrogant for calling them ants, and urging Lin Zichen to step in and crush him. Hearing that, Lin Zichen calmly starts walking toward the stage and says that since it has already come to this, he will take the fight. He steps onto the stage with both hands still in his pockets, looking completely unbothered. His opponent drops down in front of him so heavily that cracks spread beneath his feet. Clearly excited, he says he has been waiting to fight the top physical test scorer from Nanjiang province. The student eagerly introduces himself as Lu Qiji, the top scorer from Yantian province. Then he proudly starts listing his own records: a 5.69-second 100-meter dash, a 4.52-meter vertical jump, and a one-handed lift of 1,150 kilograms. After that, he smugly asks Lin Zichen to report his own physical test numbers. Lin Zichen calmly tells Lu Qiji there is no need. In another second, he says Lu Qiji will be feeling that strength for himself anyway. Before Lu Qiji can even react to those words, Lin Zichen moves. With one sharp kick, he sends the big guy flying straight across the stage. Lu Qiji crashes to the ground and loses on the spot. Back in the crowd, the ordinary class students explode with cheers. Up on the viewing balcony, the faculty members are stunned. They had expected a more tactical fight, but what they just witnessed was pure overpowering force. One after another, they start wondering what Lin Zichen's real strength actually is, and despite how gentle he usually seems, they can now see just how ruthless he is once a fight begins. Before the cheers can even fade, another challenger jumps onto the stage. He introduces himself as Luo Yongjian, the top scorer from Dajiang province, and starts listing his achievements. But he does not even get to finish. Lin Zichen steps forward and drives a knee straight into his face, ending the match right there. Standing over the fallen opponent, Lin Zichen turns toward the rest of the genius class students and declares that this victory proves the ordinary class has geniuses too. That overwhelming display instantly makes someone cry out in panic, telling Li Mayu and Ma Weiwei to get onto the stage before the title of new king is stolen by an ordinary student. Right after that, a girl with cat-like ears lands lightly on the stage. The genius class students recognize her at once and immediately start shouting for Miss Weiwei to take Lin Zichen down. From the crowd, He Yu and the other ordinary class students start shouting for Lin Zichen, telling him not to go easy on her just because she is pretty. As Lin Zichen looks at his new opponent, he realizes this is actually the perfect chance to see up close how a gene fuser fights. The match begins the instant Ma Weiwei bursts forward, moving so fast her speed is almost hard to track. Right after that, she whips a heavy high kick toward him, but Lin Zichen calmly leans back and lets it slice past. Even as he dodges, he wonders if that level of agility comes from her Shadowcat gene fusion. Ma Weiwei is clearly shaken that he avoided it so casually. The moment she senses just how wide the gap between them really is, she knows there is no point forcing the attack. So she lightly hops back and opens some distance. Then she fixes her eyes on him and seriously asks for half a minute, saying she needs time to fully activate the Shadowcat genes in her body before they can really fight. Lin Zichen does not look bothered at all. He calmly agrees and tells her to take her time. To him, this is a rare chance to watch gene activation happen right in front of him. As Ma Weiwei focuses herself, her body starts changing fast. She drops onto all fours, a long furry tail extends behind her, and her nails lengthen into sharp claws as a powerful aura rises around her. From the stands, the faculty members watch with obvious interest. One of them comments to Ma Zhenhe that his daughter's gene integration is impressive and praises the talent she has shown. Ma Zhenhe proudly agrees, saying her gift even surpasses the top scorers from the other provinces. But then his expression tightens. Since her fusion only happened recently, he worries that pushing her body this far might trigger a backlash. Letting out a sigh, he mutters that she is still just as stubborn as ever. With the transformation complete, Ma Weiwei lunges straight at Lin Zichen and shouts that he was far too arrogant to stand there waiting on purpose. She says he is going to pay for that, then comes at him with a whole new level of ferocity. She snaps out another fierce kick, and Lin Zichen barely slips out of its path. Even while dodging, he is already judging her new power, and in his mind he notes that her strength has jumped from mid-ordinary tier 5 to nearly ordinary tier 6. Ma Weiwei is stunned. Even after powering up this much, she still cannot land a hit on him. She immediately throws herself into a wild barrage of claw strikes and kicks, but Lin Zichen weaves around every single attack like it is effortless. After watching long enough, Lin Zichen's expression finally turns serious. A blue aura starts rising around him, and he decides he has already seen enough to understand Shadowcat gene fusers. At that point, he decides there is no reason to drag the fight out any longer. So when Ma Weiwei lunges in again, Lin Zichen answers with one devastating punch straight to her face. The hit is brutal. Ma Weiwei is blasted backward and crashes hard into the pile of defeated students, knocked out cold. The nearby students rush over and stare in disbelief, shocked that a single punch turned her pretty face into a swollen mess. A moment later, Ma Weiwei sits up in tears, clutching her face in pain. Her father, Dean Ma Zhenhe, immediately rushes down from the stands to comfort her. Then he turns toward Lin Zichen and furiously demands to know whether he can even call himself a man after hitting a girl that hard. Lin Zichen calmly answers that on the path of evolution, there is no difference between men and women. There is only the strong and the weak. From the crowd, Li Moyu speaks up in agreement, saying that in the end, strength is all that matters. Seeing his moment, he dramatically jumps from the stands onto the stage. He lands with a heavy thud, and the genius class students instantly erupt in cheers, calling him their last hope to avenge Ma Weiwei. Li Moyu looks at Lin Zichen and says he is clearly good at hiding his power too, acting like an ordinary student only to reveal himself as a provincial champion. With a dark grin, he adds that Lin Zichen is not the only one who has been holding back. Then Li Moyu releases his power, and his body starts to change. His frame swells larger and more muscular as a fierce aura explodes out around him. Up on the balcony, the faculty members are caught off guard. They instantly realize Li Moyu is a gene fuser too. The dean of the Mechanical Academy identifies his genes as those of a demon-eyed giant ape, a fusion that requires tremendous physical strength just to endure. At the same time, his biological pressure surges all the way to ordinary tier 6. As the transformation finishes, Lu Chuanwu goes completely stiff. In that instant, he realizes he might be about to lose his bet, a total of 1,900 school credits worth 19 million yuan. The scene then shifts somewhere else, where Wang Shuajie and Lu Gang are receiving a mission from another student. That student tells them to retrieve a high-level demon seed from a nearby park and make Li Moyu swallow it. Lu Gang hesitates, worried about the risk of targeting someone from the powerful Kyoto Li family. But their superior coldly assures them that their organization is far stronger and could wipe out the Li family without any trouble. When they are asked whether they will carry out the mission, Wang Shuajie answers with quiet resignation and tells Lu Gang they do not have any other choice. Back in the arena, the clash between the two top freshmen finally begins. Li Moyu explains his transformation and boasts that the demon-eyed giant ape is built for pure strength and defense. He says that while this form is usually slow, his power level is now far above Lin Zichen's, creating a gap too wide to overcome. Then he taunts Lin Zichen and asks if he can still stay that relaxed now that he is facing a real genius. Lin Zichen does not bother answering. He just rushes in and throws a punch. As the two clash, Li Moyu reacts to the attack, and that tells Lin Zichen something important. In his mind, he notes that Li Moyu's reaction speed is good enough to dodge a strike controlled at ordinary tier 6 speed. With that in mind, Lin Zichen decides to push a little harder and test him against ordinary tier 7 speed. That jump is too much for Li Moyu to handle, and Lin Zichen drives a heavy punch straight into his face. Li Moyu staggers back and angrily accuses him of throwing a cheap sneak attack. But Lin Zichen stays calm and concludes that the beast's defense really is impressive, roughly on par with a high-level ordinary tier 6. Furious now, Li Moyu plants his feet again and swears that Lin Zichen's fists will never touch him a second time. Lin Zichen keeps pressing forward. But in his own mind, he notes that even with the advantage in speed, he still has not dealt any real damage. The battle quickly intensifies as Li Maoyu powers through a full barrage of attacks. Lin Zichen judges the situation clearly. Li Maoyu may be slower, but that overwhelming defense gives him room to make mistakes. Lin Zichen, on the other hand, cannot afford to take even one clean hit, which makes it seem like the fight is already leaning in one direction. To keep testing the limit, Lin Zichen enters a rapid exchange with him and slips around Li Maoyu's heavy punches one after another. After that, he decides the test of reaction speed is already finished. Lin Zichen jumps back and opens up some space. As he steadies himself, he decides it is finally time to test the last attribute, strength. Across from him, Li Maoyu gives a sinister smile and admits he underestimated Lin Zichen's speed. But even so, he mocks Lin Zichen's strength as too weak to truly hurt him, and declares that Lin Zichen is destined to lose. Then Li Maoyu says it is his turn and draws back a massive punch packed with power. As that giant fist comes crashing down, the people watching scream for Lin Zichen to dodge. But he does not move at all. He simply stands there and prepares to take the blow. Up on the viewing balcony, the deans place their hands on Lu Chuanwu's shoulders, their faces full of pity. Convinced Lin Zichen is about to be crushed, one of them even reminds the teary-eyed dean not to forget the 100 school credits he wagered. Back in the ring, Li Maoyu's punch comes down with tremendous force, sending out a shockwave as his fist slams straight into Lin Zichen's face. But what happens next is completely beyond anyone's expectations. The bones in Li Maoyu's hand shatter the instant he makes contact. He drops to the ground right there, clutching his hand and screaming that it is broken. The entire arena falls silent. No one can process what they just witnessed. All around the stadium, people start muttering in disbelief, unable to accept that Lin Zichen apparently won like this. Standing over his fallen opponent, Lin Zichen quickly figures out what happened. The demon-eye giant ape fusion gave Li Maoyu tremendous strength, but his body was not durable enough to bear the recoil. In the end, he hit Lin Zichen so hard that the force bounced back and shattered his own hand, simply because Lin Zichen's defense was even tougher. Lin Zichen calmly calls for the medical team and tells them Li Maoyu most likely has a comminuted fracture and needs treatment immediately. The medics, still stunned, awkwardly snap back to their senses and rush onto the stage. Then, all of a sudden, a figure drops down from the balcony. It is Mo Dongji. She lands cleanly and tells Lin Zichen to step aside. After examining Li Maoyu's arm, she confirms the diagnosis. His entire right hand has been shattered. Even she looks startled when she concludes that the damage came from the rebound force of hitting Lin Zichen in the face. She takes out a glowing golden pill and feeds it to Li Maoyu. At the same time, she cannot help wondering just how absurdly hard Lin Zichen's face must be for something like this to happen. Sensing there is more to him than meets the eye, Mo Dongji releases her mental power and probes Lin Zichen's strength. The moment he feels that intrusion, Lin Zichen immediately activates natural camouflage and hides his true level. Mo Dongji studies him carefully. Because of that skill, what she sees is someone at ordinary tier 6. She also notices that his skin, bones, and muscles are far denser than they should be at that level. But beyond that, she finds nothing unusual. That leaves her wondering if extreme physical toughness is the only secret he is hiding. The other faculty members quickly gather around and ask for her judgment. Mo Dongji tells them Lin Zichen is simply ordinary tier 6, just with abnormally high physical durability, and that she did not detect any other abnormalities. Lin Zichen keeps a straight face the whole time, but inwardly, he lets out a quiet breath. His camouflage really did fool them. Meanwhile, the pill Mo Dongji gave Li Maoyu works almost instantly. Li Maoyu sits back up in surprise and blurts out that the medicine is incredible, because he is already fine. He flexes his hand a few times, then breaks into a smile when he realizes the injury is completely healed. With the fight already over, Lin Zichen decides Li Maoyu has no reason to stay on the stage any longer. So he calmly tells him to get down, then casually kicks the freshly healed Li Maoyu right out of the ring. Humiliated, Li Maoyu shouts from below that once his gene fusion develops further, he will come back and defeat Lin Zichen. In the stands, the ordinary students and the genius class students immediately start arguing. The ordinary students mock the so-called elites for acting righteous even after losing. The genius students fire back that Li Maoyu lost to Lin Zichen, not to them. But the ordinary students drown that out completely, insisting Lin Zichen's victory belongs to their whole class. Then, on the stage, the countdown finally reaches 0. A notification rings out, announcing that 1 full minute has passed. The announcer officially declares that Lin Zichen of Martial Arts Class 1 is this year's new king. The ordinary students instantly erupt in cheers for Brother Chun, celebrating the glory he just brought them. But Lin Zichen is still not finished. After taking first place, he suddenly decides he might as well go even further. With that thought, He leaps straight off the stage and into the spectator stands. The crowd is stunned when he lands near the genius class seats, then bends down and lifts Shin Ching-han into his arms in a princess carry. Students all around them start whispering in confusion, wondering why he suddenly grabbed Shin Ching-han. Shin Ching-han's face turns bright red as Lin Zichen jumps back toward the stage with her still in his arms. Her heart starts racing, and she cannot help wondering if he is about to reveal their relationship in front of everyone. A moment later, Lin Zichen lands smoothly back on the ring. With Shin Ching-han now standing behind him, Lin Zichen faces the stunned crowd and the faculty without the slightest hesitation. Then he boldly announces that as for the remaining rankings, from 2nd place all the way to 10th, he wants every single one of them. The genius class students instantly explode in anger. Shouting that Lin Zichen is going too far and bullying them, they charge together, determined to crush both him and the traitor, Shin Ching-han. The stage immediately drops into chaos. Even while outnumbered, Lin Zichen moves through the attackers with ease. Punch after punch, kick after kick, he tears through their formation and sends students flying without much effort. Then, spotting an opening, Ma Weiwei dives in from above and targets a startled Shin Ching-han, screaming that she should die for betraying them. But Lin Zichen reacts instantly and cuts her off in midair, smashing her away with a heavy kick to protect Shin Ching-han. The blow sends Ma Weiwei flying right off the stage. Up on the balcony, her father, Ma Zhenhe, cries out as he watches his daughter slam hard onto the floor. Once the genius class is completely beaten down, Lin Zichen stands over the defeated students like the clear winner of the entire scene. Right then, a notification sounds and announces that Shin Ching-han has officially secured 2nd place in the trial. She looks genuinely caught off guard by that result. Lin Zichen then turns toward the ordinary students and lays out his plan. He offers them the remaining spots from 3rd to 10th, with one condition. All of the school credits tied to those rankings belong to him. The students instantly go wild with excitement, cheering for Brother Chun and jumping at the chance to enter the top 10. Chu Rui quickly does the math and points out that the top 10 spots together are worth a total of 550 credits. He grins and adds in the participation rewards too, bringing the total all the way up to 559 credits. Up on the balcony, Ma Zhenhe is furious. He starts shouting at Mo Dongji, arguing that what Lin Zichen is doing is completely improper and demanding to know how the new king can be allowed to control the entire top 10. Then a calm voice cuts in and asks exactly what rule this violates. Lu Chuanwu steps forward and defends his student, challenging Ma Zhenhe to point out where, exactly, the rules forbid a strategy like this. Ma Zhenhe is left speechless. In the end, he has no choice but to admit there is no rule against it, though he still angrily insists that Lin Zichen is abusing a loophole. Ma Zhenhe can only stand there, sweating and defeated. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the plans of the hidden conspirators begin to shift. Wang Shuajie quickly grabs Lu Gang and tells him the plan has changed. They are no longer targeting Li Moyu. As the two of them watch the celebrating students toss Lin Zichen into the air, Wang Shuajie announces their new target is Lin Zichen himself. Now their goal is to make him consume the high-level demon seed and bring him into their organization. After the trial ends, Lu Chuanwu excitedly runs toward Lin Zichen with both arms spread wide, only to get neatly dodged. Lin Zichen simply asks whether the dean has forgotten everything he promised. Lu Chuanwu immediately pulls out a bottle and explains that it contains 10 qi and blood pills, along with Lin Zichen's triple benefits for the semester. Then he adds that he has already transferred 300 credits to Lin Zichen, happily pointing out that the boy just helped him win 1,900 credits from the other faculty members. Then Lu Chuanwu leans in and quietly asks Lin Zichen what his real strength and level actually are. Lin Zichen whispers back only part of the truth, saying he is at ordinary tier 6, has completed 1 round of skin tempering, has tempered some of his facial muscles, and was born with naturally hard facial bones. Lu Chuanwu is so shocked that he blurts it out right there, shouting in disbelief that Lin Zichen has already learned muscle tempering. Overwhelmed with emotion, he grabs Lin Zichen's hands and tearfully declares that before graduation, Lin Zichen is going to evolve into an advanced being, while still keeping a pure human body. He urges him to keep walking the pure blood path, and Lin Zichen calmly agrees. Later that night, Lin Zichen sits on the edge of his bed, quietly turning a small red qi and blood pill over in his fingers. Curious what kind of effect it really has, he tosses it into his mouth and decides to test it himself. Soon, steam starts lifting off his body as the medicine takes effect. But when the system shows a gain of only 108 points, Lin Zichen's expression drops. For him, this thing is actually worse than a normal round of training. Once he realizes the pills barely do anything for him, he immediately thinks of someone who could use them a lot better. Shin Ching-han. Right then, Shin Ching-han comes in. She's still wearing her training clothes, and her body is damp with sweat. She asks when he got back, and Lin Zichen tells her it's only been about half an hour. Lin Zichen motions her over, places one of the red pills in her palm, and tells her to eat it. Shen Qinghan lowers her eyes to the pill for a second, then swallows it without asking much. The effect hits almost instantly. Steam bursts off her body, her cheeks flush red, and she blurts out that she's burning as her qi and blood surge violently inside her. Seeing how strong the effect is on her, Lin Zichen hands over the whole bottle. He tells her the pills don't do much for him anyway, so she can keep the remaining 8, but she has to take only 1 a day. Shen Qinghan quickly agrees, clearly happy with the arrangement. The next morning, Lin Zichen arrives at the Tianrenj Research Institute and greets Song Yuan. She's in the middle of training and jokingly calls him the new king. While stretching, Song Yuan asks if what she heard from the dean is true. Is his biological level really ordinary tier 6? Has he actually mastered muscle tempering already? Lin Zichen calmly tells her that what he told the dean was all true. The second she hears that, Song Yuan lights up and rushes straight toward him. She calls him a true genius and says that with him in Tianrenj, they're definitely going to shake the world. As she closes the distance, Lin Zichen nods and says they'll work hard together. Later on, Lin Zichen stays at the institute and keeps studying. He soon realizes Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuan still haven't solved the aperture opening part of the blood tempering art, so he decides he'll need to go through the original text himself and find the answer on his own. With the celestial root of wisdom, this kind of research comes surprisingly easily to him. Not long after, Song Yuan cuts into his reading and tells him that people from the student council are waiting outside. Judging from the situation, she figures they're here to recruit him after everything he showed before. Lin Zichen immediately says he has no interest. But then Song Yuan casually mentions that student council members receive monthly credit subsidies. The moment he hears there's money involved, his whole attitude flips, and suddenly he is very interested. Lin Zichen heads outside to see them, and waiting there is Zhou Hong, the student council president, already extending a hand for a handshake. After the handshake, Zhou Hong doesn't waste time with small talk. He says he came personally to invite Lin Zichen into the student council, and even offers to groom him as a future candidate for president. Zhou Hong keeps piling on the benefits, painting a picture of a comfortable life full of privileges. Special meals, a voice in school decisions, and monthly credit subsidies on top of that. Hearing all of it, Lin Zichen smiles and agrees right away. But Zhou Hong stops him and says there's one condition. If Lin Zichen wants to join, he has to give up the pure-blooded human path and choose gene fusion instead. Lin Zichen pauses, puzzled, and asks why. With open arrogance, Zhou Hong explains that the student council only accepts future geniuses. In his view, the pure-blood path has no future at all, and he even calls Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuan failures. He warns Lin Zichen that if he refuses gene fusion, then sooner or later even his talent will fade into mediocrity. Lin Zichen asks one final time whether joining the student council really means choosing gene fusion. After Zhou Hong confirms it, Lin Zichen calmly says he won't be joining after all. Then he turns and walks away, leaving the group stunned. As he leaves, he quietly weighs the student council's benefits against everything Tianrenj is already giving him. Behind him, the student council members immediately start mocking his decision. They sneer that the so-called new king must have something wrong with his head for sticking to the pure-blood path, and say he'll regret it sooner or later. One of them even tells Zhou Hong the trip was a complete waste, because Tianrenj's brainwashing clearly went too deep. Zhou Hong dismisses Lin Zichen as the kind of genius with no future. To him, that makes Lin Zichen nothing but trash. Then he tells the others to drop it and go recruit other talented students instead. Later, back at the Tianrenj Research Institute, Song Yuan slams both fists onto a desk, furious as she vents to Lin Zichen about how hopeless the student council's way of thinking is. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Dean Lu Chuanwu, who looks completely worn out. Song Yuan sarcastically praises everything he's sacrificed for the pure blood cause, saying he's worked day and night and even sold his body just to secure investment money. Irritated, Lu Chuanwu snaps back and asks if she really has to bring up that last part every single time. Then he turns to Lin Zichen and warns him that women are obstacles on the road of evolution, so he should stay far away from them. After that, inside his office, Lu Chuanwu tells Lin Zichen that the university offers housing for the families of recognized geniuses. He adds that he can also help arrange jobs for Lin Zichen's parents, then asks if he wants to bring them into the city. Lin Zichen says he'll wait until the weekend and talk it over with them first. Finally, Lu Chuanwu tells Lin Zichen that his early access to school missions has already been approved. With Lin Zichen's current strength, he says there's no need to wait until next semester. Song Yuyen explains that she takes off-campus missions every week to earn school credits. She says Lin Zichen can come with her later to build up experience, and even offers to bring him along on an aberrant beast extermination mission. Lin Zichen thanks her politely. Wanting to see what kind of work is available, Lin Zichen opens the school's app and starts going through the mission list. He quickly notices that most of the school-posted missions are just minor chores, and each one only pays 1 or 2 credits. Then he switches over to the student-posted missions and finds one especially bizarre request. Someone is looking for a female gene fuser training partner with beast ears and long legs, offering 5 credits a month. Amused, Lin Zichen just skips past it and keeps scrolling toward the off-campus section. That's where things finally get interesting. There are a lot more missions there, and the rewards are much better too. One offers 30 credits for capturing robbers, while another offers 200 for hunting a powerful aberrant beast, though both locations are pretty far away. But as he keeps scrolling, one mission suddenly makes him stop. It's a job to capture a shadow cat girl, an out-of-control gene fuser at ordinary tier 6 who has been killing men in the city's red light district. The reward is 50 credits, and Lin Zichen accepts the mission without a second thought. Right then, Song Yuyen suddenly leans in beside him and startles him on the spot. She asks if he just accepted the Catgirl mission and says she can go with him. Still caught off guard, Lin Zichen asks how she even knows. Song Yuyen points out that the mission page shows everyone who has already accepted it. Lin Zichen looks back at his phone and is surprised to see that 28 people have already taken the mission, including 26 upperclassmen and one other freshman, Ma Weiwei. That immediately strikes him as odd. She's only ordinary tier 5, so he figures she must have someone supporting her. Seeing that it's already getting late, Lin Zichen tells Song Yuyen he's heading home for lunch, then waves goodbye. But as he walks across campus, Lin Zichen starts feeling like someone is following him. His danger perception reacts immediately, and he senses a hostile presence at ordinary tier 7. A second later, a muscular guy in a blue tracksuit steps out and calls his name. The man immediately gets right in Lin Zichen's face and angrily accuses him of targeting Ma Weiwei. He starts counting off everything Lin Zichen has done, from slapping her during the trial to competing with her for this mission, then demands to know if Dean Lu Chuanwu was the one behind it all. The guy keeps yapping, calling Lin Zichen a bully and demanding a fight. Lin Zichen just stares at him, clearly starting to lose patience. Lin Zichen asks if Ma Weiwei or her father sent him, but the guy says no. He came on his own. Then he throws out the same challenge again, and Lin Zichen answers with nothing but a cold, "So what?" At that point, Lin Zichen realizes he's dealing with nothing more than a brainless simp. So he turns around and starts walking away. But before he can leave, the guy grabs his sleeve and yells for him to stop right there. That does it. Lin Zichen turns back and drives a punch straight into the guy's face. The muscular man drops instantly, out cold on the spot. Looking down at him, Lin Zichen coldly wonders if that finally made him feel better. Not long after, Lin Zichen makes it back to the apartment. From the kitchen, Shin Qinghan calls out to welcome him home and says dinner is ready. She also tells him the 10 pounds of life and death toad meat he ordered has already been delivered. He takes the bag out of the fridge, thinking how he originally wanted to buy even more and use it to unlock the codex, but dropped that plan so he wouldn't attract too much attention. Then he places both hands over the package. A wave of blue energy bursts out, and a system notification appears, confirming that he has devoured a large amount of the toad's life essence and pushed his codex progress up to 10%. Later, Shin Qinghan walks in and finds Lin Zichen stuffing the meat into a garbage bag. The thing is, it already looks completely spoiled. Confused, she asks about it, since it looked perfectly fresh when it arrived. Lin Zichen explains that he already absorbed all its essence, and once that happens, the meat spoils almost right away. Shin Qinghan freezes for a second and asks if that's his superpower. He says yes, then tells her he can absorb essence from aberrant beasts and gain some of their abilities. That answer leaves her stunned. Now she finally understands why he chose the pureblood path. With an ability like that, he has no need for gene fusion at all. While they eat, Lin Zichen brings up the dean's offer to arrange housing and jobs for their parents. Shin Qinghan lights up immediately, and the two of them decide to visit their families over the weekend. During dinner, Shin Qinghan also mentions that there was an interesting duel at the gym that afternoon between two top-ranked students. She suggests they go take a look, and Lin Zichen agrees. By the time they reach the university gym, the place is already packed. Lin Zichen quickly notices that it isn't just students and faculty in the crowd. Even representatives from the Mechanical God Group are here. Shin Qinghan excitedly points toward the VIP section, where a woman is seated inside a large white cyborg suit. It's the famous mechanical genius girl they've seen online before. At the center of the arena, the two fighters face off. One is a muscular, bull-like gene fuser, and the other is a sleek cyborg. Chen Qinghan asks Lin Zichen who he thinks is stronger, the Kyoto genius or the mechanical genius girl. Lin Zichen says this duel should make the answer pretty clear. He explains that if the 8th-ranked student from Evolution Academy wins, then the Kyoto genius is stronger. But if the 9th-ranked cyborg wins instead, then the mechanical genius girl has the edge. Then the announcement rings out, and the duel begins. The cyborg moves first, shooting straight up into the air on mechanical wings. From above, the cyborg unleashes a massive missile barrage, sending explosions pouring down onto the bull-like opponent below. The bull-like gene fuser is forced completely onto the defensive, barely managing to protect himself as blast after blast rips across the stage. Once the barrage finally stops, the cyborg drops back to the ground. Bruised and battered, the gene fuser instantly sees a chance to pull the fight into close quarters. The two of them explode forward at terrifying speed and crash into each other right in the middle of the arena. But the cyborg catches the gene fuser's punch with ease, then fires back with a crushing counter straight to the face. That single hit sends the gene fuser flying backward, and he slams to the ground, finished. The cyborg raises its fist in victory, and the entire crowd erupts. Meanwhile, inside a private office, Mo Dongji receives a video report from a subordinate. The woman tells her that source site 0.36 has been quiet for months, and they still can't tell whether the enemy has abandoned it or is preparing for something much bigger. Mo Dongji then asks for an update on Luo Qianshu. Her assistant says Luo Qianshu is adapting well, growing at an incredible rate, and is already close to evolving into advanced Tier 2. Curious, the assistant then asks where Luo Qianshu came from, saying her special constitution doesn't seem human at all. Mo Dongji cuts her off immediately and warns her not to ask questions that have nothing to do with her. After the assistant quickly apologizes, Mo Dongji dismisses her and turns her attention to a student duel. She switches the monitor feed and watches the fight as it reaches the end. As she watches, she thinks that with the cyborg holding such a clear advantage, the mechanical god group may be even stronger than she first expected. She concludes that mechanical modification gives a bigger edge in adaptability, though she still seems to have some reservations about it. Because in the end, there's one weakness she can't ignore. No matter how powerful a cyborg becomes, it still can't enter the source site, since every electronic and mechanical device stops working there. Mo Dongji shuts off the monitor and concludes that in a place like that, even the strongest cyborg would be reduced to nothing but scrap metal. Sometime later, Lin Zichen and Chen Qinghan return from their weekend trip home with their parents. That night, both families gather together for a celebratory dinner. During the visit, they discuss the university's housing offer for their parents, and both families gladly accept it. With that taken care of, Lin Zichen turns to his next mission, capturing the cat girl hiding somewhere in the city's neon-soaked red light district. Moving through the crowded streets in disguise, he runs through the mission details again in his head. The target is an ordinary Tier 6 gene fuser, but one with terrifying speed, and she uses that advantage to lure men in before killing them. The file also says she's a master of disguise and highly skilled with drugs. Right away, Lin Zichen understands why this mission has remained unfinished for so long. The area is huge, and with a target this cunning, tracking her down won't be easy. So to start the search, he activates Eye of the Sky and Danger Perception and scans the area on a wide scale. As his powers activate, a golden glow starts shining in his eyes behind the sunglasses. People in the crowd immediately notice something strange. Some feel unsettled by the look in his eyes, while others whisper that he might be handsome, but the way he's staring is seriously creepy. Standing out that much doesn't take long to bring trouble. A large, muscular man walks up and demands to know who exactly Lin Zichen is staring at. Lin Zichen doesn't even blink. Instead, he releases his biological pressure and coldly tells the man to get out of his way. The force sends the man flying backward, and the people nearby instantly scatter in shock. Looking down at the unconscious man, Lin Zichen concludes that this search turned up nothing, and decides it's time to move on. But just as he's about to leave, he spots a few familiar faces. He sees Ma Weiwei with two other students. One look is enough for him to tell they're just ordinary Tier 7 seniors, probably brought along to back her up. Ma Weiwei and the female student beside her both notice him at the same moment. The girl points him out, and Ma Weiwei immediately turns away with an annoyed look on her face. Her companion quickly suggests they keep their distance, and Ma Weiwei agrees without hesitation, leading the group away. Watching them avoid him that fast, Lin Zichen is left completely confused. Ma Weiwei says that since Lin Zichen took the mission too, he must be here for the cat girl. She immediately says they need to find the target before he does. Their male companion steps forward with total confidence and tells them to leave it to him. He boasts that his demon dog genes gave him an extremely sharp sense of smell, more than enough to track the cat girl down before Lin Zichen ever could. As he concentrates, a pink, scent-like aura starts to appear. Then a second later, he proudly says he's got her scent. The moment he locks onto it, the demon dog gene fuser points across the street at a bar and says the target is inside. Determined to beat Lin Zichen to the finish, Ma Weiwei and the others rush straight across the street. Her female senior says they're going to catch the cat girl first and show off the win afterward. Then the group pushes into the crowded bar, following the scent trail deeper inside. Ma Weiwei asks where the target is, and the demon dog guy points toward a woman in glasses sitting on a couch. Ma Weiwei hesitates, saying the woman just looks like a normal college student. But her male companion is certain. He explains that her scent matches the one left on the cat girl's belongings at the public security department exactly. At that point, Ma Weiwei finally realizes the target really is a master of disguise. Seeing no reason to wait any longer, the female senior says they should grab her now. The three of them charge straight at the woman. And just as they get close, she looks up and flashes them a sinister grin. Then she suddenly jumps up and smashes straight through the glass table. In the very next instant, she bolts for the exit, and one of them shouts that she's getting away. Ma Weiwei and her companions burst out of the bar and chase after the fleeing cat girl through the crowded streets. As the chase drags on, Ma Weiwei starts to worry that the cat girl is simply too fast. But the demon dog gene fuser tells her not to panic. As long as he can still follow the scent, she can't keep running forever. Sooner or later, she'll have to stop. Following the trail, they finally force the cat girl into a dead-end alley. The male companion confirms she's there and tells the others to finish this fast. But then the cat girl turns around with a smug little smile and asks if they really thought they could catch her if she'd actually been trying to run. A dangerous red aura starts pouring off her as she tells them that the best hunters are often the ones who know how to look like prey. Then her body shifts. Her hands stretch into long, razor-sharp claws, and she asks if they really don't understand something that simple. Right after that, she unleashes a crushing wave of biological pressure over all three of them. The trio goes rigid. In that instant, they realize her true strength isn't ordinary tier 6 at all, but an absurd ordinary tier 9. Ma Weiwei and the others stand there frozen in disbelief, finally understanding that the cat girl had been hiding her real power the whole time. Now, deep in the dark alley, Ma Weiwei, the demon dog guy, and their female senior are running for their lives. Ma Weiwei shouts that this mission is impossible and that they need to get out now. Behind them, the cat girl watches with a mocking smirk, claws ready, and asks if they seriously think they're getting away. With terrifying agility, she springs up the side of a building and effortlessly cuts ahead of them. Then she drops back into the alley, blocks their path, and tells them there's nowhere left to run. The cat girl then fixes her eyes on the trembling demon dog gene fuser. Leaning in close, she tells him she noticed him the moment he stepped into the bar. Seeing no other way out, Ma Weiwei suddenly throws a smoke grenade, and thick purple smoke floods the alley. She tells her teammates the smoke should dull the enemy's senses and give them a chance to escape. Using that cover, the three of them manage to get away. Breathing hard and still shaken, they finally make it back to a crowded street. The demon dog guy says the mission is way too dangerous, the intel was completely wrong, and they nearly got killed. The female senior tells Ma Weiwei to call her father, Dean Ma Jinhe, and report everything so the mission details can be corrected. Still rattled, Ma Weiwei pulls out her phone and says she'll call him right away. But just as she's about to do it, something suddenly hits her. Lin Zichen accepted the same mission. Panic sets in at once. If he runs into the cat girl without knowing her real strength, he's dead for sure. She says they have to warn him. She can't just stand there and let him die. She checks her contacts, only to realize she doesn't have his number. So with no other option left, she decides to contact Shin Qinghan instead. Back in the now empty alley, the purple smoke slowly clears, and the cat girl clicks her tongue in annoyance that her cooked duck still managed to fly away. But just as she complains about missing her chance, she notices someone else standing calmly at the far end of the alley. It's Lin Zichen. The moment she sees him, her eyes lock onto him at once. In her mind, he's handsome and exactly her type. Taking it as his bad luck, she decides he'll be her next prey and lunges at him with her claws stretched out. Lin Zichen doesn't move an inch. He can already tell her strength has reached an impressive ordinary tier 9. Then he gathers his power and rushes straight forward to meet her head-on. The cat girl's eyes widen. She can't understand how he's moving even faster than she is. Before she can even react, Lin Zichen throws a powerful, glowing punch straight into her face. The impact blasts her backward, and she crashes hard into the wall at the end of the alley. She drops to one knee in the rubble, injured and stunned by how strong he is. Staring at him in confusion, she can't figure out how a young man who isn't even a gene fuser could be carrying that kind of power. The cat girl quickly realizes she's completely outmatched. If this fight goes on any longer, she's dead. So now, the only thing that matters is getting away. She spins and runs, but to her surprise, Lin Zichen keeps pace with her effortlessly. He tells her that now she can experience his full power. Then he leaps up and drives a brutal kick into the side of her head, sending her flying. The force hurls her into another wall and drives her deep into the stone. Lin Zichen doesn't ease up. He follows with a relentless barrage of kicks into her body while she's pinned there. Even after taking hit after hit, she's somehow still alive, though her biological pressure is clearly starting to fade. Not wanting to give her even a second to recover, he bends down and picks up a large rock. But just as he's about to bring the attack down, Lin Zichen suddenly looks up, caught off guard. A huge surge of red energy erupts from the cat girl, and her body starts changing right in front of him, her muscles swelling in a twisted, unnatural way. Lin Zichen's expression shifts immediately. He realizes that now that she's been pushed into a corner, she's broken past her limits and is on the verge of evolving into a higher-level creature. Now transformed and burning with rage, the cat girl glares down at him. In her mind, she knows activating her shadow cat genes saved her life and boosted her strength, but it also made her instincts more beast-like and pushed her even closer to genetic backlash. Furious, she demands to know who Lin Zichen really is. But instead of attacking, Lin Zichen just smiles and casually says sorry, claiming he must have mistaken her for somebody else. Then he simply turns around and walks away, leaving her frozen where she stands. As she watches him go, fear quietly starts creeping in. She has no idea how strong he really is, no way to predict what he'll do next, and no tricks left to fall back on. At the same time, she knows the forced transformation has already put her at serious risk of genetic backlash. Realizing that attacking him again would probably get her killed, she makes the decision to run and leaps into the air to escape. But as she flies off, a sharp sound suddenly cuts through the air, and she glances down in confusion. A split second later, a metal pipe punches straight through her forehead, blood bursting out as the impact slams her into the wall and pins her there. Lin Zichen grabs another loose pipe and rushes in, driving it straight into her chest. He yanks the blood-soaked pipe back out, then stabs her again and again through the chest and stomach. Fatally wounded, the cat girl slides down the wall, and the biological pressure coming off her body disappears completely. Lin Zichen casually tosses the bloody pipe aside, thinking that this time, she's definitely dead. With the fight over, Lin Zichen takes a photo of the cat girl's corpse. He figures he'll need to upload it to the school app as proof that the mission is complete. After that, he contacts the public security department and reports the location of the body so they can clean it up. Once the official part is handled, Lin Zichen finally turns to what he actually came for. He reaches toward the corpse, and as red energy starts swirling around him, the system confirms that he has devoured a large amount of the Shadow Knight cat's life essence, pushing his guidebook progress up to 36%. He's a little surprised by how much progress he gained, and figures the genetic backlash she suffered must have caused the beast genes in her body to condense even further. Meanwhile, Ma Weiwei and the others are making their way through the city. As they walk, Ma Weiwei calls her father, Dean Ma Jinhe, and tells him the mission intel on the cat girl was completely wrong and nearly got them all killed. She explains that the target wasn't ordinary Tier 6 at all, but ordinary Tier 9, and the news leaves her father stunned. Back in his office, Dean Ma Jinhe tells his daughter to give him all the details, and says he'll speak to the mission system director himself afterward. On the street, the senior girl says they need to get back to school as soon as possible in case retaliation comes. But right in the middle of saying that, she suddenly grabs Ma Weiwei by the arm. Then she points at her phone. On the screen, it shows that the mission to capture the cat girl has already been completed by Lin Zichen. Ma Weiwei is left completely dumbfounded. She can't understand how a freshman could take down an ordinary Tier 9 creature by himself. After the weekend passes, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan are walking together across the university campus. Lin Zichen checks his phone and sees a notification that 300 school credits have been added to his account. He immediately figures it's the reward for the cat girl mission, but he can't understand why it's so much higher than the original 50 credits. As they walk, Lin Zichen shows Shin Qinghan the notice explaining the increase. According to the message, the mission details were wrong, so the cat girl mission was reclassified from ordinary Tier 6 to Tier 9. The reward was raised from 50 credits to 200, with another 100 added as compensation. Shin Qinghan grumbles that the school's mission system really can't be trusted and tells Lin Zichen he's lucky he was strong enough to deal with it. Otherwise, he could have died. Lin Zichen agrees that the mission system has serious problems and says he'll be more careful about what he accepts from now on. Then he tells Shin Qinghan that whenever a suitable mission comes up, he'll bring her along so she can start getting used to real combat. Shin Qinghan lights up at once and says it's great that she can finally go on missions with him. As they keep walking, Lin Zichen looks at his phone and decides to spend the new credits on the 90 gene of life and death toad meat he needs. He'd been worried before that ordering that much all at once would attract attention, but now it looks like that won't be a problem. He also figures beast meat is packed with nutrients and should help Shin Qinghan evolve too, so he plans to buy plenty for her as well. When they get back to the apartment, Shin Qinghan opens the door, and Lin Zichen asks if there's any specific kind of beast meat she wants. She runs inside excitedly and tells him she'll handle the order herself, and he follows right behind her. Once inside, she drops onto the couch and starts scrolling through the options on her phone. In the kitchen, Lin Zichen has already put on an apron when he hears Shin Qinghan suggest they buy Tyrant Ash big carved meat. She says that for just 1 credit they can get 6 gene, which is enough to last several days. Lin Zichen agrees that it's a sensible choice, but Shin Qinghan stops him from placing the order and insists on paying for it herself. Smiling happily, she reminds him that she still has the 90 credits he gave her from the freshman competition. Lin Zichen, already cooking noodles by then, smiles and agrees. He tells her it doesn't matter anyway. They're family, so there's no need to keep track of whose credits are being spent. While Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan are sitting there eating noodles together, the doorbell suddenly rings, and Lin Zichen gets up to answer it. A moment later, he comes back carrying a big cardboard box, surprised that their beast meat delivery arrived so fast. He opens the box, takes out a package of Tyrant Ash big carved meat, and hands it to Shin Qinghan, telling her to put it in the fridge. Once that's done, Lin Zichen turns to the 90 pounds of life and death toad meat. Thinking it's time to start absorbing it, he places his hand on the meat. Instantly, a powerful blue energy bursts out of the box and wraps around him. Then a system notification appears, confirming that he has devoured a large amount of the life and death toad's life source, and that its guidebook has now reached 100%. Right after that, Lin Zichen is pulled into a vision. He sees the life and death toad, a huge beetle-like creature, being ripped apart by a giant eagle-like beast. Then he witnesses just how terrifying its ability really is, as the severed pieces of its body begin regenerating at an unbelievable speed. Piece by piece, the creature restores itself and becomes whole again. Then a new system notification appears, announcing that he has unlocked the life and death toad guidebook and gained a new attribute: rapid self-healing. Back in the apartment, Lin Zichen stares at the description of his new power in shock. The system explains that his healing ability has been greatly enhanced. As long as he isn't killed instantly and still has enough energy left, he can recover from even severe injuries. Hearing that, he can't help blurting out that this ability is basically invincible. Wanting to test it for himself, Lin Zichen decides to see just how good the new power really is. He bites down hard on his own hand, tearing open a deep, bloody wound. He watches in disbelief as the wound starts closing right in front of his eyes, and within a few short seconds, it heals completely. As he rinses the blood from his hand, now fully healed, Lin Zichen quietly thinks it over. With rapid self-healing, as long as he still has enough energy and doesn't die instantly, he can basically keep recovering again and again. But before he can think any further, the doorbell suddenly rings. He pauses and wonders who would come by this late at night. He walks to the door with Shin Qinghan beside him and asks if she ordered anything else. She shakes her head and says no. The moment they open the door, both of them stop, a little surprised by who's standing there. It's Ma Weiwei. She leans forward slightly and apologizes for showing up so late. With Shin Qinghan still standing beside him, Lin Zichen asks Ma Weiwei what she came for. Ma Weiwei says she's curious how he managed to complete such a dangerous cat-girl mission, and asks if he'd be willing to tell her what happened. Lin Zichen refuses without hesitation, saying it's not convenient to talk about. Hearing that, Ma Weiwei accepts it and turns to leave. Shin Qinghan quickly offers to invite her in for some tea, but Ma Weiwei politely declines, saying she still has other things to take care of, and they can do it another time. After she leaves, Shin Qinghan tells Lin Zichen that she feels Ma Weiwei is actually a pretty decent person. She explains that Ma Weiwei had been worried and even sent her a message warning them that the mission info was wrong. Shin Qinghan says they should spend more time with her, and Lin Zichen agrees. Since Ma Weiwei lives right downstairs, he says she can come by any time. Later, at the Tianrenge Research Institute, Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan are talking with Lin Zichen. Lu Chuanwu says he personally saw Dean Manhwa go storm over to confront the mission system director, and the argument got so intense it turned into a real fight. Song Yuyan guesses it had to be because of the false information in the Catgirl mission. Lu Chuanwu confirms it and explains that since Manhwa's daughter had also taken that mission, he was furious that the wrong power rating nearly got her killed. Song Yuyan adds that the mission listed the Catgirl as ordinary tier 6, even though her real strength was ordinary tier 9. Then she turns to Lin Zichen and asks how someone who's supposedly only ordinary tier 6 could have completed that mission. Lu Chuanwu jokes around and asks whether he got help from some expert or set a trap ahead of time. Lin Zichen denies both and says he beat her himself using nothing but raw physical strength. That answer leaves both Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan just staring at him, mouths hanging open as they start wondering if he's been hiding his real strength this whole time. While the two of them are still trying to process that, Lin Zichen rubs his face and looks a little tired. After spending the last few days around them, he's come to feel that they're decent people. And since they might be able to help him research the aperture opening technique, he decides it's finally time to tell them the truth about his abilities. With a stiff smile, he starts by telling them that his real strength has already reached ordinary tier 9. Before they can even react to that, he drops another bombshell. He says he has already completed his first full body tempering and is now in the second cycle of skin tempering, shocking both of them all over again. As Lu Chuanwu takes in what he just heard, his whole body starts to tremble. Then the old man suddenly breaks into tears, overwhelmed with excitement as he shouts that all those years of dedication finally paid off. In his mind, he sees himself standing on a mountaintop with Lin Zichen, proudly declaring that with talent like this, the pure-blood human path is destined to succeed, and one day both of their names will be known across the world. Back in reality, the Dean is still crying. He says he spent decades researching the pure-blood path. It drained away his family's wealth and even drove his wife and children to leave him, yet he still never made any real progress. But now, with a genius like Lin Zichen right in front of him, he feels the pure-blood path might finally rise. Lin Zichen can only look on in confusion, wondering why the old Dean is suddenly crying and laughing at the same time. After calming down a little, Lu Chuanwu puts a hand on Lin Zichen's shoulder. He says Lin Zichen's talent is so outrageous that if he didn't lack source power, he would have suspected he was actually a stranger from the source land. That unfamiliar term catches Lin Zichen off guard immediately. Lu Chuanwu then explains his theory. In a world where aberrant beasts exist, it would only make sense for beings from the other side to exist too, strangers or gifted individuals like that. Song Yuyan is stunned and says she's never heard anything like that before. Lin Zichen follows up by asking what source power actually is. The Dean explains that it's a special kind of energy unique to beings from the source land, something on the same level as chi, blood, or spiritual power. Now curious, Lin Zichen asks how that power is used. Lu Chuanwu admits he can't give a clear answer, because in his entire life, he has only met 2 of those strangers. Song Yuyan lets out a scoff and says he sounds like he's making it up. She points out that since he's stuck at ordinary tier 9, there's no way he could even enter the source land himself. That makes Lin Zichen ask whether there's a required biological level to enter. Lu Chuanwu says yes, the standard is high-level being, and anyone below that would be burned to ash. A little defensively, Lu Chuanwu quickly adds that he didn't meet those strangers in the source land. He met them here on Earth. The first one was a female disciple he took in many years ago. The moment he says that, Lin Zichen suddenly recalls Luo Qianchu fighting monsters and realizes that Shun Qinghan's mysterious senior sister must be one of those powerful strangers. Lu Chuanwu goes on to say that the second stranger was someone he encountered in the ancient ruins, where they discovered the blood-tempering art. After revealing all that, he turns serious and warns them that none of this can ever be passed on to anyone else. Song Yuyan immediately promises she'll keep her mouth shut, and Lu Chuanwu says he trusts the 2 of them. Then he gives Lin Zichen a separate warning. He tells him to keep his real strength hidden, otherwise he could end up being targeted by dangerous heretics, and those people are everywhere, even inside the university. To deal with that, he suggests a workaround. If Lin Zichen wants to take missions that actually match his real strength, he should do it through Song Yuyan's account. Since she's also ordinary tier 9, he'd be able to fight at full strength without exposing how fast he's grown. Lin Zichen agrees to the idea. Then, with interest, he asks the Dean if he knows anything else about the source land. Lu Chuanwu's expression turns heavy right away. He says everything related to the source land is highly classified, and even he knows very little about it. He tells Lin Zichen not to worry about that place until he becomes a high-level being. Still, he does share one important piece of information. As far as humans are concerned, most creatures from the source land are enemies, and they've been trying to invade Earth this whole time. Lu Chuanwu says that some powerful figures believe those creatures want to invade because there's something on Earth they desperately want. But just as the conversation turns serious, the dean's phone suddenly rings with a bright, cheerful ringtone. He picks it up and answers in a flirtatious voice, calling the other person baby, then turns back and tells his students that an old friend has invited him out to dinner. He hurries off right away, telling them to contact him if anything comes up. As soon as he leaves, Song Yuyen sarcastically comments on how hard the dean works, clearly assuming he just ran off to secure more funding. With the dean gone, Song Yuyen turns to Lin Zichen and asks how he manages to hide his biological level and tempering progress so well that even powerful people can't see through it. Lin Zichen apologizes and says he really can't explain it. Deep down, he knows the system's natural camouflage is one of his biggest trump cards, and there's no way he can reveal that. Song Yuyen immediately puts on a pleading look, trying to sweet-talk the answer out of him. She even says she's willing to trade one of her own secrets for it, but Lin Zichen, clearly flustered, still insists that he really can't tell her. Seeing that he won't give in, Song Yuyen lets out a sigh and finally drops it. But the mood around her changes almost instantly. A competitive spark flashes in her eyes as she cracks her knuckles and says that since they're both ordinary tier 9 now, they might as well have a sparring match. Lin Zichen immediately grins. He agrees on the spot, thinking that fighting someone at the same level will be the perfect chance to find out where his own strength really stands. Yuyen drops into a fighting stance right away and calmly lists off how far she's gotten. She's finished her second skin tempering, completed her second muscle tempering, and she's already 1/5 of the way through her second bone tempering. Then she looks at him and tells him not to hold anything back. She wants him coming at her with everything he's got. Inside the Tianrenj Research Institute, Song Yuyen and Lin Zichen prepare to spar. Song Yuyen asks if he's ready, then tells him to take the first move. She plans to stay on defense and use that to measure how strong he really is. She steadies her breathing, settles into a defensive stance, and gives him a quick motion to come at her. Lin Zichen doesn't hesitate for even a second. He surges forward and whips out a sharp, powerful high kick. The impact forces her back, her feet grinding across the floor as she loses ground. Her heart skips. He's only supposed to have completed the first skin tempering, and yet that kick was strong enough to hurt her even after her secondary muscle tempering. In that instant, she finally understands just how absurd his strength really is. A thought flashes through her mind that it may not be long before he surpasses her. Even so, she quickly decides she's going to enjoy acting like the senior while she still has the chance. Holding back the pain, Song Yuyen forces her expression to stay calm and starts lecturing him. She says that kick wasn't good enough because he didn't aim for a vital point. Then she reminds him that in a real fight, the difference between winning and dying comes down to things like that. Lin Zichen can clearly tell she's hurting, but he keeps a straight face and quietly plays along. He simply says he understands. Once she's fully composed again, Song Yuyen declares that now the real match begins. Then she throws out a challenge. Survive 5 minutes against her. The moment she says it, she charges straight in. Lin Zichen agrees without complaint and steps forward to meet her head-on. The two of them collide at high speed, exchanging one fierce blow after another without giving either side room to breathe. Lin Zichen suddenly unleashes a rapid barrage of punches, forcing Song Yuyen to defend non-stop, and little by little panic starts creeping in. Even after bringing out her full strength, she's still being matched blow for blow. For the first time, she starts to wonder if she might actually lose. As the fight keeps going, Lin Zichen decides it's about time to end it. So when Song Yuyen throws another punch, he chooses to fake a loss and let her keep her dignity. Her punch lands, and he immediately throws himself backward as if he'd been completely overpowered, crashing hard onto the floor. Song Yuyen quickly steps in to help him up and praises his talent out loud. But inside, she's already starting to sweat. She can barely believe what just happened. It took 90% of her strength just to scrape out that win, and she knows that if he keeps growing at this pace, another year might be all it takes before she can't keep up with him anymore. Trying to move on from that thought, Song Yuyen changes the subject. Since he's completed the first stage of skin tempering, she says he can now start attempting to open his apertures. After that, she offers to teach him the newest method from her research. The two of them sit down cross-legged, and she starts explaining the theory behind it. She tells him the human body has 366 apertures, and according to the blood tempering art, the easiest ones to open are the 4 located around the heart. Following her instructions, Lin Zichen begins using his qi and blood to strike those points at a rate of 10 times per second. But it doesn't take long before he suddenly opens his eyes, frustration written all over his face. No matter how many times he tries, he just can't break through those apertures. Seeing how upset he is, Song Yuyen gently tries to reassure him. She says maybe his body just still isn't strong enough yet, or maybe her method itself still needs more work. The scene then shifts to a dark basement beneath the Liu family's ancestral home. There, Liu Chuanwu stands before a massive ancient bronze coffin and excitedly reports to the being inside, the pavilion master, that he's found a peerless genius, someone who might be able to open his apertures through the pure-blooded human path. Liu Chuanwu goes on to explain that once that student succeeds, the master will be able to survive on the daily qi and blood he provides. That way, she won't have to keep suffering inside that cramped coffin. After a long silence, a weak voice finally comes from inside the coffin. Liu Chuanwu's face tightens with worry. Just getting a response from her took that long, which means an entire day's worth of energy has already been spent. As he walks away, the worry still doesn't leave him. The pavilion master is clearly growing weaker with each passing day. At this point, all he can do is hope Lin Zichen evolves into a high-level creature before she fades away completely. Lin Zichen comes back to the apartment carrying groceries and calls out that he's home to cook. But before he can even step inside, Shin Qinghan stops him at the door with a serious expression and says she has something important to discuss. She tells him her master, Mo Dongji, wants to move up her gene fusion ahead of schedule. And the gene her master chose for her is the dark blue jellyfish, saying it's the best match for where she is right now. Lin Zichen thinks it over and pictures the creature in his mind. He knows a normal dark blue jellyfish is only a low-tier beast, but the jellyfish king variant can evolve to a high level. And its greatest advantage is its mental strength, which far surpasses other creatures of the same rank. Lin Zichen says the plan itself sounds solid, but Shin Qinghan admits she's afraid. What her master plans to use isn't an ordinary gene at all, but the gene of a jellyfish king. And with how weak her body still is, she's worried she might not be able to handle something that advanced and could end up mutating. That catches Lin Zichen completely off guard. He knows a jellyfish king gene is incredibly rare and outrageously expensive. Just imagining Mo Dongji casually spending that kind of money hits him with a sharp wave of envy. Pushing that thought aside, he reaches over and gently pats Shin Qinghan on the head to comfort her. He tells her that jellyfish-type beasts naturally have high compatibility with the human body, and with her incredible 21% compatibility score, she should be able to fuse with a high-level beast gene without any major danger. Hearing that, Shin Qinghan asks what kind of side effects she might face. Lin Zichen explains the usual consequences. A person can lose the body's natural ability to reproduce, and they may also develop physical traits similar to a beast. Then he reminds her that she's already preserved her eggs, so if they ever want children in the future, they can still rely on those. Holding her hand, he adds that beast traits can usually be hidden as long as the genes are pushed into dormancy. After that, he tries to ease the mood a little. He jokes that a lot of beast traits like cat ears or a foxtail are actually seen as pretty attractive. And just like that, her mood starts to brighten. She looks at him with shining eyes and starts wondering what kind of traits a jellyfish king might give her, and whether she'd end up looking even prettier because of it. Now clearly excited, she lifts up her phone and shows Lin Zichen a picture of the dark blue jellyfish, asking if he thinks it looks beautiful. He leans in so close that she instantly starts to blush. Then he tells her that sure, the jellyfish is beautiful, but it's still nowhere near as beautiful as she is. And from there, the conversation naturally shifts. Shin Qinghan explains that her master recorded that video after diving several thousand meters into the deep sea without any protective equipment. Hearing that, Lin Zichen realizes that to withstand pressure like that, her master's body must have reached at least the rare level. Shin Qinghan then quietly wonders if she'll ever be able to evolve that far herself. Lin Zichen answers without the slightest hesitation. He tells her that with a 21% gene compatibility score, reaching the rare level or even the epic level is absolutely within her reach. But Shin Qinghan stays grounded and points out that compatibility alone won't be enough. She'll still need a massive amount of evolution resources. After hearing that, Lin Zichen gives her a thumbs up and makes a firm promise. He tells her not to worry about the resources because he'll work hard, earn the money, and make sure she gets everything she needs. His words clearly move her, and just like that, she slips into a playful, teasing mood. Kneeling on the bed, she says that if that's the case, then she should properly take care of her rich new patron. Blushing, she picks up 2 pairs of stockings and asks him which color he likes more. Lin Zichen looks at them, then honestly says he likes both. So to satisfy him, she pulls a black stocking onto one leg and a white one onto the other. Watching her like that, Lin Zichen can't help thinking that even if the mismatched look is a little strange, he definitely has no problem with it. Later, while Shin Qinghan is away attending her afternoon classes, Lin Zichen decides not to go to the Pure Human Research Institute. Instead, he stays home to train. As he pours himself a glass of water, He casually opens his phone and checks the latest news. One article immediately grabs his attention. Strange, unidentified plants have started appearing all over Shanghai. The report shows a huge, menacing flower-like plant bursting out of a building, while nearby civilians stare in shock, and the public is being warned to stay far away. Lin Zichen recognizes those bizarre plants right away. They look exactly like the ones from the source site in the painting, made by Shun Qinghan's senior sister, Luo Qianxue. He can't understand how something like that could appear on Earth, and almost immediately, he suspects the plant god cult is behind it. That thought instantly irritates him. The rat god cult was only just taken care of, and now another group of heretics has already surfaced. More than anything, it makes him want to become stronger even faster. He then reflects on his own condition and realizes that after completing his secondary tempering, his body is burning through qi and blood far too fast. So he opens the school's online store and starts searching for pills that can help him recover his energy more quickly. He finds blood recovery pills going for 1 school credit each. After seeing that they can restore qi and blood incredibly fast at his current level, he doesn't hesitate. He buys a full 100 right then and there. With the recovery issue handled, his mind shifts to the next step in his evolution. Now that the Life and Death Toads Codex is unlocked, it's time for him to chase down a new target. He scrolls through the beast meat section and soon spots 10,000 poison chimera meat, priced at 20 credits per gene. The description explains that the beast itself isn't actually poisonous. Instead, it lives by consuming poison, which gives it an unusually high resistance to toxins. Lin Zichen quickly connects the dots. If he can unlock this creature's codex, there's a good chance he'll gain a very practical poison resistance trait. But once he notices he has less than 200 credits left, he decides to start small and buy just 1 gene to begin unlocking the codex. After that, his thoughts drift back to his failed attempt at opening his apertures, and he comes to a simple conclusion. His body still isn't strong enough yet. With that in mind, he decides to keep pushing his secondary skin tempering. He sits down to meditate, and before long, a blazing aura begins wrapping around his body as he throws himself back into training. 2 hours later, after enduring another brutal round of skin tempering, Lin Zichen is still covered in that burning aura. When the training finally stops, he drops to the floor, drenched in sweat and completely spent. He can feel his qi and blood draining away far too quickly, and at that point, he has no choice but to rest. Hungry and weak, he staggers toward the refrigerator looking for something to eat. And right then, the doorbell rings. Still not fully steady, Lin Zichen opens the door and sees a school delivery girl standing there with 2 packages in her arms. The moment he reaches out to take them, a wave of dizziness hits him. His balance gives way, and he stumbles straight into the delivery girl, knocking the packages loose from her hands. Even in the middle of falling, Lin Zichen reacts on instinct. He shoots out one hand and catches the heavy boxes before they can hit the floor. The delivery girl stiffens in alarm and quickly asks if he's okay. After bringing the packages inside, Lin Zichen, still feeling weak, decides to test the blood recovery pills right away. He opens one of the boxes and tosses a golden pill straight into his mouth. The effect hits almost instantly. The dizziness vanishes, strength rushes back through his arms and legs, and he can't help being impressed by how well the pill works. His qi and blood surge upward, and when he clenches his arm, he can feel that he's fully recovered. With his condition restored, Lin Zichen turns to the second package, the 10,000 poison chimera meat. He places a hand on it and devours its life essence, and blue energy immediately begins surging around his body. Then a system notification appears, confirming that he's absorbed a trace of the 10,000 poison chimera's life source and raised his codex progress to 1%. Now that he no longer has to sit through long recovery periods, Lin Zichen settles back down to meditate. He realizes the blood recovery pills have cut his downtime dramatically and made his training much more efficient. To him, spending school credits to speed up his growth is more than worth it. Later, as the sun starts to set, Lin Zichen is relaxing at home when he hears Shun Qinghan call out that she's back. As he gets up to meet her, she teasingly tells him she brought someone with her and asks him to guess who it is. He opens the door, then pauses when he sees their friend Chu Rui standing beside Shun Qinghan. Chu Rui gives him a bright little wave, and Lin Zichen greets her, clearly surprised to see her there. As they walk into the luxurious apartment, Chu Rui can't help sounding a little jealous. She complains that she has to share a room while the two of them get to live somewhere this nice, and Lin Zichen kindly offers her his single dorm room at Budo Academy. While offering her some water, Lin Zichen hears Chu Rui politely turn it down. She explains that she actually likes having a roommate, because otherwise the room feels too lonely. But that light mood doesn't last. Her expression turns serious, and she says the real reason she came over is to complain about how outrageous some of the older university students have been acting. After sitting down on the couch, Chu Rui explains that geniuses like them may be doing fine, but ordinary students are having a much harder time. Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan both ask her what happened. Chu Rui tells them that one senior borrowed her makeup, while another classmate had his valuable blood ginseng stolen. But when they brought those complaints to the student council, they were brushed aside and told the school operates on survival of the fittest. They were even told that if they didn't like it, they should just fight back themselves. Chu Rui is furious, pointing out how ridiculous that is when freshmen obviously can't compete with seniors in strength. Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan both tell Chu Rui that if any senior targets her again, she should come find them, and they'll deal with it together. Hearing that, Chu Rui gratefully thanks Lin Zichen. All of a sudden, the entire apartment starts shaking violently. The three of them jump to their feet at once, wondering if an earthquake just hit. Once the shaking stops, Lin Zichen's danger perception suddenly kicks in, leaving him with a vague but unsettling sense that something isn't right. Even so, he can tell the warning itself doesn't feel especially strong. The scene then shifts to a lavishly decorated room, where a man in a red-horned mask is speaking to another man wearing a plague doctor mask, respectfully calling him Lord Divine Envoy. The masked man asks for evolution resources so he can break through to a higher biological level. Pleased with his performance, the Divine Envoy gives him a strange flower with a demonic look to it and explains that it carries a powerful aphrodisiac effect. He even warns him to make sure a woman is nearby before he uses it. The masked man thanks the Divine Envoy and then reports that a gifted genius has appeared among the new students at Shanghai University. He says they had planned to make that genius consume a high-level demon seed and recruit him that way, but the Divine Envoy dismisses the idea, saying the real geniuses are all inside the source site. Hearing that, the masked man can only grit his teeth in frustration, because he knows there's no way for him to get close to the geniuses inside the source site. The Divine Envoy cuts him off and reveals that a message has already come from there. A matching boundary point has been found, and biological coordinates have already been established. Now all they need is someone to activate the connection. Saying he'll head there at once, the Divine Envoy is suddenly swallowed by a purple aura and vanishes. But before leaving, he gives the masked man one final order that chills the room. If they fail to make Lin Zichen consume the demon seed within 3 days, he'll be replaced. The masked man glances at his watch, his face twisted with anger, and swears to finish the job before those 3 days run out. As Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan walk across the university campus, she tells him her class is in the other direction, so she'll have to head off on her own. Just as the two of them are about to part ways, someone suddenly calls out Lin Zichen's name, and both of them turn in surprise. A moment later, two of their old high school classmates, Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie, come hurrying over with anxious looks on their faces. Wang Shuajie quickly explains that they've been getting bullied by a stronger third-year senior. Then Lu Gang adds that since Lin Zichen is now the freshman king, that senior would definitely back off if he stepped in. To convince him, Lu Gang offers Lin Zichen a bag filled with valuable evolution resources and spirit fruits from his family. Wang Shuajie also pleads with him, reminding him that they used to be classmates. Lin Zichen asks what level that senior is, and they tell him the guy is ordinary tier 6. The moment he hears that, Lin Zichen realizes the senior isn't a threat to him at all, so he agrees to help and takes the bag. Then he tells them to meet him at the Pure Human Research Institute at 5:30 that afternoon. Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie are overjoyed and quickly promise they'll help him too in the future. The two of them thank him again before hurrying off, saying they'll see him later. After they leave, Shin Qinghan, clearly curious, urges Lin Zichen to open the bag so they can check out the spirit fruits. She even admits she's never had one before. Lin Zichen then holds the bag out toward Shin Qinghan and tells her to go ahead and pick one. After choosing a small one, Shin Qinghan looks it over with a disgusted expression and tells Lin Zichen it kind of looks gross. Then she asks if it might have already gone bad. Lin Zichen takes the fruit from her and studies it for himself, wondering out loud if it really has spoiled. But the closer he looks at that tiny seed-like object, the more his danger perception flares. It hits him so suddenly that he freezes. The moment he realizes what's wrong, Lin Zichen rushes forward and moves to stand in front of the departing Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie. He shouts for the two of them to stop, catching them so off guard that they freeze on the spot. Right after that, he urgently tells Shin Qinghan to contact her master, Mo Dongji, and have her come over immediately. Shin Qinghan nods at once and runs off to make the call. A moment later, Mo Dongji descends from the sky with calm, effortless grace and asks what happened. Lin Zichen raises the strange red seed and explains that Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie gave him a bag they claimed was full of spirit fruits, but hidden inside were these suspicious seeds. He says he suspects a connection to the plant god cult, and the moment those words leave his mouth, the two former classmates start trembling. Mo Dongji recognizes it in a single glance and explains that it's the seed of a strange tree capable of controlling anyone who eats it. She says this is one of the plant god cult's usual methods for dragging people into their ranks. Hearing that, Lin Zichen goes still. He can't help wondering whether Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie were already being controlled by the cult. As Mo Dongji uses her power to lift the two of them into the air, they cry out that they were forced to do it. Mo Dongji then tells Lin Zichen she'll take them away for questioning and let him know what she finds out. As they're carried off, Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie panic when they realize they can no longer speak. And while flying away, Mo Dongji leaves Lin Zichen with a stern warning. She tells him heretics are everywhere, and he can't fully trust even his teachers or the people running the school. From now on, he needs to stay alert. Shen Qinghan watches her master fly off in amazement, and says it's incredible that Mo Dongji can use mental power to fly. Lin Zichen nods and says that kind of ability would definitely be nice to have. A second later, Shen Qinghan's awe turns straight into anger, as she blurts out how awful Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie are for trying to hurt Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen agrees that they'll need to be more careful from here on out, then tosses the contaminated spirit fruits into a recycling bin. The next day, the investigation confirms that Lu Gang and Wang Shuajie really are members of the plant god cult. Back during their high school entrance exam, a safety officer forced them to eat a demon seed. Because of that, both of them are expelled from the university and will also face criminal charges, destroying their futures. Sometime later, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are together with their parents, who have already moved into the university housing. During that time, Lin Zichen never lets up on his training. With the blood recovery pills helping him through it, he completes his second round of skin tempering and pushes his secondary muscle tempering all the way to 40%. Then the day finally arrives for Shen Qinghan's gene fusion. She goes with Lin Zichen to Mo Dongji's office, where she nervously admits that she asked him to come along because she wanted his support. Mo Dongji explains that because the dark blue jellyfish is a water attribute beast, the more water Shen Qinghan has in her body, the easier the fusion should be. Then she hands her a huge glass of water and tells her to start drinking. Shen Qinghan struggles through one glass after another, while her master keeps urging her to drink more. At last, with her stomach swollen full, Shen Qinghan complains that she really can't drink another drop. Mo Dongji says that's enough, then tells her to take off her clothes and lie down on the examination bed. Mo Dongji lifts a syringe and explains that inside is the dark blue jellyfish king gene, and it has to be injected directly into the heart. Then she reassures Shen Qinghan that she'll use mental power to numb her pain nerves, so she won't feel the needle going in. As Shen Qinghan lies there tense and nervous, Mo Dongji warns her that the fusion itself is still going to hurt badly. If she can't endure it, she should scream. Shen Qinghan says she understands, and Mo Dongji drives the gene into her chest. Watching from the side, Lin Zichen notes that gene fusion normally requires precise monitoring equipment. But with Mo Dongji's overwhelming mental power, none of that is necessary. Once the injection is finished, Mo Dongji tells Shen Qinghan that the fusion process has already begun, and that the intense pain should hit very soon. She tells her to brace herself mentally, and Shen Qinghan, blushing a little, nervously says she understands. But 2 minutes later, Shen Qinghan sits up with a confused look and asks why she doesn't feel anything at all. Lin Zichen immediately turns to Mo Dongji and asks if something went wrong. Mo Dongji is completely caught off guard, unable to make sense of how this could happen. Shen Qinghan goes pale, terrified that her gene fusion has failed. Mo Dongji then explains to the worried pair that the gene fusion did fail. Shen Qinghan was unable to fuse with the dark blue jellyfish king gene. But then she adds that it wasn't a complete failure either, which only confuses them even more. Mo Dongji goes on to explain how the normal process works. As long as there isn't any serious rejection, the moment the beast gene is injected, the procedure is considered successful. With the help of drugs, the host genes are supposed to fuse with the beast genes and grant the person new abilities. But in Shen Qinghan's case, there was no rejection at all, and yet the fusion process never truly started. Lin Zichen's expression turns serious as he asks her to explain that more clearly. Mo Dongji then describes what she can see through her mental power. Shen Qinghan's own genes seem to have a kind of consciousness. They've surrounded the invading jellyfish king genes, locking them in place and completely restricting them. She explains that when some of the jellyfish king genes tried to force a fusion, Shen Qinghan's genes instantly destroyed them, shattered them into fragments, and absorbed those fragments as nutrients. As for the ones that remain, they're now fully imprisoned. Even Mo Dongji has never seen anything like this before. All of a sudden, Shin Qinghan lets out a surprised cry and points out that her hair is changing from purple to blue. That immediately shocks both Lin Zichen and Mo Dongji. Mo Dongji recognizes it as a trait of the Jellyfish King gene and can't understand how it could appear if the fusion failed. Lin Zichen then asks Shin Qinghan whether she feels anything different inside her body. Now with blue hair, Shin Qinghan closes her eyes and says she can feel a new presence inside her. And somehow, she thinks she can control it. That only leaves Mo Dongji more confused, because being able to sense and control the genes is exactly what successful fusion is supposed to mean. Wondering if she missed something, Mo Dongji leans in close to Shin Qinghan and examines her again with her mental power. She tells Shin Qinghan that the new presence she feels is the Jellyfish King gene, then instructs her to control it with her mental power and force it into dormancy. Shin Qinghan nods, closes her eyes, focuses, and quietly says she'll try. As she concentrates, her blue hair slowly fades back to its original purple. Then Mo Dongji tells her to try expressing the gene again, and Shin Qinghan agrees. In the very next instant, a strong blue aura bursts out around her, and her hair turns a brilliant blue again. Mo Dongji is stunned deep down. Famous geniuses like Li Moyu and Ma Weiwei needed half a month to learn how to switch their beast genes between dormancy and expression. Shin Qinghan just did it almost immediately. Still unable to make sense of it, Lin Zichen steps closer and asks what exactly is going on with Shin Qinghan. Mo Dongji turns toward them and says she has good news and bad news, then asks which one they want first. After a brief pause, Shin Qinghan says she'll hear the bad news first. Mo Dongji tells her that the bad news is she may never become a gene fuser. The words hit Shin Qinghan hard. But then, wearing a confident smile, Mo Dongji says the good news is that Shin Qinghan may actually be something even more advanced and more powerful. She can do everything a gene fuser can do, and do it even better without needing to fuse at all. Mo Dongji explains that Shin Qinghan's genes can enslave any beast genes injected into her body. That means she can use their abilities without truly fusing with them, allowing her to avoid genetic backlash and remain a pure-blooded human. Mo Dongji then reveals that up to now, no pure-blooded human has ever broken through the ordinary biological barrier and evolved. In her eyes, Shin Qinghan has the potential to become the first pioneer on Earth to do it. Stunned, Shin Qinghan asks if she's really capable of something that incredible. Mo Dongji answers without the slightest doubt. If any pure-blooded human is going to break through that barrier, she says it'll be Shin Qinghan. Hearing Mo Dongji praise Shin Qinghan that much, Lin Zichen can't help feeling a little sidelined. For a moment, he even starts to wonder if she looks down on him. Mo Dongji then explains that even though Shin Qinghan isn't a true gene fuser, her powers still come from beast genes. That's why, to the outside world, she has to present herself as one. Her face turns serious as she warns them to keep this strictly secret. They can't tell anyone, not even their parents. After that, Mo Dongji tells Shin Qinghan that her unique gene enslavement ability still hasn't been fully explored. She instructs her to come to the office every night at 8 so they can continue researching it together. Shin Qinghan agrees right away. Half a month passes. Lin Zichen is in his room meditating, his whole body wrapped in a fiery aura, when Shin Qinghan suddenly calls out to him and says she has good news. He heads into the bathroom and finds her relaxing in a bubble bath, happily guiding streams of water through the air around her. Smiling brightly, she tells him she finally learned how to control water with her mental power. Lin Zichen sits down at the edge of the tub and tells her that learning it this quickly only proves how gifted she really is. Shin Qinghan proudly says that's not even the best part. She reveals that she can now control the qi and blood inside someone else's body from a distance. According to her master, a slight disruption is enough to throw an enemy's entire system off balance, and if she pushes it far enough, she could burst their blood vessels on the spot and kill them instantly. That catches Lin Zichen off guard. But then he quickly points out that if she can control another person's qi and blood, then she should be able to control her own too. And if that's true, she should be able to use it to temper her body. But Shin Qinghan's excitement fades just as quickly. She lowers her eyes and says her master already told her that both her physical talent and the strength of her qi and blood are too weak. Because of that, she can't walk the path of a pure-blooded human. Lin Zichen leans in and tells her she's different, just like he is. The two of them can do things ordinary people never could. He encourages her to try body tempering and says he'll teach her himself. With him suddenly that close, Shin Qinghan's face flushes red. Her heart starts pounding, and she can't help wondering if this is his way of confessing to her. The next second, Shin Qinghan straightens up, her eyes filling with resolve. She says he's right, she is special, and if that's true, then she can definitely temper her body with her chi and blood. The moment those words leave her mouth, a powerful blue aura begins swirling around her. From that point on, Lin Zichen carefully guides Shen Qinghan as she learns to use her chi and blood to temper her body. The two of them cultivate side by side, both surrounded by blazing auras. Sometime later, drenched in sweat but too excited to care, Shen Qinghan finally cries out that she did it. She's mastered the blood-tempering art. She stares at her flushed, strengthened hands, almost unable to believe it. Lin Zichen smiles, pleased and honestly a little surprised that she pulled it off on her very first try. Deep down, he knows how shocking that really is. Her biological level is only ordinary tier 2, yet she just learned a technique that normally requires someone at ordinary tier 4. Overjoyed, Shen Qinghan throws herself into Lin Zichen's arms and excitedly says that now they really are a perfect match. She can enslave beast genes while he can devour beast meat to achieve the same effect. And on top of that, both of them can also walk the path of a pure-blooded human. Lin Zichen agrees and gently holds her in return. In less than half a month of training together, Shen Qinghan completes her first full skin tempering. Her biological level also rises from ordinary tier 2 to ordinary tier 3. Later that night, Shen Qinghan falls asleep beside him, but Lin Zichen remains awake. Lying there in the quiet, he decides the time has come for her to face real combat and temper her mind as well. He picks up his phone and starts looking through the school's off-campus missions. Before long, one mission catches his eye, capturing 21 armed drug dealers for a reward of 50 school credits. At 9 that night, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrive at the Shanghai City Public Security Headquarters. A friendly officer with a goatee introduces them to the others and explains that they're students from Shanghai University who came to assist with the case. Then he points at Lin Zichen and says he's the famous top scorer from Nanjiang province. The moment they hear that name, the other officers recognize him immediately. They welcome him warmly, praising both his talent and his looks. The officer then casually adds that his godson is also a freshman in the elite genius class. He tells Lin Zichen it's a real pity he joined Tianrenj, because with his talent, he absolutely could have entered the genius class alongside his godson. He even suggests Lin Zichen transfer over, but Lin Zichen stays silent. The officer goes on to say that he also invited his godson to take part in this operation. In his view, getting close to someone that strong could help protect them from upperclassmen once they're back at school. Right at that moment, a voice suddenly rings out nearby, announcing that he's here. A young man with long blue-green hair steps into the doorway, carrying himself with obvious confidence. The officers immediately react to his presence and start praising the officer for having such an exceptional godson. The officer proudly greets him and calls him Xiaojian, then mentions that he heard he recently broke through to ordinary tier 5. Xiaojian answers modestly, saying his progress has only been average. The officer then tells him that 2 other freshmen are joining this mission too, including a very pretty girl, and offers to introduce them. The second he hears that, Xiaojian is clearly interested. But the moment the officer brings him over, Xiaojian freezes the instant he sees Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. All the confidence on his face vanishes at once, replaced by pure fear. He realizes immediately that any chance he had to show off tonight is gone. Meanwhile, the officer has no idea what's happening and starts making the introductions anyway. Seeing how pale his godson has suddenly become, the officer quickly asks if he's feeling sick. At the same time, Lin Zichen recognizes the young man right away. It's Luo Yongjian, the top scorer from Dajiang province, the same person he instantly defeated during the freshman trial. Luo Yongjian awkwardly says it's nothing. He was just surprised to run into people he knows. That only leaves the officer even more confused, and he asks if Luo Yongjian actually knows them. Luo Yongjian then introduces Shen Qinghan as the top scorer from Nanjiang, and Lin Zichen as the runner-up and the university's new king. He goes on to say that Lin Zichen defeated the entire genius class by himself during the trial and calls him the strongest in history. Embarrassed, Lin Zichen tells him to ease up a little, and Luo Yongjian immediately agrees. The officer is left standing there in complete shock, finally realizing just how badly he misjudged Lin Zichen. Later, at 11 o'clock, a convoy of armored vehicles rolls through a dark stretch of forest, heading straight toward the drug dealer's hideout. Inside one of the vehicles, the officer starts passing out bulletproof vests. Lin Zichen politely refuses. Luo Yongjian refuses too. With a smug look on his face, he says ordinary bullets can't hurt him anyway. In his mind, even if he isn't the new king, he's still a top scorer, and tonight he plans to show these regular officers what a true genius student can really do. Not long after that, the convoy arrives at an abandoned factory. The police team immediately storms into the building. The instant they enter, the armed men inside spot them. The criminals immediately start shouting that the police are here and that they need to run. But the moment they realize getting caught means a death sentence, they stop trying to flee and start firing back instead. As bullets rip through the air, the officers and the 3 students all dive behind wooden crates for cover. The gunfight drags on. Then Lin Zichen suddenly rises and charges straight forward. The second Luo Yongjian realizes he might get outshined. He can't stay put any longer. He bursts out from cover 2 and runs headfirst into the hail of bullets. A nearby officer stares in disbelief as bullets slam into Luo Yongjian's body and simply bounce away. Lin Zichen rushes in right behind him, and the criminals are left stunned when they realize their bullets can't do anything to him either. Lin Zichen unleashes a barrage of heavy punches, dropping the criminals one after another. No matter how desperately they beg for mercy, he doesn't stop. Watching his companions get crushed, one desperate criminal pulls out a grenade and swears he'll take Lin Zichen down with him. The grenade goes off with a violent blast. A second later, Lin Zichen steps out of the smoke completely unharmed. Then he notices the last few criminals trying to flee and decides this is the perfect chance for Shin Qinghan to get real practice. So he calls out to her and tells her it's her turn. Shin Qinghan steps forward, closes her eyes, and focuses on taking control of the qi and blood inside their bodies. The criminals who were in the middle of escaping suddenly lock up where they stand. Their bodies twist into awkward angles as they cry out, not even understanding what's happening to them. Then, with one final command from Shin Qinghan, every remaining criminal drops to the floor and loses consciousness. Once the fighting ends, one of the officers reports that they found a box of strange seeds inside the factory. The lead officer calls Lin Zichen over to take a look. After checking them, Lin Zichen confirms that they're demon tree seeds, which means they're likely tied to the plant god cult. Another officer adds that, according to the criminals, who were also involved in human trafficking, a mysterious masked figure paid them a huge sum 2 months ago to scatter those seeds around. Now that the mission is finished, Lin Zichen tells the officer that he and his girlfriend are leaving. The officer immediately offers to drive them back. Sitting in the police car, Lin Zichen quietly thinks to himself that, for safety's sake, it's better not to get involved with dangerous heretic cults. But then something on the ground catches his attention. Near a pile of white powder, he spots a rat with one of the red seeds clamped in its mouth. His eyes sharpen instantly. That rat is planting a demon tree seed, which makes him suspect the rat god cult is involved too. Lin Zichen immediately turns to Shin Qinghan and tells her to inform her master, Mo Dongji, that the rat god cult may be working together with the plant god cult to spread the seeds. Shin Qinghan is clearly caught off guard, but she quickly nods. At the same time, Lin Zichen calls the lead officer and reports what he saw, thinking that anything involving heretics is best left to the public security team. Time passes. Half a month later, Shin Qinghan is out on a mission of her own, capturing a group of armed smugglers. Then 3 days after that, Lin Zichen teams up with Song Yuyan to take down a group of robbers wearing advanced mechanical suits. And just like that, their first semester at the university comes to an end, while life keeps moving forward. Back at the apartment, Lin Zichen sits on the bed and realizes he has finally reached the second stage of body tempering. Right then, Shin Qinghan, now with blue hair, slips up behind him, wraps her arms around him, and happily tells him that she has finished her first stage of body tempering too. Lin Zichen can't hide his surprise at how fast she got there. Shin Qinghan proudly reminds him that her talent is incredible, but then she asks why she only reached ordinary tier 6 when he originally said she should have made it to tier 9. Lin Zichen thinks it over and says it's probably because her natural physical talent is too weak. Her control over qi and blood may be strong, but the boost her body gets from that power is still limited. Hearing that, Shin Qinghan's shoulders droop, and tears start welling up in her eyes. She worries that she may never be able to catch up to him. Lin Zichen is caught a little off guard. With the special system he has, honestly, it would be stranger if she ever did. Later, at the research institute, both Lin Zichen and Song Yuyan hit a wall in their studies. Under his breath, Lin Zichen wonders how he's supposed to open the apertures in his body. Trying to lighten the mood, Song Yuyan starts sharing gossip about the university leadership and all the mess in their private lives. After a while, Lin Zichen asks Song Yuyan how many school credits he has now. She tells him that by using her account to clear high-level missions, he has already earned 2,400 credits. A satisfied smile immediately spreads across Lin Zichen's face. After a quick calculation, he realizes that's enough to buy the 99 gene of 10,000 poison chimera meat. He needs to unlock its guidebook. So he asks Song Yuyan to help him place the order. She's curious why he needs that much, but Lin Zichen only says it's not something he can explain right now. Respecting that, Song Yuyan goes ahead and places the order for him. Once the meat is delivered to the research institute, Lin Zichen decides to carry the heavy box back to his apartment himself so he can absorb it safely there. He places a hand on the meat, and a powerful blue energy instantly surges around him. Then his system confirms that he has devoured a massive amount of the 10,000 poison chimera's life essence, pushing the guidebook's progress all the way to 100%. At that moment, the phantom image of the terrifying beast rises behind him, and a system notification announces that he has gained a new biological attribute: immunity to 100 poisons, greatly increasing his resistance to all kinds of toxins. To test the effect, Lin Zichen injects a paralyzing neurotoxin into his own arm. 2 hours later, he flexes that same arm like nothing ever happened. There's no reaction at all. That's when he confirms the poison immunity completely neutralized the neurotoxin. Not long after that, Lin Zichen accompanies Shen Qinghan to a medical building, where she is about to receive her second gene injection under her master's supervision. Inside a sterile room, Shen Qinghan lies on an examination table. Mo Dongji explains that before giving her a second gene, she first needs to check the condition of the Jellyfish King gene already inside her body. But the moment Mo Dongji places a hand on Shen Qinghan's chest, her expression changes completely. She stares at her in disbelief and asks how Shen Qinghan's biological level could have risen so quickly from ordinary tier 2 to ordinary tier 6. A little embarrassed, Shen Qinghan tells her master that she's been practicing the blood tempering art, and just a few days ago, she completed her first full-body tempering. Mo Dongji freezes in shock and immediately asks how she managed that. Shen Qinghan explains that she used the water control ability from the Jellyfish King gene to help guide her own qi and blood. Filled with pride, Mo Dongji gently strokes Shen Qinghan's shoulder. She calls her a true genius and says that one day, she may become one of humanity's strongest fighters. With that, Mo Dongji decides to test the limits of her student's body. She lifts 5 syringes filled with different aberrant beast genes and explains that she's going to inject all 5 to see how many genes Shen Qinghan can enslave. Those 5 genes correspond to the 5 core elements. Mo Dongji tells Shen Qinghan she's about to begin, and Shen Qinghan quietly nods. As soon as the first gene is injected, Mo Dongji watches in shock. Shen Qinghan's own genes instantly attack it and destroy it. That first gene is the Earth attribute Armored Earth Dragon. Then the next 3 injections, representing fire, wood, and metal, meet the exact same fate. Every last one is crushed by Shen Qinghan's dominant genes. In the end, Mo Dongji determines that only the last gene survives, the water attribute Life and Death Toad. Shen Qinghan's genes successfully enslave it, and she excitedly shows Lin Zichen the new ability she gained from it. Mo Dongji then comes up with a theory that Shen Qinghan may only be able to enslave water attribute genes. To test that idea, she injects her with 3 more genes from different water types. After the procedure is over, Mo Dongji asks her student how she feels. Shen Qinghan says she feels uncomfortable, like she ate too much. Hearing that, Mo Dongji realizes those 3 new genes were also destroyed and absorbed. She concludes that, at least for now, Shen Qinghan can only enslave 2 kinds of aberrant beast genes. As she helps Shen Qinghan sit up, Mo Dongji explains her guess. She believes Shen Qinghan's body, or possibly her mental strength, still isn't enough to control more than 2 genes. Even so, she reassures her that once her strength improves, she should be able to enslave more. The moment she hears that, Shen Qinghan lights up and says she'll train even harder from now on. Mo Dongji then explains the new ability Shen Qinghan obtained from the Life and Death Toad gene. It allows her to secrete a special mucus with strong healing and lubricating effects. Then, in a slightly suggestive tone, Mo Dongji adds that if they ever need it later, they can make use of it. That one comment instantly makes both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan blush. Changing the subject, Mo Dongji suddenly brings up something important. She tells them that this year's freshman competition has been moved up to mid-January. She then tells Shen Qinghan that she's looking forward to seeing how she performs, and that she hopes she can place in the top 5. If she does, she'll earn a spot in a special winter training camp. Shen Qinghan takes that seriously and says she'll do her best. Off to the side, Lin Zichen, who has been quietly listening the whole time, clearly looks caught off guard by the news. Later that day, back at Lin Zichen's apartment, dinner has already been laid out on the table. Just then, Chu Rui walks in and jokingly says she's here to bother them again. Shen Qinghan immediately tells her not to say that and says she should come by more often, while Lin Zichen welcomes her in. Then Shen Qinghan notices all the shopping bags in Chu Rui's hands and asks why she brought so much stuff. Chu Rui explains that her family's clothing shop just got a new shipment. While looking through it, she found several matching outfits that she thought would look perfect on the 2 of them, so she brought them over as a gift. She hands one of the bags to Lin Zichen and says she already washed everything, so they can go ahead and try the clothes on right now. A little later, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan come out wearing the first matching outfit. Chu Rui quickly asks them to pose for a picture. Then cheekily says she could even use their photos as model shots for her online store. Lin Zichen instantly sees what she's up to, while Shin Qinghan just smiles at the camera. Then they change into a second set, this time a cooler black outfit, and Chu Rui blurts out right away that this one looks even better. After they try on a third matching set, Chu Rui excitedly declares that any couple would want to buy clothes like these. Once their little fashion show wraps up, Lin Zichen calls them over to the table and reminds them to eat before the food gets cold. The two girls happily agree. While they're eating, Shin Qinghan tells Lin Zichen that on the way back, she and Chu Rui ran into a nasty senior. She explains that the senior tried to snatch their bags by relying on her greater strength, and probably only backed off because another student recognized her as Lin Zichen's girlfriend. Looking annoyed, Chu Rui adds that it's the same senior who borrowed her makeup before and never returned it. She makes it clear that the girl was really targeting her, and Shin Qinghan just got dragged into it. Shin Qinghan immediately says that's outrageous and insists they go settle it after dinner. Chu Rui hesitates, pointing out that the bully is on the student council, and that her boyfriend is an official there too, so she's not someone easy to mess with. But Shin Qinghan grows more confident when Lin Zichen firmly says he'll go with them. At that point, even Chu Rui starts to feel like maybe, with him there, they really don't have anything to fear. Since they know the second-year students are having martial arts class in the gym, the three of them head straight there. The moment Lin Zichen, Shin Qinghan, and Chu Rui step into the gym, people start noticing them right away. The crowd quickly recognizes him as Lin Zichen, the new king, and starts wondering what brought him there. Shin Qinghan points out the bully to him, a second-year student with reddish-pink hair named Li Ziki. Lin Zichen walks over and asks if it's true that she borrowed makeup from his friend and still hasn't returned it. Li Ziki casually says she'll give it back when she's done using it, then turns around and accuses Chu Rui of making a big deal out of nothing. That instantly sets Chu Rui off. She fires back that Li Ziki always takes her brand new makeup, then returns it only after the products are nearly empty. Li Ziki immediately denies it, and the friend beside her jumps in to back her up. As Chu Rui gets more and more upset, Lin Zichen steps between them and asks Li Ziki what excuse she has now. Then he turns toward a nearby teacher and asks him to explain the school's survival of the fittest rule. More specifically, he wants to know whether it really means the strong can just bully the weak whenever they want. The teacher explains that the university actually follows two separate rules. The weak are allowed to challenge the strong at any time, but if the strong want to challenge the weak, they first need the weaker student's consent. He goes on to explain that strength is judged either by combat ranking, or by year level if the student hasn't been ranked yet. Finally, he adds that any challenge requires both sides to wager the same number of school credits, with the winner taking everything. If they can't agree on the amount, then the default bet is 1 credit. That last part catches Li Ziki off guard. A confident smile appears on Lin Zichen's face the moment he hears that. He says that by those rules, he can challenge her right now without any extra conditions. Li Ziki immediately mocks him, asking if a guy with such an obvious physical advantage is really planning to bully a girl like her. But behind that act, she's already panicking, because her biological level is only ordinary tier 5, and she knows she has no chance against him. Seeing straight through her little performance, Lin Zichen turns to Shin Qinghan and says she'll be the one to challenge Li Ziki instead. That catches Li Ziki completely off guard. The moment Shin Qinghan understands what he means, her eyes sharpen, and she agrees without a second thought. Chu Rui panics and immediately tries to stop them. She warns Lin Zichen not to fall for the senior's provocation and begs him not to let Shin Qinghan fight. Inside, she's completely freaking out. Shin Qinghan had always been down near the bottom of the class with her, so sending her into a fight like this feels no different from sending her out to get badly beaten. But Shin Qinghan calmly reaches over, places a reassuring hand on her friend's shoulder, and tells her not to worry. Then she lifts her eyes and says with complete confidence that she can win. Chu Rui instantly turns red. Seeing her friend look this unexpectedly cool, all she can do is stare at her in admiration. The next second, Shin Qinghan springs forward and lands lightly on the dueling floor. Standing there, she introduces herself as Shin Qinghan from the first-year genius class, then formally challenges Li Ziki of the second-year evolution class. Li Ziki frowns, annoyed that a freshman would dare act this confident. Meanwhile, the students watching from the crowd can't help commenting on how beautiful and cool Shin Qinghan looks. With a snort, Li Ziki brushes her off as nothing but a pretty face, then jumps onto the dueling floor and says they should raise the stakes. Wearing a confident smile, she puts up 10 school credits. A teacher then confirms that both sides have agreed to the terms. Shin Ching-han accepts immediately and matches the bet with 10 school credits of her own. The two fighters take their positions, confirm they're ready, and the teacher officially signals the start of the match. The instant the fight begins, Shin Ching-han's hair shifts from purple to a vivid blue, and she bursts forward with astonishing speed. Li Ziqi's eyes widen as she blurts out how fast Shin Ching-han is. But before she can react, her whole body suddenly locks up and starts shaking. She has no idea what's happening. Her head spins and she can't move at all. Shin Ching-han doesn't waste the opening. She steps in and drives a single powerful high kick straight into Li Ziqi's face. The impact sends the senior flying backward across the gym before she crashes hard onto the floor. The entire crowd, including Chu Rue, is left stunned. Chu Rue can only blurt out in disbelief, wondering when her friend became this strong. At the same time, Li Ziqi's friend cries out her name in panic. She runs to the unconscious Li Ziqi, then hurriedly calls a man named Jin Mingyu. In a frantic voice, she tells him that his girlfriend got kicked, might have a concussion, and that he needs to get to the gym right away. The person on the other end says he's already on his way. Holding up her defeated friend, the girl glares at Shin Ching-han's group and angrily warns them that they're in serious trouble now. Elsewhere, inside a high-tech training facility, students from the genius class are practicing in huge transparent pods filled with energy. The people watching are clearly impressed as top students like Li Moyu and Luo Yongjian deliver outstanding results, while Ma Weiwei also puts up a strong score. After the session ends, a teacher tells the class that the training was intense and that they should all get some rest. He then drops another announcement on the class. The freshman competition has been moved up to January 18th, and the students are visibly caught off guard. That news instantly fires Li Moyu up. He says he finally can't wait to crush Lin Zichen. Full of confidence, he boasts that he has already gone through multiple gene fusions and is now close to ordinary tier 7. In his eyes, Lin Zichen, who refused to fuse with any gene at all, has already fallen far behind him. A few of the others nod along, saying Lin Zichen threw away his talent by insisting on staying a pure-blooded human. The moment she hears that, Ma Weiwei shoots them a cold look and tells them not to judge someone else's choices. That shuts them up fast, and they quickly apologize. Then Ma Weiwei glances around and notices that Shin Ching-han, who's usually one of the most disciplined students in class, is missing from their very first advanced training session. To her, that feels strange. So she asks the second-year teacher where Shin Ching-han went, and he tells her that Shin Ching-han took leave because of an urgent personal matter. Right then, another student suddenly comes rushing in and yells that Lin Zichen and Shin Ching-han are making trouble downstairs, and that Shin Ching-han just beat up a popular girl from the second-year evolution class. The whole class is hooked immediately. Even Li Moyu moves with the crowd as everyone rushes out to see what's happening. Down in the gym, an angry girl is holding up a sobbing Li Ziqi, whose face is already bruised. Li Ziqi is nearly hysterical, screaming that her face has been ruined. Her friend points at Shin Ching-han and shouts that she's vicious for kicking someone in the face that hard. Standing in front of them, Shin Ching-han looks flustered and quickly apologizes, saying she didn't control her strength well enough. But before Shin Ching-han can keep apologizing, Chu Rue grabs her hand and tells her not to. She insists this wasn't Shin Ching-han's fault at all. Her opponent just wasn't strong enough. As the group turns to leave, Li Ziqi's friend suddenly reaches out, grabs Shin Ching-han by the arm, and shouts that they're not going anywhere. Lin Zichen steps in at once and knocks her hand away from Shin Ching-han. Then he warns her that if she keeps harassing them, he'll respond with force. Li Ziqi's friend lets out a mocking laugh. She taunts him for being the so-called new king and dares him to punch her in the face too. Lin Zichen doesn't even hesitate. He drives a punch straight into her face and casually says he's never heard such a strange request before. Right after that, the system shows that he has earned 1 school credit. Just then, a heavily built student arrives at the scene. It's Student Council Discipline Officer Jin Mingyu, and he's Li Ziqi's boyfriend. The moment he sees both girls on the ground crying with bruised faces, Jin Mingyu's expression darkens with rage. He glares at Lin Zichen and demands to know if he really had to hit girls that hard. Lin Zichen calmly answers that what's really excessive is Jin Mingyu's girlfriend bullying freshmen. But Jin Mingyu refuses to accept that and tells him not to throw around accusations without proof. At that moment, Luo Yongjian steps forward and tells Jin Mingyu that he has personally seen his girlfriend bully ordinary freshmen many times before. Lin Zichen has clearly had enough of the back and forth. He tells Jin Mingyu that if he really wants justice, then he should stop talking and challenge him right now, because he has no time to waste on empty words. Jin Mingyu angrily agrees. Jin Mingyu immediately raises the stakes and proposes a bet of 300 school credits. then asks whether a mere freshman can even afford that. To everyone's surprise, Lin Zichen calmly says yes. Watching from the side, Ma Weiwei is stunned. She can't understand how Lin Zichen dares to fight Jin Mingyu, a powerful ordinary tier 7. Luo Yongjian, on the other hand, looks entertained and remarks that he never thought showing off could be done this boldly. Soon, the two of them are standing face to face in the center of the gym's dueling floor as the challenge officially begins. Without wasting a second, Jin Mingyu transforms into a huge lion-like beast. His body swells with muscle, a wild mane spreads around his head, and sharp claws extend from his hands. The pressure pouring off his transformed body is so intense that even the students watching feel shaken, and some of them start wondering how Lin Zichen could possibly win this. Then, with a roar, Jin Mingyu lunges forward and charges straight at him. Even with all that pressure rushing at him, Lin Zichen stays completely calm. Jin Mingyu declares that since Lin Zichen's girlfriend dared to hit his girlfriend in the face, he's now going to smash Lin Zichen's face too. A second later, Jin Mingyu's fist slams into Lin Zichen's face, and a violent shockwave tears through the air. But the result is immediate and unbelievable. The instant that punch lands, Jin Mingyu's hand shatters against Lin Zichen's face. The beast-like senior drops to his knees on the spot, clutching his ruined hand and screaming in pain. Looking down at his beaten opponent, Lin Zichen casually says the match is over. Then he follows it with one brutal kick, launching Jin Mingyu's massive body all the way across the gym and straight into the empty spectator seats. The whole gym falls dead silent. Luo Yongjian curls his lips into a wry smile and says the scene feels way too familiar, while Li Moyu stands there completely humiliated, his face burning red. After witnessing that overwhelming display, a furious Li Moyu immediately calls his grandfather. He says he needs to fuse with a second beast Jin the very next day, because he's determined to get stronger. After that, Lin Zichen turns and addresses all the students around him. He announces that starting now, he's willing to take paid requests to fight on behalf of other people. And it doesn't matter whether the client is a freshman or an upperclassman. As long as they pay him in school credits, he'll help them challenge whoever they want. The moment he hears that, Luo Yongjian's eyes light right up. He blurts out that Lin Zichen really is a true king and says he wants to become his disciple. Meanwhile, over at a student council meeting, the members are furious about everything that happened. They complain that Lin Zichen is arrogant and completely disrespectful toward authority. In their eyes, his actions are a direct challenge to their power, and he needs to be punished. One of the women then turns to the president and asks what he thinks about Lin Zichen's new proxy fighting business. President Zhou Hong watches with a dark look on his face and remarks that Lin Zichen is like a newborn calf that still doesn't know to fear the tiger. Through Chu Rui, Lin Zichen lands his first proxy fighting job. He sits down with the client, a pink-haired girl named Hu Yingli, while Shin Qinghan and Chu Rui stay by his side. Hu Yingli explains that she's been getting bullied by a senior named Huang Jimin, who stole her expensive clothes and bags. Because the bully's brother, Huang Jerui, is part of the student council, the job is priced at 11 credits, with one of those credits going to Chu Rui as a referral fee. Not long after that, Lin Zichen goes to confront Huang Jimin. At first, she tries to threaten him by bringing up her brother, but the moment she realizes this is Lin Zichen, the infamous new king, her whole attitude instantly shifts to fear. Later, inside a dorm room, a terrified Huang Jimin begs Lin Zichen not to hurt her, especially not in the face. Lin Zichen turns to Shin Qinghan and tells her to handle the bully. Shin Qinghan cracks her knuckles and says she understands. As Shin Qinghan fixes her eyes on her and steps closer, Huang Jimin hurriedly yells for her to stop, insisting that she can't be hit. In one last desperate attempt to scare them off, she cries that if even a single hair on her head is harmed, her brother will make Shin Qinghan pay for it. Suddenly, a furious voice roars from outside, demanding to know who dares touch his sister. Huang Jerui, an ordinary tier 7, storms in with 2 other students right behind him. The moment Huang Jimin sees him, she runs straight to her brother and bursts into tears, falsely claiming that she did nothing wrong and that Lin Zichen came there just to bully her for no reason. Huang Jerui glares at Lin Zichen and says he has already gone too far. But instead of starting a fight, he tries to end it there, saying they'll let this one go as long as Lin Zichen doesn't cross them again. Lin Zichen says nothing. Huang Jerui's friends are left confused by how restrained he sounds, and they start assuming he must be afraid of the new king. Realizing there probably won't be a fight after all, they can't hide their disappointment. But Lin Zichen has no intention of letting it end like that. With a cold look in his eyes, he gives Shin Qinghan a short command and tells her to continue. Shin Qinghan answers without hesitation and rushes straight toward Huang Jimin. Huang Jimin panics on the spot. She turns and tries to run, screaming for her brother to save her. But the instant Shin Qinghan moves, her hair turns blue and a watery aura wraps around her body. With that power, she stops Huang Jimin in the middle of her escape, leaving the bully frozen in place, trembling and unable to move. Seeing his sister completely helpless, Huang Jiawei flies into a rage and charges at Shin Qinghan, shouting that they're courting death. Before he can even get close, Lin Zichen releases a terrifying wave of power. He doesn't take a single step, yet the floor around him cracks open on the spot. That overwhelming biopressure slams into Huang Jiawei and the two students with him, stopping all three of them cold. Their faces change instantly, and Huang Jiawei is horrified, wondering if he's standing in front of some high-level being. The pressure is so heavy that all three of them are crushed to the ground and pinned there. In that moment, Huang Jiawei becomes convinced that Lin Zichen must have some powerful master backing him from the shadows. With Huang Jiawei and his two friends pinned flat on the ground, Shin Qinghan leaps into the air and whips out a fierce kick, slamming Huang Jimin down to the floor and ending the fight right there. Later, inside the student council office, Huang Jiawei reports everything to President Zhou Hong. He explains that they all felt an overwhelming biopressure, and because of that, they believe a high-level expert was involved. In their eyes, Lin Zichen acts so arrogantly because someone powerful is supporting him behind the scenes. After hearing the full report, Zhou Hong tells the others that since they still don't know who this backer is, it would be smarter to avoid Lin Zichen for now and simply keep watching him. He goes on to warn them that if conflict can't be avoided, then they should stop at verbal warnings and stay away from any physical confrontation. Elsewhere, in another office, Dean Ma Jinhe complains to Mo Dongji that the entire campus has become chaotic. He blames the mess on Lin Zichen's proxy fighting business and asks Mo Dongji whether the whole idea came from her. She calmly says no, but then she adds that she actually likes what Lin Zichen is doing. In her view, the student council has been suppressing other students for far too long, and it's already starting to hurt the school's future growth. As Ma Jinhe trembles in frustration, Mo Dongji says it plainly. This stagnant situation needs to be broken. Deep underground, 20,000 meters beneath Shanghai City, Lord Rat God, the Divine Envoy, and a giant green monster stand before a pulsing purple rift. The Divine Envoy explains that the biological passage leading to source site number 36 has now stabilized. He announces that they can finally begin transporting aberrant beasts from the other side. But he also makes one thing clear. For now, only creatures below the high-level tier can pass through. The new passage still isn't reinforced enough, and if they try to move anything stronger, the whole thing will collapse. The Divine Envoy raises his staff and warns the others to stay focused, because the transfer is about to begin. Then he begins the ritual, sweeping his staff through the air to draw glowing purple runes and sending them straight into the portal. As he pours power into it, he shouts for the portal to open, and the rift erupts with a massive surge of dark purple energy. A moment later, monsters begin pouring out from inside, including multi-headed dragons and enormous ape-like beasts. Before long, 200,000 aberrant beasts have been brought through. The Divine Envoy then asks whether they should continue the transport. But as that army gathers in place, the purple portal suddenly starts rumbling and breaking apart. The Divine Envoy immediately declares that the passage has become unstable and must be sealed at once. He moves his hands and commands the portal to close. But just as the rift is about to shut completely, a clawed hand suddenly tears it back open, catching everyone off guard. The giant green monster and Lord Rat God both turn toward the Divine Envoy and ask what's going on. As a white-haired figure starts emerging from the reopened rift, the Divine Envoy's tone turns grim, and he says they need to prepare for a fierce battle. Then, from the reopened portal, a beautiful woman with fox ears and 9 flowing white tails lands lightly on the ground. She is identified as the 9-tailed demon fox. Looking around with curiosity, she wonders if this is the legendary planet Earth. After everything that happened, Lin Zichen's proxy fighting business takes off completely. Thanks to the attention from his earlier fights, he's now getting more than 10 requests every single day. In just half a month, he and Shin Qinghan complete more than 200 jobs and bring in over 3,000 school credits. His actions end up splitting the student body in two. Some students see him as a hero cleaning up the school's bullying culture, and a few are so grateful they even kneel in front of him. Others look at him as nothing more than a businessman chasing credits. Lin Zichen couldn't care less what anyone says. The only thing on his mind is how many credits he's making. Later, inside a classroom, Shin Qinghan freezes when she sees her classmate Luo Yongjian walk in with his face bruised and swollen. Ma Weiwei, who is there too, explains what happened. Luo Yongjian foolishly tried to start his own proxy fighting business, and the student council beat him up for it. Hearing that, Luo Yongjian clenches his fist and vows that once he gets stronger, he'll get his revenge. Ma Weiwei tries to calm him down, reminding him that his talent may not actually be above the student council members he wants to go against. Her words make him pause, and his mood visibly sinks. She then starts applying medicine to the bruises on his face and tells him to focus on recovering before the freshman competition. Luo Yongjian winces and complains that the medicine stings. Then, on the day of the freshman competition, a massive crowd fills the stadium. Both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan make it through the early rounds with ease and successfully advance into the top 8. Up in the audience, several deans, including Ma Zhenhe and Mo Dongji, watch the matches closely. The Dean of Mechanical Engineering remarks on Shen Qinghan's shocking rate of improvement. Ma Zhenhe agrees that her growth is almost unbelievable, but then adds that it's a pity. Her next opponent is his daughter, Ma Weiwei, so she'll most likely fall before reaching the semifinals. Down in the arena, the match between Shen Qinghan and Ma Weiwei officially begins. The moment it starts, both girls transform. Ma Weiwei grows cat ears and sharp claws, while Shen Qinghan is wrapped in a powerful blue aura. Ma Weiwei shoots forward in a blur. But Shen Qinghan doesn't even try to dodge. She just lifts one hand and triggers her control over chi and blood. Right in the middle of her rush, Ma Weiwei suddenly seizes up, her whole body trembling. Her eyes go wide. She can feel the energy inside her body being thrown completely out of balance by some outside force. And the moment she looks at Shen Qinghan, fear starts showing on her face. She has no idea how Shen Qinghan is doing it. Shen Qinghan wastes no time. She swings a high kick straight into Ma Weiwei's side and sends her flying across the arena, completely out of the match. Up in the stands, Dean Ma Zhenhe jumps to his feet in disbelief and shouts his daughter's name. Next to him, Lu Chuanwu can only wonder how two kids from such ordinary backgrounds ended up with this kind of talent. Even Shen Qinghan looks a little stunned. She's overjoyed, almost unable to believe she really took down someone as strong as Ma Weiwei that easily. 10 minutes later, the semifinals begin, and the first matchup is Lin Zichen versus Shen Qinghan. As they step up across from each other, Shen Qinghan says this is actually the first time the two of them have ever fought. Lin Zichen nods, and both of them settle into position. Shen Qinghan strikes first with a kick, but Lin Zichen blocks it easily. At the same time, he tells her she would have gotten more out of that opening with a punch. She switches to a punch right away, but Lin Zichen slips past it and calmly points out that the angle leaves her open for a counter. Before long, the whole thing starts to feel less like a match and more like a training session in public. Lin Zichen handles every attack Shen Qinghan throws at him with ease, teaching her as they exchange blows, and the people watching can't help feeling jealous that she has a boyfriend who'll spar with her like this. Not much later, Shen Qinghan is completely exhausted and finally gives in. Lin Zichen is declared the winner. That brings him to the final match against Li Moyu. Before it starts, Li Moyu calls out to Lin Zichen and says that even if he may not be stronger, he definitely won't go down without a fight. He makes it clear he's coming into this match with everything he has. And in the very next moment, Li Moyu transforms into a huge, muscular ape-like monster. Even with that massive form towering in front of him, Lin Zichen doesn't hesitate for a second. He charges straight in and throws one heavy kick. The crowd erupts on the spot. They can't believe that kind of power, or the fact that he's pulled off another one-hit knockout. That single blow sends the transformed Li Moyu flying clean out of the ring. And with that, Lin Zichen is crowned champion of the freshman competition. After the match, Mo Dongji steps forward and formally announces that the event has come to an end. She says that on top of the school credits awarded to the top 8, the top 5 contestants will also be invited to a special winter training camp. That announcement catches Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Li Moyu, Ma Weiwei, and Luo Yongjian completely by surprise. Mo Dongji continues, explaining that the camp will take place at the military headquarters in Nanjiang Province, the same district responsible for guarding source site number 36. She tells them it begins in 10 days, and that she'll be driving them there herself. Hearing that, Lin Zichen quietly starts thinking about the military base, especially the fact that it's tied to a guarded source site. At the same time, on a rooftop overlooking the city, the nine-tailed demon fox is speaking with the divine envoy. She tells him that now that his god cult plan has already taken root on Earth, he should know where to find some handsome men. Then she reveals the real reason she came to Earth in the first place. She's looking for a partner. The divine envoy respectfully tells her that he does know someone who perfectly fits her standards. He says the young man is not only handsome, but also possesses an unbelievably powerful body. Then he pulls out his phone and shows her a photo of Lin Zichen. A playful smile slowly spreads across the nine-tailed demon fox's face as she stares at the picture, and she tells the divine envoy to report everything he knows about him. Not long after that, the day of the special training finally arrives. Mo Dongji takes the 5 students to the military headquarters in Nanjiang province by helicopter, and when they land, they see several figures already waiting for them in advanced mechanical suits. It quickly becomes clear that this special training is a major event. Alongside the top 5 freshmen from Shanghai University, the top 5 from Kyoto University are here as well, along with elite young members of the military and a group called the Mecha God Group. Once they step onto the ground, Luo Yongjian excitedly points at a giant red mech and tells the others that its combat power is rumored to be on the level of a rare-class expert. He adds that every one of these machines was built by the Mecha God Group. Then, out of nowhere, someone calls out to Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan, making both of them turn in surprise. A young man in a sleek black mechanical suit walks over. He introduces himself as Zhang Kai and asks if they're the representatives from Shanghai University. Lin Zichen confirms that they are. The moment Zhang Kai gets a good look at Shin Qinghan, he's visibly shocked. He says that back in middle school, she used to get out of breath after just a few laps, so he can hardly believe she's now one of the top 5 freshmen. Lin Zichen explains that Shin Qinghan has extremely high compatibility for gene fusion, and after going through the procedure, her strength rose dramatically. She even became the top scorer in the province. Hearing that, Zhang Kai can't help remarking on how strong Shin Qinghan has become. Shin Qinghan smiles and returns the compliment, saying that if Zhang Kai is representing the mighty Mecha God Group, then he must have gotten a lot stronger too. Zhang Kai explains that his compatibility with mechanical modification is unusually high, which allowed him to go through multiple experiments that greatly increased his strength. As he says it, he raises a glowing mechanical gauntlet. After that, he says he has other things to take care of and that he'll see them tomorrow at the training grounds, then heads off. Since it's getting late, Luo Yongjian suggests they all go to the cafeteria and get something to eat. Inside the large dining hall, Shin Qinghan happily tells Lin Zichen that the food here is amazing, way better than anything they get at school. Then she picks up a bite of food and holds it out to him, telling him to try it. Lin Zichen takes the bite and agrees that it really is good, while Li Mayu and Luo Yongjian watch the two of them openly acting sweet and look completely done with it. Wanting the same treatment, Li Mayu jokingly asks Ma Weiwei to feed him a piece of tofu too. Ma Weiwei instantly tells him to get lost. Just then, someone suddenly calls out Li Moyu's name, making him turn around with an annoyed look. But the second he sees who it is, that irritation turns into surprise. 2 young men are standing beside their table. One of them is blonde, and with a smug expression on his face, he calls Li Moyu a traitor from Kyoto. The other guy, with purple hair, mocks Li Moyu as the same piece of trash he used to beat without any effort. Furious, Li Moyu pushes himself to his feet and fires back that things are different now. But the blonde guy just sneers and says that the moment Li Moyu chose Shanghai University, his strength was guaranteed to fall behind both him and Qinchuan. Then he tells Li Moyu to take the fight outside. Li Moyu grins and accepts on the spot. The tension instantly pulls in everyone's attention in the cafeteria. People stop eating, rush outside, and gather around with excitement, eager to see a clash between a genius from Kyoto University and a genius from Shanghai University. Once they step outside, Li Moyu looks at both of them and boldly tells them to come at him together. Taking them one by one, he says, would just be a waste of time. The blonde young man, Gao Mu, immediately snaps back that there's no need for that. He says he's more than enough to crush Li Moyu by himself, then leaps forward and lands right in front of him. Li Moyu lets out a cold laugh and calls Gao Mu the same loser he's always been. Then, in the very next second, he transforms into his powerful white ape form. Inside, Li Moyu is full of confidence. Just last week, he fused with the gene of a Shadow Knight cat, and in his mind that fixed the one flaw he used to have, speed. Now that weakness is gone, and he's convinced Gao Mu has no way of beating him anymore. But Gao Mu transforms too. In an instant, his body is covered in a layer of hard purple armor that looks almost like feathers. From the crowd, Lin Zichen watches closely and quickly figures it out. Gao Mu fused with the gene of an armored earth dragon, an earth attribute beast known for its absurd defensive power. Lin Zichen even notes to himself that an ordinary Tier 9 armored earth dragon can withstand a full force punch from a high-level Tier 1 demonic eye giant ape. The fight opens with Li Moyu throwing a massive punch, but Gao Mu calmly blocks it with one armored arm, and the impact sends a shockwave through the air. Li Moyu immediately follows up with a barrage of punches, attacking over and over, but Gao Mu doesn't move an inch. Every blow lands, and every single one is swallowed by that terrifying defense. Little by little, Li Moyu starts to feel it. His frustration gives way to panic because he can already tell his opponent's body is unbelievably tough, and none of his attacks are doing anything. Watching from the side, Shin Qinghan tells Lin Zichen that neither of them seems able to hurt the other, so this fight will probably end in a draw. But Lin Zichen shakes his head and says no. In his eyes, this isn't ending in a draw. Gao Mu is going to win. He explains that Gao Mu still hasn't shown his true strength, because there's another beast gene inside him that he hasn't activated yet. And right on cue, Gao Mu grins to himself. He knows he's still holding back, while Li Moyu is already fighting with everything he has. Unable to break through that iron wall in front of him, Li Moyu grits his teeth and roars in frustration. He calls Gao Mu a coward, saying all he knows how to do is hide in his shell like a turtle and drag the fight into a boring draw. Hearing that, Gao Mu slowly curls his mouth into a harsh, ugly grin. He says he's done playing around, and now it's time to show Li Moyu what his full power really looks like. As he says that, the air around him starts to shake. His body grows larger and larger, muscles swelling as his clothes rip apart, and then he transforms again. This time, he takes on the terrifying build of a demonic eye-giant ape. The crowd falls completely silent as they realize what just happened. Gao Mu fused with the exact same beast gene as Li Moyu. Li Moyu freezes where he stands, his face turning pale. He shouts that it's impossible. His mind races as he tries to understand how someone with Gao Mu's ordinary talent could survive fusing two powerful beast genes in such a short time without dying. Seeing that horrified look on Li Moyu's face, Gao Mu clearly enjoys every second of it. He openly admits that his natural talent may not be as good as Li Moyu's, but then proudly says Kyoto University's gene fusion technology is far beyond anything Shanghai University can match. Before Li Moyu can react, Gao Mu lunges in and throws a brutal punch packed with monstrous force. Their fists crash together with an explosive boom, cracking the stone beneath their feet and kicking dust into the air. As they trade heavy blows, Gao Mu keeps taunting him, shouting that leaving Kyoto University for a place like Shanghai was the biggest mistake Li Moyu ever made. The two of them launch into a savage exchange, their punches flying so fast and hitting so hard that the whole area seems to tremble. But it doesn't take long for the people watching to see the difference. In pure strength, they're evenly matched, but Gao Mu also has the defense of the armored earth dragon. In a straight-up brawl like this, Li Moyu has no road to victory. And just like the crowd expected, the fight ends without any suspense at all. Li Moyu is left sprawled across the shattered ground, bloodied, battered, and completely unconscious. Standing over him, Gao Mu leans down and throws out one last vicious insult. He asks the unconscious Li Moyu if he knows why his family only supports his brother, Li Yi. Then he answers it himself. Because Li Moyu has always been useless. And he still doesn't stop there. Gao Mu keeps mocking the fallen Li Moyu, even sneering that earlier he got crushed by nothing more than some local freshman named Lin Zichen. Then Gao Mu lifts his eyes toward the Shanghai University group and loudly asks which one of them is Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen steps out without a moment of hesitation and calmly says that he is. Gao Mu looks him up and down, then throws out a challenge. He says he heard Lin Zichen has been bullying Li Moyu lately, and offers to fight him right here and now. If Lin Zichen wins, Gao Mu says he'll hand over 10 high-grade qi and blood pills. The moment he hears that reward, a faint smile appears on Lin Zichen's face, almost like a predator spotting prey. Then he calmly agrees. As Lin Zichen gets ready to step forward, Luo Yongjian grabs his shoulder and quickly warns him. He says Gao Mu is dangerous because that gene combination gives him both monstrous offense and rock-solid defense. But he also has one clear weakness. His speed is terrible. Luo Yongjian urges Lin Zichen not to meet him head-on, and says he should use his speed to wear Gao Mu down, since that monster form can't last forever. Lin Zichen gives a small nod, but says nothing as he walks into the fighting area. Gao Mu starts mocking him right away, asking why anyone in this era would still choose to remain a pure-blood human, calling it a complete waste. Gao Mu smirks to himself, thinking that once he crushes Lin Zichen here, Li Moyu will finally understand how hopeless the gap between them really is. But Lin Zichen doesn't react to any of the trash talk. He just tells Gao Mu to shut up and start. With a savage roar, Gao Mu charges straight in, his armored body and sharp claws aimed at tearing Lin Zichen apart. But Lin Zichen ignores Luo Yongjian's advice completely. He doesn't back away and he doesn't dodge. Instead, he bursts forward at blinding speed, so fast that several afterimages trail behind him as he rushes into a direct clash. As the gap between them vanishes, Lin Zichen pulls back his fist and throws a single devastating punch, blazing with intense red energy. The strike lands instantly against Gao Mu's guard, and the impact is so overwhelming that the armored earth dragon armor shatters apart like glass. And it doesn't stop there. The punch tears straight through that defense and slams directly into Gao Mu's face. Blood sprays into the air as that massive body is blasted backward by the force of the hit. He crashes into the ground and skids across it before finally coming to a stop. Then he goes completely still. Just like that, he's finished in an instant. For a brief moment, the entire area goes silent. Then the Shanghai University students erupt in celebration. Shen Qinghan cheers out loud, while Luo Yongjian and Ma Weiwei just stand there with their mouths hanging open in shock. Luo Yongjian blurts out that Lin Zichen is unbelievable for ending such a difficult fight in a single move. At the same time, Gao Mu's companion from Kyoto University is standing in the crowd, trembling. He thinks to himself that he isn't even much stronger than Gao Mu. If he had to face a monster like Lin Zichen, he probably wouldn't last more than 2 punches. Right then, another figure suddenly leaps over the heads of the crowd, instantly drawing everyone's attention. It's a soldier, and he openly says that he originally thought this year's competition would come down to the military and the Mecha God group. But even he didn't expect a genius like Lin Zichen to come out of Shanghai University. The soldier lands lightly in the arena and introduces himself as Zhao Yuanzhang, a 19-year-old representative of the military. With a serious look on his face, he formally challenges Lin Zichen to a match. Lin Zichen responds calmly to Zhao Yuanzhang's sudden challenge. After giving him a once-over, he says sparring is fine, but he's not interested in wasting time and energy unless there's a reward involved. Zhao Yuanzhang understands immediately and offers up a valuable spirit fruit. He explains that it's worth 1.5 million and is especially effective for improving qi and blood. The moment Lin Zichen hears how valuable it is, his interest is clearly stirred. Inwardly, though, he dismisses Zhao Yuanzhang as nothing special, just an ordinary rank 8 weakling he could put down with one well-placed kick. Seeing such an easy reward in front of him, Lin Zichen shows a faint smile and accepts. But just as the air tightens and the fight is about to begin, a military officer steps in and sharply shuts it down. He says sparring is allowed, but betting material rewards is a direct violation of military district discipline. The second Lin Zichen hears that, all his motivation disappears. He loses interest on the spot, waves a hand, and says to forget it. Then he turns around and walks off, leaving Zhao Yuanzhang standing there in frustration with no one to fight. Some time later, after leaving the crowd behind, Lin Zichen goes to find Gao Mu. Looking down at his bruised and miserable rival, he asks when he plans to hand over the 10 advanced vitality pills he promised. A battered, shirtless Gao Mu is so scared of getting beaten again that he starts stammering. He hurriedly promises to go back to his dorm and bring them over right away. That night, back in his single dorm room at the military base, Lin Zichen throws himself straight back into training. He has no intention of letting his progress slip, not even for one day. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, his skin gives off a faint red glow from the intense heat of body tempering. Then a system notification appears, telling him he has already begun the 4th round of skin tempering and reached 12% completion. He lets out a slow breath, feeling that this round is moving a little slower than the 3rd one did. But before he can focus again, Shen Qinghan appears at the door with nothing on but a towel, peeking inside as she softly asks if she can come in. She walks in and sits at the edge of his bed. Then she explains that the dorms don't have hair dryers, so she wants him to use his control over qi and blood to make some heat and help dry her hair. Lin Zichen smiles and tells her she came at the perfect time, because he actually has something for her. As he helps dry her hair, Lin Zichen takes out a small jar and places it in her hands. Inside are the 10 advanced vitality pills he collected from Gao Mu earlier. He explains that with his current strength, they won't help him much anyway, so he wants Shen Qinghan to have them instead. Shen Qinghan is clearly caught off guard by such a valuable gift, but Lin Zichen quickly tells her not to think too much about it. He says they're family, and to him, her safety and well-being matter more than anything else. Feeling the jar in her hands, Shen Qinghan shows a soft smile and accepts the gift. Right after that, with her cheeks turning red, Shen Qinghan leans over him on the bed and softly tells him that now it's her turn. Hovering above him, she gently runs a hand across his chest and whispers that this time, she's going to let him thank her properly. The next morning, the sun rises over the base as all the trainees gather outside. Zhao Yuanzhang spots Lin Zichen right away and greets him with a smile, clearly no longer bothered by the cancelled match. Lin Zichen greets him back. As they stand there talking, Lin Zichen asks Zhao Yuanzhang if the rumors are true that the younger generation in his military district has already entered the source land for training. Zhao Yuanzhang shakes his head and says that doesn't really count as truly entering it. That leaves Lin Zichen a little puzzled, so Zhao Yuanzhang explains. He says the military built fortified cities just inside the source land, but any young soldiers who are only at the ordinary creature level are basically stuck there doing grunt work. They're strictly forbidden from stepping out into the real wilderness beyond the cities, because that place is full of brutal, primitive danger. He goes on to say that no one can truly explore the source land until they reach the advanced stage in biological level. Then he explains why. Just like exotic beasts get pushed back by Earth's world power when they try to enter this world, humans from Earth face a similar repelling force when they enter the source land. And that invisible pressure mainly affects anyone below the advanced level, constantly trying to force them back out. But Zhao Yuanzhang adds that the repelling force is much stronger on beasts invading Earth. In fact, Earth's world power weakens many exotic beasts by a huge amount. The moment Lin Zichen hears that, everything clicks into place. He finally understands why gene fusers on Earth can defeat the same creatures their powers come from. Those beasts were fighting at a disadvantage all along. Their conversation is cut off when a powerful figure suddenly drops from the sky and lands right in front of the group. The impact cracks the pavement under his feet, and in a booming voice, he asks if everyone is here. Zhao Yuanzhang instantly straightens and reports that everyone has arrived. The man is a huge, muscular instructor dressed in tactical gear. He introduces himself as Lu Tianrong, the chief instructor for this special training, and bluntly says he's not here to waste time on speeches. They came to improve, not stand around listening. As Lin Zichen watches Instructor Lu, he quickly gauges his strength in his head. By his judgment, Lu Tianrong's biological level is already at advanced rank 6, powerful enough to serve as a dean at either of the two major universities. Instructor Lu then announces that everyone will be split into temporary teams, 4 in total. He explains that an entrance assessment is starting right away, and the real special training won't begin until they pass it. The teams are arranged quickly, and Lin Zichen is relieved to see that he and Shin Qinghan end up in the same group. Also placed with them are Zhao Yuanzhang, a student named Zhang Kai, and a tall, muscular girl from Capital University named Shangguan Yuang. Shin Qinghan happily points out how lucky they are that they didn't get separated. Instructor Lu leads the teams to a large, imposing 3-story building and explains the rules. Each floor contains a series of checkpoints, and to pass, they have to clear every one of them and reach the rooftop within 3 hours. He then points out that the first floor has 4 walls, each with a door in the center. The 4 teams will each enter through a different door to begin the assessment. After wishing them luck, Instructor Lu springs upward and lands on the rooftop in a single leap. From above, he shouts for the assessment to begin. Lin Zichen and his team step forward and enter the dark building, ready for whatever is waiting inside. And just like that, the special training assessment begins. Lin Zichen's team, Group D, gets through the gunfire and obstacles on the first level without too much trouble. But when they look at the progress screen, all of them freeze in surprise. The other 3 groups are already on the 3rd level while they've only just cleared the first. The 2nd level turns out to be a tricky intelligence challenge, a rock-paper-scissors game against an AI. Every time they lose, the door shuts a little more, and the whole team gets blasted with a painful electric shock. After failing several times, Lin Zichen suddenly comes up with an idea. Since the AI has no readable pattern, he uses a shard of broken glass like a mirror to see its hand before showing his own. That lets him force draw after draw, slowly pushing the door open centimeter by centimeter until the team can finally squeeze through. But when they finally reach the 3rd floor lounge, the screen waiting for them shows something shocking. Teams A, B, and C have all been eliminated. Realizing that anything capable of wiping out that many strong students this fast has to be incredibly dangerous, Lin Zichen immediately activates his danger perception and scans the area ahead. What he finds is that the 3rd floor is divided into 4 rooms, and inside each one stands a powerful robot guard. Looking at the bloodstains and wreckage scattered everywhere, it's obvious these machines have overwhelming offense and defense. They're the reason the other teams got wiped out. Even with that waiting ahead, Lin Zichen calmly leads his group into one of the rooms. The 5 of them line up side by side, facing the massive robot guarding the checkpoint. As the team gets ready, the robot's single red eye suddenly lights up. Without any warning, it opens fire, spraying a storm of bullets from the cannons mounted on its arms. Zhao Yuanzhang immediately shouts for everyone to be careful, warning them that those are armor-piercing rounds powerful enough to shatter their bones. The group scrambles for cover, and Zhang Kai quickly suggests that they wait until the robot runs out of ammo before trying to counterattack. But that hope disappears almost immediately. The robot keeps firing without pause, tearing their cover to pieces. Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan both realize the same thing at once. That machine has way too much ammunition. If they don't move soon, they'll be left completely exposed. That overwhelming firepower sends Shangguan Yuang into a panic. She suggests they should just surrender, convinced that if every other team got eliminated here, they don't stand a chance either. But Zhao Yuanzhang refuses to back down. He tells her that no matter how bad things look, they can't quit now, or they'll have to face the instructor's fury for backing out like cowards. Shen Qinghan agrees and adds that as long as Lin Zichen is leading them, she believes they can clear this level. With everyone's resolve pulled back together, Zhao Yuanzhang lays out a plan. He says that he and Lin Zichen are in the best physical condition, so the two of them will go straight at the robot. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai, Shen Qinghan, and Shangguan Yueying will support them from a distance. With the plan set, Zhao Yuanzhang and Lin Zichen burst out from cover and charge from opposite sides while the robot keeps firing at them. As they rush in, Zhang Kai throws out 2 thermal-sensing smoke grenades to buy them time. He tells them to stay inside the purple smoke, since it can block the robot's thermal sensors and hide their positions. At the same time, Shen Qinghan activates her power and says she'll slow it down. Using her mental abilities, she interferes with the fluids running through the robot's internal systems, causing it to malfunction and slowing its reactions. Now that its sensors are disrupted and its movements have slowed, Shangguan Yueying steps out as bait, weaving through the gunfire to pull the robot's attention toward her. The moment he sees the opening, Zhao Yuanzhang transforms his arm, covering it in sharp armor that looks like stone. Then he leaps forward and drives his fist straight into the robot's head. But the robot's defense is terrifying. Zhao Yuanzhang stumbles back in shock and pain, his armored fist cracking from the impact as he feels the bones in his arm break. Right after that, Lin Zichen follows in with an attack of his own. Leaping into the air, he slams a heavy kick into the robot's torso, while judging that its strength is probably at the peak of ordinary rank 8. But just like Zhao Yuanzhang's punch, the kick barely does anything to the heavily armored machine. Bruised and battered, Zhao Yuanzhang shouts in frustration that its defense is too strong for them to break. He says they need to fall back, recover, and think of another way. But just as they're about to retreat, the robot reveals another weapon. A glowing blue blade suddenly shoots out from the robot's arm, and Zhao Yuanzhang's expression changes instantly. He immediately yells for everyone to run, realizing the machine's heat sensors are back online and it can already track them through the smoke. The robot lunges forward and locks onto Shen Qinghan before she can even react. Its huge energy sword rises overhead, and all her teammates can do is scream for her to move. But in that split second, Lin Zichen steps in. He grabs Shen Qinghan and jumps clear just in time, as the robot's blade slams straight into the ground where she had been standing. That single attack is enough to crush the team's morale. Shangguan Yueying drops to the floor with tears in her eyes, already convinced there's no way they can win this fight. And the robot doesn't ease up for even a second. Keeps chasing after Lin Zichen as he carries Shen Qinghan out of danger. After setting her down, Lin Zichen calmly scans the battlefield. In his eyes, everyone has already hit their physical limit, and Shen Qinghan's training ends here. Only now does it become clear that he had been treating this life-and-death battle as practice for her all along. Now that he's seen enough, Lin Zichen decides to finish it. He says it's time to clear the field, then charges straight at the robot, ready to end the fight with his own hands. At the same time, up on the rooftop of the training building, the students from the first 3 groups are having their wounds treated. As they sit there, they complain about how absurdly strong the 3rd-level robot was and wonder who could possibly get past something like that. One student even says the whole test was probably meant to be impossible from the start, just so the instructors could show off. Off to the side, Gao Mu, Li Moyu, Ma Weiwei, and Luo Yongjian sit together covered in injuries, talking about what happened. Gao Mu starts wondering about Group D, since they still haven't come out yet. But the others brush it off, saying Lin Zichen's team was already the weakest and the furthest behind, so there's no way they could succeed. Then all of a sudden, a violent explosion rocks the rooftop. The students panic on the spot, and some of them even think an earthquake just hit. Instructor Lu Tianrong and the others turn toward the noise in complete shock. Right in the middle of the rooftop lies a severed head, still sparking, and it belongs to the same robot that had beaten every one of them. Inside a private observation room, Mo Dongji and a high-ranking female officer are watching everything unfold on a monitor. Mo Dongji openly criticizes the test, saying that putting a robot with the strength of a peak ordinary rank 8 against students was basically setting them up to fail. The officer, Commander Yao Muling of the Nanjiang Province Military District, calmly takes a sip of tea and says these students are still young and full of pride. In her view, they need to be humbled first, so they'll actually listen once the real special training begins. While speaking, Yao Muling points out a handsome young man practicing the blood-tempering art, but Mo Dongji dismisses him as nothing more than a foolish kid who's easy to mislead. Before either of them can say anything else, They watch Lin Zichen throw a single explosive punch and completely destroy the robot in one blow. For a moment, both women just freeze, too stunned to say a word. Not long after that, the robot's headless body crashes down from the ceiling into the testing room. Then Mo Dongji and Commander Yao Muling come down in person to face Lin Zichen and his team. The commander immediately questions him, asking how he managed to unleash power equal to an ordinary rank 9 when his biological level is only ordinary rank 8. Lin Zichen gives her half the truth, saying his natural strength, combined with the explosive burst of the blood-tempering art, let him pull it off. Mo Dongji doesn't really buy that explanation. She doubts the art alone could raise someone's power that much, so she decides to use her mental power to scan him and find out what he's really hiding. The moment he senses what she's trying to do, Lin Zichen activates his natural camouflage ability to hide his real strength. At the same time, he quietly decides to test her by probing back. But Mo Dongji's scan is far too strong, and she sees through it almost immediately. Lin Zichen's whole body has already completed its first tempering, and his true biological level is actually a full ordinary rank 9. Right away, she realizes he lied. When Commander Yao Muling asks what she found, Mo Dongji makes a snap decision to protect Lin Zichen's secret. She tells the commander that his biological level really is only ordinary rank 8, but that his physical body is unbelievably strong, enough to rival an early-stage ordinary rank 9 gene fuser. Hearing that, the commander lights up with excitement. She throws her hands up and says the path of pure-blooded human body enhancement really does seem unbeatable. And if Lin Zichen can truly break past the biological barrier, then his future will have no limits. After the test ends, the students are brought to a huge armory. Commander Yao Muling tells them every weapon there is forged from B-grade alloy, sharp enough to cut through iron and tough enough to stop bullets. Then she instructs each of them to choose one for a combat exercise taking place in 10 days. While everyone else starts picking weapons, Lin Zichen stays off to the side and decides not to take one at all. In his view, after 3 rounds of tempering, his own body is already far stronger than B-grade alloy, so carrying a weapon would only get in his way. After some time passes, Commander Yao Muling walks over to a group of students, including Xin Xinghan and Li Moyu, and checks whether they've all made their choices. Then she notices that Lin Zichen's hands are empty and questions him directly. Lin Zichen calmly answers that he's used to fighting barehanded and doesn't need a weapon. On the surface, the commander says nothing, but inwardly, she's a little annoyed, thinking this genius is getting too arrogant and needs to be knocked down a peg. So she announces that the fastest way for everyone to get familiar with their new weapons is to use them in a sparring match. With a faint smirk, she calls out Lin Zichen by name, saying she wants to see this barehanded fighting style of his for herself and suggesting he go first. Lin Zichen simply nods and agrees. Right away, Zhao Yuanzhong steps out with a large futuristic halberd in hand and volunteers to fight. Lin Zichen looks at him coolly and tells him to start whenever he's ready. Zhao Yuanzhong rushes in without hesitation and brings the huge halberd down in one heavy swing. To everyone's disbelief, Lin Zichen doesn't dodge. He raises one hand and catches the halberd blade barehanded, stopping it dead on the spot. Then he tightens his grip just a little. Cracks spread across the B-grade alloy blade, and Zhao Yuanzhong can only stare as his weapon starts breaking apart in Lin Zichen's hand. The halberd explodes into pieces. Standing there over the shattered remains, Lin Zichen calmly asks who wants to go next. All around him, the other students are completely dumbfounded, unable to understand how someone could crush B-grade alloy with a bare hand. After that unbelievable display, another challenger steps forward. A girl from the Mecha God group named Zhu Shishir descends from above in a powerful white mechanical suit, floating down on jet boots. Looking straight at Lin Zichen, she challenges him and asks whether he dares to face an enhanced armor-piercing bullet. Zhang Kai immediately steps in to warn Lin Zichen not to accept. He says this challenge is far too dangerous, because those bullets can punch through 10 centimeters of solid steel from 10 meters away. Even after hearing that, Lin Zichen doesn't look worried at all. He stays completely calm and accepts on the spot. For safety, she says she won't aim at any vital spots and suggests that he simply catch the bullet with an open palm. Lin Zichen agrees without hesitation. As her arm cannon powers up, she asks him if he's ready. Lin Zichen just raises a hand and tells her to go ahead. The very next second, she fires at point-blank range. A huge explosion erupts on impact, and the people watching can only wonder if Lin Zichen's palm was finally pierced. But once the smoke clears, everyone sees that the mechanical arm has been blown apart instead. The crowd stares in shock as they realize Lin Zichen's palm was so tough the armor-piercing round couldn't get through it. The projectile was forced back and detonated inside the weapon itself, destroying it from within and leaving the girl completely stunned. The other students are left speechless by what they just saw, and some of them even start wondering if pure-blooded humans like Lin Zichen are the real future of mankind. Commander Yao Muling, meanwhile, breaks into a wide, satisfied smile, thinking that Lin Zichen isn't just a top genius, but one standing above all the rest. After that performance, even the instructors stop interfering with his personal training. While everyone else spends their time learning how to use their new weapons, Lin Zichen focuses entirely on the blood tempering art and begins the fourth cycle of body tempering. Then the camp moves into its next stage, where the students train inside special futuristic pods designed to strengthen qi, blood, and spiritual power. Shen Qinghan comes out of her pod looking drained, but the results are incredible. Her qi and blood can already endure level 6 intensity, and her mental power reaches an astonishing level 7, leaving everyone around her amazed. When it's Lin Zichen's turn, he steps into a pod and quickly works out his own limit. He estimates that his body could withstand a level 11 pod, something on par with an advanced rank 2 expert. But to keep people from getting suspicious, he intentionally lowers the setting and chooses only level 8. Even so, the moment he comes out, both the instructors and the students are stunned. None of them can believe he just endured a level 8 mental training session. Lin Zichen quietly realizes he was right to keep his real strength hidden. That night, he plans to head back to the training room with Shen Qinghan and secretly test his true limits, hoping to get a much clearer sense of where his biological level actually stands. At the same time, inside the Pure Human Research Institute at Shanghai University, Song Yuyan sits alone in the library, completely surrounded by stacks of books. Grumbling under her breath, she complains that now that both Lin Zichen and Dean Lu Chuanwu are gone, all the work has landed on her shoulders. Then a voice suddenly speaks from behind her, and Song Yuyan quickly whips around, startled. Standing there is the nine-tailed demon fox. Wearing a sly little smile, the powerful creature casually wraps an arm around Song Yuyan and asks if she happens to know where Lin Zichen is. The next second, the nine-tailed demon fox grabs Song Yuyan by the face and yanks her close, forcing an answer out of her. Crushed by the fox's overwhelming power, Song Yuyan's eyes turn a vivid purple as she falls completely under hypnosis. In a hollow voice, she reveals that Lin Zichen is at military headquarters. Later that night, deep inside the massive, tightly guarded military base, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan quietly slip their way over to a secured door. Shen Qinghan can't help wondering if sneaking in like this is really a good idea, but Lin Zichen stays calm the whole time. As he works on the electronic password lock, he tells her a door like this was never going to stop him. The heavy doors slide open, revealing the advanced training pods inside. Lin Zichen says he just wants to use the machines in secret to figure out where his real limits are, brushing off any worry about getting caught. Lin Zichen steps into one of the pods and begins pushing his body as far as it can go. Flames of energy burn around him while Shen Qinghan watches nervously from outside. In the end, he manages to endure level 12 intensity for 30 seconds, proving his physical strength is already terrifyingly high, right around the third stage of a high-level being. After that, he moves on to test his mental limits. Inside the machine, he withstands one brutal mental assault after another, sweat pouring down his face from the strain, and finally confirms that his mental strength tops out at level 10. When Lin Zichen steps out of the pod, he looks drained, but there is clear satisfaction on his face. He reflects that his mental strength has already reached the first stage of a high-level being, and to him, that kind of power is far more valuable and much harder to raise than physical strength. Some time later, a military vehicle wins along a coastal road between green mountain slopes. The day of live combat training has finally arrived, and Lin Zichen has been named team captain for a mission to wipe out a local branch of the plant god cult. Inside the vehicle, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan study the mission details on a phone. They learn that the branch leader is a dangerous enemy who has already undergone 2 gene fusions. And when they read further, they find out the cult leader fused with the genes of the Shadow Knight cat and a giant shark, making them a peak ordinary tier 9 fighter, just one step away from becoming a high-level creature. After arriving, the team steps out of the vehicle and into a dense forest. Shen Qinghan points out that the trees here are way too big, even taller than what you'd expect in a tropical rainforest. Li Maoyu and Ma Weiwei immediately note that this strange, overgrown scenery confirms it. They found the right place. This is the plant god cult's hideout. To scout ahead safely, Zhu Cixi sends out a surveillance drone, and Lin Zichen tells everyone to advance behind it. Watching the drone feed on her tablet, Zhu Cixi spots a huge bamboo structure tangled in vines about 300 meters ahead and identifies it as the enemy's main base. Now fully stepping into his role as captain, Lin Zichen starts laying out the plan. He orders Zhao Yuanzhong and Gao Mu to take point with their armored beast genes and carve a path forward for the others. Then he tells Zhu Cixi and Zhang Kai to stay on long-range support, using their advanced gear to take enemies out from a distance. With the strategy in place, Lin Zichen gives the order, and the whole team bursts into the forest. As they push deeper in, Zhao Yuanzhong reminds everyone not to risk themselves trying to capture enemies alive. Their own safety comes first, and Lin Zichen agrees without hesitation. All of a sudden, a man in a black suit and a mask with glowing red eyes leaps out from the shadows, trying to ambush them while shouting a warning to the others. But Zhu Cixi reacts instantly. She raises her mechanical arm and fires off a precise energy blast, dropping the guard before he can slow them down. The team rushes straight to the massive bamboo building. Without even slowing down, Lin Zichen surges ahead and smashes through the heavy front doors with pure physical force, blowing them apart on impact. The moment he charges inside, another masked man comes at him with a knife. But Lin Zichen handles it like it's nothing, whipping out a brutal high kick that slams into the man's face and sends him flying. After dropping the masked guard, Lin Zichen places a hand on the man's head. Blue energy flows into his palm, and his system confirms that he has devoured a trace of life essence, increasing the progress of his codex. That catches Lin Zichen off guard. He quickly realizes that devouring the essence of someone who has already activated a beast codex can strengthen his own matching biological traits. And to him, that makes this ability incredibly valuable. Then Lin Zichen gathers his power and launches himself upward in one explosive burst, golden energy blasting beneath him and shattering the floor where he was standing. A moment later, he lands smoothly on an upper level covered in thick vines, taking the 3 masked guards stationed there completely by surprise. The 3 guards snap out of it, pull their knives, and charge straight at Lin Zichen, shouting for him to die. Lin Zichen doesn't even blink. He lifts his gaze, and a terrifying look flashes from his eyes, fiery energy glowing inside them as a crushing aura erupts from his body. That invisible pressure crashes down in an instant, crushing the entire area, blasting a huge crater into the floor, and wiping out the attackers with ease. Standing there in the middle of swirling blue energy, Lin Zichen sees his system report increased progress across several beast codexes. Satisfied that this area has been cleared, he decides it's time to check on the rest of the team. Meanwhile, in another part of the base, Li Moyu is already in his giant white ape form, locked in a hard fight against a huge muscular man with gray hair and glowing red eyes. He can't hold the enemy back by himself, so he calls for support, and Ma Weiwei rushes in right away. At that moment, Lin Zichen's danger perception suddenly kicks in, and he looks up, sensing trouble closing in. Working together, Ma Weiwei and Li Moyu land a solid blow on the massive enemy, sending him crashing straight through a stone wall. From below, Luo Yongjian shouts for them to press the attack immediately, warning them that the enemy is still alive. Elsewhere, Zhang Kai, Zhu Cixi, and another man in Xian armor continue their long-range support, unleashing a massive blast that swallows several enemy fighters in a roaring fireball. Suddenly, Lin Zichen notices the entire bamboo building starting to shake violently around them. He immediately leaps clear just as the huge vines and roots making up the structure begin twisting and crashing down. Seeing the whole place turn chaotic, Shen Qinghan panics and yells for everyone to dodge as the environment starts shifting wildly around them. The moving vines quickly weave together, sealing Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, and the rest of the team inside a gigantic wooden cage with no escape route. In that moment, they realize they walked straight into a trap that had been prepared in advance. Spotting a group of masked cultists trapped inside the cage with them, Lin Zichen jumps down toward them, deciding to force some answers out of them first. He rushes in and drops them in seconds with a barrage of heavy punches. Grabbing one of the beaten cultists by the collar, Lin Zichen demands to know what this vine cage is. He promises to spare the man's life if he talks, and the terrified cultist starts stammering out an answer. But before he can finish, a thick vine suddenly bursts out from inside his mouth. The man screams in pure agony as more vines tear through his face and body, ripping him apart from the inside out. Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan, Li Moyu, and Luo Yongjian can only stare in horrified silence as the vines completely drain the cultist, leaving behind nothing but a shriveled corpse. From that alone, Lin Zichen grimly realizes this parasite is exactly how the plant god cult controls its followers. Then the sound of slow clapping echoes through the cage, and 2 figures appear standing on the vines above them. One is a man in a red-horned mask with a terrifying biological level of high-level Tier 6. Beside him stands a woman in a spiked red mask at peak ordinary Tier 9. The masked man praises Lin Zichen as a once-in-a-generation genius, then invites him to join the plant god cult and evolve into an even higher form. Lin Zichen looks up at them, sweat pouring down his face, his whole body tense. And in that moment it clicks. These two monsters, and this entire trap around them, were all waiting for him. Instructor Lu Tianrong stares at the two figures standing above them on the vines, and cold sweat starts sliding down his back. He instantly understands how dangerous the masked man really is, and just how bad things have gotten. He turns to the others without hesitation and orders them to leave immediately, making it clear that he'll stay behind and hold the two enemies off on his own. Lin Zichen is the first to move. He shouts for everyone to follow him, and the entire group breaks into a run, trying to force their way out of the trap. But the man in the red-horned mask doesn't chase them. He just watches with a mocking smile. Then, with the slightest flick of his finger, massive dark purple thorny vines explode out from the structure around them. The razor-sharp vines whip forward after the fleeing students, tearing in from every side and closing the distance in an instant. Before Shangguan Yueying can even react, thick vines coil around her body, yank her upside down into the air, and lock her in place. All she can do is scream for help. A second later, Ma Weiwei and Luo Yongjian get caught too. The thorny vines drag them both into the air as they panic and cry out for the instructor to save them. Standing beneath the towering vines with his students trapped all around him, Instructor Lu Tianrong quickly sees the problem. If this keeps dragging on, they're finished. He realizes there's only one way to save everyone. He has to take down the one controlling the trap. The next moment, he transforms, and his body rapidly swells into a massive, muscular tiger beast. With that overwhelming beast strength, Instructor Lu Tianrong launches himself upward and charges along the thorny vines, heading straight for the man in the red-horned mask. Even with that brutal charge rushing right at him, the masked man only gives a sinister smile and raises one hand, stopping it with ease. Then he coldly mocks the instructor, saying that inside his territory, that level of strength means nothing. In his tiger beast form, Instructor Lu Tianrong slams headfirst into the thick wall of dark thorny vines. But no matter how hard he pushes, the giant trap won't budge, and the frustration on him only keeps growing. Still refusing to stop, he forces his beast genes even further. A blazing aura erupts from his body, and his raw physical power climbs again. With that sudden burst of strength, the instructor rips straight through the barrier. Thick vines are torn apart as he carves a path through them and dives straight at the masked enemy below. At the same time, Xin Qinghan looks up and freezes as she sees Luo Yongjian and the others being swallowed by the thorns. She immediately shouts for everyone to fall back. To cover their retreat, Lin Zichen jumps into the air and throws a heavy punch, smashing apart a wave of vines rushing toward them. In the middle of the chaos, Ma Weiwei gets bound tightly by the sharp thorns and desperately calls out for Lin Zichen to save her. The second Li Moyu hears her voice. He says he'll help and swings his heavy wooden club hard at the vines wrapped around her. But after only a few strikes, sweat starts forming on his face. Even with all his strength, those thorny vines still refuse to break. Then Lin Zichen suddenly flashes past him and, with a single clean swipe of his bare hand, cuts the tough vines apart like they're nothing. Lin Zichen moves through the battlefield at frightening speed, afterimages trailing behind him as he tears through one binding after another. In the blink of an eye, he frees Ma Weiwei, Luo Yongjian, Gao Mu, and the rest of the trapped students, shouting together with Xin Qinghan for everyone to retreat immediately. But just after making sure their escape is secure, Lin Zichen suddenly catches a strange pink mist drifting into his nose. The smell is clearly floral, and it immediately makes him look up. Without wasting a second, he rushes deeper into the forest, following the twisting trail to see where it leads. As Lin Zichen pushes further into the pink mist, his system warns him that he's been exposed to a coma-inducing flower poison. But his natural poison resistance kicks in right away, neutralizing it almost instantly. Following the scent, he soon finds several unconscious students collapsed on the ground, with a shadowy figure standing nearby. At a glance, he realizes this has to be a branch leader from the plant god cult. And the mysterious woman is clearly stunned. His poison resistance works on her toxin, and somehow he even managed to track her down. She says it makes sense now. No wonder the higher-ups were willing to set up such a massive ambush just to capture someone with strength like his. Lin Zichen doesn't bother answering. He explodes forward in an instant. The masked woman is completely thrown off by his sudden rush. Before she can react, Lin Zichen drives a brutal punch straight into her face. Standing over the fallen enemy, Lin Zichen absorbs her life essence. His system confirms that he has successfully devoured a large amount of life source from both the Shadow Night Cat and the Ghost Giant Shark. Their ghostly forms rise behind him, and the progress on his codex jumps sharply. Meanwhile, back on the main battlefield, Instructor Lu Tianrong decides to go past his own limits to bring his opponent down. With a furious roar, he forcefully overactivates both his forearm demon ape gene and his saber-toothed tiger gene, and a violent fiery aura bursts from his body. He lunges straight for the man in the red-horned mask. Caught off guard, the masked man hurriedly throws up a barrier and calls him insane for pushing his beast genes this far and risking his own mind. But Instructor Lu won't be stopped. He smashes through the barrier and drives a savage, blood-soaked punch into the masked man's chest, blasting him helplessly through the air. The man in the red-horned mask crashes hard into a rocky wall, then drops to the ground bruised and bleeding. Clutching his chest, he realizes how close he just came to dying. The only reason he survived that hit at all is because he had already fused with the life and death toad gene. After taking a blow that brutal, the man is completely enraged. Blood still running down his face. He pulls out a dark red seed and shoves it into his mouth. He drops to one knee on the shattered ground and roars for his enemy to die as dark energy starts surging around him. The moment he gives the command, a massive wave of dark purple thorny vines erupts from the earth and rips toward Instructor Lu Tianrong at terrifying speed. There's no time to dodge. Midair, Instructor Lu Tianrong's tiger body is pierced through by multiple thick thorns, and blood bursts out in a huge spray as he's skewered on the spot. Elsewhere, away from the main battle, Lin Zichen is with Shen Qinghan, Ma Weiwei, Li Moyu, and the rest of the students. For one brief moment, he feels a little relieved. The military students had antidotes on them, so the group was able to recover from the coma-inducing flower poison and should now be able to evacuate quickly. Then suddenly, Lin Zichen's danger sense erupts with a violent warning. Cold sweat breaks across his face, and the look in his eyes says everything. He can feel the terrifying aura of a high-level Tier 6 enemy charging straight toward them. A blur suddenly bursts through the forest. The man in the red-horned mask comes rushing at the group at incredible speed, sharp dark vines growing straight out of his back. The moment Lin Zichen sees him like that, his heart drops. Instructor Lu Tianrong must have lost. Lin Zichen quickly tells the others that the masked man controlling the vines is closing in fast. And with Instructor Lu nowhere to be seen, there's only one answer. The instructor has been defeated. He tells the group that the masked man's real target is him, so he's going to draw the enemy away and buy them time to escape. He warns them not to look back and not to worry about him, because if they stay, they'll only slow him down. Then Lin Zichen suddenly takes off alone into the thick forest of vines, and Shen Qinghan calls after him, begging him to come back alive. As he speeds away, Lin Zichen shouts back that he will. Shen Qinghan stands there with Ma Weiwei and the others, her hands clenched tightly against her chest, still shaken. All she can think about is how powerless she is. At her current level, she can't help him in a battle like this at all. The only thing she can do is stay out of the way so she doesn't become a burden, and that hurts more than anything. More than ever, she wishes she were stronger. As Lin Zichen leaps across the massive roots and tangled vines, he glances back and confirms that the masked man is chasing him exactly as planned, which means Shen Qinghan and the others should finally be safe. But as he keeps watching his pursuer, he starts to notice something off. For a high-level Tier 6 expert, the enemy feels far too slow. The man in the red-horned mask keeps chasing him, but now Lin Zichen can see it clearly. His clothes are ripped up badly, and his body is covered in fresh bloody wounds from the fight earlier. Lin Zichen quickly reads the masked man's condition and comes to a conclusion. Because of those heavy injuries, the enemy's actual combat power has dropped to around high-level Tier 4, which puts him only one tier above Lin Zichen now. And the moment he realizes that, a bold idea forms in his mind. This might be his chance to turn the whole situation around and kill the one hunting him. As Lin Zichen climbs over the massive roots, the man in the red-horned mask looks up from below and mocks him, convinced his prey has finally run out of steam and stopped trying to flee. Not giving him even a moment to recover, the masked man unleashes a barrage of sharp black vines, sending them ripping straight at Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen weaves through the attacks with quick, precise movements, and even while dodging, he keeps reading the situation. The vines are fast, but the force behind them feels off, weaker than it should be, and that is when he understands why. The masked man is holding back because he wants to take him alive. The moment he figures out what the enemy wants, Lin Zichen decides to turn it against him and deliberately lets one of the thick vines slam into his back. The hit sends Lin Zichen flying, and he crashes hard into a giant wall of roots, blasting a deep crater into it on impact. Slumped there against the roots, Lin Zichen activates his natural camouflage, hiding his real condition while making himself look completely spent. Seeing his prey finally down, the masked man walks over, muttering curses under his breath as he admits Lin Zichen really did run fast. In his mind, there is only one explanation. He assumes Lin Zichen must have taken some new military stimulant to move that far beyond what his body should normally allow. Standing over him, the masked man angrily brings up the woman in the spiked mask that Lin Zichen killed earlier. He reveals that she had been only one step away from evolving into a high-level creature, and she had been his personal servant. Just thinking about her death still burns at him. After spending 5 whole years raising her, he refuses to believe Lin Zichen won without relying on that stimulant. With his eyes still closed, pretending to be a broken victim, Lin Zichen quietly pieces it together and realizes the woman the masked man is talking about was the cult's peak ordinary Tier 9 branch leader. Then the masked man's attention shifts to Shin Qinghan. He remarks that the blue-haired girl who was with Lin Zichen is unbelievably beautiful, even more stunning than a movie star. A twisted smile slowly spreads across his face as he says that once he recovers from his injuries, he is going to catch her and make her his new servant. With a smug grin, the masked man reaches out his large hand to grab Lin Zichen, saying that for now, he'll just take him back and complete the mission. But now that the enemy has gotten careless and stepped right into range, Lin Zichen quietly prepares himself. The opening he was waiting for is finally here. Just as the masked man reaches in, Lin Zichen's eyes snap open. In the very next instant, Lin Zichen explodes upward and drives a vicious punch straight into the masked man's groin. The masked man's eyes bulge behind the mask, bloodshot with pain, and a shrill scream tears out of him from the sudden low blow. The injured villain stumbles backward in horror, finally realizing Lin Zichen had been faking defeat the entire time. And meanwhile, Lin Zichen slowly rises to his feet like the earlier hit never mattered. He doesn't waste the opening. Lin Zichen surges forward, pulls back his fist for another heavy strike, and the masked man panics, scrambling to raise his guard and protect himself. But Lin Zichen changes angles in an instant and whips a savage rising kick straight into the masked man's groin again, making him scream even louder as blood sprays out. The masked man is completely stunned. He can't understand how Lin Zichen is still hitting this hard, and the only answer he can come up with is that the supposed military stimulant must still be active. Taking full advantage of that opening, Lin Zichen unleashes a furious barrage of punches at blinding speed. The masked man grits his teeth and braces against the storm, hoping that if he can just endure this long enough, Lin Zichen will eventually burn through his strength and slow down. But that hope starts falling apart fast. To his growing terror, the masked man realizes Lin Zichen isn't weakening at all. If anything, the chi and blood packed into each strike is getting stronger and stronger. Blood pouring from his mouth, the masked man shouts in disbelief and demands to know how a 20-year-old at the ordinary biological level can keep fighting with the kind of devastating force that should belong to a high-level Tier 4 expert. Lin Zichen ignores every frantic question and drives a crushing punch straight into the masked man's face. Beaten to the edge of death, the villain finally breaks and screams for the ninth elder to save him. The moment Lin Zichen sees the masked man has reached his limit, he gathers his strength and compresses a huge mass of swirling energy into his fist for one final blow. Then he releases it. With explosive force, Lin Zichen fires the charged punch and blasts the masked man helplessly into the air. The villain crashes back down onto the hard ground, and the impact is so brutal that his red-horned mask shatters into pieces. The masked man lies there helplessly, his face swollen, bruised, and smeared with blood. Standing over his beaten enemy, Lin Zichen rains down a rapid string of merciless punches straight into the man's face, determined to finish him off and send him to join the subordinate who died before him. Then a system prompt appears, asking whether he wants to devour the enemy's essence. Breathing hard, Lin Zichen lowers his eyes to his own bruised and bloodied knuckles and finally lets out a long breath. The brutal fight is over. His enemy is dead. He activates the system's devour function and reaches out his hand, absorbing the glowing blue life essence flowing out of the corpse. The system confirms that he has unlocked 2 new codexes, granting him fresh attributes that let him control nearby plants with his mind while also greatly boosting his mental power. Looking down at the corpse, Lin Zichen quickly realizes what kind of opponent he had been facing. Most of the man's abilities were focused almost entirely on mental energy. In other words, he was basically a mage with a weak body. And that explains how Lin Zichen managed to exploit that weakness and kill someone whose biological level was far above his own. Then the silence is broken by slow clapping. Lin Zichen stiffens, turns his head, and hears an unfamiliar voice praising him for defeating a high-level Tier 6 expert, while still being only ordinary Tier 9. Looking up, Lin Zichen spots a man in a plague doctor mask standing high above on a thick vine. The imposing figure says their elaborate setup was more than worth it if it led them to a genius like him, and Lin Zichen immediately tenses up, wondering if this newcomer is the mysterious ninth elder the masked man called for just moments ago. Standing above the battlefield, the divine envoy admits he is genuinely surprised that someone with talent like Lin Zichen's could exist on Earth. As he speaks, he casually waves a hand, and a huge swarm of dark thorn-covered vines bursts from the ground and wraps tightly around Lin Zichen. Caught in an instant, Lin Zichen feels his heart sink. He knows there's no way he can break free from the power of a true rare-level expert. But in the very next moment, Lin Zichen is suddenly freed. A barrage of sharp, glowing projectiles tears past him and slices the thick vines apart so cleanly that even he is left stunned by the sudden rescue. The one behind the attack is Mo Dongji, floating gracefully in the air, while a massive storm of icy projectiles swirls around her. Her sudden appearance instantly shocks the arrogant masked man. Hovering calmly in the center of that freezing storm, Mo Dongji tells the plagued Dr. Masked Man that she expected the plant god cult to make a move on Lin Zichen after his outstanding performance. That's why she had been secretly protecting him from the shadows, just waiting for them to act. The masked man only lets out a chuckle, amused by her foresight, and arrogantly claims that handling her alone will be no trouble at all. That arrogant line instantly sets her off. Mo Dongji coldly snaps back that she is no longer the weak opponent she used to be, and without any warning, she sends her massive wave of glowing projectiles straight at him. The plagued Dr. Masked Man reacts at once, commanding his dark power and summoning a colossal, writhing wall of thick vines that erupts upward and crashes head-on into Mo Dongji's overwhelming wave of freezing ice. The second Lin Zichen realizes just how terrifying the clash between them is becoming, he turns and runs from the collapsing battlefield. He knows he has to get out now, before he gets caught helplessly in the crossfire between two rare-level experts. As Lin Zichen races through the dense forest, trying to leave that chaotic battlefield behind, he suddenly feels a strange presence nearby. He stops short and carefully looks around, trying to figure out what's hiding there. To his shock, he finds instructor Lu Tianrong still in his massive tiger beast form, completely bound by the dark thorny vines. The trapped instructor spots Lin Zichen immediately and urgently calls out for help. Seeing his normally fierce instructor trapped like that, Lin Zichen decides this is the perfect moment to test the biological attributes he just gained. His eyes begin to glow as he focuses his mind, gathers his strength, and activates his new ability to control plants. To instructor Lu Tianrong's complete surprise, the thick vines wrapped around him begin to loosen on their own, then slowly sink back into the soil. The sudden escape leaves him completely baffled. He can't understand how that deadly trap just unraveled by itself. Now finally free and standing beside Lin Zichen, instructor Lu Tianrong listens as Lin Zichen quickly explains what happened. Lin Zichen cleverly says he managed to kill the masked man with a surprise attack because the villain was already badly injured. And once that magic user died, the vine ability naturally shut down as well. Hearing that, the practical instructor accepts the explanation right away and says they can't waste time here. They need to find the rest of the team and evacuate immediately. Lin Zichen agrees. A short but tense while later, they arrive at a wide clearing where the team's heavy military vehicles are parked among the giant roots, and the rest of the rescued students are gathered there. Then someone in the anxious crowd spots Lin Zichen and calls out his name in relief. Shin Qinghan, who has clearly been worried sick, breaks away from the group and runs straight toward him. Tears fill her eyes as she blurts out how grateful she is that he made it back safely. Without a moment of hesitation, she throws her trembling arms around Lin Zichen and hugs him tight. Crying against him, she openly admits how terrified she was of losing him and never seeing him again. She begs him not to leave her side anymore, and Lin Zichen gently holds her back and softly promises that from now on, they'll stay together. Not long after that emotional reunion, Ma Weiwei carefully walks over to Lin Zichen and looks him over, asking in a worried voice if he got hurt while getting away. She pulls out a healing pill and offers it to him, but Lin Zichen shakes his head and politely refuses, telling her he's fine and doesn't need it. But Ma Weiwei won't take no for an answer. She presses the pill into his hand and firmly tells him to keep it for later, just in case. The sudden concern clearly catches Lin Zichen a little off guard. With no time to waste, Lin Zichen quickly turns serious and addresses the whole group. Now that everyone is here, they need to get into the armored vehicles and leave immediately. Staying any longer is far too dangerous. A rare-level expert from the plant god cult is fighting Mo Dongji nearby, and if they remain here, they could get dragged into that battle at any moment. The group follows his order and rushes into the armored military vehicles, which soon tear through the forest at full speed. Once inside, the shaken students finally start talking, still stunned that a rare-level enemy is here along with Mo Dongji. And on top of that, they can't understand why the Central Military District still hasn't sent reinforcements when things have already gotten this bad. As the convoy pushes forward in a desperate escape, a barefoot figure suddenly drops from the sky and lands right in front of them in a surge of pink light. The moment someone inside sees it, they call out hopefully, wondering if it might be another instructor. But that hope dies right away. The driver gets one clear look through the windshield and shouts in panic. Standing in the middle of the road and blocking their way is the legendary nine-tailed demon fox. Inside the speeding vehicle, Instructor Lu Tianrong tightens his grip on the steering wheel and warns the students not to move. Anyone who can appear here without making a sound is almost certainly an enemy. The heavy truck charges straight at the nine-tailed demon fox, but just before impact, she disappears in a burst of pink light, making someone inside cry out in shock. The students stare around the cabin in confusion, asking where that fox-eared girl just went. Lin Zikin, though, immediately breaks into a cold sweat. He tries to sense her presence, but finds nothing at all. And if even Instructor Lu, an advanced rank 6 expert, can't detect her either, then her strength must be far beyond advanced rank 6. Then all at once, the nine-tailed demon fox appears inside the cramped cabin itself, floating above the startled students as she casually asks if they were looking for her. Instructor Lu Tianrong reacts on instinct and demands to know who she is. In the next second, he transforms into a massive tiger beast and lunges at her straight from the driver's seat. She doesn't even flinch. The nine-tailed demon fox simply looks at him, her red eyes glowing as her hypnotic power kicks in. Almost instantly, Instructor Lu's eyes turn the same red. His charge stops cold, and in that moment he falls completely under her control. Now sitting calmly among the terrified students, the nine-tailed demon fox tells everyone to get out of the vehicle. Luo Yongjian can only stare in disbelief as the controlled Instructor Lu silently obeys and steps right out the door. Still sitting there like she owns the place, the nine-tailed demon fox says she only cares about Lin Zichen and orders everyone else to leave. After watching even their instructor get crushed that easily, the students know they have no choice but to retreat first and think of something later, even though some of them clearly don't want to leave Lin Zichen behind. Lin Zichen steps forward and motions for the others to fall back. He firmly tells everyone to get out, knowing full well that he is the only one she came for. Through the front windshield, he watches Zhao Yuanzhang get out of the truck safely, and his teammate tells him to take care of himself. But Shen Qinghan suddenly grabs Lin Zichen's arm, tears in her eyes, and refuses to leave. She tells him she won't let him face danger alone again. Lin Zichen gently urges her to get down first and go with the others. The nine-tailed demon fox finds the whole scene irritating. With a flick of pink energy, she suddenly lifts Shen Qinghan into the air, making Lin Zichen shout her name. Then, with a violent swing, the fox throws Shen Qinghan out of the vehicle, sending her crashing through the window as Lin Zichen cries out for her again. Lin Zichen rushes to the shattered window and looks outside. In the forest, he sees Ma Weiwei and Shangguan Yueying helping Shen Qinghan back to her feet. Once he sees that she's standing and safe, he finally breathes out. Aside from her clothes being torn by the impact, she doesn't seem seriously hurt. Now that Shen Qinghan is out of immediate danger, the nine-tailed demon fox walks up to Lin Zichuan and says it's time for them to talk, calling him her little servant. She tells him his strong body and handsome face fit her standards perfectly. In her eyes, a body like his must contain rich life energy, which makes him more than qualified to become her personal servant, someone she can keep close and draw energy from whenever she wants. Hearing that, Lin Zichuan asks whether she is a genetic fusion user, an exotic beast, or some kind of inhuman being. She says she is none of those. Then she explains that she comes from the origin land, and that she is half-earthling. Her mother was a creature from the origin land, while her father was a human from Earth, a man she despises for deceiving her mother and one she has never even met. As she raises a collar glowing with pink light, she coldly says that men, to her, are only meant to serve with a collar around their necks. Holding that collar out toward Lin Zichen, she asks if he is willing to put it on and become her personal servant. After saying she has already been honest with him, Lin Zichen asks what happens if he refuses. She tells him he has no reason to refuse and no right to. Instead of answering her directly, Lin Zichen says he needs time to think. But in truth, he's only stalling, hoping the military district or President Yuan will arrive in time to save him. Trying to sway him, she tells him to take a good look at her beauty and figure, saying that countless beings in the origin land long for her. Then she asks again if he really doesn't want to become her servant. Lin Zichen gives her the same answer. He needs time to think. At that point, her patience runs out. Her expression turns cold and threatening as she asks whether the reason he keeps refusing is that little sister standing outside the vehicle. Before Lin Zichen can answer, She vanishes from the truck and appears outside in an instant, so fast no one can follow it. She grabs Shin Qinghan by the face and coldly says that if that's the reason, then she'll just kill her instead. The moment the nine-tailed demon fox threatens Shin Qinghan's life, Lin Zichen explodes into motion and attacks. His fist slams hard into the fox's head, and the instant it lands, he realizes something is off. Feels like he just hit a fake body. Then reality snaps back into place. Lin Zichen is actually down on the ground, throwing that punch at empty air just inches away from a completely confused Shin Qinghan, who asks what he's doing. Still dazed, he tells her he was trying to save her. His teammates can only stare at him. Li Moyu asks why he suddenly jumped out of the safety of the truck just to punch at nothing, like he was fighting some invisible ghost. A chill runs down Lin Zichen's back, and cold sweat breaks across his face, as he realizes just how vicious that misdirected blow really was. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed demon fox sits casually in the shattered window of the armored truck and smugly says that her real body is only at ordinary rank 9. There's no way it could have survived a hit like that. That alone confirms what Lin Zichen was already starting to suspect. Lin Zichen's face hardens. So the attack he threw earlier really was aimed at an illusion. And if she can twist a person's senses that easily with only a small amount of spiritual power, then she's going to be an extremely troublesome enemy. The fox lightly hops down from the truck and says she's done playing with him. In the next instant, she summons a swarm of glowing pink clones and sends them rushing forward, saying that this time, she truly intends to kill his sweetheart. With illusions charging in from every direction, Lin Zichen realizes brute force is meaningless if his mental power is weaker than hers. So he shuts his eyes and decides to gamble on an ability he has never tested before. As he activates his advanced spirit, Lin Zichen's eyes blaze with blue light, and at last, the truth becomes clear. Every fox rushing at him is an illusion. Under that sharpened vision, the threatening clones turn transparent and fall apart, revealing Shin Qinghan standing there alone, completely unharmed. Lin Zichen immediately turns back toward the armored truck and spots the nine-tailed demon fox sitting there as casually as before. For a second, he wonders if he has finally found her real body. Without pausing for even a moment, he lunges straight at her and throws a strike. But his fist goes right through her. Once again, she fooled him with another illusion. Knowing Shin Qinghan is still her main target, Lin Zichen instantly pulls back and steps in front of his teammate to shield her. The fox praises Lin Zichen, saying she didn't expect him to raise his spiritual power so suddenly and break through her prized illusion technique. Hearing that leaves him visibly shaken. Then the nine-tailed demon fox suddenly appears right in front of him. Leaning in close, she tells him he keeps giving her pleasant surprises. Lin Zichen's nerves tighten immediately. He can't tell whether the fox has disguised herself as Shin Qinghan, or if he has already fallen into yet another layer of illusion. All of a sudden, a hand grabs his arm from behind. Lin Zichen spins around at once and sees Shin Qinghan looking at him anxiously, calling his name. Lin Zichen quickly catches her hand and feels the warmth in her palm. That solid touch, that body heat, tells him this is the real Shin Qinghan, even as she keeps asking what's wrong. With the real Shin Qinghan firmly in his arms, Lin Zichen rapidly sorts through the situation in his head. His newly awakened advanced spirit can sharply reduce the time he stays trapped under the fox's mind control. And on top of that, her real body is clearly much weaker than his. After weighing it all, Lin Zichen makes up his mind. There's no reason to keep fighting her here. The smartest move now is to run. He bursts forward immediately, carrying Shin Qinghan as he dashes through the strange forest lit in red. But just as they try to get away, the fox's voice spreads through the air around them, warning that escape is impossible. Then a gigantic red eye suddenly opens in the sky above them. From overhead, the fox taunts Lin Zichen and asks whether he can break through an illusion on this scale, leaving him stunned. At the same time, in another part of the overgrown forest, a blazing explosion erupts, a clear sign that the clash between the two rare-level experts is still raging. High in the air, Mo Dongji keeps pressing the attack, sending down a brutal storm of razor-sharp ice crystals at terrifying speed. Below her, the divine envoy in the plague Dr. Mask calmly lifts one hand and summons a huge wall of thick, thorn-covered vines, using it to swallow the incoming barrage whole. He doesn't look shaken in the slightest. Instead, the divine envoy mocks Mo Dongji, saying her combat power will only keep dropping once she starts running low on water. Then, with a single motion, he makes giant spiked vines burst from the ground and shoot straight toward her. Calm and confident, he says she never had any chance of winning in the first place, because this overgrown forest is his territory. Forced onto the defensive, Mo Dongji quickly raises a spinning wall of water to block the huge spikes crashing toward her. Mo Dongji answers with a fierce counterattack, firing high-pressure streams of water that slice straight through the massive vines. But even with his attacks getting cut apart, the divine envoy keeps boasting, saying the divine plant cult rules the southern region of the origin land because their supply of spirit plants never runs dry. The masked divine envoy launches yet another overwhelming wave of vines at Mo Dongji. At the same time, he tries to recruit her, saying that with talent like hers, she would never run out of rare cultivation resources if she joined the divine plant cult. Mo Dongji rejects him on the spot. While struggling to hold her water barrier together under the crushing pressure of the vines, she coldly says that unlike an inhuman traitor like him, she would never join some heretical cult that hunts humans. Standing high above on his massive vines, the envoy looks down and casually argues back. He claims selfishness is human nature to begin with, and says the real cruelty lies in modern society and all the rules forced onto people. Mo Dongji refuses to entertain any of it. Calling his words nothing but twisted lies, she strikes back hard and creates huge ice crystals that stab into the vines pressing around her barrier and blow them apart. The envoy only scoffs at her resistance. He says she's stubbornly fighting a battle she cannot win, then immediately triggers an even bigger eruption of thick spiked vines from every direction around her. Then he reveals the real problem with facing him. His demonic plants are absorbing the very water Mo Dongji is using to defend herself, which means her elemental defense is bound to collapse sooner or later. Under that endless pressure, and with the vines feeding off her own defense, Mo Dongji's barrier finally breaks. Thick vines wrap around her arms, legs, and torso, locking her in place in midair. Certain he has already won, the envoy mocks her and leaves her struggling there. But even as he prepares to move on and go after Lin Zichen, the fight still isn't over. Mo Dongji refuses to let him take that young genius. Her eyes flare with power as she decides to break free by releasing her true strength, even if it means risking a dangerous mutation. Then a thunderous rushing sound tears through the night, loud enough to send flocks of birds bursting from the canopy in panic. The divine envoy turns around, completely caught off guard, and what he sees leaves him stunned. A massive blue tsunami is crashing straight over the forest. High above, an unbelievable amount of water gathers and coils together into the shape of a giant dragon. Madongji speaks from the sky, directly answering the envoy's earlier claim that this forest is his domain. Now fully free of the vines, she stands in the middle of the roaring waves. As the enormous water dragon takes shape behind her, she points forward and declares that if this place is his home turf, then she'll simply flood the entire area and turn it into her own ocean. Back on the ground, the area suddenly grows darker. Holding Shun Qinghan in his arms, Lin Zichen pauses, thrown off by the abrupt change around them. The forest around them twists into an illusion of swirling blue currents and fish gliding through the air. Lin Zichen instantly senses how powerful the technique is and realizes the demoness illusion has badly clouded Shun Qinghan's mind. Lin Shichen activates his advanced spirit attribute at once, and relief immediately hits him when he realizes his mind is protected. He knows this illusion won't be able to trap him for long. The watery illusion soon peels away, revealing the nine-tailed demon fox still standing in the vine-covered forest. She looks genuinely surprised that Lin Shichen endured her technique and questions whether his biological level is really only ordinary tier 9. The fox can hardly believe it. She says a poor world like Earth shouldn't be able to produce someone like him, and thinks that if he had been born in the origin land, he would already have reached the rare level. Seeing Earth as a waste of his talent, she asks Lin Zichen to return to the origin land with her and become her personal servant. In exchange, she says she'll trade for the resources he needs with his life essence, so the two of them can grow stronger together. While still holding Shun Qinghan, Lin Zichen notices the darkness around them starting to thin. From that, he figures out that keeping such a large illusion active has drained a huge amount of the fox's mental power, and she's beginning to struggle. The moment he sees that opening, Lin Zichen's face turns cold. Then he activates his plant control ability, Lord of the Forest. As thorny vines begin crawling across the ground, the fox warns Lin Zichen that her patience is almost gone. Lin Zichen fires back immediately, pointing out that she's still hiding behind illusions instead of showing her true body. The fox only smiles and teasingly asks her little servant whether he's considered that maybe this already is her real form. Lin Zichen says there's only one way to know for sure. At his command, several thick thorn-covered vines explode up from the ground around the fox. In the next moment, the sharp vines coil around her arms and legs and pin her in the air. She cries out in surprise, clearly not expecting Lin Zichen to be able to control vines too. Now convinced those vines have caught her real body, Lin Zichen realizes this is his chance. He surges forward and pours everything he has into one punch. The blow crashes straight into the trapped fox's head at full force, setting off a huge impact. But when the dust begins to clear, Lin Zichen freezes, completely caught off guard by what he sees. There's no blood. The fox is gone. All that remains is one huge, fluffy white tail. In that instant, he realizes she escaped by cutting off her own tail. When Lin Zichen picks up the tail, a system prompt appears and asks whether he wants to devour it. That makes him wonder if even a severed body part still contains essence he can absorb. Far away in a grand chamber in the origin land, the real nine-tailed demon fox sits on a bed surrounded by pink energy, clearly amused by everything that just happened. With a sly smile, she admits that Lin Zichen broke through her high-level Tier 3 illusion and destroyed her clone. The more she thinks about his potential, the more satisfied she becomes. In her eyes, he is the perfect cultivation vessel, and she fully intends to make him hers. Her scheming is interrupted when two fox-eared maids arrive with news. They tell her that the Night King's youngest son, a rare-level prodigy, has volunteered to become her servant, and that with her help, he might even evolve into a legendary creature. But to their surprise, she shows no interest at all. As the maids kneel before her, she arrogantly says that right now, she wouldn't even take the Night King himself. Still reclining on her bed, she orders the maids to reject all future suitors. She says with complete confidence that she has already found the perfect one on Earth. Back in the forest, Lin Zichen devours the tail and absorbs a trace of the fox's life essence, unlocking 10% of her codex. Since the enemy's strength felt oddly average the whole time, he starts to suspect the one he fought was only a clone. With the fox gone, the illusion finally collapses. Lin Zichen drops onto the grass with Shan Qingyan in his arms, while Li Maoyu and the others shake off the mind control and look around in confusion, asking where the fox girl went. Lin Zichen walks back toward his stunned teammates and Instructor Lu Tianrong, then calmly tells them that he already drove the enemy away. Instructor Lu stares at him in shock and asks how he managed to pull that off. Lin Zichen gives him only half the truth, saying the fox's body was fragile, and keeping up all those illusions burned through her mental energy, leaving her weak enough for him to force her back. Instructor Lu accepts the explanation without much suspicion and thanks Lin Zichen for saving everyone. Hearing that, Lin Zichen quietly lets out a breath, relieved that his bluff hid his real abilities. But that brief calm doesn't last. A deafening roar suddenly shakes the whole area, and huge flocks of birds burst from the forest in panic as the team looks around nervously, trying to figure out what's happening. Sensing that something bad is coming, Lin Zichen immediately activates his Eye of the Sky and looks past the towering trees, searching for the source of the danger. The moment he sees it, his eyes widen. Far off in the distance, a massive wall of water is rushing straight toward them. Lin Zichen instantly shouts for everyone to run, warning them that a tsunami is coming. He reacts on the spot and tells everyone to head for higher ground, pointing them toward a giant tree more than 100 meters tall. Then he scoops Shin Qinghan into his arms, and the group quickly leaps up into the thick branches to avoid the flood. High on one of the sturdy branches, the team can only watch in dread as water begins swallowing the sky itself. Seeing how enormous the wave is, some of the students can't help asking whether even this tree will really be enough to keep them safe. As the violent current closes in, Instructor Lu raises his voice and firmly orders everyone to hold on tight and brace for impact. Then the tsunami tears through the forest. Water slams against the giant trunks, rips through the woods, and within moments, the whole area is turned into a raging sea. Once the first surge finally passes, Luo Yongjian and Li Moyu both let out a long breath. Luo Yongjian is stunned that the tree actually held, while Li Moyu, still worn out, admits the whole thing nearly scared him to death. Right then, a system window pops up for Lin Zichen, telling him he has survived an extreme disaster. He's caught off guard when it unlocks a new attribute called Survival of the Fittest, especially after seeing that its activation conditions hadn't been met for more than a year. As everyone tries to recover, Ma Weiwei looks around at the flooded forest and wonders how a tsunami could possibly appear this far inland. Lin Zichen says there's no doubt about it. This has to be Principal Mo Dongji's doing. He goes on to explain that the principal is fighting the divine envoy of the plant god cult to protect them, and he can't help worrying about how that battle is going. Li Maoyu gives the group a confident smile and tells them not to panic. Since the principal is a rare-level expert with the Flood Dragon gene, he says, a battlefield filled with water should make her nearly unstoppable. Then Lin Zichen's danger sense suddenly erupts with a violent warning. He stiffens, panic flashing across his face, as he feels a terrifying presence drawing closer, and immediately shouts that the enemy is coming straight for them. Using his enhanced vision, Lin Zichen looks up and spots the masked divine envoy bounding across the treetops, moving with ease above the flooded forest. The second Lin Zichen sees that enemy closing in, cold sweat breaks across his back. If the divine envoy is already coming after them, then that can only mean one thing. Principal Mo Dongji has been defeated. 10 minutes earlier, the fight between Principal Mo Dongji and the masked divine envoy had already reached its peak. Standing on top of a wave, Mo Dongji commands the huge glowing blue water dragon behind her and sends it lunging straight at him. The water dragon crashes into the envoy head-on, swiping him with a heavy claw and blasting him backward. Badly wounded, the masked man is visibly shaken. He realizes immediately that Mo Dongji forced out her own life essence blood to unleash a technique this destructive. As the giant water dragon bears down on him again, the envoy understands he's been pushed into a corner. If he wants to survive, he'll have to use an extreme method himself. In the very next instant, a huge mass of thick dark red vines erupts from beneath the surging water and catches Mo Dongji completely off guard. Startled by the sudden counterattack, Mo Dongji tries to dodge, weaving desperately through the dense storm of thorny red vines. Floating safely above the flood, the envoy reveals that he too is willing to burn his essence blood for more power. Below him, the empowered red vines rapidly twist together and seal Mo Dongji inside a dense sphere packed with spikes. After mocking the trapped principal, the masked envoy abandons the fight and leaves. While inside the cage, Mo Dongji pounds her fists against the thick vines and tries to break out by force. With his opponent restrained, the divine envoy immediately leaps away across the flooded canopy and heads for the target he wanted all along. Back in the present, Lin Zichen tells the others that the principal has lost. Feeling the cult envoy closing in, he explains that he is the enemy's real target and says he'll draw him away as a decoy. Before anyone can stop him, Lin Zichen dives headfirst off the towering branch and drops into the deep floodwater below, while Shin Qinghan cries out his name in panic. Instructor Lu Tianrong, bruised and battered, confirms that he can feel that powerful presence too. He immediately takes charge and orders the students to retreat in the exact opposite direction from Lin Zichen, making survival their top priority. After plunging into the water, Lin Zichen looks up and sees the masked divine envoy following him across the treetops. Once he confirms the enemy took the bait and his teammates are no longer in danger, he realizes he doesn't need to stay exposed near the surface anymore. Lin Zichen swims deeper and activates a newly gained water affinity attribute from the system. He knows this skill is his only real shot at escaping alive. As he moves through the submerged forest, Lin Zichen thinks it through. Since the envoy didn't seem badly injured, then his fight with Principal Mo Dongji probably wasn't a fight to the death. That means she is most likely trapped, not dead. With that in mind, he starts heading toward the source of the tsunami to rescue her. Suddenly, Lin Zichen's danger sense flares again. This time, the threat is coming from below. He twists at the last second and barely avoids a giant spiked red vine that shoots up through the water right past him. Above the surface, the divine envoy stands on top of a towering cluster of demonic red vines and stares down in disbelief at how fast this ordinary-level human is moving underwater. Realizing he can't afford to underestimate the boy, he decides to end the chase quickly. With one commanding motion, the envoy drives that enormous mass of red vines deep into the water, sending them relentlessly after Lin Zichen as he dives even farther down. But the attack is simply too large to avoid forever. Lin Zichen understands the gap between them all too well as the thorny red vines finally catch him, wrapping around his arms, legs, and torso until he is completely pinned in place. Feeling the vines lock onto their target, the divine envoy closes his fist and declares in triumph that he has finally captured his prey. But just as he starts pulling Lin Zichen in, his confidence wavers for a second. The tension in his vines suddenly disappears, and the envoy is left staring in confusion. Deep underwater, Lin Zichen is already swimming free. The envoy cannot understand how vines bound by his own technique suddenly lost their grip, unaware that Lin Zichen is secretly using his newly gained plant control ability to break the trap from within. Refusing to accept what he just saw, the enraged envoy convinces himself that his technique must have misfired. Unwilling to let his target slip away, he sends out an even bigger and denser swarm of red vines. The huge mass of spiked vines tears through the water and engulfs Lin Zichen once again. They coil tightly around his body, and the envoy confidently declares that there is no possible way he can escape this time. But Lin Zichen stays calm and activates Lord of the Forest. A glowing aura rises around Lin Zichen, and to the envoy's utter disbelief, the magical vines immediately loosen and fail to hold him. At that point, the envoy realizes Lin Zichen has some hidden method that lets him ignore the cult's plant techniques. The thought instantly makes him greedy. Now he wants to capture the boy himself no matter what. Knowing how valuable this capture would be, the envoy dives straight into the floodwaters and goes after Lin Zichen in person. Swimming past a submerged tree root, Lin Zichen figures he has delayed the enemy long enough. Hoping Shin Qinghan and the others have already gotten away safely, he decides it's finally time to lose his pursuer for good. As the envoy closes in, Lin Zichen activates his natural camouflage skill. His body blends perfectly into the underwater surroundings, and the envoy swims right past him without noticing a thing. The baffled envoy suddenly stops and searches around in confusion. He's shocked to find that he can't sense Lin Zichen's presence at all, not even with advanced spiritual detection. After pausing to think, the masked man comes up with a new guess. Since Lin Zichen acted as a decoy to buy time, then he must have circled back to reunite with the others the moment he slipped away. Convinced that has to be the answer, the envoy rushes off toward the fleeing students to intercept them. Meanwhile, from his perfectly hidden spot, Lin Zichen calmly watches as the enemy takes the bait and leaves. The moment the pursuer is off his trail, Lin Zichen heads the other way without hesitation. If he wants everyone to survive, then only one thing matters now. He has to rescue the trapped principal. Far off in the flooded forest, the masked divine envoy suddenly comes to a stop. A change crosses his face as he realizes he got it wrong earlier. Lin Zichen played him. Beneath the dark water, Lin Zichen finally spots it at last. That dark red sphere made of tangled vines. The second he recognizes it as the cage holding Principal Mo Dongji, he moves in at once, ready to quietly break it open with the power of the Lord of the Forest. But before Lin Zichen can make a move, Mo Dongji bursts out from inside the cage on her own, smashing through the thick vines by sheer force. Standing in the middle of the shredded remains, she remarks that the prison was tougher than expected, then immediately decides she has to find Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan as quickly as possible. Right then, Lin Zichen surfaces nearby and calls out to her. Mo Dongji turns, clearly caught off guard, and asks how he ended up here. He quickly explains that the cult's envoy was chasing him, and while trying to escape, he just happened to run into where she was being held. They barely have time to exchange a few words before sharp red vines suddenly spear down through the water above them. Realizing the masked envoy has already caught up, Lin Zichen shouts a warning, and both of them dive back under to avoid the strike. Moving through the flooded branches below, Mo Dongji takes the lead. She grabs Lin Zichen and pulls him through the water at a terrifying speed. Even Lin Zichen is left stunned by how fast she is. In this submerged battlefield, not even the envoy can keep up with her. Once they finally escape the envoy's range, the two of them burst out of the water and leap high above the forest canopy. But the instant they come into view, both of them stop cold at what they see ahead. Then the tension breaks. The Central Military District's reinforcements have arrived at last. Transport helicopters fill the air, soldiers hover nearby, and among them stands a massive red mech that draws the eye immediately. From inside that giant red mech, the lead official addresses the principal and apologizes for arriving late. He explains that the military base had fallen into chaos for a while because a cult infiltrator had been hiding among their ranks. Just when it finally feels like they might be safe, a harsh alarm suddenly rips through the air. Mo Dongji and Lin Zichen both look up at once. Mo Dongji's first thought is that the arrogant envoy is actually daring enough to attack in front of this much military force. Then it clicks. The cult's infiltrators are not somewhere out there. They are here, mixed right in with the rescue team. Standing beside Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan, Mo Dongji suddenly sees the truth for what it is. One of the reinforcements is an undercover spy. She moves instantly, grabbing both students and diving off the giant tree toward the surging water below, trying to get away from the dark armored figures already waiting in the air above them. But the armored figures chase after them without a second of hesitation. And in that moment, Mo Dongji realizes the full truth. Every single one of these supposed rescuers is an infiltrator. Watching the pursuit from the surface, Instructor Lu starts to understand it too. The entire reinforcement unit may actually be part of the plant god cult. The danger is obvious now, and he urgently tells Ma Weiwei and Li Maoyu that they need to leave immediately, before they get dragged into the battle that is about to explode. Then all at once, a massive pillar of water erupts from the flood nearby, tearing through the tension in an instant. Mo Dongji shoots out of the water, carrying Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan inside sturdy spheres of water. But even now, the dark armored figures rise right up beside them, still locked on and still chasing. Now trapped in midair and surrounded on every side by armored cultists, Mo Dongji realizes there is no easy escape left. And then the plague doctor masked man appears right in front of her. In an almost casual voice, he says that reaching the rare level is no easy feat, so there is no need for both sides to destroy each other here. If she hands over Lin Ziqin, he says, then he is willing to spare her and the two students. Mo Dongji rejects him without even pausing. In that same instant, she fully enters her half-dragon form and gets ready to fight. The plague doctor masked man mocks her without mercy, saying she has gone insane, burning her own life essence blood and throwing away her future just to protect two outsiders. But Mo Dongji never flinches. She immediately summons multiple giant water dragons from the flood below. With a roar that shakes the air around them, the enormous water dragons surge forward and crash straight into the hovering dark-armored cultists. Using that burst of chaos as cover, Mo Dongji sends a powerful current spiraling outward and forcefully shoves Lin Ziqin and Shin Qinghan away from the battlefield, telling them to run. As the rushing water carries them off, Lin Ziqin catches Shin Qinghan and tells her they have to get out now. If they stay behind, they will only become a fatal burden to the teacher, risking everything to protect them. The plague doctor masked man sees his targets being swept away and immediately makes his move. He summons a mass of giant red vines and lunges after them, determined not to let either of them escape. But just before he can reach them, one of Mo Dongji's massive water dragons cuts across his path and snaps down on him with its huge jaws. The masked man manages to tear himself free from the dragon's bite, but the damage is real. By the time he breaks loose, blood is already running from his wounds. Still hovering above the raging water below, Mo Dongji keeps the pressure on. She drives her giant water dragon forward again, refusing to give the fleeing plague doctor masked man even a moment to recover. Then, right in the middle of the fight, Mo Dongji gets blindsided. The giant red mech from the so-called rescue force suddenly turns on her and fires a barrage of missiles in a treacherous sneak attack. The missiles slam straight into her water dragon and blow the massive construct apart in a fiery explosion. From inside the towering red mech, the traitorous lead official openly declares that he is going to kill her. Then the machine unleashes a massive, tightly concentrated beam straight from its chest. That terrifying beam rips clean through another one of Mo Dongji's giant water dragons and wipes it out in a blinding blast. As Mo Dongji steadies herself in the middle of the surging currents with the last of her dragons, the lead official stares in disbelief. Even after taking attacks like that, she has only suffered minor damage. Still trapped in the grip of Mo Dongji's giant water dragon, the divine envoy turns and threatens the lead official. He orders him to blow the mech's backup power immediately and stop her, or his entire family will be executed. The lead official grits his teeth, furious and shaken, but he has no choice. His family is being held hostage by the cult. At the same time, Mo Dongji, still in her half-dragon form, charges straight through the violent water toward her enemies. Apologizing to his superiors, the lead official activates the self-destruct just as Mo Dongji closes in to strike. The giant mech detonates on the spot, unleashing a massive blast of fire and energy across the flooded battlefield. When the explosion finally clears, Mo Dongji is left floating on the water, her half-dragon body scorched and smoking from the point-blank blast. She curses under her breath, frustrated that her regeneration is moving too slowly to restore her strength. Wounded and running out of time, she can only watch as the divine envoy's silhouette leaps away across the distant canopy, already free to continue the hunt. Deep underwater, Lin Ziqin keeps swimming with Shin Qingyan in his arms. But dread sets in fast when he realizes their pursuer is closing in again. His camouflage can hide him, cannot hide Shin Qinghan. Realizing they are too vulnerable together, Lin Ziqin tells Shin Qinghan they need to split up. His plan is to turn off his camouflage and use himself as bait, drawing the cult elder away so she can escape. It is a dangerous gamble, but Shin Qinghan quietly agrees. Hovering above the water, the divine envoy sees through the plan almost right away. He realizes Lin Ziqin is trying the same trick again, acting as a decoy so his companion can get away. This time, the envoy does not take the bait. He ignores Lin Ziqin completely, drives thick dark red vines down into the flood, and sends them straight after the fleeing girl instead. Underwater, the thorn-covered vines quickly catch Shin Qinghan and coil tightly around her arms and legs, leaving her stunned by how suddenly the attack hits. The vines yank her out of the water and lift her high into the air. And even then, Shin Qinghan is not worried about herself. She desperately shouts for Lin Ziqin to run. With Shin Qinghan bound tight and a sharp vine pressed across her mouth, the masked envoy uses her as a hostage. He orders the hidden Lin Ziqin to show himself immediately, or he will kill her. Lin Ziqin bursts out of the water below and leaps into the night sky, shouting for the masked envoy to let Shin Qinghan go. Facing the enemy in midair, Lin Ziqin finally stops resisting. For Shin Qinghan's sake, he says he is willing to go with the cultist. Satisfied at last, the envoy binds Lin Zichen tightly in his thorn-covered red vines. Then, with smug confidence, he tells the boy that one day he will thank him for this, once he sees the true power of the gods at the divine plant cult's headquarters. Just as he promised, the envoy releases Shin Qinghan and lets her fall back into the flooded forest below. As she drops, she cries out Lin Zichen's name in panic, able to do nothing but watch the masked man carry him away. With Lin Zichen still bound in his grasp, the envoy shoots off into the night, leaving Shin Qinghan behind in despair. Alone in the water, Shin Qinghan breaks down, calling for Lin Zichen through tears. But under the surface, something dark begins to stir, and a chilling voice mutters about divine punishment for anyone who dares offend the gods. Meanwhile, as the masked divine envoy escapes with Lin Zichen, an enormous burst of water suddenly erupts right beneath them. The water explodes upward with violent force, and Lin Zichen is stunned to realize his danger-sensing ability never detected the attack at all. In the very next moment, the surging flood twists into a gigantic whirlpool and drags both the envoy and Lin Zichen straight down into the depths. Pulled deep underwater, Lin Zichen is still tightly bound in those thorn-covered red vines. But as he sinks, a strange force rises from below, snaps apart his restraints with ease, and frees him on the spot. Driven upward by that unknown power, Lin Zichen bursts out of the raging water and lands back on the surface. Then he looks up and sees Shin Qinghan rushing straight toward him, running across the churning waves as if they were solid ground. Relief hits her all at once. She throws herself into his arms and clings to him through tears, now that she knows he's still alive. As Lin Zichen holds her, something suddenly clicks for him. The water power that saved him did not come from Principal Mo Dongji. Somehow it came from Shin Qinghan. Right then, the masked divine envoy rises back out of the water. Furious now, he hovers in midair and unleashes a huge storm of thick, thorn-covered red vines, shouting that his opponent has pushed him too far. Stepping in front of Lin Zichen, Shin Qinghan controls the glowing water around her and coldly declares that she will never let the envoy take him away. Driven into a corner, the envoy's body twists and mutates. Dark, fleshy wings burst from his back as he dives straight toward Shin Qinghan. In response, towering walls of water surge up from the roaring sea and form into giant hands that move to stop the charging cultist. Those massive hands slam shut around the envoy and crush him with terrifying force. Pinned down and coughing up blood from the impact, the envoy desperately begs for mercy. Thinking he's facing Principal Yuan, he offers to reveal the truth behind the deaths of the principal's children if his life is spared. Both Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan are caught off guard by that sudden confession, and Lin Zichen cannot help wondering what hidden truth the man is talking about. But the blue glowing water starts surging again, stronger than before, and there is no sign of it stopping. The envoy stares in horror, his eyes widening as he finally realizes he was never fighting Principal Yuan. But before he can say who it really is, that watery force crashes down one last time and erases him completely. Holding Shin Qinghan safely in his arms, Lin Zichen stares down in shock at the mangled corpse of the high-ranking cultist floating on the waves below. As he is still trying to process how such a powerful enemy died so suddenly, the system asks whether he wants to devour the body. When Lin Zichen reaches out and touches the envoy's corpse, the system instantly absorbs a huge amount of life essence from it, greatly boosting his plant control and spiritual attributes. Even Lin Zichen is left stunned that a rare-level expert died that easily, without even getting the chance to fight back, all because of Shin Qinghan's mysterious power. Not long after, Principal Mo Dongji arrives in her half-dragon form, fully recovered, and asks where the cultist elder went. Wanting to protect Shin Qinghan's secret, Lin Zichen lies and says he never saw the masked man. Mo Dongji accepts the answer without pressing further. Soon after, the military district's rescue force arrives in full, filling the sky with aircraft and armored troops as they move in to evacuate the students and instructors. Later, inside a military facility, Officer Yao Muling speaks with Mo Dongji about everything that happened. Yao points out that fox demons usually remain neutral within their own realms and rarely come to Earth, so she concludes that the demoness came specifically to find a cultivation vessel and chose Lin Zichen as her target. Leaning back in her chair, Yao Muling admits that something still does not quite fit. Lin Zichen may be talented, but in the origin land there are people far more gifted than him, so it makes little sense that a fox demon with that kind of value would choose him. Putting the fox girl aside for the moment, Mo Dongji leans forward and seriously asks Yao Muling about the military district's internal situation. Yao Muling calmly takes a sip of tea and reveals that the uprising caused by the undercover cultists has already been completely suppressed. She goes on to say that they uncovered and eliminated 47 deep-cover cultists, fully purging the base in what she considers a major victory. Mo Dongji's expression hardens at once. Staring straight at Yao Muling, she angrily asks whether the military deliberately used the students' outdoor training exam as bait to draw out the hidden spies. With a faint smile, Yao Muling places a wooden box on the table. Inside sits a futuristic syringe filled with a newly developed anti-mutation reagent, designed to treat severe side effects caused by combat. Still showing her dragon horns and blue facial markings from the battle, Principal Mo Dongji politely refuses the injection for now, saying she feels fine and can use it later if needed. After the ambush throws everything into chaos, the outdoor training exam is officially ended early. Later on, Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan are seen returning safely to school, each carrying a suitcase in hand. Sometime later, Mo Dongji sits quietly at her office desk with the medical supplies laid out in front of her. In the end, she chooses to put away the special reagent Yao Muling gave her without using it. With a serious look on her face, Mo Dongji tells Lin Zichen that she had fully expected the plant god cult's hidden agents to target him once he showed that level of talent during the camp assessment. Standing in the office beside Shin Qinghan, Lin Zichen takes the chance to ask what the plant god cult really is. He also wants to know the exact biological level of the masked cultist elder they fought. After taking a calm sip of tea, Mo Dongji reveals a shocking piece of history. The plant god cult is the oldest heretical organization known to exist, even older than the appearance of exotic beasts on Earth. In fact, they were the ones who brought those beasts to the planet in the first place. That revelation visibly stuns both Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan. Mo Dongji then adds that the plant god cult also secretly controls many smaller factions from the shadows, including groups like the rat god cult. Thinking back to the fight against those giant thorny vines, Mo Dongji explains that a high-level expert's true biological rank is usually kept secret and can normally only be estimated through direct combat. Still, to give Lin Zichen a frame of reference, she tells him that her own level is rare tier 3. Once Lin Zichen fully understands what that means, cold sweat starts creeping down his back. He suddenly realizes just how lucky he was that the cultist wanted to capture him alive instead of killing him on the spot. Then Mo Dongji gets to the real reason for the meeting and drops another bombshell. She says she saw the entire fight where Lin Zichen defeated that powerful advanced rank 6 cultist on his own, crossing a massive gap in strength like it was nothing. Caught completely off guard, Lin Zichen starts sweating and quickly tries to downplay it, making up an excuse that the masked man had already been badly wounded and was nowhere near full strength. Mo Dongji rubs her forehead, clearly tired of how much he keeps dodging the truth, and lightly scolds him for being far too cautious. In her eyes, he has made a habit of hiding his real strength from everyone around him. She tells him that hiding your abilities may be a smart move once you are already an established expert, but for a student it only holds you back. It cuts you off from valuable evolutionary resources and slows your growth in the long run. She rises from behind her desk, and this time her voice softens. She tells him she understands why he hides so much. Deep down, it comes from never really feeling safe, and from knowing exactly what kind of people would come after someone like him. Then Mo Dongji walks over and stops beside him. She warns him that after everything he revealed at camp, and with the plant god cult already targeting him so openly, it is only a matter of time before top figures on the national level start noticing him as a talent worth supporting. Resting a steady hand on his shoulder, she tells him plainly that the smartest thing he can do now is show his talent openly and secure a powerful backer who can keep him safe. Lin Zichen nods and accepts the advice, but in his heart he settles on a compromise. He decides he can reveal his physical and spiritual strength to the outside world, while keeping the truly outrageous abilities tied to his system hidden for now. Later, he returns to his family's apartment building and calls out the moment he gets home, letting everyone know he is back. Dragging his luggage through the front door, Lin Zichen is met by his surprised parents, Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wangxin. His father immediately asks why a month-long training camp ended after only 2 weeks, and Lin Zichen casually says it got cut short. His mother, thrilled to see him home, instantly says she is going to make all his favorite dishes. Not long after, the whole family is gathered around the dinner table enjoying a big home-cooked meal when Zhang Wangxin calls his attention over and says she has some good news. With Lin Yanxing smiling beside her and resting a hand on her stomach, the two of them happily announce that Lin Zichen is about to have a younger sibling. The news hits him so suddenly that he just freezes, staring ahead with his rice bowl still in his hands. A moment later, he finally snaps out of it and asks if his mother is really pregnant again. She happily confirms it, saying they only found out a few days ago, and adds that she is hoping for a sweet little daughter. Blushing a little, his father explains how it happened. Ever since Lin Zichen and Shin Qinghan left for university, the house has felt way too quiet. and with no idea how long they would have to wait for grandchildren, they decided to have another child themselves and make the house lively again. Seeing how happy his parents are together, Lin Zichen cannot help but smile. He fully supports them, saying it is a great idea as long as they are happy, and reminding them that the family can easily afford to raise as many children as they want. Later that night, Lin Zichen lies back on his bed and scrolls through the school exchange app on his phone. As he thinks back on his recent fights, he realizes something important. Relying on raw physical strength alone is a major weakness. If he does not strengthen his mental power too, he will stay vulnerable against spiritual-type opponents. With that in mind, he decides to keep upgrading his advanced spirit attribute and spends 800 school credits on a large portion of 9-turn soulworm meat to enhance his mind. As he keeps browsing the shop, one item suddenly catches his eye: dimensional rat meat. But when he sees the price listed at 100 credits per pound, even he pauses. After reading the description, Lin Zichen learns that the dimensional rat is a squirrel-like exotic beast with a muscular body and a very unusual trait. Once fully grown, it can store objects inside its cheeks up to 100 times its own body volume. The moment he reads that, his eyes light up. He immediately realizes how useful that ability could be, and starts hoping that if he devours the meat, he might gain some kind of spatial storage power himself. That idea instantly brings the nine-tailed demon fox back to mind. Remembering how she pulled out that glowing collar from nowhere during the forest battle, he figures she must either have a similar storage ability or some kind of spatial item. While Lin Zichen sits on the bed staring at his phone, Shin Qinghan walks into the room and calls out to him. Looking both surprised and excited, she immediately brings up the shocking news that his mother is pregnant with a second child. Lin Zichen takes it pretty calmly and jokes that his parents wanted a grandchild so badly, they ended up deciding to have another baby themselves. As he says that, Shin Qinghan slowly climbs up onto the bed beside him. Her face turns bright red, clearly hoping the moment is about to become a little romantic. But then Lin Zichen suddenly says there is something even more important they need to deal with first. Confused, she turns to him and asks what he means. Holding a pen and a sheet of paper, Lin Zichen turns serious and says they need to investigate the strange power she used during the recent battle. The moment Shin Qinghan realizes he is being completely serious, she visibly deflates. Thinking back to the moment she used her water powers to protect him in the flood, Lin Zichen points out that the glowing blue droplets around her did not just scatter at random. They formed recognizable shapes. As he starts sketching, he says they looked a lot like some kind of writing or symbols. Once he finishes the drawing, Lin Zichen holds it up and explains that he reproduced the strange symbols from memory so they could try to figure out what they meant. Shin Qinghan immediately claps in delight, clearly impressed by both his memory and how quickly he moved on it. Lin Zichen then takes a photo of the drawing with his phone, planning to search online first and see if he can get any quick matches or useful clues. As he thinks about who to ask next, he scrolls through his contacts and stops at Yu Yen and Lu Chuanwu. Since both of them spend their time studying ancient texts, he figures they might recognize the symbols. At the same time, Shin Qinghan excitedly pulls out her phone and suggests sending the picture to her master. In her mind, someone with that much knowledge and experience should be able to recognize the symbols easily. But her excitement fades almost at once. She stares at the screen in disappointment after realizing that even her highly respected master has no idea what those characters are. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen checks his own phone and just goes silent. The only replies from Yu Yen and Lu Chuanwu are confused meme stickers, making it painfully obvious that they do not know what the drawing means either. Just when it feels like they have hit a dead end, Lin Zichen gets another notification. He quickly taps the new voice message Lu Chuanwu just dropped into the chat. As they listen, Lu Chuanwu says the symbols do feel a little familiar, but he cannot remember where he has seen them before. Then he asks Lin Zichen where he got them from. After thinking it over, Lu Chuanwu says he may have seen similar markings engraved on some ancient objects kept at his research institute. But while the voice message sounds serious and professional, the reality is a lot less dignified. Lu Chuanwu is sprawled out shirtless on an expensive sofa, surrounded by 3 beautiful women in revealing clothes. With a wine glass in hand, he promises that first thing tomorrow morning, he will check the institute's records and let Lin Zichen know if he finds anything. One of the drunken women leans against Lu Chuanwu and cheers him on, playfully begging him to keep drinking with them until they are all completely wasted. Hearing all the flirting and the loud bragging about absurdly expensive alcohol bleeding through the voice message, Lin Zichen stares at his phone in annoyance. Under his breath, he grumbles that Lu Chuanwu should finish partying before sending work-related voice notes. At the same time, news of Lin Zichen's latest public battle at the training camp starts spreading fast. Before long, several major forces across the country receive reports on his performance, including the Kyoto Li family, the Nanjiang Yuan family, the Machine God Group, and the headquarters of the Kyushu military region. After seeing just how much potential he has, every one of those groups gives the same order. Keep a close watch on this rising genius. And that wave of attention does not stop with the major powers. It even reaches the criminal underworld. Inside a dark old-style building, the great elder of the evil plant god cult stands in the shadows with a cane in hand. Behind the glowing red eye holes of his mask, he remarks with grim amusement that Lin Zichen is becoming a very interesting person.